Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 1101, The Kaiser's Kindness. A few more days passed and Itami had been directly avoiding Berenger during this time. Despite the overwhelming size of the Kaiser's palace, it was impossible to avoid the man forever. Thus, Itami was quite surprised when she saw the man sprinting down the halls with an anxious expression on his face. If there was one major fault Itami had, it was never knowing when to give up on her curiosity, and thus she swiftly followed the man through the halls, wondering what could have gotten him so panicked. In the end, she found Berenger running into a bedroom where a beautiful woman lay on a mattress with a wet towel over her forehead. This woman was obviously not German. One could easily tell by the color of her skin that she was not of European descent. However, when her amber eyes caught a sight of Berengar's entrance, a warm smile appeared on her gorgeous face. While this mature and exotic beauty lied beneath the covers of her bed, an older man was in the act of taking her temperature. Berenger waited patiently for the man to finish, but it was clear by the sweat on his brow that he was quite anxious about the results. After a rather swift examination, Ewald looked up at Berenger and sighed in relief before giving him the good news. Your wife will be fine. You have nothing to worry about. She is just suffering from a common cold. All she needs is some rest and some warm soup. Though I suggest picking up something to help with her congestion, you can send out any of your servants to the local drugstore and they will be able to acquire some over-the-counter remedies, which will work fine enough in this regard. Berenger sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his brow as he kissed Yasmin on the forehead before thanking the physician. Thanks, Ewald, you have always been there for my family. I will do as you suggest. You can take the rest of the night off. If something comes up, I know how to contact you. A gentle smile emerged on Ewald's face. He had been the von Kufstein family physician since before Berenger was even born. The man had watched Berenger grow up from a petulant and sickly child to the man he is today and had learned quite a lot from the Kaiser in regards to the field of medicine. He could hardly believe how different the world had become in a short 15 years and looked forward to his retirement years when he could live a luxurious life in the peaceful and prosperous society that Berenger had built. Thus, there was an enormous sense of humility in the man's tone as he shook his head and assured Berenger that he was just happy to fulfill his job. Believe me, Your Majesty, that fact that I can continue to work for your family even in this era of modern medicine is a testament to the faith you have in me. The honor is all mine. After saying this, Ewald departed from the room, leaving Berenger and Yasmin alone together. As he passed by Itami on the way out, the Japanese empress was utterly dumbfounded by the way Berengar's subordinates treated him. It was one thing for the man's family to love him to such an extent, but the look in Ewald's eyes as he assured Berenger that Yasmin would recover without incident and that he was grateful to be in the Kaiser's service was one of pure reverence. This was something that she had never experienced from her own staff. While Itami was slowly climbing her way back to reality, Berenger grasped hold of Yasmin's dainty hand and smiled gently as he assured her everything will be all right. Don't worry, the doctor says that you will be fine. Just get some rest. They'll look after the twins until you get better. Yasmin chuckled but coughed as she did so. During her last pregnancy, she had conceived and given birth to twins, which was the happiest moment of her life as she was able to give Berenger 5 children despite her age. This made her on par with both Linda and Adela, who had given birth to the same number of children. Despite this, the very idea of Berenger himself going out of his way to look after 2 infants while she was mildly ill was simply laughable in Yasmin's eyes. The man had never been good with newborns, and she would honestly prefer if Linda or one of his other women were the ones to care for her newest babes. As a result, she placed her palm on Berengar's cheek and shook her pretty head gently. Don't worry about it. I will just ask Linda to look after the twins in my absence. Allah knows that you are dreadfully busy with managing the Reich, especially now that we are in a time of war. I can't possibly keep you from your responsibilities. If Linda is incapable of looking after Nazar and Sophia, then I will have Priya look after them. Though I think she's a bit overwhelmed with little Arun. Arun was the name of Priya's son with Berenger, and like Nazar and Sophia, he was an infant child born not too long ago. As a first-time mother, Priya had been gaining a lot of pointers from Yasmin regarding motherhood. Thus, Yasmin did not want to pile too many worries onto the young woman's plate. Berenger smiled as he heard Yasmin's decision and respected it. He kissed her once more on the forehead before responding to her statement. Very well, I will inform Linda to look after the little ones. In the meantime, I will go and order the kitchen to prepare some fresh kolsup for you. I know it's your favorite. Yasmin smiled and tucked herself further beneath her covers as she nodded her head in agreement with her husband's words. Sounds tasty. With this said, Berenger kissed Yasmin on the forehead one final time before departing from the room to make the preparations. It was only now that he saw Atami staring at him with a stunned expression on her face. She struggled to find the words to speak, but ultimately she managed to voice her disbelief. Aren't you in the middle of a war? How could you take the time out of your busy schedule to look after a pair of twins and a sick wife? Isn't that what servants are for? Berenger looked slightly offended at first, before an appearance of pity and understanding formed on his handsome face as he shook it slightly and clicked his tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK? Oh Atami, I'm guessing you have never been in love, have you? I would move mountains and split the seas themselves if it meant I could make my loved ones happy. They'll have you know that since I first established this empire, I have created a very robust government that is more than capable looking after my country while I am indisposed. Why would I not spend time with my family when they truly need me? It might be a common cold, but my presence comforts Yasmin, so I will gladly take some time off to help her get better. Now, if you need me, I have some things to take care of. Atami stood there in disbelief as she watched Berenger run off and take care of the 3 errands he had promised to fulfill. Before long, he was back with a bowl of steaming cabbage, potato, and pork soup as well as a bag of cold medicine, which he personally fed to Yasmin as she relaxed in her bed. Atami did not leave until Berenger had closed the doors behind him, insisting that his wife Yasmin get some proper rest after she had her fill of soup. It was only after he had done this did Berenger get back to his work for the day. Before long, Yasmin would get better. As the sickness passed, however, this incident had changed Atami's perspective of Berenger entirely. The Kaiser had always claimed that he genuinely loved and cared for each of his women, and on this day, Atami had witnessed that to be true. Chapter 1102, White Hair Mommy. It did not take long for Yasmin to recover from her illness. Soon enough, she was up and about again, performing her duties as the motherly figure of so many children. While Berenger was hard at work, Atami was wondering about the castle where she came across her younger sister playing with a group of Berengar's younger children. By Momo's side were Adela and Henrietta, who were both taking a day off from work to look after the young ones. As many of Berengar's wives and concubines played essential roles in German society, they often rotated on what days they took off during the week to help look after the children. Momo appeared to be in her element around the young ones as she wore a warm smile on her face and played with them as if she herself were their mother. Something that neither Adela nor Henrietta took offense to. As for Atami, she watched from a distance with a bit of an envious expression on her otherwise pretty face. She had no children of her own, and being around Berengar's many kids, especially the younger ones, made her quite nervous. However, just when Atami was about to leave the scene behind, she felt a tug at the hem of her dress and looked down to see a young boy no older than 5 who was gazing up at her with a curious expression on his face. At that moment, Atami became paralyzed as she looked around for someone to assist the child. Yet Adela, Henrietta, and Momo were quite some distance away. Before Atami could call out to them, Bruno spoke to her. "Mommy, I'm hungry." Atami gazed at the child in disbelief as he looked up at her with a whimpering expression on his face. Did this boy seriously confuse her for one of Berengar's women? At this moment, a bunch of thoughts went through the albino bowtie's mind as she debated with herself about what to do in this troublesome situation. As Atami continued to think about a proper solution, the boy's stomach grumbled, causing her to take sympathy on him. Thus, rather than fetch someone who could properly look after the child, she smiled and bent down to grab the boy's hand. "Then how about we find you something to eat, shall we?" Bruno's face lit up into a smile as he grabbed hold of Atami's pale and dainty hand before following her off to the dining hall. Despite Atami's best efforts, she could not find a member of the kitchen staff in sight and thus decided to make a meal for the boy herself. With a rather gentle tone in her voice, she commanded Bruno to stay seated while she prepared him something to eat. "Be a good boy and wait here for a few minutes while I prepare something for you, okay?" Bruno smiled and nodded his head in silence as Atami fled from the scene and into the kitchen, where she found that it was larger than she could ever have imagined. This was no mere home kitchen but a commercial-sized kitchen with stations for every possible part of the cooking process. Butchering stations, sinks, ovens, stoves, fryers, commercial dishwashers, you name it. Normally an entire staff of over a dozen people would be here preparing food for the royal family. However, they were currently on their lunch break and thus nobody was there to assist Atami. Ultimately, Atami resulted in making tonkatsu ramen with pork broth and a side of both takoyaki and ebiyaki for the boy, which was a meal she herself very much enjoyed. After some time, she emerged from the kitchen with a bowl in one hand and a platter in the other, which had 3 octopus dumplings and 3 shrimp dumplings. She then handed them over to Bruno before rushing back into the kitchen to fetch him some iced tea. Bruno looked at the foreign food, which was strange to him for several moments, before looking back at Atami, who continued to smile at him. After a few more seconds of thought, he tried one of the pieces of takoyaki and instantly fell in love with it. He then proceeded to eat the entire meal as his curiosity piqued. Atami sat down next to Bruno and ate her own portion of what she had cooked while complimenting the boy. "You keep eating like that and one day you will grow big and strong like your father." Upon seeing that the boy had some sauce on his face, Atami pulled out a napkin and dabbed it off before getting back to her own food. As Atami and Bruno continued to eat, Henrietta came rushing into the room shouting out the boy's name. "Bruno, where are you?" Bruno looked up and gazed at his other mother and smiled before responding to her. In with white hair mommy. The term white hair mommy was definitely a new one for Henrietta, who rushed into the dining hall and saw the troublesome child snacking on some food. It was only after seeing that the boy was okay did Henrietta finally sigh in relief before expressing her deepest fears. There you are. Do you have any idea what your mother would have done to me if I lost you? Naturally, Henrietta was referring to Linda, who was Bruno's biological mother. It was only now, after seeing the boy safe and sound, did the golden-haired princess realize that Itami was sitting next to the child while fawning over him. Suddenly, Henrietta realized that the boy had mistaken Itami as one of his mothers and was quick to scold him for being so careless. Is this white hair mommy? Bruno, you are mistaken. Itami is not one of your mommies. After saying this, Henrietta bowed to Itami before asking for forgiveness. I'm sorry if little Bruno here caused you any trouble. I will make sure that he doesn't do so again. Bruno was naturally confused as he looked between the two women. He was young enough not to fully understand the concept of polygamy. As far as he knew, every woman who was as beautiful as Itami that lived in the palace was one of his mothers. Thus he could not understand why Henrietta was one of his mothers and Itami wasn't. Yet he did not voice this thought process. Instead, he watched with wide eyes as Itami raised from her seat and assured Henrietta that she was fine with looking after the boy. I assure you it is no trouble at all, Henrietta, is it not? Bruno here approached me and said he was hungry, so I thought I would find him some food. Especially after considering that you and Adela were so busy with the other children. I actually enjoyed spending time with him. He's a well-behaved kid. Henrietta looked at Itami differently after hearing this. From her first impression, the Japanese empress was a cold and stubborn woman who was overly aggressive and hardly agreeable. She had expected Itami to be unfit for motherhood. Yet the albino beauty had cared for Bruno when nobody else was nearby to do so. It also appeared that the boy enjoyed eating her cooking. Thus Henrietta had begun to look at Itami in a new light as she quickly sat down at the table and waited for Bruno to finish her meal. Upon seeing this, Itami looked over at Henrietta with curiosity and made a friendly gesture. Are you hungry as well? There's still a bit left over from the batch I made. I'm sure you will enjoy the food if you give it a try. Henrietta gazed upon the strange-looking food for several moments, hesitant to try something so foreign, but ultimately nodded her head in curiosity after seeing Bruno scarf it down. Before she could give Itami her answer, Bruno held up his bowl with his big, round eyes and pleaded for seconds. More, please. Itami smiled and rustled the boy's hair before taking his bowl and platter back to the kitchen, where she prepared another serving for Bruno, this one a bit smaller than the first. She also made use of what remained of the food to prepare a serving for Henrietta as well. Once she had given the prince and princess their food, Itami sat down and examined their reactions. Henrietta, like Bruno, was hesitant to try the Japanese cuisine at first, but after doing so, she too fell in love with the meal. Although she ate with a bit more grace than the young boy sitting next to her. After tasting the takoyaki, Henrietta could not help but give her compliments to the chef. This is really good. What is it called? Itami smiled upon seeing that her cooking was so well appreciated before listing out the 3 dishes. What you just ate was takoyaki. It's essentially a fried octopus dumpling, whereas the ones on the right side of the platter are basically the same thing but with shrimp instead of octopus. They are called ebiyaki. As for the noodles, we call that tonkatsu. Henrietta appeared to have memorized the names within her mind as she clearly enjoyed the meal. After it was over, however, the German princess bade farewell to the Japanese empress. Well, thank you for feeding Bruno, but it's about time I get him back to his siblings. Itami smiled and nodded her head in agreement before responding. It was my pleasure. Just as Henrietta had grabbed hold of Bruno's hand and begun to lead him out of the room, the boy wrenched his grip away and ran towards Itami, where he hugged her tightly. The act shocked the albino beauty and Henrietta alike as the boy looked up to the Japanese empress with his round blue eyes and smiled. Thanks, mommy. After saying this, he ran off with Henrietta, who had scolded Bruno once more. What did I tell you? Itami is not your mother. However, Henrietta's lecture appeared to fall on deaf ears as Bruno smiled and waved to Itami one last time before passing by through the corridor. Itami was left speechless as she sat in silence for several moments before finally responding. White hair mommy, huh? I wonder why he thought I was his mother. After dismissing the idea as simple childish ignorance, Itami returned to her room where she thought about all the things that had happened since she first arrived in Kufstein. By now, the war in her homeland was the least of her worries. Instead, the Japanese empress struggled to cope with her rapidly changing worldview that was the result of her time spent living with the Kaiser and his family. Chapter 1103, The Terrifying Consequences of the Friend Zone. The walls were collapsing around Shiba as he tried desperately to maintain the empire that Itami had built. The entire infrastructure of Japan had suffered repeated bombings, and without an influx of resources from their previous colonies, the Empire of Japan was no longer capable of repairing what had been destroyed. Shiba was currently standing in the middle of Itami's old bedroom. The Japanese empress had left in such a hurry that most of her belongings were still around. Within Shiba's hand was a lacy nightgown which he held to his nose and took a deep inhale of its scent. The very smell that Itami had left behind was comforting to the man. After sniffing Itami's used nightgown for several moments, Shiba flew into a fit of rage and tore it to pieces with his bare hands before tossing the scraps aside. The woman of his affections had betrayed him. How could she not see that he was keeping her locked up for her own benefit? Instead, she had escaped to the Reich and submitted before the Kaiser with the proper kowtow. Sheba had no doubt that by now, Itami was servicing that golden-haired shit like a common whore. The very idea drove him to the brink of madness. Sheba began to breathe rather heavily as he attempted to calm his nerves. Contrary to his knowledge, another general who had supported Sheba in his coup d'etat witnessed the entire scene. Despite this, the man did not reveal himself until after the shogun had calmed himself. Sir, the Germans have begun dropping flyers across the Japanese mainland. They depict a photograph of Itami kowtowing before the Kaiser with the title "The Japanese Empress Surrenders." By now, most citizens who are capable of reading know that the Empress is not under your protection and has instead escaped to the Reich. It would appear in the pamphlets that the Germans have made up a story. They claim that all the war crimes and atrocities committed under Itami's reign were in reality your orders and that the Empress had been nothing more than your puppet throughout the duration of her reign. This news has outraged the public, who are looking for restitution. Worse yet, rumors of weapon caches being airdropped into Japan are spreading about as the Germans seem to supply those malcontents who wish to rebel against your reign. If we do not act quickly, then I fear we will have a full-scale revolution on our hands. Sheba did not respond for some time. Instead, he gazed upon the portrait of Berenger which hung on the wall of Itami's bedroom. Why the Empress had a painting of her mortal enemy hung on her wall, Sheba did not know, but he felt as if the smug smile on Berengar's face was mocking him. Thus, rather than respond to the general, Sheba unholstered his pistol and fired a magazine into the portrait center. The echoes of gunfire resounded throughout the halls of the palace, causing the Imperial Guard to scramble towards the source, where they saw a frustrated-looking Sheba pulling the trigger of his now empty handgun repeatedly as if trying to vent his anger towards the portrait of the Kaiser. It was only after Sheba dropped his pistol to the side did he scream at the intruders with all his might. "Leave us." Perhaps disturbed by what they had witnessed, the members of the Imperial Guard fled the scene where Sheba had completely lost his mind. Once the shogun was alone with his general, Sheba glared towards the man before giving him a command. "If the people wish to rebel against my rule, then we will just have to dispatch the Imperial Guard to deal with them. We pay those fools quite a bit to lounge around and eat to excess. Now is the time for them to prove their loyalty to the new regime. Hunt down these dissidents and kill them where they stand. Do not hesitate and show no mercy. Those are your orders. So, what are you still doing here?" The terrifying look in Sheba's eyes did in fact confirm for the general that the shogun had completely lost his mind. However, he did not dare reject these orders. After all, what remained of the military was currently loyal to Sheba. However, this sense of loyalty was fragile, and if one man disobeyed orders, it would spark a rebellion until all of Japan was embroiled in a brutal and bloody civil war, where the old samurai clans of old fought with modern weaponry to determine who shall sit upon the vacant throne. Just when the general was about to leave, Sheba called out to him with a rather intimidating tone in his voice. "Oh, I almost forgot. I want the German ambassador on the line by the time I get to the war room. If he is not, you can kiss your head goodbye." Naturally, the general would do everything in his power to make this meeting a possibility. However, when Sheba finally made his way to the war room to take the call, he was surprised to find that it was not Gerhard's voice that was on the other end of the line, but Itami's. There was a stern tone in Sheba's voice as Itami spoke to the man as if she were scolding a child. "For the sake of the friendship we once had, I will give you one last chance, Shibakin. Tell your men to stand down and accept the terms of my surrender. Or don't blame me for starting a revolution that sees your head on a pike." There were many things Sheba wanted to say to Itami, but he struggled to find his voice. It was only after taking several seconds to collect his thoughts did Sheba unleash a verbal torrent of abuse onto the woman he had secretly longed for with all his heart. "Give me one last chance? Who do you think you were talking to? Do you honestly still believe that the people of Japan consider you to be our empress? You betrayed Japan and all its citizens when you ran off to become that white devil's plaything. You filthy whore. You always said that no man was good enough for you, and yet you cowed out before that bastard for all the world to see. How dare you call yourself our empress? You are nothing more than a common slut. I will not surrender, not until I have defeated my enemies and bound you to my side in perpetuity. If you wish to take back your throne, then you will have to fight for it. Let's see how much that golden-haired shit is willing to sacrifice just so that you can continue to play the role of an empress. You know where I am, so come at me, you foolish little girl." Despite his enraged actions, Sheba still wanted nothing more than to take Itami as his wife, and thus he was rather convinced that all he had to do was defeat Berenger to ensure that the albino beauty would come crawling back to his side. However, the tone in Itami's voice when she responded was one of utter disgust and contempt as she said her farewells to a man who had once been among her closed advisors. "You can consider this our last exchange. The next time you see me, I will be sitting back upon my throne, and you will be right where you belong, hanging on a cross, begging for death. Goodbye, Shibakin, and may the gods show you mercy, for you shall receive none from me." After saying this, Itami hung up, leaving Sheba more outraged than ever. Sheba immediately reacted in a fit of fury as he trashed the radio in his rage. He then stared at the rest of the men in the war room with a fierce gaze before giving them their orders. "Execute anyone who dares to show their support for our traitorous empress. The time has come to defend our homeland from these foreign invaders that she who must not be named has sided with." As for Itami, she sat in Berengar's war room with a sulking expression on her face, though she shed no tears. She was very upset by the way Shiba had responded to her. If there was one person who she could consider a friend, it was Shiba, and yet the man had clearly been driven mad though by what she did not know. Berenger was by Itami's side and quickly took off his headset. He had listened to the entire conversation and felt a bit bad for Itami after seeing the depressed look on her otherwise gorgeous face. He placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her with some words she did not expect to hear. You should not lament the loss of your friendship with that man. He was never truly your friend. He merely acted as such so that he could get in your pants. Itami looked up and saw a warm expression on Berengar's face. Despite his kind words, she felt outraged at what she had heard and was quick to vent her emotions onto the man since he had made himself an easy target. What would you know? You don't know anything about Shiba. He was my friend. Berenger simply gazed upon Itami with a stern expression before lecturing her on the nature of men. You're right, I do not know Shiba or the extent of your relationship with the man. However, what I do know is the nature of men. It may not have been your intention, but from the very beginning you never considered a man like Shiba to be good enough for you to settle down with. Despite this, he had feelings for you, probably from the very beginning. After all, you are an incredibly beautiful woman even if your personality is a bit lacking. As a result, you forced him into the friend zone. I'm honestly impressed with the man's tenacity. The willingness to sit by side for so many years just for a chance to be with you. It's a frustrating thing for a man to endure. He probably thought that so long as he won the Korean theater and defeated me in battle, then you would consider him to be a man worthy of your hand in marriage. However, you ordered him to withdraw from Korea before he could mount a proper resistance, and then you denied him the glory of defending Tsushima in your honor. Something which ultimately saved his life. Despite this, he did not repay you the way he should have. Because the moment you announced your intent to surrender to me, he realized that not only would he never be able to prove himself as the man you desire, but instead, in his desperate mind, he thought that I would fulfill that role. In that moment, he could no longer endure the thought of losing you to another man, especially one who had so thoroughly defeated him at every turn. As a result, he imprisoned you so that you could not go through with your surrender, and thus buying him enough time to prove his worth by defeating me in what he perceived to be an impending German invasion of the Japanese mainland. Unfortunately for him, he never got this chance, as I had you extracted back to the Reich for your safety and that of your family, as well as to end this bloody war once and for all. I bet there is still some part of him that wants to marry you, even after what he thinks you and I have done in the back of his mind. But such hope is buried beneath the rage he now feels after what he perceives to be your betrayal. Upon hearing Berengar's assessment, Itami was shocked. She had never even thought of Shiba as a potential partner, and if what Berenger was saying was true, she had indeed forced the man into the friend zone without even thinking about it. Though she felt pity for the man and his collapsed mental state, which she was responsible for, that did not change her mind about what needed to be done. After thinking about all of this for several moments in silence, Itami rose to her feet and scoffed with a determined expression on her face. So what? None of that really matters. The fact is, Shiba has betrayed me and is now leading my people towards the edge of the abyss. If we do not stop him, all of Japan will bleed for the sake of his wounded pride. I can't get my throne back on my own, so I am forced to rely on you from now on. Thank you for enlightening me about this sad reality. I dare say it has helped me move on from my grief. With that said, Itami left the war room. She had better things to do than meddle in Berengar's plans, now that he was the only one capable of removing Shiba from power and reclaiming her throne. As for Berenger, his stern expression twisted into one of interest as he watched Itami walk away. He sighed shortly thereafter before expressing his thoughts aloud. Seems like she is warming up to me. Chapter 1104, Perceived Infidelity. The sun shone brightly upon the von Kufstein royal palace, and as the light trickled through the crystal glass windows, it set itself upon a familiar scene. Berenger lay naked under the sheets of his bed, alongside Adela and Henrietta, who clung tightly to his firm and muscular body. On this morning, all was well within the German nation, and Berenger opened his mismatched eyes to see the two golden-haired beauties by his side. A warm smile emerged on his lips as his gaze caught the sleeping expressions of his cousin and sister, who both had the grace of angels even in their most vulnerable state. Berenger gently kissed the two women on the forehead before rising out of bed, and in doing so, awakened his bedmates from their slumber. Henrietta rubbed her azure blue eyes gently in an attempt to break free from her groggy state, while Adela gave her man a morning kiss. Upon seeing this, Henrietta began to pout before giving her brother a kiss of her own. This was a perfectly normal scene in the house of Kufstein, where Berenger shared an intimate relationship with his many wives and lovers. After getting up from the bed, Berenger haphazardly tossed on his bathrobe before giving his girls a wink as he departed. Starting off his day with a proper bath and a nice warm meal was a must for the man who worked an average of 14 hours a day. After Berenger concluded his morning rituals, he found himself at work within the confines of his office, where he would spend the rest of his day. While Berenger started off his day at the crack of dawn, Itami had an entirely different set of habits which she practiced in the morning. Because there were very few things for the Japanese empress to do while she was living in exile within the borders of the Reich, she often slept until noon, where she would rise from her bed and take a bath. Once finished, Itami would descend to the dining hall where the kitchen's chefs had worked hard to prepare the meals which she enjoyed from her homeland as well as a variety of local dishes. However, on this day, as Itami stepped into the bath, she noticed something unusual. She was not alone in the large pool. Instead, the red-headed beauty she recognized to be Linda was being rather intimate with her favorite playmate. Itami peered through the mists of the private bathhouse only to see a scandalous scene. Linda had her hands wrapped around Anuria's breasts and her crotch while passionately making out with her. This caused Itami to immediately become flustered as her ivory skin lit up into a pristine red. As much as the Japanese empress wanted to look away, her attention was fixated on the couple and their obscene actions. That's right, Itami considered the two women's illicit relationship to not only be an act of adultery but also one that was taboo. The scenes only continued to get more perverted until finally Itami could watch no longer and fled from the bath, seemingly without alerting the others to her presence. She hastily dressed herself before rushing to Berengar's office where the receptionist sat outside his door with a pleasant smile on her pretty face. The woman took one look at the distraught expression on Itami's face and immediately became worried, hitting the button on her intercom to speak with her boss. Your Majesty, the Japanese Empress is here to see you and she looks rather distressed. Should I send her in? Berengar's voice was filled with a stoic tone as he nonchalantly replied to his receptionist. Sure, send her in. After which, the doors to his office unlocked and Itami burst through the entrance where she saw Berenger signing away at a mountain of paperwork with a carefree expression on his face. The man did not even look up at his guest as he responded calmly to her visit. So what's gotten you so riled up today? Itami did not have time to think about her words and instead quickly blurted out her thoughts without even considering the potential ramifications. Your wife is cheating on you. When Berenger heard this, his pen came to a sudden halt as he placed it down on his desk where he proceeded to gaze up at the albino beauty with a stern expression on his face. Contrary to what Itami was expecting, Berenger spoke with a hint of intimidation in his voice. That's an awfully serious accusation you have just made. Do you have any proof of this claim? Itami could not tell why Berenger was so angry. She suspected that the very idea that one of his women was unfaithful had stoked his ire, thus she calmed herself before making her next point clear and concise. I saw her, Linda, she was in the bath with a brunette girl and they were doing unspeakable things. Berenger simply scoffed when he heard this and got back to his paperwork. As he did so, he calmly explained the situation to Itami in a way she found was unbelievable. You're referring to Anuria? Yes, I am quite aware of their relationship and I have already given the two of them my seal of approval, so to speak. Itami had become completely flabbergasted as she gazed at Berenger with a look of bewilderment as if what she had heard was completely and utterly insane. Thus, she was quick to voice her disbelief. You knew? And even accept it? Why? A slight smirk emerged on Berengar's face as he once more placed down his pen and stared at Itami with a smug expression on his face. Well, aside from the obvious benefits of having bisexual wives, I have in the past often found myself at war. Rather than worry about my women cheating on me with some knave while I am busy fighting in the trenches, I have helped encourage them to experiment with each other as a way to satisfy their urges. It's not just Linda and Anuria. There's also Adela and Henrietta who are quite fond of one another, as well as Yasmin and Priya. Quite often, while I am sharing a bed with one or two of my wives, the others are sleeping with each other. The relationship that my women share is not a simple harem, but a sisterhood that they each take very seriously. So, while I am glad that your first instinct was to alert me to the first sign of infidelity, I assure you it is not a problem. I would rather have my wives and lovers be intimate with each other than constantly fighting amongst themselves for their position in my life. Now, if one of my women were to lie with another man, that would be a serious problem. Itami could hardly believe what she was hearing. Was the Kaiser's palace in reality a den of lust? The very idea that all the women by Berengar's side were also intimate with one another had made her skin crawl. Berenger could see that the Japanese empress was uncomfortable with his lifestyle and thus decided to do something about it. If it makes you that uncomfortable, I will tell my women to restrain themselves while within your vicinity. Itami had known for some time that Berenger was living a polygamous lifestyle, but until now she had never considered the possibility that he shared his bed with more than one of his wives at the same time. The very idea made the Japanese empress feel as if she had just been dunked into a pool of filth. However, there was also another thought in Itami's mind as she envisioned a scene where Berenger was with all 10 of his women at the same time with a fat smirk on her face. Yet this thought did not end there. Instead, Itami saw herself kneeling before the man's feet, naked with only a collar and leash as a means of clothing. This perverted thought immediately caused the albino bowtie's ivory skin to once more flush red, which Berenger took notice of. However, he did not want to question just what the woman standing in front of him was thinking of in order to succumb to such a condition. Thus, he picked up his pen and started writing once more, waiting for Itami to climb her way out of whatever trance she had found herself in. After several moments of awkward silence, Itami shook her head in order to wake herself from this vivid dream of perversion and found herself staring at Berenger, who was ignoring her presence entire. It was only after taking a deep breath to calm herself did the Japanese empress respond to Berengar's previous statement. Very well, you do that. After saying this, Itami swiftly departed from Berengar's office while slamming the door behind her. It was only after he was alone did Berenger place his pen down once more as formed his fingers into a triangle while contemplating what he had just seen. For the slightest moment, the Eye of Horus had reported a deep sense of attraction coming from the Japanese empress. It was so overwhelming that Berenger had been forced to avert his gaze. It was very clear by this powerful aura that Itami had thought of something awfully perverted about him and it had aroused her. Thus, in this moment, Berenger formulated the idea that perhaps he would take Itami as his fifth and final wife, ensuring that the throne of Japan passed on to his future descendants. How would he achieve this? By continuing to behave towards Itami as he already had done so since their first encounter. After all, it was clearly working in his favor. Chapter 1105, Conspiring Against the Japanese Empress. It had been nearly a month since Itami first entered exile and found herself living in the home of the man she once considered being her most bitter enemy. In this time, she had seen and experienced quite a bit of things that had changed her perspective on how she viewed the Kaiser. Berenger was much more than Itami had ever believed him to be prior to actually meeting him. He was not the monster she had originally expected him to be. In fact, all the rumors she heard from various sources turned out to be false. The Kaiser was not some vicious warlord who drank blood from a skull chalice. Nor was he a rapacious fiend who took advantage of young girls. If anything, Berenger appeared to be the opposite. He was a loving husband and father and a caretaker of his people. The way the common man treated their monarch within the boundaries of the German Empire was nothing like Itami had ever seen before. Whether it was this life or the one prior. Each day, Itami grew more intrigued with her host and had begun silently stalking him through the halls in an attempt to gain a better perspective of his character. And while Berenger noticed the presence of the Japanese empress, he ignored her and continued with his daily life. By now, Itami was thinking about Berenger more than she thought about Julian. No longer was the albino beauty sulking in her bedroom talking to a pillow as if it were a living being, and as time passed, her delusions about her non-existent love interest seemed to become less frequent. However, this blissful existence did not last long. When Itami realized that Julian had faded from her mind, at least temporarily, she felt a great sense of remorse. As if she had done something horrible to the man she yearned for. Thus today, after nearly a month of general happiness, the Japanese empress entered a state of solitude and depression. Berenger did not take notice of this unusual behavior. After all, he worked an average of 14 hours a day, sometimes more, and when he wasn't in the office, he was spending time with his family. Thus, it came as a sudden surprise when he had two uninvited guests show up at his office. Itami Momo and Mibu Saya stood outside Berengar's office arguing with his receptionist who was following the orders she had been given by her boss, which was that he should not be disturbed under any circumstances. Eventually, the conflict became so loud that Berengar's voice interrupted the heated debate via the intercom. Just let them in. The receptionist had a bit of fear on her face, suspecting that she might be fired for allowing her boss to be interrupted by these two foreign bitches, but she ultimately did as commanded and allowed Momo and Mibu access to the Kaiser's office. Contrary to what the women expected, there was a gentle expression on Berengar's face as he invited his two uninvited guests inside. I'm guessing there is something troubling the both of you? How about I pour the three of us some drinks and we discuss it in private? After saying this, Berenger closed the door behind him where he proceeded to pour some wine for himself and his guests. Though Momo appeared more anxious than her mother, she still accepted the gift and sat down in one of the two seats across from the Kaiser's desk. Once the alcohol had taken the edge off of things, Berenger broke the ice by responding with a kind-hearted tone in his voice. Now that you two appear to have calmed down, how can I help you? Mibu and Momo looked at each other as if they did not believe they ever would have gotten this far before the eldest of the two finally spoke with a heavy sigh. It's about my daughter. Berenger naturally took this to mean Itami Ryo and not Momo, who was sitting in front of him right now, and was thus quick to follow up with a question of his own. I'm assuming you mean Itamican. What about her? Even though Momo and Ryo shared the same surname, Berenger usually only referred to the elder of the two sisters by that moniker, especially after Momo had insisted he call her by her first name. Seeing that they were on the same page, Mibu sighed once more before explaining her request. My daughter is very temperamental. Every once in a while she enters a state of depression and secludes herself away from the world where she tends to drink heavily. Right now she is going through one of these phases and I was hoping that you could cheer her up. Berengar's mind immediately went straight to mental illness. If Itami was having frequent mood swings that resulted in severe depression, it was entirely possible that she was suffering from a psychiatric disorder such as bipolar disorder. However, the world of psychology was still in its infancy and he was by no means an expert, thus he was not in a position to make a diagnosis. Instead, his question was one filled with concern, something that neither Mibu nor Momo had anticipated. How frequent are these mood swings? When did they begin? How long do they last? Do either of you know what could have triggered them? Mibu and Momo looked at each other for a second as if telepathically communicating their thoughts before Momo finally spoke up with an answer. This has been going on for a few years now. I will say that Wenshin was never like this prior to her ascension as the Empress. For a while, we did not live with her in the palace, so we don't really know what could have caused these sudden bouts of depression, but they were definitely what you might call debilitating. These mood swings can last anywhere from a few hours to a few weeks. We have tried everything to cheer her up when this occurs, but nothing has ever worked. Berengar's expression was grave, as if he had assumed the worst about Itami's mental health. Perhaps the stress of the job had gotten to her and she had suffered a mental breakdown. It was impossible to tell, since all he knew about the field of psychology was the result of self-study from internet sources during his past life. However, it was the last thing that Momo had said which caused Berenger to raise his brow in curiosity. If nothing has ever made your sister feel any better, then what exactly do you expect me to do? This time it was Mibu who spoke as she looked at Berenger with a pleading gaze before telling him something he had already suspected. Honestly? My daughter seems to be most happy these days when she is spending time with you. I have never seen her grow so attached to another human being before who wasn't a member of her family. We were hoping that at the very least you could try to cheer her up for us. Berenger contemplated this for several seconds before sighing heavily as if the very idea had exhausted him. However, his response was contrary to what the two women were expecting. Very well, I won't make any promises as to whether I can actually help your daughter through her depression, but at the very least, I will make an attempt to do so. A look of glee appeared on both Momo's and Maiba's faces as they hugged Berenger and kissed him on the cheek as a means of thanking him. However, Berenger simply ignored these gestures and departed from his office with haste, leaving the two women behind to speak about their conspiracy in silence. If Ryo doesn't react to even this, then I'm afraid she will be single forever. Momo smiled and shook her head towards her mother before speaking of her hopes with bright eyes. I have a good feeling that even Wenshin won't be able to resist such a kind gesture. Thus, Berenger had, without even realizing it, been manipulated by Itami's loved ones into pursuing her. By having Berenger help Itami overcome her depression, it was in the hopes of Momo and Mibu that she would fall head over heels for him and finally be able to move on from whatever weighed so heavily in her heart. Chapter 1106, Curing Depression. After leaving Momo and Mibu behind within his office, Berenger did not immediately visit Itami. Instead, he ordered a servant to fetch the Japanese Empress two gifts. First, Berenger ordered an assortment of chocolates to be obtained from the finest sweet shop in the city of Kufstein. Second, he commanded the servant to purchase the cutest and cuddliest plushie they could find at the local toy store. While such qualifications were, in fact, subjective, he felt that a woman's eye would be better suited to performing such a task rather than his own. Thus, after nearly 30 minutes had passed, the servant returned to the palace with the gifts in hand which Berenger took from her before giving the woman a 100-mark bill, partially as a thanks for her efforts, and partially as a means of reimbursing her for the cost of the gifts. When Berenger opened the bag which contained the plushie, he saw that it was in fact a white fox, which immediately reminded him of the Japanese goddess Inari. This begged the question as to whether Itami actually had encountered this world's gods or if she was still ignorant of their existence. Either way, it truly did not matter in the grand scheme of things, and as such Berenger placed such thoughts to the back of his mind before approaching the door to the room in which Itami had been granted for the duration of her stay in Kufstein. Just when he was about to enter, Berenger heard the sounds of whimpering coming from within the room, and thus he took a deep breath before gently knocking. "Itami-kun, are you in there? I wanted a moment to speak with you." Immediately the sobbing stopped. As Berenger waited for the door to open, he accurately envisioned the albino beauty wiping her eyes. The second after this thought concluded, the door opened to reveal the Japanese empress whose makeup had run down her face. Itami was evidently quite distressed and was about to scold Berenger for interrupting her isolation when she saw the gifts in his hands. She cocked her head as if she did not understand the man's intent before questioning him about it. "Are those for me?" Berenger wore a gentle smile as he nodded his head before forcing his way into the room, where he saw that Itami's bed was in a mess, as if she had casually thrown the covers off of herself when she came to open the door. Once inside, Berenger set the white fox plushie onto the bed along with the box of chocolates before expressing his concern about Itami's current state. "Your mother and sister said you weren't feeling well, so I figured I would bring some gifts to help cheer you up. If you don't want to see me right now, I understand." Itami gazed over at the white fox plushie, which immediately reminded her of her brief contact with the kami Inari. However, she did not know if Berenger knew that the ancient deities existed in this world, and thus she decided to remain quiet about these thoughts. Instead, she sat down on the bed beside Berenger and in doing so signaled that he was free to stay. After carefully inspecting the plushie for some time, Itami held it against her breasts, as if its fuzzy exterior helped warm her broken heart. Berenger remained silent for some time before finally speaking his thoughts. "I don't know what you could have gone through to end up in this state, but your mother and sister say this behavior of yours is quite common and has been going on for some time. If you want someone to talk to about whatever is upsetting you, I wouldn't mind listening." Itami wiped the tears that were pooling in her eyes once more while shaking her head. There was no way Berenger could understand what she was going through. Although he was also someone who had reincarnated into this world, the man had clearly said that he had nobody in his past life that he really cared about, or more specifically that actually cared about him. However, since he was the only person in this world that was in a similar situation, she felt as if she could finally express her lament. Thus, with a heavy sigh, Itami opened up to Berenger. "You wouldn't really understand, but I guess you're probably the only person who can hear my story and not think I'm a complete nutter. The reason I've been so depressed these past few years is because of my past life. When I was in college, I really liked this guy even if he didn't seem to understand my feelings. However, I never actually told him how I felt, partially out of fear that he would reject me and also because I know my parents would have never approved of him. Not because he was a bad guy, but because his background was from the lower class while my parents were from the upper class. And they were very strict about finding me a rich guy to marry. Anyway, we became separated for a while after he graduated from university, and before I could reach out to him, he got himself killed in the war. It was only after his death did I realize how foolish I had been, and I grieve for him even to this day. Eventually, I listened to the advice of my friends and family and tried to move on from him. My superior was approaching me at work, and I figured I might as well give him a chance. Our relationship did not last long because before we could even kiss, one of my peers murdered me out of envy. After being reincarnated into this world and having the ability to reflect on that life, I realized that I did not even care for my superior and was just going through the motions, trying to appear normal so that my friends and family would stop bothering me about putting myself out there. I still miss him to this day, and I often think about what could have been. Berenger remained utterly silent after hearing Itami's tale of woe for some time. He could easily surmise by the last sentence she had said that she really cared for whoever this guy was. Contrary to what Itami had expected, Berenger simply scoffed and shook his head before expressing his thoughts on the matter. I had something similar happen to me. I don't like to think about it specifically because it leaves me with an overwhelming sense of dread. However, since you have told me your story, I might as well tell you mine. While I was in college, I knew this girl who at the time I thought was more of a nuisance than a friend. But even so, we spent a considerable amount of time together and had grown rather close. Anyway, after I graduated, I ended up in the army where I got myself killed in some pointless war without ever realizing how she felt. However, I doubt she mourned my death or was ever even made aware of it because we lost contact shortly after I had graduated. By the time I died, she had probably already moved on. Itami glanced up at Berenger with a look of pity on her face. In a way, they were one and the same. The primary difference was that Berenger had moved on rather quickly and taken a whole harem of lovers while she was perpetually alone. This idea had caused the Japanese empress to inquire about the last thing the Kaiser had said. Wait a second. Something doesn't add up with your story. If you never knew how she felt in your past life, then how did you come to realize that this girl had feelings for you? Berenger chuckled when he heard this ever so slightly before responding with a satisfactory answer. Well, for starters, I have a really good memory, but aside from that, a few years back, I had a dream about the day I graduated where this girl was in the stands watching me receive my diploma. There was a certain look on her face, which I instantly remembered her giving me time and again when she thought I wasn't looking. In my past life, I had been too inexperienced with women to properly understand what this gaze meant, but by the time I had this dream, or memory, I should say, I knew all too well what the look in her eyes meant. Perhaps it was my subconscious mind twisting the reality of what had occurred on that day, but after the dream, I looked back into my memories about that life and confirmed that she had indeed looked at me in such a way quite often. Itami broke out into a fit of giggles when she heard this. For whatever reason, she could not control her laughter. However, the tears that once stained her eyes were now dry as she remembered all the times she had stared at Julian in that exact same way that Berenger had described. Eventually, Berenger joined in on the laughter and responded with a self-deprecating remark. I was pretty fucking stupid, wasn't I? Itami made a gesture with her hands as if she were measuring the amount of his stupidity Berenger possessed before expressing her thoughts in between her giggles. Just a little. It's okay, the guy I had feelings for was the same exact way. As dense as a Japanese harem protagonist. Berenger forced himself to calm down his laughter or else he might choke on it, where he then made another remark that was detrimental to himself. Oh, believe me, I was worse. But I'm glad to see you smiling. You should really do it more often. You look a lot prettier when you're happy. This remark caught Itami by surprise, whose ivory skin immediately flushed red with embarrassment. She looked away from Berenger in that moment, knowing that if she continued to stare at his handsome face, she might be compelled to kiss him. Upon seeing that Itami was no longer in her depressed state, Berenger stood up from the bed and offered his hand to Itami with a welcoming smile. Come on, let's go get some fresh air. I think you have been cooped up in here long enough. For a split second, Itami internally debated within her own mind whether this was a good idea, however she subconsciously grabbed hold of Berengar's hand and was dragged to her feet before she even had a chance to properly decide. Seeing that she had already come so far, the albino beauty decided to take a chance and followed the Kaiser out of his palace and towards an unknown destination. Chapter 1107, First Date. Itami took Berengar's hand without even thinking about it, and before she knew it she was already in the car, driving through the town with the most powerful man in the world by her side. Unlike nearly all previous instances where Berenger and Itami had been together, there were no kids to worry about nor any other women for the Japanese empress to contend with. Though there was a quiet voice in the back of Itami's mind reprimanding her for cheating on Julian, she felt as if it were more of a nuisance than a voice of conscience. After all, Berenger shared many of the best qualities of Julian but without the defects. If there was one thing the albino beauty had a problem with, it was the man's polygamous lifestyle, but with each passing day, she found herself becoming more tolerant of it. Berenger had something special in mind for his date with Itami, something that wasn't necessarily high profile and would help her cheer up. Thus, he took the woman to the local carnival where had taken Linda and his other women on multiple occasions. After stepping out of the car, all eyes were on Berenger and Itami. Berenger himself was dressed relatively casually. He wore a pair of denim jeans, cavalry boots, a cotton dress shirt which was opened at the collar, and a leather jacket. His hair was not in its formal slick state but was left deliberately messy. If not for his mismatched eyes, nobody would have noticed that he was, in fact, the Kaiser of the German Reich. As for Itami, she wore a white lacy cocktail dress and a pair of matching slippers. She was instantly noticeable by the crowd due to her albino state and her foreign features. In fact, nearly everyone knew from a single glance that Itami was the exiled Empress of Japan. However, rather than look at her with disgruntled expressions, there was instead pity on the faces of the German people. By now, the German propaganda machine was in full effect, and to the people of Germany, Itami had been seen as a puppet for the self-declared shogun. The entire war with Germany and all other past aggressions had been effectively pinned onto Shiba, with Itami being a mere figurehead. As a result, the German people felt sympathetic to the albino beauty rather than hateful. Once outside, Itami's eyes lit up as she gazed upon the bright flashing lights of the carnival along with its many games, rides, and prizes. Like a kid in a candy shop, Itami immediately felt gleeful. Memories of her past life filled Itami's head as she instantly dragged Berenger off his feet and towards the nearest game. Specifically, a memory of the time she and Julian had gone to the carnival with a group of her friends. A strength test was located nearby, with a local carny hollering at the crowd to try his machine. Step right up, step right up. Come one, come all, and prove your strength. If you can pass this test, you will be able to select one of these fabulous prizes. The prizes were everything from little trinkets to plushies. Though Itami had just received a stuffed fox from Berenger, her eyes were immediately drawn to what could only be described as an exceptionally large teddy bear. She slowly tugged at Berengar's sleeve, with a shy expression on her face as she witnessed the giant plushie in all its glory. Berenger did not take notice immediately, but after a few attempts by the Japanese Empress, he looked down upon her pretty face and saw an eerily familiar expression. A memory of the time AI had asked him to win a similar prize flooded his brain and caused him to look away with a slight bit of pain on his face. Though Itami did not notice this as she too looked away, too embarrassed to say what was on her mind. And yet as she tugged away at Berengar's sleeve, she mustered the courage and thus muttered under her breath the same words AI had once spoken to him during his past life. Please, can you win that bear for me? In that past life, Berenger had completely failed to win AI the stuffed bear, but seeing Itami with the same embarrassed expression on her face, Berenger could not allow himself to stand idly by. He immediately took off his jacket and handed it to Itami before rolling up his sleeves while approaching the carny. There was a look of utter disbelief on the carny's face as he saw the Kaiser of all people approaching him with a rather intimidating glare in his mismatched eyes. Berenger was now determined to win that stuffed bear, and if his physically enhanced body could not win this contest of strength, then it was clearly rigged and he would have this man behind bars by the time the night was over. Berenger reached out his hand and said 2 words to the carny as the man stammered constantly. Hammer, now. The carny did not even dare ask Berenger for a ticket and instead handed the man the hammer, where he then lifted it up in the air as high as he could manage before slamming it down on the platform with all his might. A loud ping rang through the air as the platform was struck by the sledgehammer, causing the puck embedded within the machine to shoot up to its maximum height. Shockingly to everyone who bore witness, the puck did not stop there and instead shot straight through the top of the strength machine and went flying into the air, where it flew all the way to the nearby pier and into the river. A completely defeated expression appeared on the carny's face as Berenger handed the man his ticket, which he had forgotten to give before demanding the extra large, fluffy white bear as his prize. The bear! The carny was left speechless as he handed the large stuffed bear to Berenger, which he lifted up with one hand before giving it to Itami, who, like the carny, was utterly speechless. The albino bowtie sanguine eyes were as wide as possible as an expression of shock filled her pretty face. However, once Berenger had approached her with the bear, his frightening expression had shifted to one of warmth and kindness. For you. I hope you treasure it always. Even Berenger was slightly embarrassed by the cheesy words he had said. However, Itami was already hugging the bear with all her strength and did not notice. Her heart was completely fluttering for the first time since she had last seen Julian. Even she did not know what compelled her to act, however she stood up on the top of her toes and just barely managed to kiss Berenger on his cheek before hiding behind the large white bear so that he did not see her flushed expression. Itami's actions had surprised Berenger so much so that he too was left speechless for several moments before awkwardly shifting the subject to something else. How about we go get some snacks? Do you like kettle corn? Itami finally stopped hiding her face and silently nodded her head. She was still completely flushed in embarrassment from what she had just done. However, Berenger found this inexperienced side of the Japanese Empress to be cute, and thus he smiled before grabbing hold of her hand and leading her to a snack cart where a variety of different popcorns were being served. Popcorn with butter, cheddar, and white cheddar popcorn, kettle corn, caramel corn, chocolate popcorn, s'mores popcorn. There were so many different types of popcorn that even Berenger had a hard time deciding what he wanted. Ultimately, Berenger decided on chocolate popcorn as Itami pointed toward it with great interest on her face. Thus, he purchased a large bag of chocolate popcorn which the two of them snacked on as they walked through towards the pier so that they could gaze upon the river in. As Berenger and Itami leaned against the railing while snacking on chocolate popcorn, Itami finally broke the silence as she gazed upon the river which glistened under the light of the full moon. I could never traverse through the streets of Hyankyo without an escort. However, you can so effortlessly walk among your own people and the most they will do is come up to you and thank you for all your hard work. This place, your empire, is exactly how I envisioned Japan would be under my reign, except maybe less Western influence and more Japanese traditions. However, I have utterly failed to bring about such an advanced civilization. I have failed as a ruler in more ways than I can count, and shamefully enough I used to blame all my mistakes on you, but it was me who overreacted to the news of someone like myself existing in the world and thus causing all the problems Japan now faces. How can I ever live with myself, knowing how many lives were lost because of my ego? Will I ever be able to redeem myself in the eyes of the gods? Itami once more had a sullen expression as she set the giant teddy bear on the ground while looking down upon her own feet. Berenger had expected to cheer her up with this trip, but it would appear that she was right back where she started. Thus, he grabbed hold of her chin and forced her to look him in the eyes as he stated his beliefs. You will be able to redeem yourself. I will help you regain your throne, and together we will fix every mistake you have ever made. Maybe it is true that thousands have perished in pursuit of a dream that will never come to exist, but with the aid of the Reich, Japan will become a modern nation, one which won't ever have to bother wasting money on its own defense. Your entire economy can be dedicated to the benefit of your own people. You can't change what you have already done, but you can move forward and improve the lives of your citizens so that their sacrifices were worth something. And I will be there with you every step of the way. Tears flooded down Itami's face, and without thinking she stuffed her head into Berengar's chest and wrapped her arms around him, and in doing so she let out all the sorrows that had plagued her for years on end. Berenger accepted Itami's embrace and hugged her tightly while kissing the top of her forehead. He did not know why, but after getting to know Itami, she suddenly reminded him so much of that girl he had let get away from him so many years ago. In this moment, Berenger silently vowed to himself that he would never allow himself to repeat the mistakes he had made with AI and would see through this fragile relationship which was blooming between himself and the Japanese Empress. Chapter 1108, Metamorphosis. Itami sat in the back of Berengar's limousine with a flustered expression on her pretty face. By her side was the man she had just gone on a date with. No matter how the young Japanese Empress tried to spin the night's events, she could only conclude that it was, in fact, a date. The very idea that she would be dating the man who she had once seen as her nemesis was quite bewildering. Over the course of a month, Berenger had gone from a hated enemy to the object of Itami's affections, and yet she did not dare say how much fun she had at the carnival, nor would she dream of hinting that she would enjoy another outing with the man by her side. She even found it difficult to grab hold of the man's hand as he smoked a cigarette out the window. Inch by inch, Itami's dainty fingers slowly nudged their way towards Berengar's hand until the two overlapped. This sparked a slight reaction from the man, who finished his drag before glancing over at the albino bowtie's direction. With a charming smile on his face, he properly grabbed hold of Itami's hand while remaining silent. Thus, the Japanese Empress and the German Kaiser did not say a word as they stared into each other's eyes until the vehicle pulled into the palace's driveway. Once the door to the vehicle opened, Berenger stepped out before helping Itami to her feet, where the two of them proceeded up the steps and to the doorway. Knowing that the date was truly at an end, Itami knew this was her last chance to express her thoughts. With a meek voice and an averted gaze, the Japanese Empress declared her feelings aloud. I had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you for everything. Berenger could only smile when he gazed upon the flustered appearance of the albino beauty. In this moment, it was as if all the bitter disputes they had previously engaged in had never occurred in the first place. Instead, the Empress of Japan had turned out to be a rather delightful young woman, once she had been properly humbled. Seeing this as a good opportunity to permanently imprint himself into Itami's memories, Berenger did something unexpected. He gently grabbed a hold of the albino bowtie's dainty chin before kissing her softly. An act which shocked Itami to the core of her being, and yet she did not refuse the man's advances. Before the couple could enjoy themselves in the throes of their passion, the doors to the palace swung wide open to reveal Linda, who gazed upon the two lovebirds with a confident smirk on her gorgeous face. As Berenger pulled himself away from Itami's lips, he noticed the woman's face has become beet red as she quickly hid her embarrassment within the palms of her hands, all while muttering a single phrase over and over again. My first kiss. As for Linda, she immediately felt the need to mark her territory and thus mocked Itami openly with a hint of irritation in her voice. You call that a kiss? After saying this, the red-headed beauty grabbed hold of the back of Berengar's head and kissed him with a level of passion and experience that Itami had been utterly lacking. With a confident smirk on her face, Linda proclaimed her superiority. Now that's a proper kiss. Naturally, the young Empress of Japan noticed Lindy's actions as she gazed in horror through her fingers. Just one look at the albino beauty would reveal that she had been overstimulated after witnessing such a sight. First she had been kissed by a man, and then, in the next moment, that same man was kissed more passionately by another woman. Such a thing was simply unbelievable, and thus rather than stay and fight for her position in Berengar's heart, the albino beauty scurried off through the halls of the palace and to her room, where she instantly locked the door behind her. Berenger simply chuckled once Itami was gone before swatting Lindy's plump ass with his open palm. A slight yelp erupted from the red-headed bowtie's lips as she gazed over towards her husband with a fierce glint in her eyes. Berenger chuckled when he saw this before scolding the woman for her actions. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Everything was going great between Itami and me, but you just had to mark your territory. There was an intense expression on Lindy's gorgeous face as she gazed off into the direction where Itami had run to. She then spoke in a voice so low Berenger had almost missed it. Someone had to put that naive little girl in her place. Berenger could only chuckle once more, thinking that Linda was being her usual playful self. Thus, he petted her strawberry blonde hair while holding her in his arms before expressing his love for her. Yes, you're my number one. Contrary to what Berenger was expecting, Linda did not laugh off this remark like she usually did whenever he acquired a new woman. There was something serious in her sky-blue eyes, as if she had suddenly felt threatened by Itami for some unknown reason. The words that Linda spoke were rather callous and foreboding before she stormed off in a fit. And don't you forget it. While Berenger was wondering just what had come over Linda and why she had acted so strangely, Itami had locked herself up in her room where she sat on her bed with the arms of her giant teddy bear wrapped around her. Though her face was still rather red from embarrassment, the entire night's events had not escaped her mind. On more than one occasion, Itami touched her lips to see if she could still feel the sensation of Berengar's kiss. She continued to contemplate her feelings for both Berenger and Julian in silence for some time before a slight knock resounded off of her door, followed by a voice she was all too familiar with. Wunchin, are you all right? Can I come in? It took Itami several seconds to recognize that Momo had come to check up on her, and thus after a few moments of silence, she rushed towards the door and opened it. What awaited Momo was not what she had expected. If Momo could compare her elder sister to any animal, she would say that Itami was akin to a lioness. She had always been strong, confident, and capable of handling her own business. However, in this moment, Itami resembled a frightened rabbit as she slightly poked her head out the door with a flushed appearance and glazed eyes. Naturally, Momo became concerned when she saw this and forced her way into the room while asking her elder sister just what had happened to reduce her to such a state. Wunchin, what happened? Are you all right? Itami sank back onto her bed. While reminiscing about all that happened tonight, she silently nodded her head, still lost in thought. An act which only made Momo more concerned. Momo assumed the worst and was quick to jump to conclusions which she was not afraid to voice. Did he hurt you in any way? Itami slowly shook her head before expressing the thought that still consumed all of her mental energy. He kissed me. Momo's expression immediately turned from one of concern to one of glee as she hugged Itami and squealed like a little girl. Are you serious? What happened? I want to know everything. Itami spent the next hour vividly retelling everything that had happened between her and Berenger on this day. At the end, Momo was so excited that she was pacing around the room expressing her thoughts aloud. Even Itami was taken aback by Momo's sudden increase in intelligence. This is really good. I didn't expect your relationship to progress so quickly, but this is good for us. And by us I mean all of Japan. I have been talking to Yasmin and Anuria. They both say that after marrying Berenger, the quality of life in their homelands improved drastically. Berenger appears to be more than happy to help out the kingdoms where his wives originate from. Albeit both the Byzantine and Iberian empires both had a hard-fought road to success, but Japan is different. We have no more wars to fight after we eventually end Shiba's reign of terror. Every ounce of German investment will go into rebuilding what has been destroyed. I heard that Berenger had given 50 billion marks to one of his concubines so that she could build a kingdom of her own in Crimea. He will be a lot more generous to a lawful wedded wife, don't you think? Her little sister's remarks flabbergasted Itami. Lawful wife? Just who is she talking about? It only dawned on Itami that Momo was speaking about her when the girl grabbed hold of her hands and expressed her next thought. I can't wait for the wedding. Where do you think we shall hold it, here or Japan? Oh, I think you will look absolutely fabulous in one of those German white wedding gowns, don't you think? Suddenly, the dots connected in Itami's mind that Momo was insisting she and Berenger get married. But that could never happen, could it? Thus, she was quick to voice her disbelief. Me and Berenger? Married? Have you gone mad, Momo? Obviously, that could never happen. Momo's expression had shifted from one of complete excitement to a look of pity, as if she were looking at a particularly dull child. With a heavy sigh, Momo shook her head before expressing her thoughts aloud once more. How dense are you? Itami immediately became offended at the idea of being dense. After all, if there was one quality about Julian that Itami hated most, it was the fact that he had been as dense as a neutron star. Thus, the Japanese empress was quick to fire back at her younger sister, who was still looking at her as if she were a dullard. What do you mean? I'm not dense. There are good reasons why Berenger and I can't get married, despite Itami's protests. Momo simply raised her brow and responded with a challenge. Name one. For perhaps the first time in Itami's life, she was left utterly speechless at her little sister's intelligence. It was true she did not have a single logical explanation on why she should not marry Berenger. Contrary to this, there were quite a few reasons Itami immediately thought of that explained why she should marry the man. Thus she sat there stammering for several seconds like an idiot before Momo cut her off. See, you can't. I don't understand, Wunshin. You like him, don't you? I mean, I haven't seen you this happy in years, and it is all because of Berenger. So why wouldn't you want to marry him? Obviously, he likes you, so why are you so hesitant with the idea? Itami knew exactly why she was so hesitant at the thought of marrying Berenger, but she could not express this concern to her little sister, and thus she sighed heavily before asking for some peace and quiet. Momo, I need some time to think. Can you please leave me alone for a bit? Momo could tell that her elder sister was about to go through a metamorphosis, and thus she decided to no longer bother Itami. With a brief hug, she departed while leaving behind some heartfelt words. Get some rest, Wunshin, you deserve it. Thus, Itami went to bed that night thinking about all the things she had lost over the years and the prospect of entering into a serious and committed relationship with a man who was not Julian. Chapter 1109, An Act of Insanity. The following days after Berenger had taken Itami to the carnival for their first date were filled with some unexpected changes around the palace. Seemingly out of nowhere, Itami had become much more cheerful and had even begun helping out around the house. When Itami wasn't cooking delicious Japanese dishes for Berenger and his family, she was generally finding some excuse to speak with the man himself. These chats usually ended in some harmless flirting and some mild kissing. No matter how much Berenger wanted to strip the albino beauty from her dress and have his way with her, he restrained himself, thus coming across as a proper gentleman. If there was one person who was rather upset with the sudden shift in Berenger and Itami's relationship, then it was Linda. Though the Queen Spider could not explain why she felt a sudden hint of danger from the Japanese Empress, her intuition was seldom wrong, and thus she kept a watchful eye on her husband's latest fancy. Yet, despite going the extra mile, Linda could not find any reason to explain her sense of anxiety. While Berenger and Itami's relationship blossomed, the war with Japan had reached a new height. In the wake of German propaganda efforts, a group of common citizens now gathered outside the palace, demanding to see the young empress. Shiba gazed out the window of the Japanese palace with a look of contempt in his eyes as he read the signs of the protesters, which were written in red ink. Free the empress. Down with the usurper. These were just a few of the slogans which were being thrown around as the Japanese peasants demanded to see their Empress Itami Ryo. Shiba watched the protesters for some time as his hands curled into fists. After seeing enough dissent, Shiba turned away from the window where he was immediately met with the head of the Imperial Guard. A feral look appeared in Shiba's dark eyes as he screamed at Oteji Kaitsune for his failures. I thought I said that I wanted everyone who openly supported the exiled empress to be executed for treason. Why are there now thousands of people gathered outside the palace demanding to see Itami? Should you have not beheaded them already? Oteji bowed his head as he responded to the shogun's fury with a shameful look on his face. Your Highness, I have given the orders to round up and imprison those who dare to question your legitimacy. However, many of the men in the Imperial Guard are die-hard members of Itami's cult. When they heard the order to act against the exiled empress and her loyal followers, they abandoned their posts and fled to the countryside. It also doesn't help that the Germans are producing propaganda that portrays the exiled empress as a pure maiden who was used as a puppet for the vain ambitions of a tyrant. They even say that you were the true mastermind behind the previous royal family's demise and that everything Japan has done since then has been under your orders. If the enemy is to be believed, then Itami has always been a simple figurehead. Despite our best efforts to counter these claims, more and more people are demanding to see Itami. We simply do not have the resources to execute them all. In fact, the more we persecute these people, the more the German propaganda seems legitimate in the eyes of the public. Shiba did not take this news well. Itami had fled from his side to that bastard Berenger and no doubt by now had already submitted to him thoroughly. There was no denying this fact. After all, she was happily obliging with the German propaganda which she knew to be false. The very idea that Itami had become physically intimate with another man drove Shiba mad. Perhaps it was this thought that compelled him to give the following orders which would forever leave their dark mark on Japanese history. How many men do you have that are loyal to me here in Hyankyo? Oteji had no idea what Shiba was thinking of but was quick to answer nonetheless. Around 1,000, maybe 2. Shiba turned his back to the windows where the protesters were visible. A cruel smile emerged on his face as he gave an unthinkable order to the head of the Imperial Guard. That is more than enough. Gather them here at the palace and have them dispose of these traitors properly. Needless to say, lethal force is authorized. Oteji shuddered at the thought of employing such violence. He had done everything in his power to secretly ensure that the men and women accused of being traitors for supporting Itami were given fair trials, despite being among to first betray the exiled empress. After all, though he may be a traitor, Oteji would never condemn unarmed civilians to a horrible death without a valid reason for doing so. There were thousands of men and women gathered in the streets outside the palace while peacefully protesting against the current regime. The very fact that Shiba wanted to use lethal force as their first option to remove them from the premises had proven that the man had completely lost his mind. Thus, at this moment, Oteji decided to take a stand, and in doing so openly refused Shiba's insane orders. Absolutely not. I may not be the most moral man on the planet, but massacring thousands of our unarmed citizens simply because they are concerned about Itami? Have you gone mad? Do you really expect my men to commit such a heinous act? These are our people and not some filthy savages in some foreign land. If you do this, you will be remembered in history exactly how the Germans portray you. I will have no part. Before Otajai could even finish his speech, Shiba withdrew his pistol from its holster and fired a single shot straight through the man's forehead, killing the highest-ranking member of the Imperial Guard on the spot. The moment he did so, a group of Imperial Guardsmen rushed to the scene and saw their boss lying dead in a pool of his own blood and brain matter. The gun in Shiba's hand was still smoking as he pointed it towards the group of soldiers who struggled to come to terms with what they were witnessing. After several moments of awkward silence, Shiba raised his brow before giving commands to the highest-ranking officer present. Congratulations, you are the new leader of the Imperial Guard. If you do not wish to share the same fate as your forebearer, then I suggest you follow my orders without question. First dispose of this trash, and then gather all the men you can manage and eliminate these traitors who have gathered outside my gates in an act of rebellion. The officer remained still as he gazed upon the corpse of his superior and the shogun who continued to point the smoking gun in his direction. In the end, he decided to forego his honor and salute Shiba while following his orders to the letter. Yes, sir? After saying this, the new leader of the Imperial Guard motioned for his men to clean up Otagi's corpse before rallying all the troops he could manage at the palace. Once both tasks were completed, he stepped forward among the ranks of his fellow soldiers who pointed their semi-automatic rifles towards the crowd of protesters. The protesters, perhaps in an act of hubris, remained standing still while spitting upon the Imperial Guardsmen and shouting their slogans towards them. They were so rowdy that none of them noticed the tear forming in the officer's eyes nor the apology he said before giving the order to kill them all. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Open fire. Nobody could have anticipated that the members of the Imperial Guard, who were thus far untested in battle, would flip their rifles' safeties off and unload their magazines into the large crowd of unarmed civilians, who were doing nothing more than peacefully protesting. Yet that is what exactly happened, and before anyone could react, hundreds of men and women lie dead in the streets. Blood-curdling screams followed the echoes of the gunfire as hundreds of Japanese citizens dropped dead in the center of Hyankyo. However, even after the guns of the Imperial Guard ran dry, they simply reloaded and continued to fire upon the scattering protesters. They did not stop there, but instead actively pursued the crowd and gunned down anyone they saw, even if they had not participated in the organized protest. By the time the sun went down, nearly 3,000 Japanese citizens lie dead in the capital. Unknowingly to Shiba, who watched the event unfold from the safety of his palace, German agents had recorded the entire massacre with their camcorders. In a few days, the violence displayed on this day would be used in German propaganda to prove to not only to the Japanese themselves but the entire world that Shiba was everything the Germans had claimed him to be, thus in a way exonerating Itami of all the crimes she had been previously accused of. As for how Itami reacted to this massacre, the moment she saw Shiba open fire on the unarmed protesters, she felt compelled to do more than sit back and funnel propaganda into her homeland. Though what measures she would undertake to achieve this is a story for another time. Chapter 1110, Government in Exile. It did not take long for the footage of the Hyankyo massacre to reach the Reich. By now, the German Empire had mastered the means of smuggling resources and people in and out of Japan. When Itami and Berenger first laid eyes on the tape, they were horrified. While both monarchs had their fair share of blood on their hands, neither of them had ever actually ordered their troops to fire upon their own civilians, let alone as a means of putting down a peaceful protest. To Itami, who had forsaken her people for most of her reign, this was the final nail in the coffin. The guilt she felt in her heart, especially after witnessing the civilization that Berenger had built, was at a breaking point. She had unified Japan as a means of advancing her own ambitions and had used her people as pawns to secure her power. Now, after being exiled to the Reich, Itami realized that those same people were sick and starving as a result of her own actions. After suffering the abuse of the Itami regime, the Japanese people were now ruled over by a tyrant who sought to stamp out any and all dissent. What was the most shocking was his willingness to use lethal force at the first given opportunity. Clearly, this was not the same Shiba that Itami had known for so many years. The Japanese empress hung her head low, knowing that she was at fault for all of her people's woes, including Shiba's erratic behavior. However, until now, she had left the war for Japan's soul up to Berenger, spending the last month or so lazing about and enjoying a peaceful and prosperous existence far away from the troubles of her people. Berenger could easily tell that the albino beauty was suffering from the pressure of everything she had done in this life and thus wrapped an arm around her shoulder and drew her close to him. However, this did little to comfort Itami, who had a serious glint in her blood-red eyes. Itami's fists were curling in rage as she gazed upon the scene of her own soldiers ruthlessly gunning down a crowd of peaceful protesters. What she said next had caught Berenger off guard. It's time for me to take a stand against Shiba as more than just a pretty face for the purposes of propaganda. Berengar's mismatched eyes shifted down onto Itami's stern expression as he questioned just what the woman had in mind. What is your plan? The albino beauty shook herself away from Berengar's arms as she closely examined the video of the massacre one more time before finally speaking her thoughts. I plan to establish a government in exile here in Kufstein. The samurai clans are a lost cause. I have known this for years but have been avoiding a solution until now. I will establish a cadre of talented and educated officials selected among those who have already been living here in Kufstein for some time. Your little Kyoto district is the perfect place to establish a proper embassy within the Reich. Don't you think? Though Berengar's propaganda had shifted the public perception of Itami among his own citizens, he was a little fearful that it had not worked as well on those within his small Japanese enclave. Perhaps Itami's life would even be in danger if she visited the area. Thus, he was quick to advise against this course of action. I have a counterproposal. Allow me to conduct a survey among the people living in Little Kyoto regarding their favorability towards you. Though I have done everything in my power to clean up your image, I fear that there will be many residents who still hold some animosity towards you. If the general population is forgiving of your past actions and genuinely believes that Shiba was at fault the entire time, then we can establish a proper embassy in Little Kyoto and begin recruiting talented individuals to help build your government in exile. After all, many of these people have received a German education and are thus much more capable than those who were a part of your previous administration. Itami thought about this proposal for a second before nodding her head in agreement. It was clear by the look in Berengar's eyes that he was simply acting out of concern for her safety, and even though this would delay her plans by a short bit of time, it was still worth considering. Especially if Berengar's fears were proven correct. All right, we will do as you have said. I will wait until we hear back from your survey. After saying this, Itami left the war room where she had headed off to in this gloomy hour, only she knew. As for Berenger, he quickly got in touch with Linda and had her agents conduct the survey. Within a few weeks, Berenger had the answer he wanted. Thus, he sat Itami down and discussed their options with her. It would appear that my propaganda efforts have had quite a large effect on the population of Little Kyoto. Most, if not all, of them had never actually directly answered to you and thus were willing to believe that Shiba was the mastermind behind their exile. There are still a few holdouts who are suspicious of this news, but they don't appear to be any danger to you, and even if they are, Imperial Intelligence is keeping a close eye on them. A platform has been prepared for your speech to Little Kyoto, and once we have the security detail in place, we will be able to formally declare Japan's government in exile. I have a speech being written for you as we speak. I also have a seamstress who has created a perfect replica of your Junahaido so as to appeal to your people. Are you ready to take this next step? Itami nodded her head in silence as she realized that she would be taking the first major step to reclaiming her throne, and when she did so, Japan would enter a new golden age even if it became occupied by the Reich. Since her first arrival in Kufstein, Itami had never believed that the man who had once been her most bitter enemy would help restore her rule over Japan, nor that she would grow so attached to him. Life was mysterious in this way, and Itami decided not to think about it and instead for once in her life just go with the flow. Thus, after changing into her imperial regalia and undergoing makeup, Itami followed Berenger to Little Kyoto where she took the stand with a stoic expression on her beautiful face. The Japanese empress approached the podium where a microphone was present and began to speak with all the charisma she could manage. To all citizens of Japan, whether you are abroad or trapped beneath the yoke of General Shiba's tyranny, hear my message. By now, most of you are aware of the truth regarding my rise to power and ascension as the Empress of Japan. At a young age, my father, Itami Yasutane, resisted the corruption of the Ashikaga shogunate and died doing so. It was at that moment that a young daimyo by the name of Shiba Kayahiko saw the potential of using the scandal to spark a rebellion. However, he did not have the strength to rise to power on his own. Instead, he saw the weapons I had designed for the defense of the Itami domain and coveted them. Shiba inserted himself into my life now that I had inherited the Itami clan and coerced me into becoming his puppet, where he used my father's death as the rallying cry to rebel against the Ashikaga shogunate. After years of struggle, we had emerged victorious, where he convinced the previous royal family to declare me shogun. However, that did not last for long, as Shiba found that I would be a better puppet if I were the empress rather than a shogun. Thus, he had the previous imperial dynasty executed and placed me upon the vacant throne, where I was to remain unmarried until my death so that he may inherit my throne. Over the next few years, I watched from my prison as Shiba put down rebellions and unified Japan beneath his banner. The moment he heard that there was another advanced nation on the other side of the world, he became fearful and decided he would do everything in his power to halt their progress. Thus, rather than incorporate our neighbors into our sphere of influence, Shiba began the invasion of Korea to expand our empire into all of Asia. This was only after he had made plans with the man we all now know as the convicted war criminal Asha Sarkar, who he promised to supply with weapons and munitions so long as he resisted the Germans' attempts to spread their influence to the east. This was the first among many provocations which led to the war with Germany that we now endure the consequences of. However, in the build-up to this conflict, Shiba had centralized all authority under his control and had committed many heinous acts against his conquered subjects. Until finally, he had been beaten back by the German Empire to the point where the only thing left under his command was the Japanese mainland. I admit to my shame that it was only after the attack on Tsushima, which left the entire island void of all life, that I decided to take a stand and demand Shiba surrender to the Kaiser. After all, I overheard the call where the Kaiser threatened to launch a chemical strike on Hyankyo, and he was going to do it too. Because of this, I pleaded with Shiba to surrender, but he refused. Instead, he had me confined to my room and threw away the facade he had so carefully constructed over the years, and in doing so proclaimed himself shogun. As a result, I escaped to the Reich and officially surrendered to the Kaiser in the hopes that he would spare the lives of those who dwell within Hyankyo. As a man of compassion, he took pity on the Japanese people after learning the truth about Shiba's tyranny and recognized my right to surrender to him. Thus, I entered a life of exile like so many other Japanese citizens have done in the past. I will admit I had thought of giving up my title as Empress and living a life of peace and prosperity here within the borders of the German Empire. However, just recently I witnessed a film taken by German agents embedded in Japan of the dire situation my people now find themselves in. I have failed you all as your Empress and allowed this tyrant to use me as a puppet, but no longer. After witnessing the massacre of several thousand peaceful demonstrators outside the palace in Hyankyo, I felt compelled to come out of hiding and take action. As of this moment, I, Empress Itami Ryo, am formally declaring the formation of a new Japanese government here in Kufstein. One that is opposed to Shiba's reign and whose purpose is to see my proper ascension to the throne, where I will end this pointless war and work alongside the Germans to create a better world for our two nations and the people who live in them. For those who remain loyal to me and are still within the confines of the Japanese mainland, I have convinced the Kaiser to supply you with arms, food, and munitions, so that you may defend your lives and homes against this illegitimate and tyrannical government that Shiba has created. As for those of you who live here in Little Kyoto, I call upon you all to join me in the creation of this new government in exile so that we may return to our homes and create a brighter future for our people. Long live Japan. After giving her speech, Itami descended from the stage and returned with Berenger to the palace. Her message was clear, both to the people of Little Kyoto and those living in the Japanese mainland. Shiba's reign of terror was coming to an end. Chapter 11:11, Second Thoughts. The car ride home was especially difficult for Itami as Berenger remained utterly silent with a cold expression on his face. Every attempt that the Japanese Empress had made to hold the man's hand was quickly rejected, causing her to feel quite glum. But what exactly was going through Berengar's mind at this moment? Well, it was a complex web of issues. Although Berengar's agents had written the speech that Itami made to rally her people, one that he personally stamped his approval on, he still had a difficult time listening to the woman pin all the blame for her past actions on her latest political rival. In truth, nothing really changed regarding Itami's character, or so far as Berenger believed. While she had revealed herself to be a rather innocent and shy woman in private, the reality was that she was completely incapable of taking accountability for her actions, which was something that Berenger found both disgusting and repulsive. Thousands of German soldiers lie dead as a result of Itami's past actions. Could he really accept sweeping that under the rug for the sake of a marriage of political convenience? While Berenger was silently brooding over these issues, Itami noticed that something was terribly wrong and was quick to inquire about it. Did I do something wrong? Why won't you talk to me? Berenger, however, did not respond and merely rolled down the window, where he pulled a cigarette packet out of his coat pocket and lit one flame before taking a long drag from the nicotine. He continued to smoke in silence for the rest of the drive home. Once the car had pulled into the driveway, Berenger had quickly entered his home without even bothering to help Itami out of the vehicle, who stood by the wayside with an expression of utter shock on her face. After Berenger had entered his palace, he rushed to his war room, where he saw Linda was currently overseeing the latest reports from the field. When she noticed her husband enter the room, her face lit up with a pretty smile. The red-headed beauty hugged her man and kissed him passionately before giving him a brief summary of how effective Itami's broadcast had been. While we only have information regarding the citizens of Little Kyoto at the moment, I expect that once we send these videos into the field, they will prove equally effective. I must say, Itami did an excellent job pinning all the blame onto Shiba and announcing the formation of her new government in exile. We are already receiving reports from Little Kyoto that many talented individuals who have received a German education are flocking to her cause. Within the next few weeks, we will be able to officially declare that the legitimate government of Japan is currently in exile here in Kufstein. This will have an enormous international effect on Shiba's regime. Berenger had seemingly not heard a word that Linda had said and instead stared at her with a cold gaze. Linda could count the amount of times on one hand that Berenger had been so distant with her, and because of this she immediately knew that something was wrong with him. Thus, Linda grabbed hold of Berengar's hand and led him to his office, where she then shut the doors behind him, sealing off the room from any would-be eavesdroppers. Once the royal couple were alone together, Linda was quick to inquire about just what had come over her husband. What has happened? Berenger sighed heavily as he sat down in his chair, before expressing what dread had overtaken him after witnessing the speech that Itami had made. I know it was your idea to pin all of Itami's past mistakes on Shiba as a way to restore her people's faith in her reign, but I'm having a hard time even looking at the woman after hearing the speech she just gave. This is it? Thousands of German lie dead as a result of Itami's actions, and we are just going to treat the woman as our honored guest and pretend that nothing she has done to our nation ever happened? Until now, Linda had been surprised with how forgiving Berenger had been to Itami, especially after everything the woman had done in the past. But it would appear that the man had been forcing himself for the sake of political necessity. To Berenger, the lives of his soldiers were worth more than the entire nations of his enemies. It was why he had specifically sought out to establish international law regarding the treatment of civilians and, more importantly, prisoners of war. And while Japan had abided by this treaty during the duration of their conflict, the fact still remained that Itami had been responsible for thousands of dead German soldiers and tens of thousands more wounded. Despite knowing how Berenger felt about this whole situation, Linda gave him advice that was counter to his nature. The reparations that Japan will pay to the Reich will go towards the families of those brave soldiers who have perished in this war. Itami will pay for everything she has done, however she will do so financially rather than with her life. What the Reich needs now is for you to continue to get along with the Japanese Empress. I don't care what you have to do, but you must keep courting her until she decides that she is ready to be your wife. Do I need to remind you what is at stake here? By having Itami sit upon the Japanese throne as our puppet, we are providing stability to the region. If Shiba is not taken care of soon, the samurai clans will rebel against him in a bid for power, and in the ensuing chaos every scientist and engineer will flee the country, who will most likely end up in places like the Ming dynasty where they will use their knowledge to kickstart the Industrial Revolution. Such a thing would be disastrous to the world hegemony you have built, especially in the long term. So suck it up and continue building your relationship with Itami for the sake of the Reich and our dynasty. Berenger looked up at Linda and saw the serious expression on her face. Just a few hours ago, she was still acting rather territorial with Itami, and now she was saying that it was a matter of national security for him to marry the bitch. Just how temperamental could a woman be? Naturally, Berenger knew that Linda had always intended for him to marry Itami. Her standoffish attitude these past few weeks was just her way of establishing dominance. However, the moment Berenger began displaying second thoughts, the red-headed beauty was forced to place her foot down. It would be a disaster if the Japanese scientists and engineers who Itami had fostered ended up in the hands of another nation. However, despite knowing this was the logical conclusion, Berenger still had a hard time coming to terms with marrying a woman with so much of his people's blood on her hands. What he needed was some time to think through his emotions, and thus he sighed heavily before voicing this thought aloud. I need some time to think. You should get back to the war room and continue to help orchestrate Itami's government in exile. Once this recording ends up in the hands of the Japanese people, it will be sure to spark a rebellion against Shiba's regime. By then we will need a plan on how best to arm and supply these loyalists. Linda saw that Berenger was conflicted, but she had already given her advice and thus nodded her head obediently before leaving her man behind with nothing but his thoughts to keep him company. Berenger would spend the rest of the day thinking through just what he should do with Itami. There was no doubt that had been some form of budding romance between the two of them, but the blood that stained the woman's hands had caused him to grow rather cold towards her. Chapter 11-12, Arming the Japanese Loyalists. In the southernmost portion of Japan, a young captain leaned his Type 4 rifle onto his shoulder as he smoked a cigarette within the courtyard of the Satsuma clan's castle. The man's appearance was unkempt as his mid-length black hair ran ragged down to his neckline. His unshaven face gave this officer the look of a rogue, which was complemented by his uniform that had been tattered and stained beyond repair. This man was named Tsugaru Akihiko, and he had been among the ranks of many young peasants who found themselves conscripted into the armed forces of the Japanese Empire. Unlike many of his peers, Tsugaru had showed great ingenuity in the field and had even earned himself a battlefield commission as he fought against the enemies of Japan. However, after General Shiba had declared himself shogun and in doing so reinforced the power and influence of the old samurai clans, Tsugaru became increasingly rebellious, to the point where he and his entire company deserted from the ranks of the Imperial Japanese Army while taking all their equipment with them. For months Tsugaru and his rebels had wandered the Japanese mainland with no true aim until they found themselves in the lands that belonged to the Satsuma clan, where they quickly seized and occupied a small town. For some time, Tsugaru and his men had been living in this town within the borders of the Satsuma clan's territory, exploiting the locals and their labor to their own ends, as if they had suddenly become their own feudal lords. Naturally, the Satsuma clan had taken offense to this, and as a result, a small skirmish had broken out. The result of this battle was displayed around the rebel leader, who gazed upon the mountains of dead bodies that were now piled within the courtyard of the Satsuma clan's main castle. Kneeling in front of Tsugaru was the head of the Satsuma clan, who had a bullet hole in his gut. The man kept whimpering and begging to the point where now Tsugaru found it tiresome. Please, give me a sword so I can have an honorable end. Perhaps this constant begging for an honorable death had taken a toll on Tsugaru, but the rebel leader quickly raised his rifle and fired a single shot through the old daimyo's head, thus ending his life, and in doing so killing off the last of an ancient bloodline. Once the elder of the Satsuma clan had passed, the sound of slow clapping emerged from somewhere else in the courtyard, where Tsugaru quickly raised his rifle and aimed his iron sights in its direction. Stepping out of the shadows was a gorgeous Korean woman that Tsugaru was not expecting. The smile on Mina's face was enough to force the rebel leader to lower his weapon, where he gazed upon the foreign beauty with a hint of lust on his face. However, before he could say something smooth, Mina opened her mouth and explained her reason for visiting such a remote location. It seems you have done well for yourself, Captain Tsugaru Akihiko. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Namsun-hee, and my employer wishes to make use of your services. Tsugaru raised his brow in curiosity as he slowly approached the woman who had decided to reveal herself. He was quite cautious after hearing that she had been sent by someone to contact him and was quick to inquire about this. Your employer? And who might that be? A confident smile emerged on Mina's face as she pulled something out of her sleeve and activated it with a click of a button. Immediately Itami's voice began to play throughout the courtyard, causing Sagaru's men to rush towards the source of the sudden disturbance, only to find the scene of their leader speaking with a stranger. The recording was the speech Itami had made in Kufstein, which caused these deserters to stand by silently and wait for it to finish. Once the speech was over, Mina smiled once more before continuing her introduction. My employer has sent me here because we have gotten word of groups like yourself, deserters, who are upset with the current establishment. The Empress assures you that if you take up arms for her cause, you will be handsomely rewarded. And that expresses that she sympathizes with your plight. The old system that has ruled over Japan for countless generations is clearly broken. It is time to burn it to the ground and start from scratch. In the Empress' vision of this new Japan, there will be no samurai, no daimyos, and certainly no shoguns. Men like yourself, who are intelligent and capable, can rise to prominent positions through their personal merit. I assume that's why you and your men provoked a fight with the Satsuma clan? Because you were sick of the samurai and the power they unjustly wield in this society? Mina had nailed the issue on its head. That was precisely why Sagaru and his men had provoked a conflict with the Satsuma clan. They were sick of the samurai telling them what to do and wanted to change the status quo. If this foreign beauty really worked for the Empress and her claims were true, then Sagaru did not see a reason why he should not join Itami's cause. However, he led only a single company of men, and they were already running low on supplies, especially after this battle. Just what could they do against the might of Shiba's legions? Thus, he was quick to express this point. As much as I find myself entertained by your offer, I'm afraid that my men and I are incapable of helping you. Even if we wanted to fight against the usurper and end his reign of terror, we don't have the means to do so. Naturally, Mina had a solution to this, and instead of explaining her plan, she merely pointed up to the sky where a large cluster of crates was falling from the sky. Sagaru had not even seen the aircraft which had dropped the cargo, but he had seen enough false charm Jagers deploy from the sky to know what a parachute was. Thus, he and his men raised their rifles in preparation for a heated conflict. However, as the parachutes came closer to the ground, the Japanese rebels noticed that they were not in fact soldiers but crates carrying what could only be supplies. These crates landed softly in the courtyard where Mina gestured towards them with a confident smirk on her pretty face. Open them. Sagaru did as Mina had said and motioned for his men to open the crates. Which when they did, they found all kinds of supplies. From vacuum-sealed MREs to cases of munitions and hundreds of weapons. Food, medicine, mines, grenades, mortars, semi-automatic rifles, Panzerfausts, Fliegerfausts, light machine guns, pistols, shotguns, and everything else the rebels needed to fight a war against the Shiba shogunate. There was even a field guide on how to wage guerrilla warfare. It was all there for the rebels in these crates. Sagaru reacted in utter disbelief, but before he could voice it, Mina spoke once more. The Reich sends their regards. As you may be aware, the Empress has aligned herself with the Germans and they intend to provide you and others like you with the means to fight against the Shiba shogunate. So how about it, Captain Sagaru? Or should I say, General Sagaru? Will you swear your undying loyalty to the rightful Empress of Japan, Itami Ryo? The fact that there were rations and medicine included in the supplies was more than enough for the men to decide in that moment where their loyalties lied. Even after capturing a small town and a castle, food was still a rare commodity in Japan during these troubling times. More and more people starved to death with each passing day. By simply giving these rebels food, Itami had earned their loyalty. Thus, the men threw up their salutes and shouted a war cry they had not uttered in some time. Tenehika Banzai. It was not just Sagaru and his men that the German agents had begun to approach. All around Japan there were thousands of Japanese deserters, just like Sagaru, who Berengar's agents were recruiting to Itami's cause. Without even realizing it, Shiba now found himself opposed by an army of veteran soldiers who, for the sake of food and medicine, had declared their loyalty to their empress, thus setting the second stage of the German-Japanese War. Chapter 11:13, A Lover's Dispute. The revolution had begun, seemingly overnight. Thousands of deserters had gathered together in the southern portion of Japan and had begun attacking the samurai clans who ruled over the region. Even without dedicated large-bore artillery, the attackers made excellent use of their mortars and rocket-propelled grenades to bring down the walls of the ancient castles. The fall of the samurai had come, and without even expecting it, Shiba found that many of his highest-ranking officers and their families had come under siege. At first, he thought that this was perhaps a group of unconnected attacks conducted by various groups of troublesome deserters. However, it became increasingly clear by the banners that these men flew and the weapons that they wielded that this was an organized rebellion. In retaliation, Shiba ordered what remained of Japanese armored and air power to invade the south and rout these rebels before they caused some serious harm. While the war within the Japanese mainland reached a new level of intensity, Berenger found himself cornered by Itami, who, after being neglected for so long, had forced a situation where they could talk. The Kaiser had quite literally been caught in a corner of the palace by the young Japanese empress, who was pouting at this moment. An expression Berenger found to be quite adorable, even though he himself had conflicted emotions regarding his relationship with this woman. However, before Berenger could even think about this, Itami vented her frustrations on the man. What gives? You have been avoiding me for weeks now. I know I did something wrong, so why don't you just tell me what it is so I can fix it? You can't just kiss me and then the next day start avoiding me for weeks on end. Ultimately, Berenger sighed heavily and decided that hiding from Itami was no longer an option. His expression suddenly became cold as he expressed what had been troubling him. There's nothing you can do to fix this. I thought I could get over the past between us, but I am having a hard time envisioning you as anything other than the woman responsible for the deaths of thousands of my citizens. I won't avoid you any longer, but I can't say for certain that you will receive the same sense of hospitality that I have previously given you. The albino beauty was struck speechless by this sudden change in Berengar's mindset. What the hell did he mean by this? Everything was fine when they went on their first date a few weeks ago, so how did he suddenly become so upset about this issue? It was at this moment that Itami realized when and why Berenger had suddenly become so cold to her. It was that damn speech. She curled her fists in rage when she realized that the speech, which was written by German agents and approved by Berenger himself, had been the cause of the sudden rift between the two of them. She could not believe this. Thus, Itami began to shout at Berenger with all the fury in her heart. It is that damn speech, isn't it? The one you signed off on and made me say in front of my people. I'm right, aren't I? Berenger neither nodded nor shook his head. He simply remained silent and uncaring as Itami struggled to cope with this news. She had finally found a guy she liked and who treated her right, only for him to fall out of love with her because of a speech he had personally approved of. It was utter insanity. She could not help but voice her disbelief. I don't believe you. Your agents wrote that speech. You personally signed off with your approval before I even uttered a word of it to the public. How can you condemn me for something that you came up with? Perhaps Itami had gone too far with her shouting, but Berenger responded to this accusation with a sharp tongue and a heightened tone. You just don't get it, do you? Thousands of my people lie dead because of you. Tens of thousands more have been wounded, some even crippled. All because of your fucking ego. And yet, you have not taken accountability for your actions. Instead, I am forced to wipe the slate clean for you and lie to everybody so that you can regain your throne and provide some semblance of stability to Japan. This entire clusterfuck could have been avoided, but because you could not stand the idea of another powerful nation existing on the other side of the world, you have caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people and untold suffering to so many more. How am I supposed to just ignore all of that? By now, tears were streaming down Itami's eyes as her fists instinctively uncurled. She could not believe Berenger was saying such things to her. Especially after everything they had been through. Why now? If he had such a problem with her, then why did he take her out on a date and kiss her? It was just too cruel. Thus, she said one last thing in her defense before storming off to her room. You think I don't know that? Every single day, I have to live with the fact that I have fucked up so badly. I thought you, of all people, would be able to see how much I am hurting because of the mistakes I have made. You have every right to be angry at me, but I just don't understand why you pretended to be in love with me and stole my first kiss when you really felt this way the whole time. You bastard. How dare you play with my emotions like that? I hope I never see you again. After saying this, Itami ran off towards her room where she locked herself away in the darkness for some time. As for Berenger, he suddenly felt a bit guilty for going off on the girl like that. He honestly did not know how he felt about Itami right now. It was a deeply confusing situation. On the one hand, he had grown quite fond of the girl after accepting her into her home. He had not necessarily pretended to be in love with Itami. In fact, there was a genuine connection between them that he could not easily explain. Even now, with all of the conflict in his heart, Berenger found himself wanting to chase after Itami and mend the rift in their relationship. But he couldn't. Too many of his men had lost their lives because of her actions. And though he himself was responsible for the deaths of millions, they were not his people and thus he could not be compelled to care about them. He suddenly had an urge to defenestrate whoever the bastard was who came up with that damned speech. Perhaps, if he had not heard the woman avoid accountability for her actions with her own words, then he would have been able to ignore this feeling of conflict ion within his heart. Thus, like Itami, Berenger no longer felt the need to associate with the world at large and locked himself inside his office where he drank heavily to cope with the confusion he felt deep within his heart and mind. Chapter 11:14, Reflecting on One's Mistakes. As the war in Japan reached a new intensity, Itami found herself alone and isolated within the Kaiser's palace. During this time, she struggled to understand the reason behind Berengar's sudden shift in behavior towards her. The fact of the matter was that the albino beauty could not get over the fact that the first man she had liked since Julian's death now hated her guts. Or so it would seem. The reality of the situation was that Berenger did in some way care for Itami and he could not deny that there was a genuine bond that had formed between them, especially after their first date. However, after witnessing the woman reprise her role as the Japanese empress once more, he could no longer deny that she was the enemy who had killed so many of his citizens. Itami did not know this and had assumed that she had been dumped so shortly after her first date with Berenger. Thus, she was in her room crying her eyes out while self-medicating with whiskey. Ultimately, the sound of a knock on the door interrupted her sobbing as she cried out towards the intruder with a rather shrill tone in her voice. Go away. I want to be alone. Contrary to what Itami had expected, the door seemed to unlock itself from the other side. Standing in the middle of the doorway was the red-headed beauty who Itami knew to be Berengar's most favored wife. As a result, she immediately felt bitter and envious over this fact and was quick to scream at Linda for intruding upon her sorrows. I said go away. However, Linda did not obey this command and instead shut the door behind her and locked it. Once she had done so, she slowly approached the albino beauty before slapping her across the face. There was a genuine look of fury in Lindy's eyes as she scolded Itami for behaving like a child. It is hard to believe that the enemy I spent years preparing to fight against is nothing more than a selfish and immature little girl. You have gotten accustomed to commanding inferior men with that shrill tone of yours and have lost any sense of respect you have for others. You should be well aware by now that this is not Japan and Berenger is not your subordinate. After everything you have done, did you really think that Berenger would fall for you so easily and not have any conflict-tions within his heart? Did you forget that you are responsible for the deaths of thousands of his men and that you have shied away from taking the responsibility which you owe to their families? Hey Race, a bit of advice. If you want to repair the broken bond between yourself and Berenger, then you might want to take some time out of your busy schedule of lazing about and actually visit the victims of your policies. Perhaps if they can find it in their hearts to forgive you, then Berenger will no longer be ashamed when he thinks about being intimate with you. Linda did not wait for a response to her scolding and instead walked out the door without saying another word. The door slammed behind her, leaving Itami alone with the words she had just heard. Not long after Lindy's departure, another knock appeared on Itami's door. This time, it was followed by a familiar voice. Momo spoke up as she tried to gain entry to Itami's bedroom. Wonshin, please open up. We need to speak to you. Itami sighed as she swallowed down another swig of her whiskey before flinging the door open, where she witnessed not only her little sister but also her mother looking at her with pitiful eyes. The last thing Itami wanted was to be pitied, and thus she scoffed before falling back to her bed, where she laid down with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and the white fox plushie that Berenger had previously given her in the other. Momo was quite surprised that her elder sister had suddenly resorted to her usual depressive self. For the past few weeks, Itami had been nothing but happy. Momo could not imagine what had caused her sister to so suddenly fall off the wagon and was quick to ask about this matter. Wonshin, what happened? I thought everything was going well between you and Berengar-sama? Itami broke out into another fit of sobbing as she explained between her tears what had happened. Berenger broke up with me. While Momo reacted with shock to this news, Mibu simply grabbed hold of her daughter and hugged her with a pitiful expression on her gorgeous face. Oh my dear little Ryo, I feared this would happen. He is having a hard time overcoming the fact that you were both once mortal enemies. Am I right? Both Momo and Itami gazed upon their mother with startled expressions. Momo because she had not anticipated such a roadblock to occur in her sister's relationship with the Kaiser, and Itami because her mother was right about everything she had just said. The albino beauty gazed up at her mother with her sanguine eyes and was quick to voice her disbelief. How did you know? Mibu sighed and stroked her daughter's snow-white hair as she held the young woman in her arms while comforting her daughter with her wisdom. I've spoken with Berengar-sama enough to get a good grasp on his character. He has a soft spot for damsels in distress, which is probably why he became so fond of you so quickly. Because at the time you were no longer the Japanese empress who rivaled him but was instead a beautiful young maiden in need of assistance. However, as chivalrous as he can be towards women, Berenger is also a man who is ruthless towards his enemies. That much is clear by what he did to the island of Tsushima. I suppose his views on you shifted the moment he saw you in that Junahaido, once more reclaiming your place as the Japanese empress. You suddenly went from a pitiful young woman in need of his help to the mortal enemy he had spent years fighting against. It's not easy for a man like him to overcome such a sudden shift in his perspective, especially when he takes into account how many men he lost in both the proxy wars against your empire and the actual war itself. Miba's words were enlightening to both her daughters. However, Itami had a hard time buying her mother's perspective, especially when she thought about how many deaths Berenger had been responsible for. Why does he act all high and mighty when it comes to the blood on my hands while he practically bathes in an ocean of the stuff? In this war, he has killed over 100,000 of my men. Yet he acts as if the few thousand deaths his army has suffered are worth so much more than that. Mibu looked upon her daughter with a sense of pity, not because of her daughter's situation but because of the girl's ignorance. She wiped the tears from Itami's eyes before lecturing her further. I suppose that is because Berengar-sama cares more about his citizens than you ever felt for your own. To you, a couple 100,000 casualties are nothing more than a statistic. But to him, the losses he has suffered in this conflict are a tragedy. Especially when you take into account that he most likely blames you for the war to begin with. It was your aggressive stance towards Germany that led to this conflict, thus Berengar-sama probably justifies his actions as defensive in nature. And the deaths of aggressors are nothing to weep for. It is true that the Reich has killed far more of your men than they lost in this war. But I need to remind you that you are the one who started it. Thus, you will never be blameless in the Kaiser's eyes. Not until you truly atone for your sins. After hearing her mother's words of wisdom, Itami suddenly reflected on what Linda had told her not long before. That if she wanted things to go back to normal between herself and Berenger, then she would need to work hard not only to prove that she was remorseful for her actions but to also earn forgiveness from those affected by her mistakes. Thus, the tears immediately ran dry as Itami's blood-red eyes were filled with resolve. She could never undo her past mistakes, but she was now living in the Reich where the families of her victims dwelled, including those who had been forced into exile because of her policies. With this in mind, Itami spoke with fierce determination as she made her decision to move forward. Thank you, Okayasan. I think that I now have a better understanding of what Berenger is feeling. It would appear that I have a lot to make up for. Perhaps I will start to atone for my sins by visiting Little Kyoto and help those who have been forced into exile as a result of my past mistakes. A warm smile appeared on Maiba's face as she hugged her daughter once more before congratulating her on growing as an individual. That's my little girl. Chapter 11:15, Broken Arrow. While Itami was in the act of visiting Little Kyoto so that she may speak with some of her exiled citizens and help them overcome their difficulties, Shiba was facing a full-scale rebellion in the southernmost region of the Japanese mainland. General Tsugaru Akihiko was currently in the act of leading a guerrilla force composed of old veterans from the Imperial Japanese Army and the Japanese Imperial Guard. For the sake of food and medicine, he had taken up arms on behalf of Empress Itami Ryo in an attempt to overthrow the Shiba shogunate and reclaim the throne for the exiled empress. Tsugaru kneeled in the middle of the woods with a Panzerfaust 250 in his hands. He aimed down the top of the high-explosive anti-tank missile as he waited for the Type 4 Cheeto medium tank, which was at the head of the shogunate convoy, to cross his path. 500 meters became 400 meters until finally the tank was effectively 250 meters away from Tsugaru and his men. Yet, they did not open fire. Instead, they waited for the armored column to continue down the road until the final vehicle was within firing distance. Once the rear tank crossed the 250-meter mark, Tsugaru gave the command to attack. He quickly looked behind him to make sure nobody was within the range of his backblast before pulling the trigger on his Panzerfaust. Open fire. The roar of missiles echoed in the air as the explosive projectiles collided with their targets. Each of the 100 men beneath Tsugaru's command was equipped with either a Panzerfaust or a Fliegerfaust, which they made use of to target the enemy armor, hoping to annihilate the Japanese troops embedded inside the APCs before they could deploy to counterattack. Explosions rocked the strip of road where the armored column was located, causing massive damage to all vehicles present. Immediately, the front and rear tanks were taken out of commission while their crews scurried out from beneath the flaming wreckage. These tankers were quickly gunned down by the semi-automatic rifles and light machine guns, which the Itami loyalists wielded with excellent efficiency. As for the 24 armored personnel carriers trapped in between the two flaming wreckages, most of them were struck by at least one heat missile, which left the armored vehicles either wholly destroyed or incapable of operating any longer. What remained of the shogunate's infantry emerged from their destroyed vehicles and immediately began to open fire on the tree line, where Tsugaru and his men hid behind thick trees while engaging the enemy. Despite the damage dealt to the shogunate's armored column, the Itami loyalists were still vastly outnumbered, not to mention there were still a few tanks and armored personnel carriers whose primary weapons were still functional. The moment the Type 4 tanks unleashed their 75mm guns onto the tree line, Tsugaru ordered his men to withdraw. It was unknown how many had already perished during the attack, but judging by the numbers of bodies he saw on the ground, his men had at least killed twice as many shogunate soldiers as they had altogether. After reloading his rifle's magazine, Tsugaru fled further through the woods, seeking to shake off his pursuers. However, the enemy were like a swarm of angry bees as they chased after the Itami loyalists and wantonly fired their weapons into the woods. As the pursuit continued, Tsugaru overheard the engines of planes in the sky and knew that the Shiba shogunate had deployed what remained of their air forces to intercept him and his men. Knowing that he could not outrun the DH.98 mosquitoes, Tsugaru accepted his fate and ordered his men to hunker down for a counterattack. Get behind some cover. We will make our last stand here. The men knew in this moment their only hope was to repel the air attack with their Fliegerfausts and to stand their ground against the oncoming infantry. Thus, the riflemen and machine gunners took cover behind thick trees and rocks, while those with man-pads aimed their weapons into the air while preparing for the oncoming planes. Bullets flew through the air and the echoes of gunfire surrounded the woodlands, where Tsugaru and his men made their last stand. With each passing second, the Itami loyalists lost more men, but not without killing 3 or more of the enemy beforehand. Finally, the bombs began to drop around them as the mosquitoes got in close. Without regard for their own safety, the entire soldiers aimed their Fliegerfausts towards the sky and fired a torrent of 20mm rocket-propelled shells. This was something that the mosquito pilots were not expecting, and thus they were incapable of getting out of the way as dozens of rocket-propelled shells detonated across their planes. Because the mosquitoes were primarily made of wood, they were quickly ignited by the Fliegerfaust's projectiles and crash-landed into the mountainside. However, despite killing the first wave of mosquitoes, the joy that the Itami loyalists felt did not last long. Their position was rapidly being overrun by the soldiers of the shogunate, and they were forced to withdraw further into the woods. Before long, Tsugaru had run out of ammo, which he cursed about the moment he realized this had occurred. Fuck, I'm out. Another voice resounded in the air, which Tsugaru recognized to be from one of his men, and then another and another. Me too. I'm dry. Things were looking grim for the Atami loyalists, and just when they thought things couldn't get worse, a familiar sound echoed in the distance. The shogunate had deployed another round of mosquitoes who were rapidly closing on their position. Knowing that his death was near, Tsugaru took off his helmet and pulled his katana out of its sheath, prepared to fight to the bitter end. He kissed the cold steel blade before giving a command to the nearest radio operator. Send a message to the Luftwaffe, Broken Arrow. The radio operator did not hesitate to fulfill his orders and quickly contacted the Luftwaffe, who were providing air support to the Atami loyalists. We're being overrun, requesting air support. Broken Arrow on my coordinates. After saying this, the radio operator gave his coordinates before sitting back against a large rock while watching the sky above, hoping for immediate air support. Finally, a voice erupted on the other end of the radio after several moments of static. We hear you loud and clear, Broken Arrow, ETA 2 minutes. As for the rest of Tsugaru's men, those who still had ammo continued to fire their weapons towards the pursuing enemies until they ran dry. Once they were finished, they equipped their bayonets or unsheathed their swords, waiting for the close-quarters combat to begin. Just when the mosquitoes were about to unleash another payload of bombs, the sound of jet engines resounded across the sky. In the lead of a wing of Ta-183-3 fighters was one that was painted red, whose nose was checkered in black and white. This fighter immediately fired a missile towards the bombers, who they rapidly approached from behind. After this attack, the rest of the jet fighters followed suit. Before the mosquitoes could even react to the sudden arrival of the Luftwaffe, they were already detonated in the skies above the battlefield. Once the shogunate's planes had been defeated, Hans looked down at the battlefield below and grinned before dropping a bomb from the bottom of his fighter. The bomb fell from the sky and landed directly on top of the tree line where the shogunate's infantry were advancing towards the Atami loyalists. When it detonated, a wide streak of flames ignited towards the sky as the screams of those affected resounded in the air. Each fighter jet dropped their own napalm bombs on the enemy before flying back towards the nearest carrier. They had done their job, now all that was left was for these guerrillas to finish off what remained of the enemy. Tsugaru gazed in disbelief at the woods no more than 100 meters in front of him, which were consumed by hellish flames. The sword in his hand fell from his grasp as he himself dropped to his knees in astonishment. In a single attack, the shogunate's forces had been nearly obliterated in the worst way possible. Those who remained alive were currently suffering a fate worse than death. The fact that the Atami loyalists put these men out of their misery with their remaining bullets was truly a mercy. The battle was won even if Tsugaru had lost nearly half of his men. And yet, for whatever reason, the guerrilla general felt as if he was lying at the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 11:16, Asking for Forgiveness Part 1. While the war in Japan reached a new stage of intensity, Itami had decided to redeem herself not just by shifting the blame of her past sins onto her latest political rival, but by seeking forgiveness from those who were most affected by her reign of tyranny. In Little Kyoto, thousands of exiled Japanese citizens lived a peaceful and plentiful life. Though they were not citizens of the Reich, nor would they be eligible for such a privilege unless they underwent the process of Germanization, which took generations. They were still treated like any other resident of Germany. While the Japanese population of the Reich was concentrated in Little Kyoto, there were plenty of interactions between the Germans and these refugees. In fact, Japanese cuisine was considered an exotic treat by many German citizens who ventured into the ethnic enclave in search of a nice meal. Itami sat in the back of one of Berengar's cars as the driver took her to the heart of Little Kyoto. She did not know where she would begin to seek her redemption, but luckily the driver had a few ideas. In the center of Little Kyoto there was an orphanage where minors who had lost their parents but still somehow managed to achieve refugee status resided. Berenger ensured that all orphanages were well funded across the Reich, even those in Little Kyoto, and while adoptions were extremely common in German households, the same could not be said for the Japanese minority. Thus, some of these kids had been living in the orphanage for years on end without even the slightest hope of gaining new parents. When the car stopped in front of the orphanage, Itami gazed upon the sign and immediately felt her heart bleed. Because she already knew that she was likely the reason these kids had been left without parents. It took the young Japanese empress several moments to step out of the car, and when she finally did so, she found it difficult to walk towards the entrance of the facility. Ultimately, it was one of the bodyguards Berenger had assigned to her that led Itami into the building. Contrary to what Itami was expecting, the caretakers of the facility were not Japanese, instead they were German nuns, who immediately reacted with surprise when they noticed the Japanese empress had visited their establishment out of the blue. The headmistress bowed slightly as a sign of respect towards Itami before greeting her in fluent Japanese. Empress Itami Ryo, I was not expecting your visit. Is there perhaps anything I can help you with? Itami glanced around at the facility and noticed the orphans numbered in the dozens and ranged wildly in age. Some of them were as young as infants, while others were nearly adults. The kids had all lined up at the dining table and were eating from bowls of ramen which had been prepared by the kitchen staff. Evidently, it was cooked well enough because the kids appeared to be quite happy with their meals as they sat and dined with wide smiles on their faces. It was only after the headmistress spoke again did Itami come out of her trance. Miss Itami? Are you okay? Upon realizing that she was being spoken to, Itami snapped back to reality and nodded her head, stammering over her words briefly as she explained her reason for visiting. I am sorry for the intrusion. I had heard that there was an orphanage here in Little Kyoto and I felt compelled to drop by. If you're busy, then I will see myself out and visit some other time. The headmistress smiled and shook her head before assuring Itami that she was more than welcome to sit down and speak to the children as they ate. It is no trouble at all. Shall I prepare you a seat at the table? I'm sure the kids would be happy to see their empress in person. Itami was already having second thoughts as she felt that the atmosphere was quite oppressive, not for the children. In fact, the orphanage appeared to be extremely well funded. Not only did the building have proper electricity, but it also had access to modern luxuries such as radio, television, comfortable bedding with clean sheets, and a wardrobe for each child that did not in any way appear to be tattered or impoverished. The reason Itami felt the atmosphere was oppressive was because she knew that she was most likely the one responsible for these children not having any parents and felt that the guilt might suffocate her if she spoke to her victims. However, after a moment of thought, Itami sighed heavily, accepting that she needed to make amends to these children before she could ever redeem herself. And thus, the young empress accepted the polite invitation. Sure, lead the way. Itami was quickly led into the dining hall where the children looked up at the albino beauty and instantly recognized her. By now these kids had been flooded with German propaganda painting Itami as a victim of Shiba's tyranny, and thus rather than feel contempt for the woman who had forced them into this situation, they instead flocked to her side and greeted her with cheerful smiles on their young faces. A young boy who was no older than 10 rushed over to Itami and dragged on the sleeves of her dress while questioning whether or not this was reality. Itamissima, is it really you? The young empress forced a smile on her face as she leaned down and rustled the boy's hair before greeting him. It is, and who might you be? The boy smiled and hugged Itami's waist as he quickly introduced himself. My name is Inoue Yoshimori. I can't believe it's really you. You are so much prettier in person. Itami giggled when she heard this compliment, but before she could respond, a feminine voice hollered after the young boy from across the table. Yoshi, just what do you think you were doing to the empress? A teenage girl who was roughly 16 years of age immediately approached the boy and forced him away from Itami. She then kowtowed to the empress and apologized for her little brother's inappropriate behavior. I'm sorry, your majesty. My stupid brother doesn't understand the importance of your position. He acted out of turn. Please forgive him. Itami did not react in the way that the teenage girl expected. Instead, she wore a gentle smile before assuring the girl that everything was all right. It is fine. I'm used to it by now. Would you believe me if I told you that one of the Kaiser's kids has mistaken me for one of his mothers? At the mention of the Kaiser, the teenage girl blushed and looked away from Itami as if too embarrassed to show her empress the expression she currently had. Itami did not immediately recognize why the girl had reacted in such a way until she spoke once more. You're living with the Kaiser, right? Can I ask what he is like? This question was like a slap in the face to Itami. After all, she had experienced two different sides of Berengar's personality. Currently, the man was keeping his distance away from the Japanese empress, and she was quite salty about that. Thus, Itami instinctively pouted before giving a surprisingly honest answer to the teenage girl. He is distant. This pouting expression caused the girl to giggle as she immediately realized that she had no chances of ever ending up with her celebrity crush, not when a woman as fine as the Empress of Japan was pining after him. Itami looked at her with confusion in her sanguine eyes, but before she could ask what was so funny, the teenage girl introduced herself. I'm Saiko, by the way, Inoue Saiko, and you have already met my little brother. May I ask why you have come to our home? Itami looked around at the orphanage once more before expressing her reason for journeying so far into the city. I have come to visit this orphanage because I fear it is my fault that you are all in this situation, and I wanted to see how I can possibly make up for that. In doing so, I hope to atone for my past mistakes. Saiko looked at Itami with a peculiar expression. There was very clearly an expression of guilt on the albino bowtie's face, but for the life of her, Saiko could not understand why. Thus, she was quick to dismiss the underlying reason behind the Itami's depressed appearance and even tried to cheer her up. You don't need to apologize. It is not your fault we ended up in this place. It is that bastard Shiba's. You were only doing what you had to in order to survive. This was the last thing Itami wanted to hear. It felt as if she was having a rusty iron stake driven into her heart. Though she could not admit the truth of the matter, not after the efforts Berenger had gone through to whitewash her image, she still felt the need to take responsibility, and thus decided to ask just what had happened in order for this girl and her younger brother to end up in Little Kyoto. If you don't mind me asking, how exactly did you and your brother end up as orphans here in Kufstein? Saiko looked away with an expression of dismay on her face. For a moment Itami thought the girl would not tell her story, but in the next moment Saiko took a deep breath before explaining her circumstances. We have been here for a few years already. During the early days of Shiba's conquests, my father and elder brother both perished in Korea after being conscripted into the armed forces. As a result, my mother was forced to sell her body to care for Yoshi and me. Luckily, she grew quite close to a smuggler, and as after scraping by for some time she was able to afford to smuggle my brother and me to Beijing. Eventually, the Kaiser took in all the Japanese refugees with open arms, and thus we both ended up here. My mother didn't want me to share the same fate as her, nor did she want Yoshi to die in another pointless war like our father and elder brother. Unfortunately, our mother could not afford to smuggle herself out, and because of this she is still in Japan. I hope that she has survived this horrific conflict so that we can one day return to our home and be a family again. By the end of the girl's brief tale, Itami had begun to cry. It was only now that she was starting to realize the extent of the damage she had caused to the average citizen of Japan. With a heart full of remorse, Itami made a promise to the young girl and her brother, one that she intended to keep. I promise to do everything in my power to get back to my throne and reunite the two of you with your mother. So please forgive me. Neither of the two kids understood why Itami had asked them to forgive her or why she had been driven to tears after hearing their tale of woe. But they simply nodded their heads in silence, thus giving Itami some form of reprieve from the guilt that was tearing her insides apart. After speaking with Saiko and her brother for quite some time, Itami helped out around the orphanage for the rest of the evening before retiring back to the palace for the night. However, she had a difficult time falling to sleep after hearing about the depressing tales the orphans had told her about how they had lost their parents and ended up in Kufstein. Chapter 1117, An Annoying Fiancé. Over the past year or two, the Byzantine Empire had been engaged in reconstruction efforts, both in terms of the territory that had been devastated as a result of multiple wars and their economy, which had been completely and utterly crippled. At the head of these efforts was the young Prince Alexandros Palaiologos, who had been named the sole successor of Emperor Vitranis Palaiologos. Though the boy continued to live in Kufstein, he had begun spending a considerable amount of time in the lands he would one day inherit. Alexandros was not even in his teenage years, and yet he had proven a more capable ruler than his grandfather. Whether it was overseeing the defense of Constantinople during the previous invasion by the Golden Horde or simply managing the Byzantine Empire's economy, Alex had begun the process of recovery for the lands he would one day inherit. Currently, Alexandros was within the confines of the Byzantine palace for another one of his bi-weekly visits. However, rather than traveling to the Byzantine capital on his own like he normally did, this time around, the young prince had been accompanied by his mother and siblings. After all, Anuria had wanted to introduce her newborn daughter, Valeria, to her parents, which she was currently in the act of doing so. After retiring from the glamorous life of piracy and exploration, Anuria had spent nearly every waking hour with her children. An act which had caused both Alexandros and Helena to forgive their mother for the neglect they had received during their early childhood. While Anuria was catching up with her parents, Alexandros was hard at work overseeing the proposal for the next year's budget. There were many projects that the Byzantine Empire had to invest in if they hoped to repair the damage that had been dealt to their nation. However, there was also a severe lack of funds. Thus, it required quite a bit of effort on Alexandra's part to achieve the maximum benefit with the empire's limited income. It was during this intense process the door to Alex's study crept open, where the faint sound of feet slipping across the tile made their way over to the boy, whose focus was entirely upon the budget. Before Alexandros had even realized it, a pair of hands had reached out and wrapped themselves around his eyes, while the youthful voice of a young girl called out to him in excitement. "Guess who?" Alexandros sighed heavily as he placed his pen down before responding to the intruder. "Zenobia. I have told you 1,000 times not to interfere with my work." The young girl named Zenobia immediately pouted as she withdrew her hands and averted her gaze from her young fiancé. As the granddaughter of Palladius, she had been selected by the Byzantine emperor to marry Alexandros when the two of them came of age. This was purely a political marriage, one that Alexandros personally did not approve of. Zenobia was roughly the age of Helena and appeared to have quickly become infatuated with her young fiancé. No matter how cold Alexandros remained to the girl, she still insisted on visiting Constantinople every time her grandfather visited the Byzantine capital. The girl named Zenobia had long and wavy flaxen blonde hair, light olive skin, and hazel eyes. She was practically a living doll, and yet despite her energetic personality and cute appearance, Alexandros found her company to be nothing but tiresome. Despite this, the girl continued to intrude on his work and pester him about stupid things. For example, at this very moment, she began to bother Alexandros about something she had forced him to promise her. "When are you going to finally take me to Kufstein? I want to see your homeland, and whether or not it is truly as amazing as you say it is." Alexandros completely ignored the girl as he continued to write away at the budget he was currently in the act of carefully crafting. It was only after the girl began throwing a tantrum did he finally respond. "I will take you to Kufstein when you are older. Besides, no offense, but a savage like you will clearly be out of place in such a modern city. For Christ's sake, you people don't even have electricity here. Your military is obsolete in both structure and equipment. And if that wasn't bad enough, you require an adolescent child to make a properly balanced budget. How are you all so incompetent when the origins of your civilization are thousands of years old?" After being berated by Alexandros once again for things that were clearly out of the girl's control, Zenobia pouted once more as she began to lash out at the prince for his cruel remarks. "Who are you calling a savage? Quit acting like you are not one of us. You are the Prince of Byzantium who will succeed the emperor. If you keep pretending like you are a German, then don't blame me for running away and marrying someone else like your mother did." This remark had clearly gotten under Alexandros' skin, causing him to place down his pen and glared at the young girl with fierce eyes. His words were filled with an enraged tone as he hissed out his thoughts through his teeth. "I am German. That's why I have the right to call you a savage. Your civilization is clearly inferior to ours. Despite the anger in Alexandros' voice and the rage in his emerald eyes, Zenobia did not falter under the pressure and instead doubled down on her previous remarks. No, you are not. Your father is German, but you are a Roman like the rest of us. You want further proof of this? Just look at your last name. You are a Paleologos, not a Kufstein. If your father actually considered you to be a German like him, he would have made you a member of his dynasty. Face it, you are one of us. By now Alexandros' fists were curled with rage. He had never been so inclined to strike a girl before in his entire life. However, Zenobia knew exactly what his weakness was and how to exploit it. She was far more clever than she acted. The fact of the matter was that Alexandros had never quite gotten over his mixed heritage and still considered himself to be a German above all else. The blow to his pride after being told that he was actually a lowly Roman was something that he was still too immature to handle. Thus, he quickly kicked over his chair and thrust his finger towards the door, which just so happened to land right in front of Zenobia's nose. Get out! This instant. After seeing that she had once more gotten the better of her fiancé, who continually flouted his superior German heritage and education, Zenobia stuck out her tongue in an act of victory before skipping out of the room with a satisfied smirk on her cute face. Once she was gone, it took Alexandros some time to calm his nerves before he was able to get back to his work. Every time Alexandros encountered Zenobia, the girl would do her very best to start some childish argument between the two of them before reminding him about his mixed heritage, which usually resulted in the boy flipping out and sending her running off. It was a game he had never been able to win, and it was starting to get on his nerves. As for Zenobia, after she had left Alexandros' study, she rushed into the room where Vetranis, Olympia, and Anuria were all gathered and fawning over the infant girl, Valeria. When the emperor saw his future granddaughter-in-law, he smiled before asking Zenobia whether she was enjoying herself. Are you and Alexandros getting along well? Despite the fact that Alexandros had just lost his temper with the girl, Zenobia did not inform the emperor that she had successfully managed to piss him off. Instead, she wore a cute and innocent smile as she nodded her head before responding to Vetranis like a good little girl. Oh yes, Alex and I are getting along just fine. I believe he is starting to fall head over heels for me. This response evoked a smile on the three adults' faces, causing Anuria to nod her head in approval and speak to the little girl as if she were already her daughter-in-law. Good, you take care of my little boy. After all, one day soon you two will be married and Alex will have to rely on you instead of his mother. An innocent smile erupted on Zenobia's cute face as she nodded her head before responding to Anuria's statement. Don't you worry, mother, I will make Alex a very happy man. Thus, while Alexandros was still in the process of cooling down after his most recent outburst, Zenobia had successfully ensnared the boy's mother, ensuring that she would one day be the future Empress of Byzantium. As for whether or not she actually cared for Alexandros, only she knew the answer to this question. Chapter 11:18, Monthly Visit. As the war in Japan continued to wage on and while Atami had begun to make daily visits to Little Kyoto in the hopes to earn forgiveness both in the eyes of the gods and men, Berenger had flown out to Iceland to engage in one of his monthly visits to the woman who his fate had been tied to since the moment he reincarnated into this world. Berenger was a man who fulfilled his promises, and as a result he had spent the last year visiting Iceland for one weekend every month where he would reacquaint himself with the mature Valkyrie and her young daughter. Iceland had begun to change quite rapidly. With the fall of the Catholic Church within the region, the people had become lost without their religion. Due to Berengar's influence, the pagan villagers had begun to spread the message of the old gods, and in doing so, conversion rates of the Icelandic Christians were at an all-time high. Upon landing in Reykjavik's airfield, Berenger observed the many changes that had occurred since his first visit in what seemed like a lifetime ago. Though Iceland was a protectorate in its own right, it fell under the control and influence of the Reich. As a result, Berenger had invested a minor sum into the overall improvement of the living standards that the islanders endured, as well as a military base for his soldiers to occupy. What land could be farmed had received modern agricultural innovations. Meanwhile, the cities and towns were restructured to make use of proper sanitation and recycling facilities. Indoor plumbing both for water and waste management was commonplace, while indoor heating was becoming a necessity for the people who lived in the frozen wasteland. However, in one isolated region of the island there was a persistent hailstorm which continued to block outsiders from entering. Only those who had been approved by the gods could visit this hidden paradise, and that is exactly where Berenger drove to. Berenger effortlessly made his way through this hailstorm where a warm and hospitable climate revealed itself despite the frozen wastes just outside the barrier. With a smile on his face, Berenger continued to drive his truck through the valley where eventually a small village presented itself to him. As he exited the vehicle, Berenger was suddenly glimpsed by a gorgeous teenage girl whose hair was the color of platinum. Siv wrapped her arms around Berengar's torso and welcomed him home. Welcome home, father. Mother is waiting for you inside the house. She has prepared a warm pot of soup for you. Berenger gently kissed the girl's forehead before breaking away from her tight embrace. He wore a mischievous smile as he asked his stepdaughter for a favor. Can you leave your mother and I alone for a bit? We have some catching up to do. Naturally, Siv knew what this meant, and thus she pouted and averted her gaze before silently nodding her head. Every time Berenger came to visit, he and Brynhilde would go at it like a couple of horny rabbits for the first few hours. During this time, Siv would have to leave the house and play around in the village by herself. After hearing Siv agree to his selfish request, Berenger walked through the village with a pep in his step before arriving at the longhouse where he knew the mature Valkyrie was waiting for him. He did not even bother knocking on the door as he entered his home away from home, only to find that Brynhilde was standing over a steaming pot, dressed in nothing but an apron while stirring the soup. Upon seeing such an enticing sight, the lust that Berenger had been containing for the entire journey sprang forth into his loins, causing the man to silently strip out of his clothes without the mature Valkyrie even realizing that a hungry wolf had caught her in his eyes. Berenger silently stalked Brynhilde until he was positioned directly behind the woman, where he grabbed hold of her exceptionally large breasts and stuck his erection deep within her moist twat. A yelp of surprise escaped Brynhilde's lips as she looked behind herself to see that her husband had returned home after so long. She did not even bother to say a word and instead grabbed hold of the kitchen counter and accepted Berengar's repeated thrusts while moaning in excitement. The Kaiser continued to pound the tight hole of his mature lover as if his very life depended on pleasing her. The ecstatic moans that escaped Brynhilde's lips traveled through the longhouse and outside, where Siv was sitting on a stone, chucking small stones at squirrels. The girl's pale face turned bright red as she heard her mother's cries of pleasure. No, how much she wanted to get up and walk away. Her legs failed to provide her the strength to do so. Meanwhile, within the interior of the longhouse, Brynhilde had also lost control of her legs and slipped onto her knees, where Berenger pressed her pretty head down upon the kitchen floor and continued to pound her pussy like a steam piston. After enjoying herself for another minute, Brynhilde's hole convulsed around Berengar's cock while squirting all over the kitchen floor. Despite climaxing all over her lover, Brynhilde was not given any sense of reprieve. Instead, Berenger lifted the woman's curvy body into the air and pounded her even more fiercely while holding the mature beauty in a full Nelson position. With each thrust, Brynhilde felt her inside spasm as she was brought to climax over and over again. Until finally, Berenger shot his load deep inside her womb. It was only after the man was satisfied that he noticed the cries of an infant child from within the interior of the longhouse. This caused Berenger to chuckle as he gazed upon his mature wife, who was lying in a pool of her own excretions with an intoxicated expression on her beautiful face. Noticing this, he slapped the Valkyrie's large and round as to wake her from her lust-filled stupor, which worked like a charm as Brynhilde finally realized that her infant son was wailing in the background. She quickly recovered her bearing before shooting Berenger a nasty glare while scolding the man as if he were one of her children. Damn it, Berenger, you woke the little one. Even though he had just been scolded, Berenger simply scoffed before reminding the woman that she was the one making all the noise just now. Actually, Brynhilde, it was your moans that woke the boy. Before Brynhilde could properly respond to this statement, Berenger swiftly changed the subject to avoid another scolding. How is our little Bjorn doing, by the way? Brynhilde quickly walked over to the infant boy, her cavern still leaking the seed that it had just received. She proceeded to sit down on her bed and pulled the boy from his cradle. She then stuck her bare breast in the child's face, where he began to drink his mother's milk. A warm-hearted smile emerged on Brynhilde's face as she looked over at her naked husband before answering his question. He's better now that his father is home. Honestly, you couldn't have waited until after we ate? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before shaking his head. His tone was filled with joy as he thought about what he had just done with the woman. I tried to restrain myself, but after seeing your fat ass standing there looking so welcoming, I couldn't resist. Besides, we only have 2 days together before I have to get back to the Reich. Every second counts. After hearing the man's defense, Brynhilde simply clicked her tongue and shook her head before lecturing him once more. TSK? 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 You are such a naughty boy. What am I going to do with you? In response to this line of questioning, Berenger smiled mischievously once more before approaching the mature beauty, where he kissed her passionately before whispering something enticing in her ears. I can think of a few things? Despite the urge to go another round with her man, Brynhilde pushed Berenger away before scolding him yet again. Not now, I'm feeding our son, besides you have to be hungry after that flight. Go eat the soup I have prepared, and after I have put little Bjorn here to bed, we can have as much fun as we want. A slight pout emerged on Berengar's face as he bowed his head before answering obediently to the mature Valkyrie as if he were her child. Okay, mommy. As Berenger turned away to enter the kitchen, he felt a firm swat on his butt before overhearing a giggle escape Brynhilde's luscious lips. Honestly, what am I going to do with you? Chapter 11:19. The walls are closing in. In the skies above Japan, the Luftwaffe reigned supreme. By now the entire Japanese Air Force had been reduced to rubble, the factories that produced the Japanese aircraft destroyed, and the supply lines to facilitate their manufacture non-existent. The only thing that could possibly harm German pilots was what little remained of the anti-aircraft weaponry, which was sparsely spread across the Japanese mainland. However, with each shell fired, there would be no replacement. Not to mention that German bombers were capable of flying at such heights that the Japanese flak guns were incapable of hitting them. All in all, Hans had shot down a total of 250 enemy aircraft within this war and by now had destroyed 50 Japanese tanks and another 30 Japanese armored personnel carriers. Orders were to support the Japanese loyalists in their fight against the Shiba shogunate. As a result, Hans flew daily over the Japanese mainland at a relatively low altitude, searching for enemy targets to hit with his missiles. He had even been promoted to the rank of position of major and had been given control of his own squadron of fighter jets which were stationed on board the 6th Carrier Strike Group. At the moment, Hans was strafing over the southernmost tip of Japan, where he spotted a small group of shogunate armor, primarily Type 1 Hokus, with only a single Type 4 Cheeto supporting it. In total, there were 5 armored vehicles which were being supported by a large amount of infantry who marched alongside the armor. Most of the Japanese armor that had survived the initial phase of the war with Germany had now been reduced to scrap metal as a result of the Atami Loyalists' Panzerfausts as well as the close air support provided by the Luftwaffe. Upon seeing that there was only one tank in the group, Hans targeted it first with an air-to-surface missile. He swiftly pressed the button once the radar had locked onto the tank and in doing so sent an explosive projectile raining down on top of the armored vehicle. A large explosion occurred as a result of this attack, which was quickly followed by Hans spraying the tops of the armored personnel carriers with his autocannons. With the relatively weak armor of the Type 1 Hokus, this barrage of small explosive projectiles was all that was needed to instantly shred the Japanese armor to bits. By the time the supporting infantry realized they had come under attack, all they could hear was the sound of the jet fighters' engines passing them by. However, their lament had not ended as a napalm bomb dropped from the bottom of Hans' jet as he flew past the infantry. The moment it detonated, large streaks of flames flew into the air, consuming everything in their path, including most of the infantry who were a part of the small armored column. Seeing the amount of destruction that could be conducted by a single multi-role jet while completely unopposed in the sky, Hans thoroughly understood why his father was so keen on replacing the old propeller-driven planes as quickly as possible. What the German military was capable of doing on a global scale was something no other civilization in history had ever been able to achieve. The Reich no longer needed to send boots on the ground to defeat their enemies. A small squadron of multi-role fighters was all that was required to force the surrender of every other state on the planet. These thoughts flooded Hans' brain as he flew around the southern tip of Japan, using the remainder of his payload on whatever enemy targets the Atami Loyalists called in an airstrike upon. Within no more than 2 hours, the weapons on board Hans' jet were completely empty, forcing him to fly back to the carrier which sat in Tokyo Bay. Meanwhile, in Hyankyo, Shiba was rapidly losing his mind. With his air force depleted and his anti-air defenses rapidly running out of munitions, he was forced to realize that total defeat was becoming an inevitability. With each tank destroyed, the Shiba shogunate lacked the means to replace it. Meanwhile, Atami's loyalists grew in number with each victory they achieved. As much as he wanted to blame Atami for this result, Shiba could not find it in his heart to stay mad at the albino beauty for long and instead cope by spending most of his free time in what remained of the woman's old room. At the moment, the shogun was sifting through Atami's drawers looking for something to pleasure himself with. After several moments of searching, he noticed the hamper out of the corner of his eye which contained the albino Bowtie's unwashed clothing. In the hamper was an entire pile of unwashed clothing that Atami had left behind when she fled, including a pair of red silk panties which matched the albino Bowtie's sanguine eyes. As if he had found a treasure, Shiba's hands began to tremble. Just as he was about to pick up the undergarments, a thought flashed across his mind and he was quick to close the door behind him while locking it to ensure that nobody intruded upon him. Once the man was all alone, he lifted the silk panties out of the hamper and pressed them against his face, inhaling the scent of the exiled empress crotch, after which he proceeded to stroke them against his tiny member. After he had finished his decadent act, Shiba covertly stashed the pair of used panties into his pockets and fled from the scene of his crime. Shiba then entered his office where he locked the silk undergarments inside of his desk. He did so just quick enough because in the next moment an officer entered the room with a grave expression on his face. Upon realizing that the man was just about to give him some grim news, Shiba sighed and messaged the bridge of his nose before ordering the officer to spit it out. No need to sugarcoat it, just get on with it already. The officer trembled on the spot after hearing the sharp tone in Shiba's voice and took a moment to collect his thoughts before speaking them aloud. As you already know, we no longer have any planes left in our arsenal nor the means to manufacture new ones. A good 90% of our anti-aircraft weaponry has also been destroyed. Estimates say that by the end of the week we will have nothing left to combat the Luftwaffe. However, that is not the worst news. By now, a good 85% of our armored vehicles have been scrapped during the conflict with the rebels. And we estimate that by the end of the month, what little remains will also be destroyed. Which means we have roughly 1 month left at the most before our only advantage against the Atami Loyalists is gone. When that happens, we will be relying on infantry tactics to fight against the enemy, and even then, our munitions are already running low. Without the means to produce more smokeless powder and primers, we will essentially have another 3 months' worth of munitions to fire through our small arms and artillery before our supplies have run completely dry. Shiba appeared perfectly calm after hearing this dire news for only a single moment before he flipped his desk upside down in a fit of rage. In doing so, the drawer where he locked Itami's panties broke open and the now semen-stained undergarments fell out of the desk and onto the floor, clearly visible by both men who were present in the room. The officer stared in disbelief for some time before stammering in fright. I didn't see anything. However, Sheba could not let this man escape after seeing his guilty deed and thus quickly pulled out his sidearm and plugged a round into the officer's head, where he then swiftly snatched up the silk panties and stuffed them into his pocket just before what remained of the Japanese Imperial Guard entered the room to witness the murder of another Japanese officer. Without even needing to wait for orders, the men quickly dragged the corpse out of the room and began to clean the bloodstains off the floor, leaving Sheba to think about how the walls were rapidly closing in around him. If he could not find some way to stop the Luftwaffe and acquire more munitions, then this war would be over within the next 3 months and Itami would have him executed, just like she said she would. No matter what, Sheba could not allow such a fate to occur, he just didn't know how to prevent it from happening. Chapter 1120, Getting to Know Anuria. While Berenger was spending nearly every waking hour of his weekend away getting reacquainted with the mature Valkyrie and her platinum-haired daughter, Itami was hard at work. In the city of Kufstein, the albino beauty had been taking time out of her day to visit Little Kyoto and speak to its residents while offering help wherever she could manage. After a hard day of charitable service, Itami found herself back in the Kufstein Palace taking a much-needed bath. She soaked her aching bones in the large pool of steaming water for nearly 30 minutes before finally climbing out, where she proceeded to dress in the attire she had been given by her hosts before exiting the facility. It was only after Itami had exited the bath did she feel the need for a stiff drink, thus she managed to make her way to the palace's bar where several members of Berengar's family as well as his staff had gathered to enjoy themselves after a hard day's work. Among the many women at the bar was one that Itami immediately recognized. The woman had long wavy brown hair and mint green eyes, along with a face so beautiful that Itami believed perhaps she had been sculpted from marble. Anuria had just gotten back from her trip to Constantinople and had decided to seek out her mommy at the bar where Linda frequently spent her nights off from work. Unfortunately, with the war going on, the red-headed bowtie schedule was quite full and as a result, Anuria was left to drink by her lonesome. Itami had not forgotten the scene she had witnessed in the bath where the two women had become quite intimate with one another and thus blushed as she sat down next to the Byzantine princess who had a glum expression on her face. The bartender noticed the arrival of the Japanese empress and handed her a menu which contained a list of food and drinks she could order. Since this bar was exclusive to the Kaiser's palace, everything was paid for out of Berengar's own pocket and thus many of those who were fortunate enough to spend their nights here in this place could drink and eat to their heart's content. Itami saw the menu and felt her mouth watering. This place did not serve the fine German cuisine she often ate alongside Berengar's family but rather your typical bar food. Buffalo wings, mozzarella sticks, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, pizzas, chicken tenders, you name it. Something she had been severely craving after being reincarnated into this medieval world. Upon seeing such a large list of food, Itami did not even know what to order. It was only after Anuria saw the woman struggling with her options did she give her advice. If I were you, I would order some hot wings and mozzarella sticks. Trust me, you won't regret it. If you're still not sure what you want, we can always split an order. Itami gazed over at the Roman beauty and smiled before agreeing to her suggestion. That sounds fine to me, what she said, and bring me a nice cold lager while you're at it. The bartender wrote down Itami's order and began to pour 2 beers, one for Anuria and one for Itami. After handing over the drinks, she entered the small kitchen and began to prepare the food that had been ordered. Anuria glanced over at Itami and noticed the woman was quite anxious. Thus, she was quick to introduce herself with a bit of a snide remark. Glad to see you have recovered. This remark caught Itami completely off guard and thus she choked on her beer for a second before asking just what Anuria had meant by that. What do you mean by that? A slight giggle escaped from Anuria's lips as she took a sip of her beer before explaining the taunt she had just now made. Well, I heard that Linda gave you a pretty hard smack after you yelled at Berenger. In case you haven't realized it yet, the entire palace is talking about it. I have been back in Kufstein for no more than 2 hours and I already know the gist of what happened between the two of you. I hate to say it, but Linda let you off easy considering how protective she is of the ones she loves. Itami's face immediately turned red after hearing this, causing her to cool herself down with another sip of her beer. After wiping the foam off her mouth, Itami said something that Anuria took personally. Yeah. Well, I will get her back for that. That bitch has no idea who she is messing with. Contrary to what Itami was expecting, Anuria just laughed at the woman's response before saying something which completely shocked her. No offense, sweetie, but I think you're the one who hasn't got a clue about who you were messing with. I mean, before I retired, I was a privateer, licensed by the Crown to attack enemy shipping and explore the uncharted regions of this world. I don't mean to brag, but I have fought against men twice my size on nearly every continent and every ocean that this world has to offer. Despite this, even I would not dare dream of getting back at Linda. They call her the Spider Queen for a reason. Itami stared at Anuria in complete disbelief for several seconds. It was enough to get Anuria laughing once more. The look on the Japanese empress' face was priceless and Anuria was quick to comment on it. If you don't believe me, just ask around. Everyone here will vouch for me, especially the Navy officers. Though I was never an official part of Berengar's Navy, I am a bit of an icon among sailors within the Reich. You would be surprised by how many posters of me are hanging in the bunks of every naval vessel. Itami looked briefly over at the bartender who was carrying 2 baskets of food in her hands, and without even saying anything the woman nodded her head in silence before handing off the buffalo wings and mozzarella sticks to the women who had ordered them. An even greater look of disbelief appeared on Itami's face before she finally asked the question on her mind. "You were actually a pirate?" Anuria giggled once more while she took another sip from her beer before responding with a playful smile on her face. "I prefer the term privateer, but essentially yes. I was pretty wild when I was younger. You see, I was born and raised exclusively within the Byzantine palace. It was a cage I thought I would never be able to escape from. Eventually one day I managed just that and ran away from my home after being offered as a political marriage to the French prince who, how do I say this politely? Enjoyed the company of other men. Through the help of some friends I made along the way, I eventually managed to find myself in Kufstein, where Berenger and I hit it off pretty quickly. After getting to know one another, I promised to marry him under one condition. He must give me my freedom. He did this by signing a letter of marque and reprisal for me, as well as giving me a ship and all the tools that I needed to sail the world's oceans. It wasn't long before I put together a crew and we sailed across the Mediterranean to the New World and back past the southern tip of Africa. I even made my way to Australia towards the end of my career. After a decade of this adventurous lifestyle, I decided to hang up my guns so that I could focus on what really matters, my children who I had been neglecting for years. Anyway, my point is that even after living such a life, there are 2 people in this world who I never want to get on the bad side of. One of them is obviously Berenger. I probably know better than most just what he is capable of when he is thoroughly provoked. And the other is Linda. I swear those 2 are perfect for one another. In another world where Berenger chose to live a monogamous lifestyle, I have no doubt that she would have been his only bride. Luckily for me, neither of them actually care about such a thing, and I was able to find myself in a loving relationship with both Berenger and Linda. You should know that with the snap of her fingers, Linda can condemn just about anybody on this planet to death and has done so on more occasions than I can count. So I warn you, for your own good, do not try to get even with Linda, it will only end badly for you. After saying this, Anuria dipped a buffalo wing into the ranch dressing which the bartender had provided her before taking a bite out of it. Itami stared in silence towards Anuria for some time. After hearing everything the pirate queen had to say, Itami suddenly realized that she was not the baddest bitch in this house. In fact, there appeared to be at least 2 women by Berengar's side who had a more frightening past than she did. Thus, at that moment, Itami decided to never again get on Lindy's bad side, for the consequences would be horrific. Once she came to this epiphany, the albino beauty began to share the 2 plates of food with Anuria, who was watching the latest fight on one of the TV screens which was sitting in another corner of the room. Chapter 1121, A Den of Vice. With the focus of the German military primarily being on the war with Japan, the ongoing efforts of the Reich to purify and settle the New World and its other colonies had taken a backstep in the public eye. By now, the Reich's military was so advanced that they no longer suffered any significant casualties when engaging in wars against primitive natives. Whether it was the use of precise airstrikes or armored vehicles, the German soldiers no longer needed to fear the stone arrows of the native tribes. And while the Imperial German military continued to conduct raids against the native tribes of what were once known as the Americas in Berengar's past life, the Caribbean was far more peaceful. Currently, Melissa was standing on the balcony of her presidential suite within the most popular casino and resort that existed in the city of Nehafen. The former prostitute turned pirate was dressed in nothing but a luxurious silk bathrobe while pouring herself and her guest a glass of champagne. Sitting across from Melissa was none other than the CEO of the Backer Entertainment Group, who owned the lion's share of Nehafen and its many casinos, resorts, and brothels. Henrik, who was the son of Gunther Backer, had been running Nehafen since it was first settled, and while the majority of the island once known as Cuba in Berengar's past life continued to operate as an agricultural colony, Nehafen had become the primary destination of those German citizens who had a little too much money to spend. Melissa took one look at the city of neon lights and skyscrapers from the top of her balcony and smiled before sitting down in Henrik's lap. She kissed the man passionately before speaking about their illicit relationship. To think that my biggest competitor is also my secret lover, if the public were to find out that the eldest son of the venerable Gunther Backer was dating the woman who was once the most popular whore in Constantinople, I wonder how they would react? Henrik smiled and kissed the woman back while groping her mid-sized breasts. After which he chuckled before flattering the woman about her background. "Oh, you were so much more than a common whore. You were the second in command of the most successful crew of pirates and explorers this world has ever seen, and is the owner of the most popular destination in the world outside the fatherland. What you have done in a few short years with this place is amazing. I must say I feel ashamed that none of my resorts come close to matching the quality of the Queen Anuria's palace. Tell me, why did you name this place after the Kaiser's 3rd wife? Were the 2 of you that close?" Melissa snickered as she took another drink from her crystal glass before informing the man of why she had named her casino such a thing. "While it is true that Anuria and I were on fairly good terms, in reality, the name of my casino and resort has nothing to do with woman herself, rather it originates from the vessels we sailed upon. I know you haven't returned to the fatherland in some time, but even you should have heard about the exploits of Queen Anuria's Revenge and her crew. The wealthy German business owner chuckled as he nodded his head before speaking about some of the rumors he had heard about the legendary pirate crew. Indeed, a pirate crew made entirely of women. I have heard a thing or two about your exploits, and I dare say some rumors that nobody has been able to prove. Melissa giggled when he heard this before confirming that these rumors were, in fact, true. You mean the fact that we were all sleeping with one another? Well, for the most part, that is true. We often spent months alone at sea without ever seeing a man, and during this time some of us became quite friendly with each other, so to speak. However, Anuria herself never joined in the fun. She was always loyal to Berenger. Though I honestly believe there was something going on between her and Linda, I just have never been able to prove it. Henrik took a particular interest in this gossip and raised his brow in curiosity as he asked the next question on his mind. You think that Anuria and Linda were intimate with one another? Why do you think so? To Henrik's surprise, Melissa simply chuckled before saying some even more shocking news. Not only do I suspect that Anuria and Linda were physically intimate with one another, but I suspect the two of them were in love, maybe even to the same extent that Anuria loved Berenger. I can't prove it as I never caught the two of them in the act, but whenever I saw Anuria and Linda together, I would always see a look in their eyes that hinted there was something more between the two of them. But that's not important. What we should be discussing is the expansion of Nehafen. How many marks did you bring in this year? A wide grin appeared on Henrik's face as he expressed his joy with the fortune he had made through his majority control over Nehafen's many casinos, resorts, and brothels. About 50 billion. Of course, the Reich gets 20% of that due to corporate taxes, but I suppose you could say it is my way of giving back to the people considering how much they waste on entertainment here in Nehafen. But enough about my finances. How much did you make this last year? Melissa frowned when she heard such a substantial figure before admitting defeat. Around 3 billion, but I only own this place while you own multiple locations across the city. So I suppose if we compared your most profitable casino versus Queen Anuria's palace, I would still come out on top. Just when Henrik was about to respond to this news, the intercom rang and a familiar voice shocked Melissa to the core. Melissa, you dirty little whore, I know you're hiding in there. How about you open these damned doors and let an old friend inside? I would blast them open myself, but your fucking guards disarmed me at the door. Melissa sighed when she heard the intoxicated voice of an old friend before downing the rest of her crystal glass and opening the door to her suite. Standing there in the doorway was a very drunk Elfrun who immediately smiled and wrapped her arms around Melissa before kissing the woman passionately. Melissa had to fight the Busta pirate captain off of her, and once she did so, the girl pouted before expressing her disappointment. Geez, I haven't seen you in like 2 years and yet you won't even kiss me. What gives, girl? It was only now that Elfrun noticed a rather handsome German man in a fine suit, bedazzled in expensive jewelry, sitting on a sofa located within the balcony. When she saw Henrik, she lowered her voice so as to not catch the man's attention. Oh, you have company. Perhaps I should visit you some other time then? Despite the fact that Henrik was watching the two women rather patiently, Melissa did not hastily return to him. She was more interested in Elfrun and why she was in Nehafen. Elfrun, what the hell are you doing here? Last I heard, you were raiding shipping in Asia? Elfrun immediately began to bitch about her circumstances to her old friend while she hugged the woman once more. Oh, Melissa, it's horrible. Japan is on the verge of collapse and they are completely blockaded by the Kriegsmarine. There's nothing left to raid, and Berenger will not permit us to attack the shipping over other powers in the region like the Ming dynasty. So my girls and I have nothing left to do but retire. After Anuria walked out on us, I felt it would be inappropriate to visit her in Kufstein, so I brought some of the girls here to Nehafen, those who wanted to stick around with me anyway. They're waiting in my room. If you want, you can join us. I'm sure we have a lot to catch up on. Melissa bit her lip in distress as she thought about whether it was a good idea to get wasted with her old crewmates or stay with Henrik and discuss business. After all, those few girls who were left over when Melissa retired were relatively unfamiliar to her, aside from Elfrun, that is. Still, since Elfrun had asked, Melissa could not deny her. Fine, your stay here is on me. Order as much alcohol, drugs, and girls as you want. I have quite a few exotic beauties in my collection who would be more than happy to service you and the girls. Just give me a moment to finish things up here, and I will head to your room. Elfrun smiled and kissed Melissa once more. This time the woman did not resist and became rather intimate with her old crewmate before returning to Henrik and informing her that plans had changed for the night. Though Henrik was rather disappointed in how the evening ended up, he understood the need for Melissa to reunite with her old friends. Melissa and Henrik would discuss at a later date how best to further develop the den of vice that was Nehafen. Chapter 1122, Ghazi's New Fiancé. While Alexandros had begun bi-weekly visits to his mother's homeland in an attempt to help bring the collapsing empire under order, Ghazi was given a similar task. Roughly the same age as his half-brother, Ghazi had just as much ability as the Byzantine prince but had yet to truly prove himself. Thus, while Berenger was enjoying a weekend away from home, Yasmin decided now was a good time to take her family to visit her homeland. After a rather short journey to the capital of the Iberian Empire, which was the city of Granada, Yasmin and her children relaxed themselves in their ancestral home. Ghazi was currently sitting in his office while hard at work with some new reforms. During his absence, Berenger had left the daily administration of Iberia up to an educated official from the Reich. The seat, which had once been occupied by Adelbrand, was now in the young sultan's hands. At the moment, Ghazi was currently introducing a similar form of cultural conversion that his father was forcing upon the dominion of Francia. The old identity of the Visigothic and Swabi peoples who once inhabited what was now referred to as Spain and Portugal was making a comeback thanks to Ghazi's efforts. Because of Iberia's close ties to the Reich as well as his personal heritage, Ghazi had begun using propaganda to stoke a desire within his people to return to their Germanic roots. As a result, he introduced policies to teach the Gothic language in schools as a tertiary language with the intent of it eventually replacing Spanish and Portuguese altogether. After all, the Kingdom of Spain was a short-lived and failed state that had only been united in this world as a means of combating the Austrian-Granadan alliance. Thus, no real culture had formed from it. In actuality, the last of the Spanish monarchs lie dead and buried, while the religion which had been the basis of Iberian culture for so long was nothing more than a memory of darker times. In the place of the Catholic Church, the Iberian Reformation had taken root, which in many ways was a blend of Islam and the German Reformation. An Iberian Christian was permitted to have up to 4 wives. The eating of pork was considered taboo, while beer and wine were also prohibited. However, distilled spirits such as rum, which were locally produced in Iberia, were allowed for recreational consumption. While Ghazi was instituting these cultural and religious reforms, his mother knocked on the already open door. The boy did not even look up to see her and instead responded with a simple phrase. "You may enter." Yasmin had a warm smile on her beautiful face as she saw her son fulfilling his role as the Sultan. Despite being only roughly 12 years of age, Ghazi already looked so much like his father, especially when he was overseeing a mountain of paperwork. However, the boy could not sit in his seat all day and sign his signature. After all, he had other responsibilities to take care of as the head of state. Thus, Yasmin was quick to remind him about such a thing. "I just wanted to stop by to inform you that your little fiancé will be arriving within the hour, so it would probably be best if you called it a day and prepared yourself for her arrival." This simple statement completely shocked Ghazi. This was the first time the boy had ever heard that he had a fiancé, and as a result there were quite a few questions on his mind. First and foremost, why the hell was his mother only informing him of such an important matter now? However, the last thing a boy like Ghazi would ever do in his life would be to lash out at his mother, especially over such a petty matter. Thus, Ghazi placed down his pen and forced a smile as he questioned her in the most polite way he could manage. "I'm sorry, mother, I thought you said my fiancé would be visiting me. I am going to need some clarification on this matter. Since when have I been engaged?" A warm smile appeared on Yasmin's face after hearing her son be so respectful, even though it was clear by the strained smile on his face that he had been rather irritated with this sudden bombshell of information. She quickly approached the boy and clutched him to her rather substantial bosom as she stroked his silky golden hair while explaining the situation. "Your father and I have figured that it would be a good idea to begin solidifying your claim to all of Iberia. As a result, the two of us have arranged for the daughter of the former king of Navarre to marry you. Think of it as a way to bring together your two peoples. I heard she is a rather delightful young girl. You will like her." Ghazi had to search his memories for anything related to the kingdom of Navarre. It was a small and petty kingdom compared to its other Iberian neighbors, and had completely remained neutral during the Iberian War until it was ultimately annexed by the Aragonese king Felipe de Trastamara after he united the Spanish people into the Kingdom of Spain. As a brother of Felipe, the former king of Navarre took a step aside and kept his family out of the conflict, which eventually consumed the entire peninsula, and even went so far as to refuse the papacy's attempts to make them a figurehead to rally behind during the Catholic insurgency which followed immediately after Felipe's death. With the Andalusian annexation of the Kingdom of Spain, Navarre became just another administrative region of Ghazi's empire. However, the young daughter of their former king would certainly make a formidable tool in politics. At the very least, it would compel many of the more unruly Iberian Christians to become more accepting of the new regime. Thus, after thinking about this for some time, Ghazi smiled and nodded his head before accepting his mother's instructions. "Okay, I understand. I very much look forward to meeting her." As Yasmin had said, within the hour the representatives of House de Trastamara arrived at the Granadan Palace and Ghazi went out to meet his young fiancée. The boy had grown into a fine resemblance to his father, but with slightly tanned skin and his mother's amber eyes. He even slicked his hair just as how Berenger had done for the last 15 years. Thus, when the young princess first laid eyes on Ghazi within his imperial regalia, she dropped her jaw. She could have never have believed that a half-Moor would be so dreamy, and until this moment was rather regretting her engagement to the boy. The Princess of Navarre was practically a living doll with flawless pale skin, fiery red hair, and fierce blue eyes. From a single glance, Ghazi could tell that this girl was among the last of a dying bloodline. She was a pure-blood Visigoth, which would be the perfect piece of propaganda for his ongoing process of cultural conversion. Though Ghazi was cautious of every stranger he met, he did not outwardly behave as such. Instead, he quickly approached the young princess, who was roughly the same age as him, and introduced himself to the girl with all the charm he had learned from observing the way his father interacted with his women. "I am Sultan Ghazi Al-Fadl. May I perhaps have the pleasure of knowing your name?" The girl slightly blushed and averted her gaze before whispering her name in a voice so low Ghazi nearly missed it. Isabella de Trastamara. Immediately after hearing this name, Ghazi gave his future bride a pet name with a wide smile on his face. Well Bella, how about I show you around my palace? The young girl smiled and nodded her head silently before grasping hold of Ghazi's firm biceps. The moment she felt the boy's muscles, Isabella was shocked to see that he had such muscle definition despite being so young. As a result, the princess wore a pretty smile and obediently followed the boy into the palace while his mother spoke with her own parents about more important matters. Chapter 1123, Zara's Mischief. Ghazi led Isabella through the palace in Granada which he would one day reside in when he had become an adult. It was not nearly as large as his father's home, but the previous sultan had spared no expense during his reign to outfit it with the most luxurious trappings he could afford. While the palace in Granada was impressive to the young princess of Navarre, it was in fact a complete disappointment to the sultan. Even still, he walked around the building and showed off its many modern features which were not found anywhere else within the Iberian Empire. After his first visit to Granada, Ghazi had contracted a German construction company to renovate his palace with the most modern luxuries Germany had to offer. From its own generator, which was powered by German biodiesel, to the building's light fixtures, internal heating, and even air conditioner for those hot summer nights. What were normal appliances in your average German household was a form of supreme luxury here in Iberia that only the sultan had access to. During Ghazi's tour of the palace, his little sister Zara was in the gardens while tinkering with a very peculiar device. Like her elder half-brother Hans, Zara had inherited a form of superior intelligence when compared to the rest of the children her age. As a result, she spent her free time studying various topics which intrigued her while also engaging in scientific pursuits. If there were two fields of study which Zara found the most interesting, they would be astronautical engineering and astrophysics. The field of rocketry was a relatively recent advancement in German history, and at the moment it had a use limited solely to the battlefields. However, Zara saw the potential in rockets for uses outside the military, especially after the recent vertical launch test of AV-2 which passed the Kármán line, thus becoming the first man-made object to enter space. It was Zara's dream that one day a man would be able to walk on the moon, and she desired to be a critical part of that mission. Thus, over the past few months, Zara had begged her father to allow her access to the Royal Kufstein University where all the documents pertaining to the study of rocketry were widely available for the Reich's academic community. Zara had spent nearly every moment of her free time in the Royal Kufstein University studying the written material as well as listening to lectures by some of Germany's leading rocket scientists and astrophysicists, all of which praised the girl for her exceptional intelligence and innovative ideas. Thus, while Ghazi was leading his new fiancée on a tour, Zara was playing around with a rocket of her own design within the Granadan Palace's gardens. This was a small-scale rocket that was more designed as a proof of concept than anything else. She knew with this project that she would not be able to reach space, but as a 10-year-old girl, the fact that she could even build this was proof of her ability. In order to get the components to build this thing, Zara had wandered onto the nearest German airbase which existed just outside the city of Granada and politely asked for scrap materials from the machinists who worked on the planes. The only reason she was able to even achieve such a thing was because Zara was the Kaiser's daughter and was thus granted access to restricted zones that normal civilians would not be able to enter. The rocket she had essentially built in the backyard was entirely her own design. Until now, all rockets used either solid or liquid propellants. However, both had their drawbacks and Zara was determined to blend the best of both worlds. Thus, what Zara had come up with after extensive research and experimentation was a hybrid rocket propellant which utilized a solid fuel and a liquid oxidizer. Such as polyethylene as the fuel and liquid oxygen as the oxidizer. The rocket she designed was roughly the height of 1.5 full-grown German men but was more narrow. It had been moved into a large clearing within the Granadan Palace's gardens by a few of her bodyguards who recorded the young girl and her experiment as she began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. After saying this, Zara punched the button which would ignite the rocket, immediately sending the thing flying through the air. In preparation for this event, the palace gardens had been cleared of all personnel. Zara watched as the rocket climbed higher into the air than she ever thought possible. Upon seeing that her relatively small rocket had been an enormous success, Zara let out a scream of joy before whispering to herself, "Daddy, are you proud of Zara? Your daughter finally succeeded." Upon realizing that her father was not around for her significant advancement in rocket technology, the girl began to pout as the rocket flew to even further heights before the parachute deployed and it began to slowly fall towards the earth below. While Ghazi was taking his young fiancée around the palace and Zara was experimenting with her rocket design, Yasmin was entertaining the former king of Navarre and his wife. Yasmin had a warm smile on her face as she served her guests a batch of tea and a warm meal while speaking of the newly formed relationship between their two children. "I think Ghazi and Isabella have hit things off relatively well. I was a bit worried there when I dropped this news on my son so suddenly. However, I believe he will enjoy spending time with your daughter. The former king of Navarre was a man named Alfonso, and he was significantly older than his wife. As a middle-aged man with a head of hair and a full beard that was beginning to gray, he was still quite attractive for his age. His wife, however, was quite obviously younger than even Yasmin and was quite beautiful in her own right. Alfonso began to speak about his first perception of the young sultan. I must admit I was a bit concerned when I first received a request from your house to ask for an arranged marriage between my daughter and your son. After all, the history between the Iberian Christians and Muslims is a long and bloody one. However, I do believe after all the death and suffering that we have both endured these past few years, it would be a good sign to the people that we can move forward even after everything that has happened between us. I must say your boy appears to be quite the gentleman, and I would be glad to. Dear God in heaven, what is that? During mid-sentence, Alfonso and his wife had widened their eyes in disbelief as they heard a loud explosion occur. They quickly looked out the window to see that a relatively large projectile was flying straight into the sky. Yasmin turned around to find the source of all the commotion and simply facepalmed before expressing her thoughts aloud. God damn it, Zara. The last thing Yasmin needed was to startle her soon-to-be in-laws. Yet Zara had chosen today of all days to test another one of her rocket launches. All the previous prototypes that the girl had tested had been quite disastrous. It was a miracle that nobody had been hurt thus far. The fact that the Zara had chosen to use the palace's gardens as her launch point, despite knowing how dangerous her little projects were, meant that she would be receiving a massive scolding in the near future. Just as Yasmin was thinking about this, Zara came rushing through the door with an excited smile on her face while screaming with joy. Mommy! Look! I did it! I finally did it! My rocket works! Daddy should give me an Imperial Medal of Art and Science after I tell him about this. Look at it go! Do you think it will be able to make it into space? It was only after Zara had expressed her complete joy with her successful launch test did she realize the terrified expressions on the face of the former king and queen of Navarre, as well as the stern and disapproving look on her mother's face. As a result, she immediately pulled out the cute card and knocked her knuckles to her forehead while sticking out her tongue. Teehee. In the past, this was all that Zara needed to convince her father to let her off the hook for her shenanigans, but Yasmin was far less forgiving than her husband. She quickly pointed in the direction of the girl's room and yelled a command at her. Go to your room. I will speak with you when I have finished calming our guests. Zara simply responded by pouting and deliberately stomping her feet in a fit as she begrudgingly obeyed her mother's commands. Once the girl was out of sight, Yasmin sighed heavily before apologizing to her guests for the sudden disturbance. I'm sorry about that. My daughter is extremely gifted and likes to experiment with things that are quite dangerous. I assure you, the worst has passed. Please, sit down and drink some tea. It will help calm your nerves. Alfonso and his wife continued to stare in disbelief out the window even as they did what Yasmin had suggested. It was only after absent-mindedly sipping on their tea for several moments did they finally come back to reality. Chapter 1124, Earning Lindy's Approval Part 1. While Berenger was still in Iceland enjoying his time with the mature Valkyrie and Ghazi was in Granada with his family, Itami continued to set up her government in exile. By now she had a functional cabinet of educated officials who could help her manage what few tasks she had. And even though Itami was hard at work trying to fix the mess she had created and making amends with her victims, there was one thing that continued to bother her. The albino beauty took Berengar's absence as a personal slight against her, having not been informed of his actual reason for departing from the Reich. As a result, she wanted to more than anything to make up with the man. Thus, Itami decided to look for Anuria, hoping the Byzantine beauty might be able to smooth things over for her. Anuria was once again at the bar, snacking on hot wings and jalapeno poppers while watching a kickboxing fight. It was no surprise to her that Linda was once more busy working at the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence and thus could not meet up with her. When Itami saw this, she quickly sat down next to the woman and sighed heavily before ordering herself a stiff drink. Once the bartender had returned with the beverage, the Japanese empress did not hesitate to gulp down its contents. Upon seeing the frustrated expression on Itami's face, Anuria simply chuckled while tossing a bone into her tray that she had picked clean. After licking her fingers and wiping her mouth with a nearby napkin, the Byzantine princess finally responded. Rough day, huh? Itami responded to this rhetorical question with a simple glower before snagging one of Anuria's jalapeno poppers and dipping it into a small container of ranch dressing. She then proceeded to gobble it down like it was the tastiest treat on the planet. It was only after she had swallowed the entire thing did she speak up. You don't know the half of it. I have been doing my best to coordinate with your foreign intelligence agency about the ongoing efforts to dethrone Sheba, but I keep getting the runaround. I am starting to get the feeling that Linda doesn't like me. Anuria giggled as she took another swig from her beer before responding to Itami's exasperated comment with a bit of a snicker in her tone. You are just figuring this out now? Linda is known for many things and holding a grudge is definitely one of them. You are responsible for her man's conflicted heart and she will not easily forgive you for that. If you want my advice, you should do something that shows your sincerity. Maybe then she will be able to take you more seriously. Itami groaned after hearing this before resting her head on the table with a defeated expression on her face. It was only after several moments of awkward silence did she reveal her thoughts. I have done everything I can think of. Not only have I been helping out in Little Kyoto, I have also been doing charity work for the local Veteran Affairs office. I understand why she hates me. After all, a lot of those men are injured because of me, and if I could take back my mistakes, I would do so in a heartbeat. I just don't know what I can do to make Berenger and Linda see how sincere I am in making amends. Anuria was slightly surprised to see how far Itami had gone to make things right, and though she could never undo what she had done, the albino beauty had at least made a good start on putting things right. Still, the Byzantine princess would not let this white fox get away with her crimes so easily and thus did not give her any further recommendations. After another awkward silence persisted between the two women for some time before Itami raised her pretty head from the bar and posed a question that Anuria had not been expecting. You said previously that if there were two people in this world that you didn't want to get on the bad side of, it would be Berenger and Linda. I understand why you wouldn't want to anger Berenger. After all, I have found out the hard way just how capable the man is. But why does Linda frighten you so? Anuria remained silent as she ate another hot wing, seemingly ignoring the question, and just when Itami was about to give up on getting answers from the woman, she spoke up with a rather grim tone in her voice. Do you know what the second most stable civilization on this planet is? Itami was rather surprised by the sudden shift in conversation but decided she was going to play along and thus sighed heavily before responding. I don't know what, Japan? A single scoff escaped Anuria's lips before she responded to Itami with a condescending look in her eyes. Obviously not. The conceited look on Anuria's face immediately enraged Itami, causing her to demand an answer. Okay, fine then, what is it then? Anuria finished her beer and motioned for the bartender to get her another one before she finally answered the Empress of Japan's question. That would be the Iberian Empire. Though it wasn't always this way. When Berenger was still a minor nobleman, he sailed to the Emirate of Granada and met with their sultan. He formed an alliance with an Islamic state, something that was unthinkable in the Catholic world. This is actually how Berenger came to marry Yasmin. He did this because he needed allies who would fight against the church with him. Over the next decade, Berenger committed troops to the region to end Reconquista once and for all, but in the favor of the Moors. 14,000 German soldiers lost their lives in the conflict, and the only reason it was finally ended was because of Lindy's actions. After defeating the Iberian Catholic kingdoms and uniting the peninsula beneath the Sultan's rule, the Catholic Church resorted to creating an insurgency. Brutal urban warfare popped up all over the country. This was actually the phase of the war where the most casualties occurred on the Reich side. Now, if it was up to Linda or Heimeric, they simply would have gassed the cities where the insurgents were located into extinction. But Berenger did not permit this. Instead, he tasked Linda with sending her agents to infiltrate and identify the terrorists, where the woman would then send elite death squads to extract, interrogate, and execute these individuals. For every insurgent Lindy's agents captured, they would be able to identify two more, and after years of this process, the Iberian insurgency had been reduced to a shadow of its former self. In one last act of defiance, they bombed a Moorish general, killing him on the spot. In retaliation for this attack, Berenger ordered to gas the terrorists' last stronghold, which was the city of Madrid. Some say it was Lindy's idea to conduct the chemical attack, but it is impossible to know who was the mastermind behind the attack, as both Berenger and Linda share a similar cruelty towards their enemies. Regardless as to who came up with the plan, the result was the deaths of roughly 22,000 people. Oh sure, Berenger ordered his men to send flyers into Madrid, informing the innocent civilians to evacuate before the attack, but they were not able to do so since the insurgents had the city on lockdown. A lot of innocent people died to prove a point that the Reich does not tolerate terrorism, especially towards national leaders. The moral of the story is that it doesn't matter who ordered the chemical attack on Madrid. Because the very fact that the terrorists were driven to such a desperate state in the first place is the result of Lindy's abilities in finding and eliminating people around the globe. As I said before, with the snap of her fingers, Linda can condemn just about anyone on this planet to death. And it will happen when they least expect it. I was not joking about that. Itami gazed at Anuria's stoic expression with a look of horror on her own face. Partially because she now understood just what kind of woman she was dealing with. But also because she could not believe that Berenger had gassed a civilian target. It took several moments for Itami to gather her thoughts before she eventually voiced her outrage. That's horrible. How does he have the nerve to condemn me for my own crimes when he has done just as bad, if not worse, in the past? It was at this moment that Anuria glared straight into Itami's blood-red eyes. She had taken offense to the albino bowtie statement and was quick to counter with one of her own. The attack on Madrid was a last resort. You have to understand when I say there was brutal urban warfare going on across the entire region and not just talking about adults taking up arms to fight for the Catholic Church. The papacy became so desperate to get a win over Berenger that they eventually resorted to encouraging young children to blow themselves up with grenades that were stolen from the corpses of German soldiers. There was simply no way of knowing who was innocent and who was in league with the insurgents. A lot of young German and Moorish men lost their lives because they did not dare open fire on the myriad of child soldiers employed by the Iberian Catholic League. When nobody fled the city, which was a well-known stronghold of the insurgents, Berenger assumed its entire population supported the enemy and thus wiped it out. That is not nearly in the same league as the atrocities that have been committed beneath your banner. So, I would suggest that you don't make such a statement again. The wounds to our society caused by the Iberian War are still being treated to this day. If a veteran of that conflict were to hear you comparing their actions to those that your own troops have committed, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. Itami remained silent as she thought about everything Anuria had told her, both about Berenger and Lindy's character. One thing was certain: if Itami were to make up with Berenger and move past her past mistakes, she would first need to earn Lindy's approval. Thus, she decided to begin doing everything she could to get herself within the red-headed bowtie's good graces. Chapter 1125, Returning home after a brief vacation. Berenger awoke in Brynhilde's bed to find the mature Valkyrie clinging tightly to his body. His head had been stuffed into her substantial mounds, proving that he had once more used them as pillows. Today was the day that Berenger said goodbye to his second family and returned home to the Reich. Despite this reality, a certain part of him wanted to stay behind and look after the woman and her two kids, one of which was his. Thus, he continued to lie in bed within the arms of his lover until she eventually awoke from her slumber. Brynhilde wore a warm smile on her pretty face as she kissed her man passionately on the lips. As he did so, she began to stroke Berengar's erect shaft, giving it a warm welcome in her tight grip like she did every morning that the man spent here in the village. Before long, Berenger and Brynhilde were breeding like rabbits yet again, eventually waking both Siv, who lied in a different corner of the longhouse, and their infant son with their moans. Siv could only pout as she listened to the sounds of her mother and stepfather make love yet again. Eventually Berenger and Brynhilde finished, where they climbed out of bed and got dressed. Once they had done so, Siv popped out of her own mattress and greeted the two of them, entirely ignoring what they had just been up to. "Good morning, mother. Good morning, father." Berenger smiled and nodded his head in silence as he sat down at the kitchen table and drank from a cup of coffee which Brynhilde had just served him. The mature beauty was already in the act of cooking breakfast in order to ensure that her man was well fed for his journey back home. Once the woman had completed the breakfast, she sat it down on the table where she finally began to speak. "So you're leaving today, isn't that right?" Berenger was snacking on a piece of bacon when he heard the rather glum tone in the woman's voice and thus quickly finished chewing before hastily responding to her question. "Yes, I'll be back in exactly 1 month. I know it is quite a long time, but I can't help it. My offer still stands, by the way. I would be more than happy to take you and the little ones back to Kufstein. There's more than enough room on my jet." Despite the offer and the excitement in Siv's pale blue eyes at the prospect, Brynhilde simply smiled bitterly before shaking her head and rejecting it. "You know our place is here in the village. Your efforts to convert the local population back to the old faith is a slow and continual progress, and my presence here strengthens the morale of the villagers. Maybe one day when you are an old man and our son rules over Iceland, then you can take me away from this place, but for now I must reject your offer." Both Berenger and Siv sighed in defeat at the same time. Siv wanted nothing more to explore the world outside Iceland and see the wonders that Berenger spoke of every time he mentioned his homeland. But her mother would never permit her, and thus she could only dream about the Reich from afar. As for Berenger himself, he simply wanted to be with one of the women he loved, and the monthly visits were not nearly enough for him. And even though he knew Brynhilde felt the same way, he would not compel the woman to leave her home. Thus he could only eat the rest of his breakfast in silence as he stared off into space. Eventually the time came for Berenger to depart, and thus he kissed Brynhilde once more before saying his goodbyes. "I promise I will be back as soon as I am able. In the meantime, take care of little Bjorn." A bitter smile appeared on Brynhilde's luscious lips as she nodded her head thrice before responding to this request. "You know I will." After hearing this, Berenger smiled before kissing the infant boy on the forehead, where he then proceeded over to where Siv stood silently with a depressed look on her face. Berenger forced a smile as he placed a hand on the girl's shoulder and comforted her to the best he could manage. "Maybe next time your mother will allow me to take you away from this place. Until then, continue to help her out. Now that she's looking after an infant without me, your mother will need all the help she can get." A single tear fell down Siv's porcelain cheek as she latched hold of her stepfather and hugged him tightly. She murmured something into his chest as the man forced her away from him. "I will. I promise." Berenger heard just enough and thus smiled before petting the girl's platinum hair. After doing so, he sighed heavily and said one last thing before departing. "Well, this is it. I will see you all 1 month from now. Farewell." After saying this, Berenger climbed into his truck and activated the engine, where he began to drive out of the whirlwind which protected the hidden paradise from the outside world. He gazed into the left side mirror with a longing expression on his face as he watched his second family, along with the entire village, wave him goodbye. Once out of the whirlwind, Berenger drove to the German airbase just outside Reykjavik. Since the island was officially under the authority of the Reich, German soldiers patrolled its streets, which he watched as he passed them by. Once entering the airfield, Berenger found his private jet waiting for him on the airstrip ready for takeoff. The crew saluted their Kaiser, which the man returned before stepping into the jet's cabin. Once seated, the stewardess prepared him a cup of coffee which he was happy to drink as he looked over at the latest newspaper which sat on board the plane. Before long, the plane had hit the runway and taken off into the air, where it began to journey towards the Reich. All the while, Berenger read an interesting headline which nearly caused him to choke on his coffee. "Rocket spotted over Granada." secret German weapons project, or an Iberian challenge to the Reich. When Berenger saw this, he could only think of one thing. His little girl had finally succeeded in her efforts to build a functional rocket of her own design. Immediately, all the depression he was feeling about leaving Brynhilde and her children behind had evaporated from his heart. Instead, a warm sense of fatherly approval replaced it. Speaking to no one in particular, Berenger shook his head as he let out his thoughts on the matter. That little girl has actually pulled it off? One day soon she will be a very valuable asset to the Reich. Immediately Berengar's thoughts shifted towards the near future where his daughter Zara would become an instrumental part of the German space program which he planned to create. He could be no prouder as a parent at this very moment. After thinking about this for some time, the man shifted to the next page of the paper where he saw another interesting headline pop up. The Empress of Japan, patron of Little Kyoto's orphans and helper of the Department of Veterans Affairs. This particularly caught Berengar's interest as he read through the paper and saw information about Itami helping out around Little Kyoto and the VA. A subtle smirk etched itself upon the man's lips as he once more expressed his thoughts on the matter. It seems she is really trying to prove herself to me. A pity this is not nearly enough to earn back my favor. But it is a start. We will see how things proceed from here. Berenger would continue to get caught up with what had been transpiring across the Reich during his brief absence. Eventually, the plane landed in Kufstein, where Berenger took a car back to his palace. Once he stepped inside the door, he noticed that the majority of his family was there waiting for him. Although Linda was absent probably because she was hard at work on something important. As were Itami and Yasmin. In the latter's case, she was still in Granada. Berenger hugged and kissed those of his wives who were present before chatting with each of his children. He would spend the rest of his day catching up with his family about what they had been doing during his time away from home. Even though there was a war being waged on the other side of the world. All was good with the von Kufstein family and the Reich in general. Though now that the Kaiser had returned to his homeland, he would be forced to forget his brief vacation and instead focus on ending the conflict with Japan once and for all. Chapter 1126, Putting a BTCH in her place. The day after Berenger returned home from his monthly visit to Iceland, Itami found herself alone in the palace. Berenger was busy overseeing the war effort and Linda was nowhere to be found. Of course, Itami did not know this and thus she had looked for Berenger in his office. Perhaps the receptionist was on her lunch break, but when Itami arrived at the entrance, there was nobody to greet her. Thus, she took a deep breath to resolve her courage before knocking gently on the door. Contrary to what Itami was expecting, the door was unlocked and left slightly ajar. Thus the impact of her knuckles pushed it open ever so slightly, revealing Berengar's office in all its splendor to the Japanese empress. Itami opened the door in its entirety and voiced her entry aloud as she did so. "Hello, Berenger, are you in here?" After forcing her way inside, Itami realized that she was all alone and let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. She was just about to turn around and leave when she saw a manila folder on the top of Berengar's desk with big and bold red lettering that spelled out the word classified. This document immediately caught the interest of Itami, causing the young woman to debate internally on whether or not she should intrude on the Kaiser's private business. After a brief internal debate about the subject, Itami looked around to see if anybody had seen her before closing the door behind her. Once she was all alone, the albino beauty proceeded to the desk and opened the file where a black and white picture of Itami in her old military uniform was boldly displayed on a dossier. Now Itami could not help but look at the document where she read the following. Possible ramifications of non-interference with the Japanese Empire. After a thorough investigation, I have concluded that perhaps in an act of ignorance or outright incompetence the young Japanese empress has handed advanced weapons and the technology needed to produce them to random samurai, who were just months ago all ready to go to war against each other. In doing this, the subject has simply placed herself on top of a rotting pile without doing much to establish proper loyalty. Her frequent purges have been, to put it politely, sloppy and have only succeeded in building resentment against her. Even the cult of personality which the subject has built around herself is filled with people who are simply trying to expand their own power with no real loyalty to the so-called war goddess. It is of my opinion that the moment Empress Itami Ryo reaches her limit and has nothing new that she can provide to her sycophants, the samurai will overthrow her. Contacts in the Ming dynasty have already confirmed multiple Japanese clans seeking an alternate source of ammunition, leading me to believe that they are currently plotting a coup against the Itami regime. The end result of a coup will be nothing short of civil war, one involving protracted trench and mountain warfare. It is entirely probable and damn near certain that some warlord will forcefully marry the subject and rape her until she becomes pregnant with a son in order to better his own claim. Use of violence against the subject's family is likely, especially as a means to prevent her from killing herself and thus carrying the pregnancy to term. It is quite certain that Japan will eventually fracture into tens of feudal fiefdoms vying for supremacy, causing thousands of people with industrial knowledge to flee to China where they will undoubtedly kickstart the Industrial Revolution. Naturally, such an outcome will cause significant problems down the line for the Reich. As an industrial nation with nearly 5 times our population, the Ming dynasty will be a difficult geopolitical rival to contend with even with our current technological edge. Psychological profile of target. After further investigation, which has included the opinions of several military psychologists, it would appear that Empress Itami Ryo seems to have a misplaced belief in her own capabilities and a habit of underestimating her enemies. I believe this is because she has not met anyone more capable to compare herself with. By making herself Empress, the subject seems to be a simple case of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where someone inexperienced and unknowledgeable tends to overestimate their expertise. We can use her overconfidence to cripple her nation's military in a small number of decisive victories should it come to war. Conclusion. Non-interference in the Pacific region is not a viable option simply due to the fact that Empress Itami Ryo has demonstrated remarkable incompetence for a woman in her position. As a result, the Reich is now forced to intervene in Asia in order to contain the chaos which will inevitably result from the subject's actions. Furthermore, it would be in the Reich's best interest to accept Japanese refugees who will inevitably flee to Ming China in order to prevent the leak of knowledge. However, it would be wise to establish allies in the region and arm them to resist future Japanese aggression. Suggested plans of action. Pressure the Ming dynasty into handing over all Japanese refugees. Expand intelligence operations inside the Japanese mainland and the surrounding areas. Establish diplomatic ties with the Joseon dynasty and supply their army with weapons and training. Heavy investment into the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine. Secure bauxite reserves in Indochina and the Majapahit Empire. Colonize Australia, denying Japan access to its resources. Establish greater naval presence in the Pacific. Signed, Director of Imperial Intelligence Linda von Kufstein. After reading all of this, Itami froze in place for what seemed like hours. Her mind appeared to be working at the slowest possible capacity. The dating of this document was shortly after the first contact was made between Japan and Germany. From the very start, the Germans had interfered with her plans as a matter of national security. Though there were parts of the dossier she felt quite offended with, Itami could not deny that it was a most, if not entirely, accurate assessment of her reign and the troubles that would have eventually resulted. The part that was perhaps the most chilling was when the dossier outlined her potential fate after the coup d'etat, which, if not for Berengar's help, surely would have happened to her. As Itami continuously reread the report, the words that Anuria had spoken to her not long ago flashed into her mind. Honey, all of Germany's criticism is just propaganda to make Japan seem like the villain. If Berenger personally disapproves of how you ran your empire, it is because of how sloppy you were. You killed, but the deaths were absolutely pointless and yielded no results. You simply ruined your reputation without getting anything substantial in return. Berenger has distaste for your incompetence, not your methods. It was no wonder why Berenger had such a hard time coming to terms with Itami as a romantic prospect, especially after the speech she had made to her people. For a brief moment, she was a damsel in distress who needed her rescue. But after once more assuming the mantle of Japan's empress, Itami had become in Berengar's eyes the incompetent and ruthless dictator who had caused nothing but problems for the Reich and the world as a whole. She had killed hundreds of thousands of people with little to show for it. Everything in this report had come to pass or was prevented only because of Berengar's assistance. Such a thing was so obvious to Linda and Berenger, yet she had been completely blinded by her ambition, ego, and avarice to actually see it. In this moment, Itami realized that she was not Berengar's equal and never would be. Even if Berengar's Germany did not exist in this world, or if they had never interfered with her plans, a coup d'etat was inevitable and her fate without the Reich's interference would have been far worse than what she ended up with. Itami did not say a word as she stashed away the dossier back into its proper place and exited from Berengar's office with a completely dumbstruck expression on her pretty face. There were so many things she needed to think about and not enough time in the world for her to do it. The Japanese empress was so lost in thought that she did not even notice Linda skulking in the shadows, watching her every move. The red-headed beauty had a conceited smirk on her gorgeous face as she entered Berengar's office and stashed away the old file which she had explicitly left out for Itami to find. In the next moment, Berenger entered the room and spotted his wife standing at his desk, where he was quick to ask just what she was up to. "And what are you doing here, in my study all by yourself?" Linda simply smiled as she wrapped her arms around Berengar's neck and whispered her response into his ears, putting a delusional bitch in her place. Berenger glanced back at his desk and did not spot anything out of place. Whatever had occurred, it was not his place to ask, and thus he smiled before kissing Linda passionately on the lips, where he eventually broke free and whispered something to her. "You are one devious bitch." Despite the harsh language, Linda did not get upset and instead began to unbutton the man's shirt while taunting him. "Indeed, I have been a bad girl and I am in much need of punishment, don't you think, master?" What followed was an intimate session between Berenger and his favorite wife. The man was completely unaware that Linda had put Itami in her place, with nothing but a document that had not been read in years. Chapter 1127, The Princess of Granada Fund. While Itami was alone in her room reflecting on her entire life and the many choices she had made along the way, Yasmin and the kids returned home with wide smiles on their faces. Ghazi was quite happy with his little fiancée who was still living with her parents in Navarre. As for Zara, she was extremely pleased with her first successful rocket test. She held a video cassette in her hand while shaking with excitement. The little girl could not wait to see her father and inform him of her achievement. Not long after Yasmin entered the palace with her many children did Berenger rush to meet them. The excitement he felt at the mature Moorish Bowtie's return was something that only a man who had been separated from his love could truly understand. He quickly picked up the woman and spun her around while kissing her passionately, an action that she did not anticipate. Once Yasmin finally had a moment to breathe, she was quick to ask about her husband's journey abroad. "So, how did things go? Was your little vacation without incident?" Berenger smiled and nodded his head before shifting the subject to something else. "It was quite enjoyable. Now tell me, how was your visit to Granada? Did the boy learn some things?" Before Yasmin or Ghazi could even respond, Zara had lost her patience and butted in. "Daddy, look what Zara did." Without waiting, the girl thrust the video cassette into Berengar's hands, where the man smiled and petted the girl's hair. "Oh? What did you do while Daddy was away? Shall we go watch it together?" Despite the enthusiastic expression on Zara's doll-like face, Yasmin was far from pleased and quickly spoiled the girl's fun. Zara is to be punished for launching a rocket in the Granadan Palace gardens. What she did was incredibly dangerous and spooked more than a few people. I have decided to defer to you to decide just what punishment she receives. Though Yasmin was visibly upset, Berenger was quite excited. He wanted to see the footage that Zara had caught of her first successful launch. Though he had read about it in the daily paper, there were no first-hand accounts. Thus, the man faked a stern expression on his face as he gave out a punishment to his young daughter, which he deemed to be fitting. "Well, Zara, since your mother says you are to be punished for your actions, then you must accompany Daddy to the home theater so that I can witness with my own eyes just what you have done that deserves punishment." Berenger did not wait for Yasmin's approval and quickly picked up his young daughter and carried her off to the home theater. He did not dare look back because he knew for certain that his wife was fuming with anger. Knowing that once more, the man had let his daughter off scot-free for her repeated shenanigans. Naturally, Berengar's presumption was entirely accurate as Yasmin had her arms crossed beneath her substantial bosom while glaring at her husband's back. Even though she knew this was exactly what was going to occur, she still deferred judgment to the man. Thus, in the end, she could not remain mad at him. After reaching the home theater, Berenger reached into a cupboard that had a bag of caramel corn within, along with 2 soda cans from the mini refrigerator. He then brought the snacks over to the reclining sofa where Zara sat comfortably waiting to play the video. Once he was seated, Berenger shared the treat with his daughter, where the two of them leaned back in their seats and watched the footage unfold. On the large screen, Zara was counting down the time until liftoff rather casually until she finally pressed the button that sent the relatively small rocket into the air. The camera then panned up and followed the rocket as it went higher and higher into the sky until finally safely falling down back within the garden with its parachute. The film suddenly ended and the lights turned back on, revealing Zara's smiling face. She was eager for her father's praise and waited patiently to receive it despite her impatient nature. As for Berenger, he was quite shocked by what he had seen. Though he did not know the details of the rocket's design and how it functioned, it was quite possible that such a small rocket had actually passed the Kármán line. There would need to be more thorough studies of the rocket Zara had built from what was clearly mostly scraps and perhaps a few specialty parts crudely put together by machinists. But there was no mistaking the range of this rocket. Zara began to pout as she saw her father continue to stare at the now blank screen with a peculiar expression on his face. She was just about to pound his shoulder with her little fists when the man broke out into a wide smile and patted the girl's head with fatherly affection. "That's my little girl. I can't believe you made such an exceptional rocket at such a young age. Mark my words, one day when we finally land on the moon, it will be thanks to you. I just had a sudden bout of inspiration. I think I am going to establish a fund to help gifted children like you pursue their scientific dreams. What do you think about the name the Princess of Granada Fund?" Zara broke out into a smile twice the size of her father's when she heard this and quickly hugged the man while thanking him for his praise. "That sounds wonderful. Daddy, did Zara do good?" Berenger once more began to pet the girl's silky hair as he responded with further praise. "Zara didn't just do good, Zara did amazing. I'm truly astonished you were able to build such a thing at your age. Don't tell your brother this, but you might be a little bit smarter than Hans." Such praise was the most Zara had ever received in her young life. Hans was considered an icon in the Reich, a war hero and the most promising young genius in the nation's short-lived history. To be compared with her older half-brother by her own father was the most joy she had ever experienced. Thus, she was quick to express her disbelief. "You really mean it?" Berenger continued to smile and pat the girl's head as he responded once more. "I can't say for certain, but it is entirely possible. Your mother was wrong to admonish you. You don't deserve to be punished for this, instead I will reward you for your achievements. How about Daddy builds you your own private testing facility, where you will be free to experiment with your rocket designs to your heart's content. I will even have whatever components you need specialty manufactured by the professionals at the Royal Kufstein Armory. How does that sound?" Zara's amber eyes had practically become as golden as her hair as they sparkled with a combination of joy, anticipation, and excitement. She could not believe her father was willing to spare such an expense for her and quickly hugged him once more. "Thank you, Daddy." Berenger simply chuckled and continued to pat the girl's head. He could hardly believe that he had sired 2 exceptional geniuses. Naturally, he could not have the girl testing her rockets in the palace gardens, but to hamper her ingenuity would be a criminal act. Zara needed to have an environment where she could safely experiment with her designs, and because of this, Berenger was more than willing to spare the expense. Thus, it would not be long before rockets were regularly being launched over the skies of Kufstein. Though Zara's designs were innovative and had proven successful, it would still be several decades before the Reich was able to land a man on the moon. After all, they were only just scratching the surface of astrophysics and astronautical engineering. Chapter 1128, Formation of the Japanese Constitution. Weeks had passed since Itami first found the dossier that Linda had compiled about her during the early days of the diplomatic relations between Japan and Germany. And during this time, Itami had spent nearly every minute of her free time reflecting on just how big of a fuck-up she was as the Empress of Japan. While the prosperous and peaceful state of the Reich had a major impact on Itami's perception regarding those she once considered to be her enemies, a part of her had continued to fight and struggle to be seen as Berengar's equal. Yet now all the previous confidence she once had in her own ability had seemingly dissipated overnight. Despite this sudden shift in personality, Itami continued to do her best to redeem herself in the eyes of gods and men. At the moment, the albino beauty was gathered at the temporary Japanese embassy located in Kufstein, where she and her appointed cabinet members were currently discussing the creation of a new Japanese constitution. Itami furrowed her brows as she looked at the proposals given to her by the various members of her cabinet, which she had chosen from among the highly educated populace of Little Kyoto. No matter how she looked at the various suggestions, they were primarily modeled after Germany's constitution. What immediately stuck out to her were the governmental protections reserved for the Japanese nobility, which Itami was quick to argue against. There shall be no House of Lords within our government. While I know that the nobility is a critical part of Germany's traditions and society as a whole, there will be no place for it in Japan. Specifically because I intend to fully abolish the samurai class when I reclaim my throne. Instead, we should make the bicameral legislature something more unique to our own circumstances. I propose we establish a House of Representatives which is directly elected by the people, whereas we have a Senate which is elected by the representatives within each prefectural legislature. Furthermore, I believe we should limit the number of senators to 2 per prefecture, whereas the number of federal representatives per each prefecture should be based entirely on each prefecture's population. What do you all think of this proposal? The cabinet members spoke among themselves for several moments before a young woman, not much older than Itami herself, posed a question. With the system, who shall be the electorate? Here in Germany, such a privilege is reserved for full-blooded German males who can pass both a political literacy test and score quite high on an IQ test. These men also must be active taxpayers and have served the state in some capacity, whether as a soldier or first responder. Are we also going to limit our electorate to such individuals, or do you have other plans? Naturally, Itami was already aware of these provisions within the German constitution. As an American woman from the 21st century, there were many complaints she had about these stringent requirements to vote. Though Itami knew very little about the Berengar's past life, it sounded like he came from a similar time as herself and from a similarly Western civilization. Such overbearing requirements regarding the right to vote were definitely not something most people in the United States would have agreed with. However, after thinking carefully about this subject for several moments, Itami realized the many benefits of having such an elite electorate. Many of the problems which the American society in her past life faced were as a result of giving the average person the right to vote. The sad fact was that most Americans were simply too ignorant about the political process and were far too susceptible to whatever they heard from other people to really be trusted with such a monumental responsibility. The last thing Itami needed was for Japan to suffer a near-total collapse in the next 300 years because the masses voted for representatives who created policies that did not benefit the people or the state, but themselves and their corporate overlords. However, at the same time, Itami believed Berengar's voting restrictions were still too intense and thus decided to be more lenient than him with who was permitted to vote in her society. I believe that so long as a citizen of Japan pays his or her taxes and can pass a basic political literacy test while having an IQ above 100, they should be permitted to vote for their representatives. As for the executive branch, we shall follow the example that Germany has set forth with a monarch whose successor is chosen based upon their merit and character and is selected by the monarch themselves. If, however, the monarch passes away before selecting their heir, the successor shall be chosen from the monarch's dynasty based upon a simple majority vote from the Royal Council cabinet. Does anyone disagree with this sentiment? The same woman who had previously spoken before raised her hand once more before asking the next question on her mind. So I am assuming that all prefectural governors will be chosen and dismissed by the monarch, just like how it is done within Germany? Itami simply nodded her head in agreement with this remark, causing the cabinet members to write this sentiment down on the piece of paper which was acting as their official constitutional document. After noticing this, Itami remembered something important which she was bound by a treaty to add to her constitution and thus mentioned it briefly. Also, make sure to add an amendment to the constitution that clarifies that the Empire of Japan is to limit itself to a self-defense force that consists of the minimum amount of soldiers required to defend the nation from foreign and domestic threats. As part of my treaty with the Kaiser, this is a non-negotiable condition. So I do not want to hear any complaints. Itami spent several more hours undergoing lengthy discussions about minute details regarding the Japanese constitution. In the end, it turned out to be something very similar to the current German constitution but less restrictive to the electorate while also including women into positions of political power. As night fell upon the city of Kufstein, Itami returned to the palace where she saw that Berenger was waiting for her arrival. The man had a stoic expression on his face as he expressed his desire to speak with the Japanese empress. Empress Itami Ryo, if you have the time, I would like to speak with you in my office. Though Itami was exhausted from the previous deliberations, she did not deny Berengar's request. After all, this was the first real opportunity she had to speak with the man in weeks. Thus, the albino beauty followed the Kaiser to his office. Once inside, Berenger shut the door behind him before pouring 2 glasses of wine. He handed one off to Itami as he sat down in his chair. Once fully relaxed and having a sip of the alcoholic beverage, Berenger began to speak. I heard that you just had what could be considered Japan's first constitutional convention. I also understand that you have decided to model your government in large part after my own. May I ask why? Itami was surprised that Berenger had already learned about these details even though it had not even been 30 minutes since she finished the deliberations. Then again, with how robust the man's intelligence network was, Itami realized that maybe it was not that surprising. Thus, she took a sip from her wine while staring Berenger deep into his mismatched eyes before responding to his question with an equally stoic tone in her voice. I will be honest, the government you have established in this world appears to be rather robust and designed for long-term stability at all costs. You single-handedly went out of your way to provide the people with some form of representation while still holding a significant amount of authority in your own hands. You have also eliminated the most troubling concern that monarchies traditionally have, and that is the selection of an appropriate heir. The one complaint I truly have with the society you have built is how limited women are in it. Oh sure, women can serve in the military but only in support roles, and they can work for both corporations and government agencies if they so choose, but they have no right to vote or hold office. I decided that needed to be rectified in my own society. Berenger scoffed when he heard this complaint before making a remark that Itami was not expecting. Women have their own role to play in German society. One that is equally as important as the role that men must fulfill. But politics? That is the realm of men and should remain as such. Itami did not know how to respond to this statement. She wanted to argue against Berengar's words, but somehow she knew deep inside this was not the best idea. Thus, she could only remain silent and drink from her beverage before shifting the conversation to something else entirely. So, how's the war going? Berenger raised his brows slightly before reaching into his desk drawer and pulling out a folder, which he then handed to the woman. Itami took one look at the photo, which was on top of a pile of documents, and nearly had a heart attack. This can't be? Berenger took one sip from his wine before responding to the woman's shock with a grim expression on his face. I'm afraid things have progressed in a way which neither of us has anticipated. I now have no choice but to order a full-scale invasion of the Japanese mainland. I would suggest that you do your best to coordinate with your loyalists in the field, because things have just become a lot more complicated. Chapter 1129, The Shogun's Downfall. Roughly 72 hours before Itami had finished the first draft of Japan's new constitution, Shiba was contained within the royal palace in Hyankyo. The man had barricaded himself and what remained of his followers inside his palace. Why would he do such a thing? Because after suffering months of abuse at the hands of the current shogun, the forces who were once loyal to him had taken up arms in rebellion. Yet they did not side with the Itami loyalists who were currently pushing in from the south. Instead, each man followed a different general who declared himself the new emperor. By now there were at least 13 different claimants to the throne that Itami had left vacant, not including Shiba himself, and at least 5 of these warlords' armies were battling in the streets of Hyankyo for supremacy. Shiba peered outside the boarded-up windows as a bullet ricocheted off the edge, sending him falling back onto his ass in fright. He could not believe that such a crisis had occurred so swiftly and was now panicking as he struggled to find a solution to the problem he currently faced. There has got to be a way to get the situation under control. What about Colonel Fuji Machisuke? Is his brigade not nearby? Can we not send a message to him for assistance via the radio? Unfortunately for Shiba, the nearest officer shook his head with a grim expression on his face before responding to the question. No, sir, even if we could get into contact with the colonel, which we cannot due to the destruction of the palace's radio tower. He has already sworn his loyalty to the Takeda clan. In fact, I would not be surprised if the colonel's brigade was one of the factions currently besieging the city. Shiba immediately pounded his fist on the nearest piece of furniture as he heard this. Any minute now, the last few defenders of the palace would be overrun and the enemy would come pouring through the entrance ready to claim his life. Suddenly, the sounds of gunshots and mortar fire stopped and all had become eerily silent. Shiba felt a shiver go down his spine just as a loud voice rang throughout the palace's courtyard. This is Colonel Fuji Machisuke speaking on behalf of the Takeda clan. The city of Hyankyo is now under our control and we have the palace surrounded. While we have the ability to blow up the palace and everyone in it, we are giving those inside one last chance to surrender. Come out with your hands up and give us General Shiba Kayahiko or prepare to face the consequences. We will give you 5 minutes to decide your actions. After that we will be detonating the TNT which we are currently placing around the palace. Shiba immediately began to panic. He was in a room filled with armed men, none of which truly wanted to die so pitifully. These soldiers were beginning to whisper among themselves just what they planned to do. As for the most loyal of Shiba's men, they formed ranks around him and aimed down their rifles. The commanding officer in charge of these few soldiers gave one simple command to the rest of those barricaded inside the palace. Do not even think about it. We owe the shogun our lives and we will die before we surrender him to the Takeda clan. One of you who even thinks about acting against the shogun will be shot on the spot. This act of hostility by the most loyal of the shogun's men had caused the rest of the soldiers within the palace to surrender their arms. Just as Shiba exhaled a deep breath of relief, he felt the piercing cold edge of steel stab through one of his kidneys. Shiba looked behind him in shock as one of his bodyguards had silently withdrawn his bayonet and had begun repeatedly stabbing the shogun in the kidneys, thus quickly ending his life. The last thing Shiba saw before light faded from his eyes was the sight of his killer being gunned down by the rest of his bodyguards, followed by the chaos that ensued. Chaos immediately followed Shiba's death as gunfire echoed throughout the interior of the palace. It was impossible to know who was on whose side. The first death was the soldier who had assassinated the shogun. Those bodyguards, still loyal, immediately aimed their Type 4 semi-automatic rifles towards the man's torso and plugged him full of over a dozen rounds. In the next moment, those who wanted to surrender raised their rifles in turn and fired upon the bodyguards. The echoes of their gunshots resounded in the courtyard, causing the colonel to hastily give a command to his men. "Break down that barricade now." The men quickly did as they were instructed and blew open the entrance to the palace, where they saw a few dozen bodies lying dead, along with another 12 men fighting against one another with their bare hands. Quickly the colonel entered the scene and found Shiba's body lying cold on the ground. He was beyond furious and quickly shouted at those men who were still fighting among one another. What has happened here? Realizing that they had been surrounded, the soldiers stopped their petty conflict and quickly answered the colonel, hoping that he would spare their lives. "Sir, one of Shiba's bodyguards killed him before we could decide on how to proceed." What followed was the chaos you see now. The colonel's brow twitched with rage as he immediately ordered the execution of the lot of Shiba's surviving men. "Take these men out back and shoot them. Once they are dead, dismember their corpses. I have no pity for traitors." Upon realizing that a gruesome fate awaited them, the survivors rushed towards the colonel in one last act of defiance before being gunned down before they could even get within 3 meters of the man. The colonel then spit on their corpses before departing from the scene. 3 days later, Itami gazed upon a photo which had captured the aftermath with utter disbelief in her eyes. What was displayed in the picture was the corpse of General Shiba Kayahiko lying on top of a pile of dismembered corpses outside the Japanese royal palace in Hyankyo. Most notable were the Takeda banners flying proudly on top of the building, displaying the change in ownership. She had never expected Shiba to be killed so quickly after betraying her and felt that she had been robbed of the pleasure of executing the man herself. It took Itami several moments to collect her thoughts before asking Berenger a single word. "How?" Berenger placed down his cup of wine and stared at Itami with a peculiar expression on his face, almost as if it were one of remorse. "I know only what I have heard from my agents in Hyankyo, and even then, their knowledge of the incident is limited." This did not stop Itami from asking the same question she had just said prior to this remark. "How?" Berenger sighed heavily before explaining just what had occurred. He seemed to be thinking about the consequences of Shiba's death as he described it. Approximately 72 hours ago, what remained of Shiba's army in the north turned on him. Apparently, the man had been executing his top officers left and right, and those who still lived had decided that enough was enough. A total of 13 of Shiba's generals declared open rebellion, and each of them named themselves emperor. A battle took place in Hyankyo between Shiba's forces and 5 of these warlords. In the end, the Takeda clan came out on top and surrounded the palace, threatening to blow it up if Shiba's men did not turn him in. Supposedly, a conflict broke out between those men still inside the palace, and in the ensuing chaos, one of them stabbed Shiba to death from behind. This caused the survivors to fight among themselves. In doing so, the colonel in charge of the Takeda's forces ordered to storm the building. He was so enraged by this sudden betrayal that he ordered the death and dismemberment of all those involved in Shiba's death. That pile of bodies you see in the photo belonged to Shiba and the men who betrayed him. This has put me in a very precarious situation. My hands are tied. The Japanese mainland is about to erupt into a state of total warfare. In order to stabilize the situation and bring an end to this crisis before it gets out of hand, I must begin a full-scale invasion of Japan. This was something I had wanted to avoid if at all possible, but Shiba has proven to be even more incompetent of a dictator than you yourself were. It surprises me that you fostered a nation of such useless men. I have already made the calls to the necessary departments. As of this moment, 100,000 German Marines are being deployed across what remains of your empire, and in doing so, they shall eliminate these 13 warlords and restore order to the region. It is a good thing you have already created the foundation of your new government here in Kufstein, because within a month's time, you shall be sitting back upon your throne. So I suggest you get some rest, because in the coming days I am going to need you by my side as I take command of the situation. Itami was still having a difficult time believing everything that had happened and so suddenly at that. Perhaps if she had been aware of Shiba's mental breakdown and the repeated executions of his officers in advance, then maybe she would not be so shocked. However, despite everything that had happened, there was still one good that had come from this entire debacle. And that was the fact that she would be in close proximity with Berenger, working hand in hand with the man to help restore order to her homeland. Thus, she could not help but find herself excited as she exited Berengar's office and returned to her room for a good night's rest. Chapter 1130, Taking the Palace. The order came in the middle of the night. A full-scale invasion of the Japanese mainland and the island of Sakhalin had begun. 100,000 German Marines deployed with their armored vehicles to the shores of Japan, while tens of thousands of paratroopers jumped from the skies above. The Kriegsmarine continued to blockade the island, ensuring that no refugees could escape to the Ming dynasty, while the Luftwaffe bombarded strategic locations from the skies above. All around what remained of the Japanese Empire, Germans began flooding into the country like a tidal wave. However, the most critical mission of this invasion was left to the Reich's most elite Special Operations Unit. The Sturm Commandos, led by none other than Colonel Andreas Jaeger, were currently sitting in a turbojet long-range cargo plane, waiting for the moment to drop. For over a decade, Andreas had served in Berengar's army. The world had rapidly changed around him and combat evolved to a level he never thought possible. One thing was certain in his mind: when this war finally came to an end, Germany would no longer have a rival on the world stage, and his job would become one primarily of combating savages. Perhaps after this deployment he should finally hang up the gloves and retire. He had 2 wives waiting for him back home, one of which was a Korean beauty who had been gifted to him by the Joseon king. Each of his women had borne him 3 children who had utterly failed to be a proper father to. Yes, once this mission was done, a proper retirement was in order. Perhaps he would even make use of the GI Bill and attend a university. After all, the only reason he was an officer was because he had gone through the crash course training that Berenger provided to those soldiers who were the first to join his ranks all those years ago. Unlike most of the other officers in the German military, he had not attended a university and thus would need to make up for that once his service was finally complete. Just as Andreas was thinking of this, the green light which signaled it was time to jump appeared within the cabin, causing the man to silently stand up and approach the door, which he opened up. Without saying a word, the veteran Special Forces operator jumped from the plane and rapidly descended to the city of Hyankyo below. Eventually, the remainder of the unit jumped out of the plane and deployed their chutes, where they rendezvoused with Andreas on the outskirts of the capital city. Intelligence, which had been conducted by aerial reconnaissance prior to their deployment, suggested that the Takeda clan was still unaware of the massive invasion that was currently taking place. As a result, the soldiers who were garrisoned in Hyankyo were not on high alert, something which Andreas and his men could use to their advantage. What had been confirmed was the fact that the leader of the Takeda clan had entered the city and claimed the palace as his personal residence. This was an act meant to challenge the other warlords to unseat him. However, as a result of making this challenge, the Germans had also accepted it. Thus, the mission that Andreas and his men were given was none other than the assassination of Takeda Minori and the capture of Hyankyo. Silently, Andreas motioned for his soldiers to converge on the city, where they quickly found intoxicated Japanese soldiers strolling the city with their firearms in hand. They spoke in their native tongue as they joked about the death of the previous shogun. "Were you here for Shiba's death?" However, before the other soldier could respond, Andreas and his fire team jumped out from the shadows while dressed in their urban camouflage and plunged their boot knives into the necks of the intoxicated enemy. The 2 men did not even have time to react before their lives were claimed by the German operators. After silently taking out the 2 soldiers, Andreas nodded towards the other 4 men by his side, who lifted the 2 bodies and hid them in a nearby wheelbarrow which was filled with bags of rice. Evidently, these were the rations of the city's garrison. Having successfully slain the 2 enemies, the German operators quickly raised their rifles and continued through the city's streets, where they and the other fire teams covertly eliminated any and all Japanese soldiers they came across, while slowly making their way to the palace where the primary target resided. Takeda Minori was dressed in an extravagant military uniform. Most, if not all, the medals which were pinned to his chest were created and awarded to the man by himself. Prior to Shiba's coup d'etat, he was a low-ranking general who had just barely managed to rise through the ranks of Itami's military through his position as the head of the Takeda clan. He was among the few generals and high-ranking officers left in whatever remained of Itami's old military structure, who was among the first to declare himself emperor after Shiba's mental decline. Currently, the man was posing for a painter who did his best to create a portrait of the man that was in the German art style. However, because Itami never truly furthered the advancements of the arts, his skills were incredibly lacking and were nowhere near photorealistic. Still, the painter tried his best to mimic the foreign style, and when he was finished, appeared quite nervous as he handed the piece over to the man who had commissioned it. Takeda, who had been expecting a masterpiece on par with the painting of Berenger which hung in Itami's old bedroom, was quite enraged when he gazed upon the poor craftsmanship of his own portrait and was quick to chastise the painter as a hack. "You call this a portrait? What is this shit? This looks nothing like me? How can you even refer to yourself as an artist when you are incapable of making a painting like those that are so common in the Reich?" The painter's voice trembled as he spoke up in his defense. Your Majesty. However, before he could complete his sentence, the glass windows shattered and a peculiar object flew into the room from the outside. A white smoke appeared in the room as Takeda and everyone else who inhabited the room began having difficulty to breathe. In the next moment, the sounds of guns firing off throughout the palace could be overheard as Takeda forced his way out of the room looking for fresh air. However, what awaited him was a large mist, as whatever mist had plagued his personal chambers appeared to be present throughout the entire building. Eventually, Takeda fell to his hands and knees as he struggled to crawl through the corridors. The muzzle flashes of the assault rifles firing their projectiles were visible just down the hallway, and yet the warlord could not find the strength in his body to run the other way. Instead, he crumpled over like a sack of potatoes and gasped for air. In the next moment, a group of men clad in black camouflaged and gas masks entered the room, where they saw their target lying on the floor, fighting for breath. A voice in a language which Takeda knew to be German erupted from behind the black gas mask. Is this our target? Though Takeda could not understand what these men were saying, he did not need to in order to know that his life was forfeit. For in the next minute, one of the soldiers pushed his way to the front and raised his loaded pistol towards the warlord's head. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger, sending the man who would emperor to the afterlife before he even had a chance to cement his rule. Andreas then stashed his sidearm away in its holster before giving further orders to his unit. Get on the comms and inform High Command that the city of Hyankyo is secured and the target is eliminated. It is up to our superiors on how we respond from here. The soldiers did exactly what they were ordered to do, and within a few moments the comms operator spoke up. It would appear that our orders are to hold the city until reinforcements arrive. A heavy sigh escaped from Andreas' lips as he pulled his gas mask off. By now, the tear gas had dispersed and he was free to breathe fresh air. He looked towards the moon outside the windows and muttered something beneath his breath briefly before giving additional orders. I figured as much. All right, boys, I want this palace fortified in case any other warlord sends their army to take the palace. We can't defend the entire city, but we can make life hell for whoever decides to approach the palace. Oh, and while you're at it, pop some of those pills you have been given. We are going to be here all night. The pills Andreas was referring to were the methamphetamine tablets, which were commonly issued to German soldiers. Thus, after taking a healthy dose, the Sturmkommandos were wired to the gills as they watched and waited for enemy movements. Of course, the rest of the warlords were already preoccupied with defending their own homes, and thus, by the time the dawn rose on the next day, significant reinforcements had arrived in Hyankyo, allowing these special operators to deploy to another region. Chapter 1131, Swiftly Advancing Through Japan. By the dawn of the next day, the German invasion of the Japanese mainland was fully underway. Major Hermann von Habsburg, who had previously been promoted for his actions on the battlefield, sat on top of a Panther tank with a cigarette in one hand as the armored vehicle strolled through the smoldering ruins of a samurai clan's castle. The last of an ancient bloodline had holed themselves up in the most fortified part of the castle and were refusing to surrender. As a result, Hermann had ordered for a tank to enter the courtyard. The 7.5 centimeters gun of the Panther tank was aimed right at the castle's entrance, while Hermann continued to smoke his cigarette. After taking one last drag from his cigarette and stamping the device out, Hermann grabbed hold of a bullhorn and began to speak in the Japanese language towards the samurai family, which continued to resist the German Marines. I'm giving you one last chance to come out with your hands up and surrender. If you still refuse to do so after 30 seconds, I will bring your castle down upon you. After saying this, Hermann looked at his watch and waited for the hand to pass the 30-second mark. When there was still no answer, he raised his hand, just about to signal the attack. However, before he could do so, the castle's entryway opened and several small children younger than the age of 12 came out with their hands up while bawling their eyes out. Hermann sighed when he saw that none of the adults had chosen to surrender and thus gave an order his troops closest to the door before continuing. Secure the kids and then get the fuck out of the blast zone. The German Marines were strict professionals and quickly picked up the children and led them away from the door. Where once they were safely out of range, Hermann gave the command to attack. Open fire. A loud blast erupted in the vicinity as the 7.5 centimeters main gun on the Panther tank fired a shot directly at the foundations of the castle. A large explosion occurred, dust and debris scattered into the wind and pelted the cover which the German soldiers hid behind. Without a proper foundation, the castle collapsed on itself and buried the adults of the samurai clan who had completely and utterly refused to surrender. Hermann could only sigh at the sight of such devastation before giving the order to move out. There was no point surveying the wreckage, nothing could have possibly survived such a thing. All around Japan, similar scenes were taking place as the samurai of a bygone era and the various daimyos who all claimed to be the Emperor of Japan had their homes bombed and bombarded into oblivion. Without being contested in the air, the German pilots unleashed hell upon the large stone structures that had been used to house the samurai and their families for countless generations. Hans was among the spearhead of fighter jets which soared through the sky and unleashed havoc on these ancient castles. Currently, outside the home of one of the Japanese warlords, Hans was flying in low with his Crimson fighter as he locked onto the target with his radar-guided air-to-surface missile. On both of his sides were Haywire and Ghost, who were competing with the prince to see whose missile would collapse the Emperor's estate. The transonic jet fighters whipped past the building before circling around at such high speeds that the 2 cm flak guns could not even catch the tail end of the planes. When Hans spotted this anti-aircraft weapon, which miraculously survived up until this point, he targeted it with his 30mm autocannon and sprayed the device with the explosive projectiles. A short BRRT later, and both the flak gun and its crew were utterly annihilated. In the next moment, Hans heard the voice of Haywire over the radio as the man complained about the boy stealing his kill. "You little bastard, you stole my kill." Hans did not bother responding to such nonsense and instead aimed his radar onto the top of the castle before firing an air-to-surface missile at it. Naturally, the projectile made its way to the target and exploded upon impact, bringing down a large portion of the castle upon its inhabitants. In the next moment, Hans noticed that Haywire had fired all of his missiles at the castle and in doing so destroyed what remained. Whether the warlord and his family were inside when the place erupted in explosions or not did not truly matter. Even if they survived, it would only be a matter of time before they were routed out and destroyed. A panzer division rolled up through the southern half of the Japanese mainland while supported by German Marines and Itami loyalists. These Japanese soldiers were distinguishable from their warlord counterparts by the rising sun bands they wore over their arms and helmets. After fighting for so long on their own, the men who still swore loyalty to the Empress were quite excited to see the massive wave of German steel roll through their countryside. General Tsugaru Akihiko's worst fears were realized when Shiba's generals turned against him. One enemy became 13, and the men who followed the warlords had all begun to fight among each other. For a brief period, chaos had erupted across Japan, and the Itami loyalists did not have the numbers to stem the tide. That was until 100,000 German Marines and tens of thousands of German Fallschirmjägers deployed to the region. Rather than sit back and wait for the Germans to clean things up, General Tsugaru had rallied his forces to support their new allies and were now riding on the backs of German tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, while steamrolling through the ranks of the various warlords' armies. Currently, Tsugaru was smoking a cigarette on the back of a martyr infantry fighting vehicle while conversing with a German officer. "It's about damn time you guys showed up. Here I thought you were going to let us fight this entire war ourselves." There was not the slightest bit of shame on the German officer's face when she smiled and chuckled before responding to the man's claims. "Oh, we fully intended to do so, however Shiba was so incompetent that the situation rapidly deteriorated into a state we could no longer sit by and watch." After saying this, the German officer grabbed the cigarette from Tsugaru's hand and took a drag before handing it back to the man. Though he feigned offense, the Japanese general was more than happy to share his tobacco if it meant that he received German support. As the two men conversed and joked around as if they were longtime friends, the echo of gunfire crackled in the air. Just up ahead, a roadblock was made by what remained of one of the warlords' armies. In an act of desperation, they fired their machine guns and mortars towards the German armored vehicles, who retaliated by spraying the enemy position with their autocannons and 7.5 cm main guns. The enemy broke ranks and scattered after receiving this heavy barrage of enemy fire, where the men sitting on top of the armored vehicles took potshots at them with their rifles. It was not long until the entire Japanese force was wiped out. When Tsugaru saw this, he shook his head and sighed before expressing his lament. "It's a shame that so many of my people are so stupid." The moment the Empress fled to the Reich, there was only one way this war could have ended. To think that even now these morons are clinging on to whatever power they still hold. Utterly disgraceful. The German officer could not help but agree with the Japanese general's statement, which he was quick to voice as he posed another question to the man. "It truly is astonishing. At this rate the war will be over in a matter of weeks, don't you think?" Tsugaru took a look into the distance where the city of Hyankyo lied and pondered on this question for several moments before responding. "At most a month, but at the rate we're going, I'd say we have a fortnight before total victory is achieved. After that it is a matter of cleaning up whatever is left of our country and rebuilding." Both the German officer and Japanese general remained quiet after this. Shortly thereafter they would walk into another ambush and swiftly overcome it. Those Japanese warlords who remained alive after the first 48 hours of the German invasion would flee to the mountains and continue their resistance until they were no longer able to. Chapter 1132. Do you forgive me now? The war for Japan was rapidly coming to a close. After landing over 100,000 troops on the Japanese mainland within a period of 48 hours, those few warlords who had not yet been eliminated fled to the hills with what little men and munitions they could bring with them. As for those Japanese soldiers left behind, they began surrendering to the Germans the moment they spotted a Panther tank rolling through town. By now, the German Empire and its allies had too many prisoners of war to properly handle and had thus begun the construction of temporary internment camps within the southern half of Japan. With the city of Hyankyo under German occupation and the warlords on the run, Berenger decided now was the perfect time to announce an end to the war, and thus at this moment he was in flight towards Japan with Itami sitting across from him. An awkward silence remained between the two monarchs as they struggled to find something to speak about. Previously, their relationship had been progressing rather well, however, after unforeseen circumstances, the couple drifted apart. Now that they were truly alone together for an extended period of time, there were many things that both Itami and Berenger wanted to vent. Yet neither of them spoke a word for the first few hours of the flight. It was only after the stewardesses brought out a few plates with a hot meal and a cup of coffee for each monarch did Berenger finally break the silence. I want you to know that I will be living in Hyankyo throughout the duration of the German occupation. Though you have done a fine job establishing a proper, legitimate government in exile, you will still require my assistance and approval if you wish to rebuild your country in the most efficient means possible. Itami's glum face lit up in a bit of excitement, though she tried to hide such an expression. She had wanted to be alone with Berenger for some time to try and convince the man to take her back. However, she had a difficult time expressing this sentiment or finding the proper moment to ask. It would appear that now was the perfect opportunity to tell the man how she really felt. Thus, she smiled silently as she sipped from her coffee. After several moments of further silence, Itami finally spoke up, albeit shifting the conversation to something more personal. I don't believe I ever had the chance to apologize to you. I'm sorry. Berenger raised his brow as he gazed above the paper he was reading and looked upon the rather uncomfortable expression on Itami's beautiful face. He placed down his newspaper and took a sip from his coffee before asking the woman to continue her apology. For? It was obvious by the uncomfortable look on Itami's face that she was having a hard time quelling her combative nature, and thus after squirming around for a few moments while internally debating whether or not she should retort, the albino beauty sighed in an attempt to calm herself before whispering a voice so low Berenger almost didn't hear it. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. I know I may never be able to make up for my mistakes or redeem myself in the eyes of gods and men. But I am truly remorseful for my complete and utter incompetence as a leader that has led to the deaths of so many people. I know it may not sound convincing coming from someone like me. But I promise from here on out I will follow your every lead, and I swear with all of my heart that I am very appreciative of the help you are giving me. Especially since I don't deserve it. Berenger looked at Itami with a cautious glint in his eyes. He did not know what had so suddenly come over the woman to force such a positive change in her character, and thus he was inclined to study her for any possible crack in what he perceived to be a facade. The inquisitive glare of the man's mismatched eyes only caused Itami to squirm even further, while she occasionally took a glance in his direction before averting her gaze once more. Naturally, Berenger was activating his Eye of Horus and using it to its fullest extent to scan the woman's emotions and inclinations towards him. In this moment, he could detect that there was not a hint of malice or misruth in her words, and instead that she was sincere in her attempts to make up for her past actions. In fact, the pride and arrogance that had always been a defining trait in Itami's character appeared to be at its lowest point since Berenger first laid eyes upon her. After several moments of awkward silence, Berenger sighed heavily before grabbing hold of his paper and shifting his attention back to the latest news. Itami began to pout as the man did not respond until the next moment when he finally broke the silence. I accept your apology, but I do not forgive you. If you choose to continue on this path of redemption that you are following, then maybe one day I can look past your misdeeds and accept you for who you will become. As of right now, you still have a long way to go before you have earned my forgiveness. Patience is a virtue, and it is also the mark of a great leader. Without it, you will only cause problems for yourself and others. A lesson you should be all too aware of. Itami sighed heavily upon hearing this and sulked in silence for several minutes. It was not entirely clear what she was thinking about. But Berenger detected a slight hint of determination in the woman's aura. As a result, he continued to read his paper and watch Itami closely until his food began to get cold, which he immediately dug into with the grace and refinement of his position. As the hours passed, Berenger had shifted from reading the daily paper to fulfilling his work as Kaiser until finally the sun began to set, causing him to get up from his seat and enter the shower before climbing into bed. Not a word was spoken between him and Itami since the two had shared their breakfast with one another. Before long, Berengar's eyes began to shut as the man drifted into a deep sleep. However, before he could do so, he felt something unusual press against his chest. For Itami, this was the first time she had initiated such intimacy with a man, and she was flushed with embarrassment as she did so. Throughout the day, as she sat in silence, Itami had concocted a plan that would force Berenger to become closer to her, and thus she had silently entered his bed and kissed him in a fit of passion, hoping such a thing would rekindle what they had prior to their unfortunate breakup. Despite Berengar's reservations towards Itami, he did not remove himself from the situation, and continued to kiss the woman after she had climbed into his bed, in nothing but a silk nightgown. Her jade-like skin was glistening with water from the shower she had just taken, and her snow-white hair was soaking wet while smelling of shampoo. Mustering all the courage she could manage, Itami pulled away from Berengar's lips, and whispered something into her ears in a seductive voice that she did not even know she was capable of making. Do you forgive me now? Berenger, however, simply scoffed and rolled over onto his other side as he faced the plane's window, leaving a simple response before drifting off into sleep. Not even close. Itami instantly began to pout after hearing such a cold response. But she did not allow herself to flee the man's bed in disgrace. Instead, she wrapped around his backside and spooned with Berenger. Whether he wanted her or not, the albino beauty was not going to let go of the man she was now determined to be with. For too long, she had waited for Berenger to make a move after they had broken up, but no longer. If Berenger wasn't going to actively pursue her, then she would chase after him, until he recognized that she was the only woman in this world worthy of being his fifth and final wife. As for Berenger, he did not turn around and face Itami for the rest of the night, but he did fall asleep with a confident smirk on his face, knowing that the woman who had been nothing but a hassle to deal with was beginning to shift her personality to something far more appealing, and all he had to do for this change to occur was neglect Itami for a few months. Chapter 1133. Landing in Hyankyo. Berenger woke up 6 hours later, where he noticed that Itami was still wrapped around him while fast asleep. He simply smiled as he rolled onto his back and gazed upon the albino bowtie's immaculate face. There appeared to be a tinge of distress on the woman's face, and Berenger realized that perhaps she was having a bad dream. Thus he reached over and grabbed hold of the Japanese empress' dainty hand, which caused her to suddenly smile. The relationship between Berenger and Itami was a complicated one, and in all honesty, the man did not know how he felt about the woman sleeping next to him. It was moments like this where Berenger suspected that deep down inside Itami was just a naive and scared little girl who had been given too much power and authority too early on, causing her to make many mistakes as the Empress of Japan. Though Berenger knew very little about Itami's past life, from what she had told him, she must have been just out of university when she died. She was incredibly inexperienced with men, and like most women in the modern world, was immature to a fault. But then again, Berenger couldn't blame her for that. In the world he came from, most women never needed to take accountability for their actions, especially if they were beautiful. That was a fault with modern Western society, one that Berenger did not plan to replicate in this life. Much like in her past life, Itami was never held accountable for her actions after entering this world. After all, she was surrounded by a group of opportunistic yes-men who pretended to worship the very ground she stood upon. The one redeeming feature of Itami was that she had not used her lack of accountability to whore herself out to the public. At the very least, she had practiced chastity, but even then it was out of a sense of entitlement, believing no man was worthy of herself. Perhaps if she had been raised better in both lives, she would not have resorted to causing such a disastrous scenario to unfold in this world. As Berenger stared at the woman and reflected on these truths, he noticed her eyes were slightly open. The young woman raised from under the covers and yawned while rubbing her eyes with her free hand. It was only after several seconds did she realize that Berenger was still grasping onto her other hand, which she quickly withdrew like a frightened rabbit. Itami covered her partially exposed breasts and looked away with a flush of embarrassment on her pretty face, before muttering a single word beneath her breath. Pervert. Berenger simply chuckled at this, before responding to her accusations with a confident, yet kind, tone in his voice. Apologies if I upset you by holding your hand while you slept, but you appeared to be having a nightmare, and I felt that the warmth of another human being might be able to help calm your mind. Itami blinked in disbelief for a second, before scurrying off from Berengar's bed and into the shower, where she intended to prepare for the day. As for Berenger himself, he rose from his bed and dressed himself in his imperial regalia before sitting down at one of the booths which existed throughout the relatively large private jet. Though he had wanted to steal a glance at Itami's sublime physique while she was in the shower, he ultimately decided not to. While sitting in the booth, the stewardess prepared a cup of coffee for Berenger, before informing him how many hours were left on the flight. We still have another 3 hours before we arrive in Hyankyo. The pilots have assured me that the city is fully under the control of the German army and is essentially under martial law until your arrival. As you have previously requested, I also made sure to have our pilots ask about the ongoing war effort, and by now the fighting has died down across the country with only a few pockets of resistance in the mountains. Within the coming weeks, the remaining warlords and the remnants of their forces shall be eliminated by special operations units. With all that said, is there anything else I can help you with? Berenger smiled and shook his head, before reaching into his wallet and pulling out 100-mark bills which he handed to the stewardess as tip. Just breakfast. The stewardess wore a pretty smile while nodding her head before responding to the Kaiser's remark. Of course. How would you like it prepared? It took only a moment for the man to think about this question before he responded with a polite smile on his handsome face. I would prefer a spinach omelette with a side of bacon, sausage, and toast. Thank you for all your hard work. The woman wrote down Berengar's order before curtsying to the man, where she was quick to inquire about Itami's breakfast. And what about your guest? Shall I prepare the same thing for her? The only response Berenger made was a simple nod of his head, where he was quick to then take a sip from his caramel mocha latte. The stewardess smiled one more time before heading off to the kitchen, where a dedicated staff prepared Berengar's and Itami's meal for them. Before long, Itami emerged from the shower dressed in neither a junahito nor a military uniform. Instead she wore an exquisite strapless dress which cut off slightly below the knees and was as white as the woman's hair. She had dressed her hair in a style that Berenger found to be particularly attractive, which was long hair, with 2 braided buns and blunt bangs. Itami sat down in the seat across from Berenger and noticed that a hot cup of coffee had been prepared for her. She was quick to take a sip, and when she noticed it was a particularly sweet cup, she smiled before posing a question to the man. "How did you know I like my coffee, sweet?" Berenger wore a confident smirk on his face as he took another sip from his own drink before responding. "You have been living in my house for the past 3 months now, or close to it. There isn't a thing I don't know about you. I also know that you are particularly fond of lagers, buffalo wings, and jalapeno poppers, which I must say you have very fine taste in bar food." Itami blushed slightly and averted her gaze when she heard this. She had no idea that Berenger had been keeping tabs on her, nor where he found the time to do so. The man worked harder than anyone she knew, and yet he was always up to date with what was going on around his home. Judging by the expression on the albino bowtie's face, Berenger figured she had been rather pleased with the fact that he knew her likes and dislikes. Not that it was a difficult matter for him to discover, he simply asked his palace's chefs and bartenders about it. Before long, the food was brought out, and Itami, like Berenger, was quick to dig in. The two of them talked about some rather trivial matters for some time and joked around until finally the plane began its descent. It was at this moment that the captain's voice echoed throughout the cabin as he declared the estimated time for landing. "In approximately 30 minutes, we will be landing at our destination. So please clean up and take your seats." The stewardess came around to clean up any trash while Berenger and Itami found a pair of seats which had seatbelts on them. There was a nervous expression on Itami's face as she gazed out the window and looked upon her homeland, which she had been exiled from not too long ago. Upon seeing the woman shaking with anxiety, Berenger grabbed hold of her hand once more to comfort her. A single thought escaped Itami's lips as she continued to stare out the window in a trance-like state. "I'm finally coming home." Chapter 1134. The End of an Era. When Berenger and Itami arrived in Japan, they were greeted by over 10,000 German troops, the most elite of which were assigned to be their escort. Standing at attention, with his arm raised in the air, was none other than Colonel Andreas Jaeger, the man who had practically founded Berengar's multiple special operations units, and who was in the eyes of many the ideal soldier. The man was not dressed in the same WW2-style uniform that the rest of the German soldiers wore. Instead, he and his men were wearing the typical special operations uniform, which included an East German M56/76 pattern Stahlhelm, with netting, a Russian Defender 2 style plate carrier, with a Smersh-style load-bearing equipment, and a Blumentarn camouflaged uniform. Berenger knew that in the coming years, this advanced body armor, helmet, and camouflaged uniform would become the standard for the German army. But for now, only a proud few had the privilege of wearing it. After swiftly returning the salute of the 10,000 soldiers, Berenger and Itami continued to walk towards the armored car which had been prepared to take them towards the Japanese palace, or what remained of it after several intense battles. First with Shiba's downfall and later with the Sturmkommando's assault. The general who had been tasked with controlling the Japanese capital was swift to approach Berenger and Itami as they made their way to their vehicle. "My Kaiser, you will be proud to know that the city is completely under our control, and is under a total lockdown, until the time where you and the Japanese Empress make your speech. From there naturally, you and the Empress will have full authority on how you wish to proceed with the occupation." Berenger nodded his head in silence, and Itami simply followed by his side like a loyal puppy. She did not even want to make a comment, knowing that it would make Berenger look bad if she were to suddenly voice her opinion. After all, she was from this day forward nothing but the Kaiser's puppet. Having noticed Itami's obedience, Berenger smiled and nodded his head once more, before posing a question that she was not expecting. "Empress Itami Ryo, what do you think? Shall we continue to enforce a state of martial law until a time where your population comes to trust the new regime? Or do you believe such a thing to be an unnecessary act?" For the first time since she had met the man, Berenger had actually asked for her opinion on something, and thus she stammered momentarily before shedding her insights on the matter. I think it is best to continue with the martial law until a time where we have disarmed the public. It is impossible to know how many weapons lie in the hands of my civilians, and whether they will welcome the transition back under my rule. Though things have been chaotic since I was first forced into exile, and we have been bombarding the local populace with our propaganda, it is too early to tell how many of my people have wholeheartedly embraced our narrative, and how many are still resentful towards me. The last thing I would want is to present a security risk to you and your men after you have decided to come all this way to help me restore my country." Berenger silently nodded his head in approval with Itami's words. It became abundantly clear that the only reason the Kaiser had asked for her opinion was as a test, which she was happy to pass as she continued to chase after the man towards the armored car. Once at the door, Berenger allowed Itami to enter the vehicle first, before sitting next to her. The car was flanked by a number of infantry fighting vehicles and Panther tanks as it rolled through the streets of Hyankyo. Itami gazed out the tinted windows of the SUV and noticed that her people were still confined to their houses, staring out at the armored column. While the car continued to make its way to the palace, The driver said something which caught the woman's interest. Since before your arrival, a number of our special operations units have begun raiding each and every building, thoroughly searching for illegal arms and munitions. You may already be aware, but to reiterate, the order to surrender any and all weapons other than swords has been given across the country, and anyone who is found in violation of the disarmament decree will be arrested and interrogated as a rebel, where they will then be tried in a proper court of law. This process will take some time, but we estimate that within 6 months to a year, there shall be no weapons other than old swords in the hands of the civilian population. The Itami loyalists have surprisingly agreed to the disarmament process, and General Tsugaru states that he and his men will comply, so long as they are given a favorable position in the new Japanese self-defense force, which will be formed once the German occupation is effectively over. Currently, there is a warehouse in the city which is being filled with whatever weapons we come across, whether they be domestic manufacture or our own designs. With each passing day, the stockpile becomes larger and is under heavy security to ensure that nobody steals from it. Itami was surprised by how quickly the Germans had already begun to disarm her people. However, before she could ask further about this, Berenger spoke about something which surprised her. What about the foreign aid regarding food and medicine? Have you begun handing out rations to the local population and curing their ails? I don't mean to sound too impatient, but by now the Japanese population must be severely malnourished and riddled with illness. The sooner we show this country that we are here to help, and not to oppress them, the better. Also, I want a team of engineers dispatched to fix Hyankyo's power plant. If it is beyond repair, then they need to build a new one pronto. Itami was completely caught off guard by Berengar's remark. He seemed less interested in maintaining security and more interested in helping the Japanese people recovering from their losses. Of course, this was only natural to Berenger. After all, the sooner the local population accepted the German occupation, the sooner it would enter a secure state. Despite her shock, Itami remained silent as Berenger continued to discuss the reality of the situation within the Japanese mainland. That was until they arrived at the palace, where she immediately noticed a large gathering of German and Japanese soldiers, along with a clear and present media. The moment the Kaiser and the Japanese Empress stepped out of the vehicle, they were bombarded by questions from the media. However, Berenger did not say a word, and instead grabbed hold of Itami's hand and led her to the podium. Itami had been stunned into silence as the cameras zoomed in on her pretty appearance, while Berenger took to a nearby podium and began to speak to both the German and Japanese public. I want to thank you all for gathering here on this monumental occasion. We stand here today in the ruins of Hyankyo to formally put an end to this war, which has needlessly cost the lives of countless men, women, and children. Over the past few years, a sinister regime has bled the Japanese people dry, while waging war across the world for the sake of one man's ambitions. The tyrant known as Shiba Kayahiko lies dead, killed by his own men in a desperate power struggle. Each and every one of these so-called Japanese warlords have thus far either been eliminated by the German armed forces and its allies, or are currently on the run, where they will be hunted like dogs until their last miserable breath. Humanity will never forget the atrocities that Japan has committed beneath Shiba's reign of terror. Nor should they. However, now is not a time for vengeance. The people of Japan have suffered far too much during this war, nor are they at fault for the actions of one madman and his army of fanatics. Thus, rather than further punish the Japanese people further than they have already endured, I have decided in an act of compassion to do everything in my power to help rebuild their once great civilization from the ground up. As many of you know, the Japanese Empress Itami Ryo has previously fled to the German Reich, where in her absence she has created a government in exile, one that has been instrumental in the downfall of the Shiba regime. As an era of strife and turmoil comes to an end, a new one shall rise in its place. It is the dawn of a new age, one of cooperation and prosperity between the German Reich and the Empire of Japan. And to solidify this partnership between our two realms, I have come to a critical decision, which not only affects my life personally, but the entire world as well. After saying this, Berenger fumbled through his pockets before pulling out a small case. To the shock of the entire world, he then got on one knee and opened the container to reveal a platinum ring encrusted with diamonds with one exceptionally large heart-shaped red diamond in the center. Itami gazed upon Berengar's actions with complete and total shock, as did the entire audience, both those who were present at the palace in Hyankyo and those watching the broadcast across the Reich. Berenger wore an exceptionally charming expression as he voiced his thoughts aloud for everyone to hear. Itami Ryo, though I once perceived you to be my worst enemy, someone who was completely beyond the realm of redemption, things could not be further from the truth. During the time you have spent as a guest in my palace, I have gotten to know you on a deeply personal level, and though things have been difficult between the two of us, especially as of late, it is my belief that we are somehow connected by fate. Even if I cannot rationally explain how that is possible, though I do believe that we both have a long way to go before our bond is as strong as the one that exists between myself and my other wives, I would be honored if you would marry me, and work towards such a bright future together as husband and wife. For the sake of whatever relationship we may have, and that of our two empires, I implore you to consider my offer. Itami gazed upon Berenger, and the large heart-shaped diamond ring he was offering her with a trance-like expression on her immaculate face. Though she did not know why, tears had begun rushing down her crimson eyes. She had no idea that Berenger had planned to propose to her with the entirety of the Reich as his audience. If she had known she would be put on the spot like this, she would have never bothered getting on the plane with the man in the first place. Though a hurricane of emotions was occurring within Itami's heart and mind, she could not help get the words connected by fate out of her head, for she had felt the same way ever since she first met Berenger. As the entirety of the Reich watched with their breaths held for the answer, Itami wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded her head thrice before hugging the man. Yes, of course I will marry you. Berenger smiled, and placed the ring on Itami's dainty finger, before passionately kissing her for the entire world to witness. Whether through the live broadcast or the many replays which would be shown across the Ray and Japan. Meanwhile, Itami was in a state of utter bliss. Never in both of her two lives did Itami believe she would actually say these words to a man, but she had always secretly hoped she would. Nor did she have any idea that Berenger would be the one to ask, especially after how cold he had been these last few months. To Berenger, this was a simple business decision. The best way to cement his influence over Japan was to marry Itami, and have a child with her who would one day rule over the entire region. And though his emotions regarding Itami were still a bit conflicted, he believed the woman was on the right path to redeem herself. Thus, he could live with the current relationship that existed between the two of them, and build upon it with each passing day. After Itami's answer, the crowd broke out into cheers, as did every bar and every house across the Reich. It was truly the end of an era. What lay beyond was new Pax Germania, one that would last for centuries and would establish German hegemony across the globe. Chapter 1135. Forced into isolation. In the days that followed Berengar's arrival in Japan, news rapidly spread about the end of the German-Japanese War, and the political union between the two nations that would result from the upcoming marriage between the Kaiser and the Japanese Empress. To some, this was the sign of a new golden age, where Germany's vastly superior military might would ensure an era of peace and prosperity across the globe. However, for others, this was the worst possible scenario that could have occurred after the war had come to an end. In the city of Beijing, within the Forbidden Palace, Emperor Zhu Wudi sat upon his throne, with a rather uncomfortable expression on his face. Standing before him were many of his court advisors, including his eldest son, and heir Zhu Ji. These advisors were currently in a fierce debate about how the Ming dynasty should respond to this sudden news. Contrary to what we expected, the Imperial Japanese military proved to be nothing more than a minor nuisance to the German Empire. In less than a year, the war has come to an end, while the Germans have suffered no serious damage. Instead, their economy appears to be stronger than it has ever been, while their military is in its most advanced state. While Japan has been thoroughly bombed into submission, their empress has not been held accountable for her crimes, and instead the Germans have pinned the blame for all her actions on the late General Shiba Kayahiko, who, as we all know, had conveniently been killed off before he could stand trial and assert his innocence. If such a thing was not bad enough, then perhaps the worst to come from this whole conflict is the fact that Kaiser has actually chosen to marry the Japanese empress as his fifth and final wife, and in doing so, he intends to help rebuild the country after the catastrophic damage it has suffered. If such a thing is allowed to persist, then it will only be a matter of time before Japan eclipses our influence over the Eastern world. Zhu Ji was quick to add to this point before his father could give his opinion. It would also appear that we were incapable of smuggling any talented individuals out of Japan during the chaos that ensued after Shiba's coup. The German blockade was simply impenetrable, and as a result we have not achieved our real aim of acquiring Japanese scientists and engineers to help advance our empire. I am afraid that with the economic support of the Reich, and the military aid which the Japanese will receive once the German occupation ends, the Japanese Empire will become the dominant power in the East, even if they are forbidden by the terms of their treaty to aggressively expand their borders. Our economy simply cannot compete with either of the two industrial powers. Zhu Wudi took all of this into consideration, as he sat upon his throne and thought about a valid solution to the problems the Ming dynasty currently faced. Though they had been neutral throughout the majority of the conflict, and even supported the Reich behind the scenes towards the end, there was no reason to believe that Germany would support the Ming dynasty over the Japanese Empire in this potential trade war. Especially not after the marriage between Berenger and Itami was concluded. Thus, after carefully examining the problem for some time, Zhu Wudi came up with a drastic solution to the crisis that his dynasty was currently facing. One that had shocked both his eldest son and all his advisors. It would appear that my worst fears have been realized. This union between the Kaiser and the Japanese Empress will create a new stranglehold of German influence over the Eastern world. Japan is now nothing more than a puppet of the Reich, like so many other nations in this world. Germany will use Japan as a naval base, and by doing so will police the Sea of Japan. It was already bad enough that the Josians submitted to these golden-haired foreigners, but now with Japan beneath their boot, the Germans will control the world's trade without resistance. Soon enough, the Germans will be exporting their ideals to our own country, like they are currently doing to Japan and the Josian. If we wish to remain an independent nation, with our own culture and civilization, then we have no choice but to shut down all maritime trade, and rely on our tributaries for economic support. Henceforth, I am expelling all German citizens from the Ming dynasty and closing our maritime borders so that neither the Germans nor their Japanese proxies can spread their imperialistic influence to our lands. Both Zhu Ji and his father's many advisors broke out into a fit when they heard these words. Close down their maritime borders? The people of the Ming dynasty were already well accustomed to German goods, and there was still a healthy tea trade to the Western world via their trade routes with the Reich. Such a thing would have terrible consequences for their economy. Not to mention the fact that the Ming military was already heavily reliant on German weapons and munitions. If they cut all trade with the Reich, then it would mean the eventual collapse of Ming military influence outside their borders. Unless, of course, they were somehow able to purchase the goods from the Josian instead. However, when compared with the idea of becoming the next subject in the German sphere of influence, both Zhu Ji and all of his father's advisors agreed that a stagnating economy and being forced to rely on their own military-industrial complex was a better alternative. At the end of the day, Zhu Wudi was the current emperor, and his word was law. Thus, after squabbling amongst themselves for some time, the Ming advisors bowed humbly before their monarch and submitted to his will. Word immediately spread to the fatherland about the Ming dynasty's decision to expel all Germans from their borders and to close all maritime trade. As a result, Linda quickly became concerned about the collapse of the tea trade, which was a major luxury item which the people of the Reich had become reliant on. As a woman who was quick on her feet, Linda almost immediately dispatched an order to her agents that were still within the Ming dynasty's borders to secure a variety of tea plants and transport them to the Indian Empire. Thus, while the chaos was unfolding across the Ming dynasty as a result of the new isolationist policies that were being implemented, the German agents who had not yet been expelled quickly found their way to the markets of Beijing, where they purchased as many tea plants as possible. The idea was to bring all the types of tea that the Germans enjoyed to the Indian Empire and grow them there. After all, the Indian Empire was a subordinate state of the Reich, and thus Germany would no longer have to pay a premium to get access to tea. Instead, it could be sold back to the fatherland for pfennigs on the mark. The Ming dynasty had no idea that by expelling the Germans from their borders, that they would bring with them the means to start their own tea industry abroad, and thus cut many of the profits that the Ming would have otherwise made as the primary grower and exporter of tea to their tributaries. Before the Ming officials could even inspect the German ships which were carrying their diplomats and agents back to the Reich, they had already set off for the shores of India with a cargo hold full of a variety of tea plants. Thus, before Berenger could even receive word of the Ming dynasty's sudden actions, Linda had already acted on his behalf and secured the tea trade for the Reich, something he would reward her for in the coming days. Chapter 1136. Rebuilding Japan Part 1. The sun shone through the window of Itami's office, revealing Berengar's figure as he sat at the Japanese empress desk. As for Itami herself, she stood patiently by the side and listened to the report that the Kaiser was giving her. There was a grim expression on her otherwise pretty face, while she was just now getting an accurate account of how many people had perished during this brutal conflict. Roughly 500,000 Japanese soldiers are reported to be killed, with another 250,000 missing in action. If we count the total casualties from your side, including the number of wounded, we are looking at just over 1.5 million men. This is bad enough, but after having my marines sweep through every village from the island of Sakhalin to the southernmost tip of Japan, we are looking at an estimated 2 to 3 million additional deaths from your civilian populace. Mostly as a result of starvation and disease, but also from the lawlessness that had taken place across the country during Shiba's reign of terror. You started with a population of 12.5 million people when you came to power, and now you have roughly 8. This war has been a complete and total disaster for the people of Japan. Luckily for you, I have decided to provide emergency assistance. As of this moment, every soldier I have stationed in the region is providing food and medicine to your entire nation. While I have also ordered for 3/4 of my corps of engineers to be dispatched to Japan so that we can rebuild the infrastructure that has been destroyed in the conflict. Itami remained completely silent for some time as she thought about the untold suffering that had been the result of her actions. While she was not responsible for the millions of her civilians who perished after Shiba's coup, as she fully intended to surrender to Berenger before he could invade the Japanese mainland, the amount of young men who had been marched to their deaths abroad was simply staggering. Previously, she had never thought about the damage that could be done to her country in this war, and it was only now, after spending so much time in Kufstein, and witnessing the nation that Berenger had built, did her heart begin to bleed for her people's suffering. Berenger could tell that Itami was deeply troubled by this news, and was quick to point out the good news in an attempt to cheer her up. While this has been a complete and total disaster, there is some good news that I can give you. At the moment, The Kriegsmarine is working hard to transfer those Japanese soldiers stranded in the Philippines back to the Japanese mainland, as well as ferry the tens of thousands of prisoners of war that Germany has taken during this conflict back to their homes. It isn't much, but at least some of your soldiers will be able to return to their families, assuming they haven't been killed off during the chaos that followed Shiba's coup. What matters now is helping rebuild the nation. As such, I have posted an offer to repatriate the exiles in Little Kyoto. Those with exceptional talents are being called upon to return to Japan and help rebuild what has been destroyed. In return, the Reich will pay them 3 times what they are currently making. For the time being, I have begun to introduce the mark as the only valid currency in Japan to replace your hyperinflated and, let's be honest, outright worthless fiat currency. I have also invested 5 billion marks from my personal treasury in the reconstruction of Japan and its economy. You can consider it my wedding gift to you. Itami finally pulled herself out of her grim trance as she heard the word wedding gift and slightly blushed as she averted her gaze from her fiancé while looking at the dazzling engagement ring he had given her. She could hardly believe that she was getting married, and to the world's most powerful man at that. However, 5 billion marks did not sound like a lot. After all, Itami had not actually done the math to determine the relative value of the standard German currency. After all, Berenger had paid for everything she desired while she was living in Kufstein, and thus she was quick to ask about this. Berenger, just how much are 5 billion marks worth relative to the US dollar? By now, both Itami and Berenger had guessed that each other were Americans in their past lives based upon their fluency in English and their American accents. Thus, Berenger simply scoffed when he heard this, already guessing that Itami had completely misunderstood the amount he was giving her. With a confident grin on his face, Berenger informed Itami of just how powerful his currency was. 5 billion marks in this world are worth roughly $250 billion, as of when I died in the early 2020s. Itami gazed at Berenger in disbelief when she heard this. Such a figure was a staggering sum of money, and Berenger said he was transferring it from his own treasury. She felt compelled to ask just how wealthy the man was. You're telling me that you have $250 billion lying around that you can just gift to me for a wedding present? Pardon me if it is not my place, but I'm curious. Just how wealthy are you? A slight smile curved itself on Berengar's lips as he reclined in the chair and informed Itami of just how much money he had. Well, if you consider the fact that I am the primary investor of every German major corporation, and have built my own fortune with the various large companies that I personally own, I guess if you were to put my net worth in terms of the US dollar, it would be at least 10 trillion. Itami nearly had a heart attack as she heard this and fell backwards, where she supported herself against the wall. Berenger simply chuckled when he saw the woman stammering. 10 trillion? 10 trillion fucking dollars? To add further insult to injury, Berenger made a particularly snide remark. At least 10 trillion. You should be happy that your fiancé is so capable of providing for you and your entire nation. I'm giving you more money than the United States gave Europe with the Marshall Plan during our past lives. Itami was having a hard time breathing as she slowly slid to the ground, where she rested her knees against her chest while babbling in disbelief. I think I'm going to faint. It was only now that Berenger stopped teasing the woman and quickly approached her to help her overcome her current anxiety attack. He patted the woman's snow-white hair, while wearing a charming smile as he spoke soothing words to her. There, it is all right. Now that vast fortune is being used to help your people rather than wage war against them, and your citizens have you to thank for that. It took Itami several minutes to calm down to a point that she was finally able to speak without hyperventilating. She had so many questions, but the chief among them was simply, How are you so damn wealthy? In order to not freak the albino beauty out again, Berenger grabbed hold of her head and clutched it to his chest, while petting her silky white hair before responding to her question. Well, like I said, I was the first and primary investor for every major German corporation, and most of the minor ones. Meanwhile, over half of the world's resources are at my disposal, which will only increase in the future as the German Empire expands. Think of it this way. If one man was the primary investor for every Fortune 500 company from our past life, how wealthy would he be? Combine that with the superiority of the German economy and the vast resources at its disposal, and I just so happen to have a significantly higher net worth than even Mansa Musa. Itami's sanguine eyes flickered back and forth, trying to comprehend what she had just heard. However, the only remark to escape from her lips was as follows. That's insane. In response to this, Berenger simply chuckled before making another snide remark. It really isn't. Just like you, I reincarnated into this feudal world from a much more advanced society. However, unlike you, I used my knowledge of economics from the distant future to achieve the maximum benefits in this life. This comment wounded what little pride Itami had left, causing her to sigh in defeat before expressing her thoughts on the matter. Well, I suppose I should be grateful that you didn't use your overwhelming economic and military might to commit genocide against my people. A slight smirk emerged from Berengar's face as he lifted the woman off of her ass, and to her feet, where he hugged her before whispering something in her dainty ears. Now, Shall we get back to rebuilding your nation? Itami smiled and kissed Berenger gently on the lips before responding to his remark. Of course. Now that I know I have such a capable provider, I feel a lot better about this whole situation. Chapter 1137, Urgent Matters. News came the following morning that the Ming dynasty had begun expelling all German citizens from its borders, while closing off maritime trade for the foreseeable future. At first Berenger was outraged at such an occurrence, and thus the first thing he did upon receiving this news was get in touch with his wife Linda, who would know more about the situation at hand. Over the radio, Berenger voiced his frustration with the ongoing crisis, while reflecting on a similar turn of events from his past life that would naturally occur in the coming decades if Berenger had not interfered with this world's timeline. Just what the hell caused that old bastard to turn on me so suddenly? His nation was literally basking in the wealth the tea trade provided him. Linda sounded calm as can be while she properly explained the reason for this incident, that Berenger was apparently blind to. Zhu Wudi was never on our side. The Ming dynasty had been supplying us with information, hoping that we would crush the Japanese empire and eliminate their largest rival. However, because you decided to marry Itami and invest in the reconstruction of her nation, the old man has no choice but to close his borders. I have no doubt that Zhu Wudi believes you will leave the Ming dynasty alone if they simply isolate themselves from the rest of the world, which in my opinion is a wise move. Further interaction with the Reich could only cause problems for the Ming dynasty, especially if they have another incident like that foolish prince. Luckily for you, the moment I became aware of the situation, I ordered for our agents still within the Ming dynasty's borders to buy up all the tea plants that they could get their hands on. As a result, they are currently on their way to the Indian Empire with a treasure trove of tea plants. This might just work out in our favor. Aside from our newfound colonies in the Philippines and our efforts to rebuild Japan, we really have no interest in East Asia other than the tea trade. However, now that India will be able to grow the plants themselves, we will be able to assert our control over the industry and be able to ship the products back to the fatherland and our colonies at a discounted price. I have already gotten in touch with Daria, and he has agreed to lease out the land required to farm the tea plants for a period of 100 years, in exchange for continued economic support. After all, his empire is exceptionally large, and will require further investment to turn the entire thing into a semi-modern country. Berenger was only mildly surprised that Linda had been able to act so quickly, and had indeed salvaged the troubling situation. The next statement she posed, however, was one that caused Berenger to reflect on the current political reality. The problem this presents is that we will have very limited contact with the Ming dynasty going forward, and they will probably enforce their control over their tributaries in order to ensure their loyalty. This could naturally affect the Joseon dynasty, who have been a tributary of the Ming dynasty for the past 3 decades. Though the Ming abandoned them to Japan, the Joseon dynasty will not be so forgiving of our stance in rebuilding Japan, especially after what they have endured these past few years. This might cause them to respond in a similar manner to the Ming. Considering how much personnel and equipment we have in the region, the demand for our withdrawal would be quite the troublesome affair. Need I remind you of how many agents we have recruited from the Joseon dynasty, who are still capable of infiltrating their Ming neighbors and providing valuable intelligence to the Reich? Because of this, it is in your best interest to contact the Joseon king as quickly as possible and find some form of agreement between our two realms. If we lose our agents who we have recruited from Korea, then we will truly be limited to aerial reconnaissance when it comes to gathering intelligence of the Ming dynasty's progress. As for interference in their development as an industrial state, when the time comes to take such action, it will become an extremely difficult affair. It was at this moment that Itami entered the room with a bowl of ramen in hand and a side of octopus dumplings, which she knew Berenger was particularly fond of. When the Japanese empress realized that the Kaiser was in the middle of a classified phone call, she left the meal on his desk while preparing to leave the room. However, Berenger quickly called after her. "Itamican, please stay. This matter involves both of our realms." However, despite Berengar's gesture, Itami began to pout and curl her fists as she approached Berenger and scolded him for his words, which he did not in the least bit expect. "Why are you still referring to me as my surname? We are going to be married soon, so you better get used to calling me by my given name." Berenger could tell that this remark had struck one of Itami's nerves. The awkwardness he was feeling was enhanced by the snicker that he heard come from Lindy's end of the line. Trouble in paradise? Upon hearing the mocking tone in Lindy's voice, Berenger glared at the radio before apologizing to Itami. "I'm sorry Ryokan." However, before Berenger could complete his sentence, Ryo wagged her finger in the man's face and spelled out her name one letter at a time. "Ryo. Not Ryokan, Ryo." The feeling Berenger felt at this moment was as if he was an anime protagonist getting scolded by the female lead. This was further exacerbated by Lindy's continuous mocking on the other end of the line. "Hehehe. It looks like you were having fun. Should I just handle the matter with the Joseon dynasty myself, or are you done playing house for the time being?" After hearing this, Berenger took a deep breath to calm himself, before responding to Lindy's taunts. "I'll handle it myself. While I butter up the Josian king, you can fulfill a promise we made to Mina. She has proven herself a valuable asset, and as a result, we owe her a debt of gratitude." The mocking tone in Lindy's voice suddenly vanished, as she immediately became much more obedient. "Understood. I will take care of it after your diplomatic visit is concluded. Since Mina is currently in Japan, it would be best if you took her with you to Pyongyang. For whatever it is worth, she is still a Josian princess. That's all for now. I will update you on the situation with the Ming once I know more. In the meantime, make sure to have fun with your little fiancé, since this will be the last time you get married." After saying that, Linda hung up on her end of the line and began to move the pieces in place to assassinate Mina's stepmother. As for Berenger, he looked over at the food Itami had prepared for him and smiled before asking her to sit down across from him. "Thank you for your patience. I appreciate the meal. It is much needed after a long day's work." Itami simply smiled and watched Berenger eat the food with a look of delight on his face. The two of them discussed the ongoing situation with the Ming and Joseon dynasties, while Berenger continued to devour his meal. Once her man was finished, the albino beauty looked rather surprised and voiced her thoughts on the sudden isolationist policy undertaken by the Ming. "This is indeed troublesome. The Ming dynasty was my largest trading partner before everything went to shit. As a result, I am well versed in just how big that market is. I don't doubt that by going into isolation, they will be taking many of their tributaries with them. It appears that they want to close off the entire eastern markets to the Reich and what remains of my empire in retaliation for our marriage." Berenger noticed the glum look on Itami's face. It was clear that she was blaming herself for these turn of events. And while that may be true, Berenger assured her that everything would be fine. "It is fine. You don't need to worry so much. The truth of the matter is that we have already secured an alternative source for tea, and that was the most important product we were obtaining from the Ming dynasty. As for the closure of the eastern markets, this hardly affects my empire." In truth, the Reich was not doing much trade with the Ming dynasty and its tributaries prior to this sudden isolation. Other than arms sales and the aforementioned tea trade, that is. In fact, most of our economic ties on the Asian continent were in the southeast, which, for the most part, is still within my sphere of influence. What I am worried about is the Joseon dynasty, and because of this, I will have to go visit Pyongyang and speak to the Joseon king myself. Ultimately, they will be forced to take a side, whether they wish to remain in the Ming sphere of influence or enter the new world that I am creating. So I'm sorry to say, but I will be leaving you here in Hyankyo for a few days. In the meantime, I will leave control of the efforts to rebuild Japan in the hands of my eldest son Hans. He is well versed in what is required to lead a nation, and you will find his help to be almost as effective as my own." Upon hearing that Berenger would be leaving her side so soon after becoming engaged, Itami felt her heart bleed, but she knew that as the Kaiser of the German Reich, Berenger had many responsibilities to look after. The fact that he was present in Japan during this critical transition was more than she could ever ask for. Thus, she simply nodded her head before kissing the man on the lips, thus proving her obedience as she whispered in his ears a small prayer. "I will pray for your safety while you are away." With that said, Berenger left the temporary office which he had established for himself while staying in Hyankyo, and prepared for an immediate departure to Pyongyang. The future of the Joseon dynasty would be decided in these discussions. Chapter 1138. Arriving in Pyongyang. Immediately after setting off from his office, Berenger found Mina and dragged her onto a flight towards Pyongyang. The Joseon princess was rather nervous as she sat on a comfy sofa while dressed in a traditional hanbok. Berenger immediately took notice of this and chuckled as he tried to calm the young woman with some comforting words. "Relax, you should not feel so anxious. After all, once we have concluded our visit, the debt that my empire owes you will be paid in full." Mina stared at Berenger in disbelief. The price she had asked in return for serving the Reich was twofold: Itami's head for causing the deaths of her adopted family, and the untimely demise of her stepmother, who had been responsible for her biological mother's death. Naturally, as the war progressed, and Mina came to realize that the death of her adopted family was not in actuality Itami's fault, the Joseon princess had rescinded her first condition. However, she still demanded the head of her stepmother served on a silver platter. This was something that her superiors kept telling her would occur soon enough, but until now it had never manifested. Thus, she was quite surprised when she heard the words come from Berengar's own mouth, and was quick to inquire about the details. How will you do it?" Berenger simply smirked and wagged his finger before responding to the young woman's question. "You don't need to know the details. All you need to know is that the day after we leave Pyongyang and return to Hyankyo, your stepmother will die a miserable death. The pieces are already in place. We just need to wait until after this diplomatic visit is concluded. As far as your father is concerned, his favorite concubine will suddenly be overcome with illness, and will perish within 24 hours after the fact. I assure you he has no cure that can possibly save her life, and there will be no evidence left behind that we are responsible." Immediately, Mina's mind shifted to a very specific poison, which she had been informed of its use during her training as a German field agent. "You're going to poison her with ricin?" A confident grin curved on Berengar's lips as he nodded his head before leaving a brief remark. "You have been trained well. Now let's leave this discussion here because soon we will be landing in the German airbase outside Pyongyang, and not a soul should know of the conversation we just had." Naturally, Mina agreed with this sentiment and was quick to disembark from the plane by Berengar's side once it had landed. Immediately, an armored truck was on the airstrip, ready to greet the Kaiser, along with a unit of Josian Special Operations soldiers. After a brief greeting with the Josian diplomat who had been sent to receive him, Berenger and Mina entered the car, which led them to the royal palace. On the way there, the diplomat spoke with Berenger about his visit. "It is so nice of the Kaiser to visit us here in our capital. You have done much for our kingdom these last few years, and we are eternally thankful. It is just that these are troubling times, and while the Ming dynasty seals itself off from the rest of the world, you are rebuilding the Japanese empire, something which our king finds incredibly troublesome." Berenger forced a smile as he heard these words, before responding to the diplomat with the utmost courtesy. "I assure you, my efforts in Japan are purely humanitarian in nature. We will not be building up their military, aside from those limited numbers that are required to protect their current borders. Meanwhile, the Empire of Japan has been explicitly forbidden, in their new constitution, from waging any wars which are not defensive in nature. If memory serves correctly, I have also invested a significant sum in the reconstruction of the Josian dynasty. I am not asking you to forgive the Japanese, as I am all too aware of the damage they have caused to your great nation. What I am asking is that we all simply accept the peace that currently exists, and not exact further vengeance on the Japanese population for the misdeeds of a few madmen who have already been punished. There are terrible consequences for having a peace based upon vengeance, and I would prefer not to suffer them in the near future. I assure you, in the coming decades, my troops will still be stationed in Japan, and will monitor the Japanese defense forces and any imperialistic sentiments they might still have among their ranks. Princess Imina here can attest that I am still as dedicated to my alliance with the Josian dynasty as I have been in the past. The reason I am here today is twofold. One is to express my assurances that the new Japanese empire will not be a threat to your great nation, and two is to convince your king that it would be in everyone's best interest if he did not go along with the Ming dynasty's new policy of isolation." The diplomat looked over at Mina and adjusted his glasses. He had not recognized her as the missing princess. While he had heard tales of Mina's exploits during the war, he did not believe his ears. For a Josian princess to be a double agent, working for the Germans to spy on the Japanese, it was simply unthinkable. Thus, he posed a question to the young woman with a hint of doubt in his voice. "Are you really Princess Mina?" Mina simply scoffed and looked away from the man, as she expressed her identity in a way the man could not question. "My father will be able to confirm my identity." Thus, the diplomat remained silent for the rest of the journey to the palace, where they then were greeted by the Josian king, who immediately upon seeing the daughter he had given up for adoption in her fully grown state, began to weep as he forced the young woman into his embrace. "Mina, I thought the worst had happened when I heard that your adopted family was murdered in their own homes. I am glad to see you are all right. Please come inside. We have much to catch up on." However, Mina's response was cold as she forced herself out of her father's hug, and simply gestured towards Berenger, who was the real star of this diplomatic visit. "I am only here to act as a diplomat on behalf of the Kaiser. You no longer have the right to call yourself my father. Not after everything you have done." The Josian king was shocked that his daughter had become so indifferent towards him. As for Berenger, he cleared his throat before reaching out his hand in a friendly gesture. "King Isungjin, I must say, it is a pleasure to see you again. I believe the last time we were in the same room together was during the Vienna Accords. How have you been?" The Josian king gazed up at Berenger and closely examined him for some time. He was not dressed in a military uniform, but rather his imperial regalia, and was somehow more handsome than the last time Sungjin had seen the man. After several moments of awkward silence, the Josian king looked back and forth between his daughter and the golden-haired man standing next to her, and suddenly came to a misconception. "Don't tell me you have taken my daughter as another one of your lovers. What is the Japanese empress not enough for you? You need a Korean princess too?" Mina instantly blushed, while Berenger felt like coughing up blood. He was dumbstruck by this single comment and was quick to calm the enraged Josian king. "Certainly not. Mina is one of my most valued employees. I assure you that I have no such intentions towards her." Everyone who was present for this conversation stared at one another in awkward silence until finally the Josian king broke out laughing. As he did so, he unintentionally insulted his daughter while patting Berenger on the back. "Ha ha ha. Of course, why would you fall for someone like my daughter? when you have such world-class beauties by your side. No, Mina is not a proper fit, but I assure you that I have more than a few daughters who might be up to your standards. Please come inside. We have been out in the cold long enough. Mina silently glared at her father as she followed Berenger into the Josian palace. Meanwhile, Berenger felt bad for the girl. She had just now reunited with her father, and already he had said that she wasn't as pretty as her sisters. If Mina was the least pretty of her sisters, then just how gorgeous were the other Josian princesses? Berenger was quite curious about this question as he walked into the palace by King Sungjin's side. What awaited Berenger and Mina was a lavish feast, in which they would discuss the current political situation with the Josian king over a nice hot meal. Chapter 1139. A difficult decision. Berenger sat down in the dining hall of the Josian royal palace. At his side was none other than Mina, who stared angrily at her stepmother. The woman was quite beautiful despite her age and appeared to be the mother of at least 5 of Yi Sungjin's children. Despite this, she was still nothing more than a concubine, with the primary wife being seated next to the Josian king himself. Several of Mina's sisters were equal to if not superior to her in regards to beauty, but Berenger took no notice of these young women, no matter how they might try to gain his attention. He already had enough women by his side, and had pledged to himself that Itami would be the last. While one of Mina's many sisters poured Berenger a glass of wine, the man himself was in the middle of a conversation with the Josian king. For whatever reason, Yi Sungjin wanted to conduct this diplomatic meeting over dinner, rather than in a more quiet space. The Josian king had become rather rotund over the years, the girth of his belly increasing as the days passed by thanks to the traffic of German goods which entered his lands. To Berenger, this was a sign that the man would not so easily give up on the luxurious lifestyle he now lived, especially not to curry favor with the Ming dynasty. Thus, Berengar's tone was filled with confidence as he spoke about the ongoing situation just a few hundred kilometers north of the city of Pyongyang. Zhu Wudi has decided, for the good of his nation, that he is cutting off all maritime trade with foreign powers, and is instead only conducting commerce over land, with his remaining tributaries. In part, I believe this is because of my annexation of the islands which I currently refer to as the Philippines. It appears this policy of isolation isn't just being practiced by the Ming dynasty itself, but all within their sphere of influence. The northern Yuan, the Jurchens, the Tibetans, as well as Indochina are all now withdrawing themselves from the outer world. If this is their decision, then I shall respect it. However, the last time I checked, you still pay tribute to the Ming, and as an important ally of mine within the Far East, I wanted to personally visit you and see just what you had planned in store for the future. The young woman who was pouring Berengar's wine finished just as the man concluded his introductory statement, and withdrew back to her seat after realizing that Berenger had no interest in her. Yi Sungjin paid close attention to Berengar's actions, and entirely ignored his own daughter Mina, who was exchanging a vicious glare with the woman who was responsible for her own biological mother's death. It was clear by the look in the mature Bowtie's eyes that she had never expected Mina to return to the palace, and was quite displeased to see her again. After several moments of thought, the Josian king voiced his opinion on the subject that Berenger had brought up, only after drinking an entire cup of wine. The red liquid spilled all over his mustache and goatee combo as he did so. I must admit, I have considered following the Ming dynasty into isolation. Especially after the shit you just pulled with the young Japanese empress. I mean honestly, you and I both know that this blame that is being shifted onto the late General Shiba Kaihiko is nothing more than German propaganda. If memory serves correctly, the woman personally led an army into my territory, and nearly got herself killed doing so. Now, why should I continue to maintain military and economic ties with your empire, when you have decided to spare that albino whore and even marry her? Berenger did not immediately respond to this quip, and instead took a sip of the wine, which he did not at all find to his taste. After controlling his expression so that he did not grimace, he gently placed the chalice on the table and folded his fingers before calmly answering the Josian king's question. Careful Sungjin, Ryo is my fiancée, and by speaking such slander towards her character, you are in fact defaming me as well. The Japanese empress is many things, but a whore? That is not one of them. I suggest you think about your words before you speak them, or you and I might have some serious problems. It would be a pity if all the investment I have made into your kingdom suddenly came to a stop. The threat of pulling back funding from the Josian dynasty's reconstruction efforts immediately caused Sungjin to flush with anger. However, he bit his tongue in fear of provoking a more violent response from the Kaiser. However, one woman in the room could not keep her mouth shut. It was, in fact, none other than Sungjin's favorite concubine, the woman who had killed Mina's mother. You dare speak to my esteemed husband in such a way? Who do you think you are? Before Sungjin could calm his concubine's fury, Berenger leaned back in his chair and scoffed. With a confident smirk on his handsome face, he tore into the woman. Husband? That is a bold claim. According to my intel, you are nothing more than a common concubine. You should hold your tongue when the men are speaking, sweetheart. If you do not, you will just make your spouse look bad in the eyes of far more powerful men. Upon hearing Berengar's verbal lashing, Sungjin scowled at his concubine, which immediately caused the woman to shut her trap. Before the Joseon king could properly apologize, Berengar began to speak again, this time with a bit more venom on his tongue. You speak ill of my fiancée so casually. A woman who, must I remind you, would have conquered and enslaved your entire nation. If I had not given you my support meanwhile, your whore here speaks out of turn as if she is my equal. Just what kind of backwards court are you running here, Sungjin? If I didn't know any better, I would say that you and your family have the manners of barbarians. Luckily for you, I owe your daughter Mina here a debt of gratitude, so I will not hold you accountable for your previous remarks. Though Sungjin and his family felt outraged at Berengar's words, they remained completely silent. After all, who was the monster who was sitting peacefully across from them? He was none other than the Kaiser of the German Reich, a man so powerful that even the Empress of Japan had failed to do anything other than piss him off with her repeated acts of aggression. Thus, the Joseon king forced a smile and bowed his head with respect before responding to Berengar's words. I apologize for if my family and I offended you in any way. We are not ungrateful for all the assistance you have given our kingdom. We are just a bit unsettled about the fact that you have gone out of your way to marry the Japanese empress and absolve her of her crimes in the eyes of the world. Berengar's gaze shifted to that, as if here were gazing upon a dullard. His voice was cold as he responded to the Joseon king's last statement. My reasons are my own, but since you ask so politely, I will inform you of my thoughts. The fact of the matter is, leaving Japan in a state of civil warfare between a few power-hungry warlords is a threat to this entire region of the world. To stabilize the situation in Northeast Asia, I needed to place a unifying figure, one with some semblance of a claim on the vacant throne. This figure needed to be willing to listen and obey my commands. After being thoroughly trounced in what I can only really refer to as our little skirmish, Ryo has become quite the obedient puppet. I made that woman see the damage that her ego had caused to the world, and what kind of ruler she could have been if she did not have her own head up her ass. This had quite the humbling effect. After whitewashing her image with a bit of propaganda, and blaming her past mistakes on an easy scapegoat, Itami became the perfect puppet to reclaim her throne, and unify the Japanese people beneath her banner, and by her banner I really mean my own. Japan is no longer a threat to you or anyone else in this world. I have ensured they will remain as such for the coming centuries. So, now the question remains, will you follow the Ming dynasty into an era of isolation, where you will inevitably fall behind the rest of the world? Or will you follow me into a new golden age of peace and prosperity? The choice is yours. Chapter 1140. The Fall of the Last Bastion of Feudal Japan. While Berengar was in the midst of a diplomatic discussion regarding the complete integration of the Joseon dynasty into the German Reich sphere of influence, Hans had been left in control of the efforts to rebuild the once mighty Japanese empire. Though it was not just the civilian sector that Hans had been tasked with leading, instead he coordinated with the generals in the region on the ongoing efforts to hunt down and eliminate the remaining Japanese warlords who had fled to the hills in hope of escaping their gruesome fates. Unfortunately for these men and their foolish followers, the power of German aerial reconnaissance was enough to easily locate them, and thus after looking over the images which clearly identified the targets, Hans gave the order to put an end to Japan's feudal era once and for all. Itami sat in the room, along with General Tsugaru, as they posed their own ideas on how best to drive the warlords out of their mountain strongholds. I believe if we deploy our most elite troops to engage in direct conflict with the warlords, we will be able to eliminate them with little casualties. Since the Imperial Japanese Army has been disbanded, and the Japanese self-defense forces have not yet been established, naturally this role will have to fall to the Germans. Itami gave Tsugaru a look of approval, and yet Hans was as stoic as ever. He sat in his chair while resting his chin on the top of his knuckles as he carefully inspected the photographs that had been taken of the makeshift strongholds which the warlords used to continue their rebellion. After several moments of awkward silence, Hans emitted a single sound, which was a haughty scoff, before finally speaking his opinion on how best to deal with the remaining warlords. The enemy is nothing more than a bunch of rats who have been cornered and are now awaiting their deaths. They want us to attack so that they can go out in a blaze of glory. I won't give them such a luxury. The fact of the matter is there is not a single valid reason to risk the lives of our soldiers when we can easily annihilate each warlord, and those idiots who still follow them with a series of surgical strikes. General Geerwig, how many V-2 ballistic missiles do we currently have in Japan? General Arnwald Gerwig looked over at the Crown Prince with a hint of surprise on his face. However, nobody in the room was more shocked than Itami. The fact that Germany had brought V-2 ballistic missiles onto her shores was a frightening prospect. After all, she was familiar enough with the weapons to know just how much damage they could cause. She was about to protest this decision when the German general cut her off by answering the prince's question. We currently have 5 ballistic missiles on Japanese soil. Is it my understanding that you wish to target the remaining warlords with such weapons? Pardon me for saying this, sir, but those aren't actually. Hans' expression remained cold as ice as he immediately cut the general off and declared his authority. I don't want to hear your excuses, General. Even though a few days ago my father had declared an official end to this war, there are still quite a few dregs who wish to resist the new order that we are establishing here in Japan. It is the end of the feudal era, and while my father eliminated such primitive notions a decade ago within the fatherland, sadly, a few stubborn old men cling to their ancient ways in this part of the world. I dare say it would be a bit anticlimactic if the old world did not come crashing down around us without a spectacular bang. Don't you agree? General, I am officially giving you my authorization to deploy the missiles as you see fit. Of the original 13 pretenders to the Japanese throne, 3 remain, and we have 5 missiles. So I suggest you be as precise as possible, because I do not want to have to wait another few months in order for another missile to make its way to these shores. After hearing Hans' cold and calculated speech about bringing an end to feudal Japan once and for all, Itami could no longer hold her tongue and was quick to disagree with the German prince's decision. You want to use ballistic missiles to take out a few makeshift strongholds. Have you gone mad? You will destroy far more than just the warlords if you use such weapons on my home soil. Despite Itami's resistance to the idea, Hans did not even take her opinion into account, and was quick to remind the Japanese empress just who was in charge. Funny, I don't remember asking for your opinion. Need I remind you that the responsibility of rebuilding Japan, and ending this petty rebellion once and for all, has fallen to me while my father is away on an important diplomatic mission. My word is the law until the Kaiser returns to sort things out himself. I have decided the risk of besieging these strongholds with a direct assault is not worth what little benefit is to be had, especially when you take into account the fact that we can just drop a ballistic missile on their heads. Besides, you have nothing to worry about. The warlords and their men are far enough away from any civilian structures that our attack will not harm any innocents, nor will it cause any long-term effects on the landscape. After saying this, Hans shifted his attention back to General Arnwald Gerwig, where he spoke in an authoritative tone. You have your orders, General. Do not disappoint me. With this said, Hans walked out of the room, leaving Arnwald to stare at Itami with an awkward expression on his face. After staying silent for several seconds, the German general followed Hans' lead, and exited the room where he immediately ordered the use of ballistic missiles. In one of the mountain strongholds where the last of the Japanese warlords was currently hunkered down, a rather refined-looking man stood not in his Imperial Japanese military uniform, but rather in a full Tozai Gusoku. The man was none other than the head of the Yamana clan. As a staunch traditionalist, he sought to restore the feudal structure of Japan, but with himself as the emperor. Of course, his efforts to do so had been completely halted by the sudden invasion of the German Empire. Thus, the man was at his wits' end, as he and his soldiers secluded themselves in a makeshift mountain stronghold, hoping to have a heroic last stand. As he held his sword in hand and gazed upon the foothills below, one of his soldiers approached him with some urgent news. Your Majesty, the German troops stationed in the foothills below have begun to withdraw. It appears that they have given up on laying siege to this fortress. Our luck has finally turned around. The haughty daimyo chuckled when he heard this, before boasting of his perceived victory. Ah, those filthy barbarians from the west are too afraid to try to take this land from us. I should not have expected so much from such backward savages. The glory of Japan shall be restored once I claim my throne, and you will have a critical place in my new empire. However, the momentary happiness that both men felt suddenly came crashing down around them as a loud roar erupted in the skies. After careful observation, a large missile could be seen flying through the sky. It was at this moment that the warlord knew the reason why the Germans had so suddenly begun to withdraw. They were not, in fact, breaking the siege, but were instead deploying a powerful weapon to completely obliterate the last of the Yamana clan and those who remained loyal to it. An intense sense of dread overcame that daimyo as he shrieked like a frightened little girl. Run! Run for your lives! He quickly cast his sword aside and began sprinting out of the fortress. But how could a man outrun a supersonic missile that had been deployed from across the country? Before long, the missile detonated in the air above the stronghold, as a fiery explosion began to consume everything within an 800-meter radius. The last sound that the daimyo made was a horrific scream as his entire body was consumed by the blast. While the Yamana clan was being consumed in a giant fireball, so too had missiles been launched on the other remaining warlords. As Hans had stated in his speech to the Japanese empress, on this day the feudal era of Japan had come to a bitter end, along with the German-Japanese War, which had claimed the lives of over 1 million Japanese citizens. Chapter 1141. A surprising return from Pyongyang. The discussions with the Joseon king were fruitful. By the end of the meal, the man had decided it would be in his best interest to further align himself with Germany. However, rather than openly declare his allegiance to the Reich, Berenger had something else in mind for Isungjin and his entire kingdom. Throughout most of the night, Berenger went over his plans to have the Joseon dynasty act as the gateway between the German Reich and the Ming dynasty. The plan was for the Joseon dynasty to follow the Ming dynasty into isolation, while leaving a single canton open to maritime trade. This canton would be the city of Busan, which would act as the primary trading hub between the Joseon dynasty and the rest of the world. Here, Germany and Japan would be free to trade their goods with the Joseon and buy products that originated in the Ming dynasty. Busan would also act as the new hub for the German and Japanese embassies. This system would also allow for the Joseon agents to infiltrate the Ming dynasty and continue to provide German imperial intelligence with accurate and up-to-date information regarding the ongoing developments of the Ming dynasty. As for the German troops currently stationed within the Joseon dynasty, they would be given a year to permanently withdraw from the region, where only a small detachment of German Marines would be assigned to protect their diplomats at the German embassy in Busan. Despite this appearance of entering a state of mostly isolation, the German Reich would secretly continue to invest in the development and expansion of the Joseon dynasty, especially in regards to its economic and agricultural centers, while also supplying them with sufficient arms and munitions to defend their own borders. After coming to these conclusions, Berenger and Mina returned to Hyeonkyo. However, not before the Joseon princess gave her stepmother a particularly fond farewell. Berenger did not know what had raised Mina's spirits during the flight back to Japan, but he could tell she had sufficiently spoken her mind to the woman who was responsible for her mother's death. Now all that was required was to wait a few days before the bitch suddenly caught an incurable illness. When Berenger stepped foot in the imperial palace of Hyeonkyo, he was immediately met by Itami Ryo, who appeared to be in an excellent mood as she explained the good news to her fiancé. The last of the warlords are dead, as are their followers. As we speak, what few small samurai clans that remain are being stripped of their noble status, as well as their arms. According to the Disarmament Act, they are only permitted to keep their old swords as family heirlooms. What castles remain are being vacated and preserved as Japanese landmarks and museums. It is truly over. The era of feudalism has finally come to an end. Thanks to you and your efforts, I have finally been able to accomplish the goal I had in mind when I first claimed the throne for myself. I never would have been able to pull this off without you. Berenger scoffed when he saw how excited Itami was before reminding her of the price that had been paid to accomplish such a feat. All it cost you was a full-scale invasion by a foreign power, and the deaths of several million of your people, truly a monumental occasion. This callous remark suddenly brought Itami back to reality, as her appearance shifted from one of excitement to depression. Upon realizing that he had been a bit too cruel, Berenger sighed, and petted the woman's snow-white hair before trying to comfort her. Even though the cost was significant, the outcome will be a brighter future for your entire nation. Besides, you may not have the large empire that you previously conquered, but Japan's borders in this world are still larger than they were in our past life. After all, you now have Sakhalin Island as part of your domain, and that's a decent chunk of land. A bitter smile formed on Itami's face as she nodded her head in agreement with Berengar's words. Seeing that she was still slightly depressed, Berenger decided to shift the subject to something more lighthearted. So, how did Hans perform in my absence? Itami looked up into Berengar's mismatched eyes before averting her gaze. She felt that if she spoke her mind on the matter, it would only serve to upset Berenger, and thus she tried to find the best compliment she could think of for the boy. He was certainly efficient. Berenger broke out into a fit of laughter when he saw Itami's expression, before saying something, which she found surprising. He's as cold as ice, isn't he? The boy is practically a computer in how he solves problems. Whatever is the most logical and efficient course of action, he will choose even if it is inhumane. Let me guess, the little bastard decided to, rather than risk a frontal assault on the remaining warlords, that he would launch a few cruise missiles onto their strongholds. Itami gazed up at Berenger with a hint of surprise on her face, before awkwardly looking away once more. Then she struggled to come up with the words to express just what Hans had done. Actually, they were ballistic missiles. He launched 3 of your V2S. Berenger was stunned into silence for several seconds before he eventually cursed out loud in a voice so filled with rage he had startled the Japanese empress. He fucking what? Ryo, those weren't V2S. They were experimental intermediate-range ballistic missiles that were designed to strike Pyongyang from Japan in the event the Joseon king turned on me. Did he seriously waste such valuable strategic assets on a few makeshift strongholds? I swear to God I'm going to tan that boy's hide when I get my hands on him. Shit, why the hell didn't Arnwald stop him? Itami suddenly remembered Arnwald was about to say something regarding the use of the ballistic missiles before he was cut off by Hans. She immediately flushed in embarrassment before explaining exactly what had gone down during the meeting, which left Berenger in a state of bewilderment. When Berenger had finally gotten a clearer understanding as to why those missiles were launched, he felt like he was the one who had failed to properly convey to the chain of command what exact circumstances would permit the IRBMs to be used. With a heavy sigh, He expressed his lament over the whole situation. I should have been more clear with my orders before departing for Pyongyang. The blame solely lies with myself. I guess we can always build more missiles. Consider the 2 remaining missiles as a gift to your empire. You can use their threat as a friendly reminder to the Joseon dynasty about what we have agreed upon. Itami was still completely stunned by the fact that Germany had already begun experimenting with intermediate-range ballistic missiles. At the Reich's current rate of progress, it would not be long before they got their hands on intercontinental ballistic missiles, which was a prospect that terrified the Japanese empress. After careful consideration, Itami believed she was now eternally grateful that Berenger had taken pity on her, and not blown her up when he had the chance. Thus, the Japanese empress could only silently hug her man, as she thought about the disaster that had been narrowly avoided. Chapter 1142. Cat Fight 6. In the following weeks, Berenger and Itami worked hand in hand to restore the Japanese empire one step at a time. From the privatization and reseeding of the rice fields, to the reconstruction of power plants, and the national railway. Japan was being redesigned from the ground up to be a prosperous and peaceful state. Meanwhile, Berenger had announced the date for his wedding to Itami, which would be held at the Inari Shrine just outside of Hyankyo. From all around the world, important guests were coming to visit the reconstructed city in order to pay their respects to the mighty Kaiser and his newest bride. It had been weeks since Itami had seen her mother and sister, but when they finally arrived in Japan, they were quick to greet their relative with open arms. Momo, in particular, was exceptionally happy at this moment, as she hugged her elder sister and praised her for finally sealing the deal. "I'm so happy for you, Wonshin. You have finally found yourself a husband. I'm so jealous. Who knows, maybe I will meet somebody special at your wedding." Itami was quick to show off her expensive ring, which caused Momo to squeal with joy. "Oh my god. It is so beautiful and matches your eyes perfectly." In the center of the ring was an 8-carat heart-shaped red diamond, which was set in a layer of white diamond-encrusted platinum. Beneath the centerpiece, there were 2 platinum bands, which had been soldered together and encrusted with even more diamonds. Out of all the wedding rings Berenger had prepared for his wives, this was by far the most extravagant and expensive piece. Something he would have an extremely hard time explaining to his other women. Luckily for him, he had already come up with a plan to appease his wives in this regard. However, none of that truly mattered at the moment. Instead, Ryo was showing off her engagement ring to her family, as if it were her most prized possession. Even the woman's mother gazed at the masterpiece with a hint of envy in her mature eyes. Despite this feeling, Mibu calmed her nerves, and congratulated her daughter on her upcoming nuptials. "I'm not going to lie, Ryo. I have been worried about you for some time. Your standards have always been so extreme that I feared you would never get married. It seems I was mistaken in my assumption, and am happy that you have finally found a man who is worthy of your affections. I wish you all the best and hope to see my grandchildren soon enough." At the mention of grandchildren, Itami's face flushed as red as her diamond ring, causing her to look away from her mother's kind smile. The young woman was obviously too embarrassed to think about such a prospect. However, this did not last long, as in the next moment, her biggest rival appeared on the scene. When the red-headed beauty entered the room, all eyes were drawn to her, though in the next moment, many returned their sights to the Japanese empress, who in many ways was just as stunning as Linda. Despite this sudden silence, Linda gave it no mind, and instead approached Itami with a smile on her gorgeous face. That is, until she caught sight of the exceptional ring on the albino bowtie's finger. The moment she saw this, her sky-blue eyes suddenly became dark and foreboding. Linda forcefully grabbed hold of Itami's wrist and examined the stone with a cold expression on her otherwise flawless face. "That's a nice ring you have there. I suppose Berenger spared no expense to get you a stone that matched your eyes. What is that, ruby and white gold?" Itami exchanged Lindy's glare with one of her own. She had never been one to back down from a fight, and since Linda was so obviously defensive about the ring, which the albino beauty proudly displayed on her finger, she decided to further add salt to the proverbial open wound. "Actually, it is platinum and a red diamond, the rarest and most expensive of all gemstones. I suppose since I am an empress in my own right, Berenger felt the need to gift me a ring made from only the best materials." This remark instantly caused Lindy's brow to furrow. Her ring was made of white gold and blue topaz, which was beautiful in its own right, but nowhere near as luxurious as the ring that Itami was sporting. In fact, she now had a sudden urge to force her husband to commission her a ring made of platinum and blue diamond just to compete with her newest rival. What was also noticeable was the heart-shaped cut of the red diamond, which somehow seemed so much more romantic than the typical gemstone cut that her ring had. Linda could only admit her loss in this moment and compel her husband to replace her ring with something superior at a later time. Thus, she forced herself to remain calm as she released Itami's wrist. "Humph, it is indeed a splendid ring, but you, as the newest of Berengar's wives, you should remember your place. It would be a pity if something happened to that jade-like hand of yours. The veiled threat that Linda had just made, combined with her chilling glare, immediately reminded Itami of Anuria's words regarding the Spider Queen of Germany. Upon realizing that she had actually infuriated such a fearsome opponent, the albino beauty hid her precious ring behind her back and lowered her head in deference to the Reich's most fearsome empress, an act which caused Linda to ever so slightly calm down. Upon realizing that Itami had become more docile, Linda shifted her gaze elsewhere and immediately began to search for her absent husband. If you will excuse me, I must go fetch my husband. It was a long flight to this backwater of a country, and yet he still hasn't come to greet me. Once Linda was gone, Itami let out a deep sigh of relief. The look on her mother's and sister's faces was one of concern. However, not for Itami, but for Berenger. Mibu placed her palm on the side of her cheek as she expressed her worry aloud. Era, I do fear Berenger is in for a bit of a spat with his beloved wife. Perhaps you should not have boasted so loudly about the expense the man had paid for your ring. After hearing her mother's worries, Momo could not help but voice her own. Do you think Aniissima will be all right? Itami simply harumphed and shifted her gaze away from her mother and sister, specifically so they could not see the flushed expression on her face as she expressed her thoughts. Don't worry about him. Knowing those two, it won't be long before they are humping like rabbits. Momo and Mibu looked at Itami with a hint of surprise in their eyes before giggling like a couple of schoolgirls. Something which the Japanese empress found to be rather irksome. Berenger was within his temporary office that he had established inside the Japanese imperial palace when the door was suddenly and violently kicked open. Standing in the doorway was none other than his favorite wife. However, for the first time in a very long time, Berenger noticed that the woman was utterly furious as she stared at him with a livid expression on her otherwise gorgeous face. Before he could even ask what was wrong, the red-headed beauty began to scold her husband for his misdeed. Platinum and red diamond. What is that 8 carats worth of red diamond? Just how much did you spend on that little whore? It did not take a genius to understand why Linda was so upset with him, but rather than act like an intimidated little puppy, Berenger sighed heavily before opening up a drawer in his desk, where he pulled out a small container. He gently tossed it over to Linda, who barely caught it while in her enraged state. She was just about to continue her rant when Berenger finally spoke. Open it. Linda simply harumphed before doing as she was told, where she was immediately greeted by an exceptional ring that was even more extravagant than the one she already possessed. Like Itami's ring, it was primarily made of diamond-encrusted platinum. Where the ring differed was in the center where a heart-shaped 10-carat blue diamond lay. The piece of jewelry was almost identical to the one Itami wore, except for the fact that its centerpiece was slightly larger, and a different color. One that matched Lindy's sky-blue eyes. Immediately after seeing this gift, the fury Linda felt in her heart, after being outshined by her newest rival, immediately vanished, and was replaced with a burning desire. Berenger noticed the look in the woman's eyes and smiled before commenting about the ring. I knew you would get upset after seeing the expense I paid for Itami's engagement ring, so I had something more exquisite crafted for you. I also commissioned similar pieces for the others. Basically, they are all the same design, but with different gemstones in the center to match your eyes and different precious metals of the bands. Just don't wear that thing until after I marry Itami. This event is not about you, and you should know that. If you go around wearing an even nicer ring than the one I bought Itami before I even marry her, it is bound to cause problems. Linda smiled, and closed the small box which contained the exceptional ring, before forcing herself into Berengar's lap while kissing him passionately. As Itami had predicted, the couple immediately proceeded to hump like rabbits. Chapter 1143, Berengar's Final Wedding. The day had finally arrived. After nearly 2 months of German occupation, the Kaiser of the German Reich and the Japanese Empress were finally ready to be wed. For the sake of appeasing the Japanese people, Berenger had agreed to marry Itami Ryo in the traditional Japanese method. Thus, the bride, groom, and all of their guests had gathered at the Inari Shrine just outside the city of Hyankyo to witness the monumental occasion. Whether it was Berengar's other wives and children standing in the front row, or his parents alongside them, all of his friends and family had gathered for the event. This included several of the world's major leaders as well. Meanwhile, Itami's guests were few and far between. Primarily they consisted of her mother, sister, and a few of her cabinet members who she had selected to help her run her empire. What few friends she had prior to the war with Germany were either now dead, or had turned on her. However, Mina did show up for Itami, proving that their friendship had not been completely terminated as a result of Itami's carelessness. Currently, Berenger stood, dressed in the traditional attire of the Japanese emperor, while Itami was garbed in her junahaido. They were gathered before a Shinto priest who cleansed the new royal couple, before giving them each a cup of sake to drink from. After both Berenger and Itami downed the alcoholic beverage as if it were mere water, The minister then approached Berenger and spoke the following words, which Berenger then immediately repeated. This woman I marry, no matter what the health situation is. I will love this person, respect this person, console this person, help this person, until death, protecting fidelity, I swear. With this commitment spoken, Berenger and Itami were now married. Their first act as husband and wife was not to kiss like in a Western ceremony, but to give their gifts to the shrine and the goddess who inhabited it. Interestingly enough, within Inari's divine domain, she was not alone. Instead, all of the major Japanese deities had gathered to watch the event. Though Inari wore a charming smile as she watched the wedding ceremony unfold, others were not so pleased, especially after all the damage Itami had caused during her rise to power and the ensuing reign of tyranny. Still, at the very least, the initial goal they had in bringing Itami into this world had been realized, and thus they could only be satisfied with the results. The ceremony was brief and to the point. However, the reception was quite different. After the bride and groom sat down at the head of a long table to enjoy their meal together, Sieghard proposed a toast for his eldest and only surviving son. To my son, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. Berenger, when you were born, I had never thought that you would accomplish so much in a single lifetime. In fact, as I raised you, I was convinced you would die before you even reached adulthood. Yet you have proven me and all of your early detractors wrong. Not only have you married 5 of the most beautiful women in the world, something which I am incredibly envious of, but you have raised our house from that of a bunch of lowly barons to the most prominent dynasty in the world. After seeing everything you have accomplished, I can finally die in peace. However, I refuse to do so until I see the grandkids that you and Mrs. Itami Ryo produce for your mother and me. The whole room burst out into laughter, at least so far as the German guests were concerned. Everyone here knew that for years Sieghard had been saying that he can finally die in peace whenever speaking about one of his son's many achievements, and yet every time he said this he would always preface it with another reason to live. After Sieghard gave his speech, he sat down, where immediately Itami's mother, Mibusaya, took the stand and cleared her throat before making her own speech. To my lovely daughter Itami Ryo, when I initially gave birth to you, your father said you were cursed as a result of your unique appearance. However, I raised you with all the love and care I could provide. And though you have been a rather stubborn woman, especially in regards to finding a proper suitor, I must say I am proud that you have finally found a man that you both love and cherish. I too can finally die at peace, but will refuse to do so until you and your sister give me grandchildren. After saying this, Mibu gave a slight wink over to Sieghard, which caused Gisela to give the man a murderous stare. Not only had her husband yet again expressed his envy of his son for having multiple wives, but he was so shamelessly flirting with the mature Japanese beauty who was the Empress Mother. Berenger noticed his parents' lovers' quarrel and chuckled before announcing the beginning of the feast, which would last for the remainder of the evening. All of Japan's best delicacies had been prepared for the many guests who paid tribute to the Kaiser and his newest bride on this day, and Berenger had spent the majority of the night flirting with Itami. Curiously enough, Linda did not fight for Berengar's attention on this day, and instead she allowed Itami to experience her wedding without any competition from the other girls in Berengar's harem. And since Berengar's entire attention was on Itami, Linda shifted her focus to her estranged little brother, who had been invited to the ceremony and reception. Herman was sitting across from Momo, and the two of them were in the act of flirting. Momo was exceptionally impressed with all the medals that were pinned to Herman's uniform, and was asking multiple questions about him. Oh, so you are Lindy's little brother? It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Itami Momo, Itami Ryo's little sister. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, you must be a major in the German Marine Corps. Am I correct? Did you participate in the war? It was not that Herman was inexperienced with women, but he simply did not care for all the girls who had chased after him up until this point. However, there was something exceptionally alluring about the ditzy Japanese princess, and thus he found himself stammering over his words as if he were a kissless virgin. Yes, I fought in the war. In fact, I have fought in many wars, whether it be the German Unification Wars, or those against the savages in the New World and Africa. However, I must say, the closest I have ever come to death was fighting against the Imperial Japanese Army. Why do you ask? Momo wore a flirtatious smile on her pretty face as she prodded the Major's Iron Cross First Class with her index finger. Both an Iron Cross First Class, and a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves and swords. You must have been pretty heroic to earn such badges of honor. Am I right? Herman was more surprised than anything that this airhead knew what his medals meant, and how difficult they were to achieve. He immediately found himself blushing as he turned his face away so that Momo could not see his embarrassed expression. This was something that Momo found cute, and immediately giggled in response to, thus further adding to Herman's embarrassment. Linda casually took a sip from her sake before shaking her head in disapproval while muttering her thoughts beneath her breath. Momo is going to eat that boy alive. Eventually, the festivities came to an end, and Berenger saw all his guests out before returning to the royal bedchamber. After closing the door behind him, Berenger noticed that Atami was lying on the large bed, dressed in a silk robe that draped itself around her pure white lingerie. The girl's cheeks were as red as apples, as she tried her best to get a hold of her own anxiety. Seeing that his newest bride was so nervous, Berenger chuckled and put on some romantic music from the nearby gramophone, before stripping himself out of his clothes. When Atami finally laid eyes on the man's enormous and erect shaft, she covered her eyes with her fingers, but not enough to fully conceal her sight. Berenger sat down on the bed next to Atami and wrapped his arms around the woman while kissing her passionately. He whispered in her ears as he attempted to calm her heart. "Relax. You are my wife now. It is only natural that we consummate our marriage." Atami's heart was thumping rapidly, while her mind was mixed with a flurry of emotions. However, she did not resist Berengar's touch, and followed the man's example. After kissing for some time, Berenger released the woman's substantial breasts from their constraints before sucking on her pastel pink nipples. The young Japanese empress began to pant heavily as she felt her body heat up to a new extreme. Yet still she did not resist. Berenger then began to move down from her lovely mountains, and towards her flat belly, where he kissed the woman's navel until he finally reached her lower lips. After gently pulling the woman's thong aside, he began to service her moist cave with his tongue. To Atami, who was inexperienced with men in both of her lives, this was a brand new sensation, and before long, she had climaxed all over her husband's face. Seeing that his bride was fully prepared for the night's activities, Berenger smiled, and aligned the tip of his shaft with her virgin hole, and just as he was about to plunge into the albino bowtie's depths, and claim her chastity for himself, Atami muttered something that blew Berengar's mind. "I'm sorry, Julian." Chapter 1144. A love that transcends time and space. Just when Berenger was about to take the final plunge, and become one with his fifth and final wife, the most peculiar thing happened. The albino beauty, perhaps in the heat of the moment, had uttered a single name in a voice so low that Berenger initially thought he was perhaps mistaken. "I'm sorry, Julian." It was an ordinary name, and could be that of any man other than himself. However, it was a name that Berenger had not heard in some time, a name that was once his own in another world and another life. Suddenly, as if his brain was rapidly expanding into the cosmos itself, Berenger began to connect the dots. In truth, he knew very little about this woman's past life, so much so that he had neglected the possibility that they had once known each other. After all, the odds of such a thing were so improbable that they were nearly an impossibility. However, when his name was spoken, Berenger knew then and there that this woman was none other than Mizuno AI, and in his struggle to comprehend this fact, he uttered a thought that he did not fully think through. "What did you just say?" Itami immediately flinched, thinking that she had been so foolish to speak another man's name when she was about to consummate her marriage, and thus she averted her gaze with an awkward expression on her face. However, Berenger would not dare let this chance to learn the truth pass by, and in the next moment he said something that shocked the woman to the same state of disbelief that he himself was currently experiencing. "AI, is that really you?" The voice that Berenger spoke in was one that he had never used since he first reincarnated in this world. If one had to describe the sound of his words, they were filled with sorrow, disbelief, excitement, and hope all at the same time. Upon hearing her old name spoken once more, Itami immediately shifted her gaze towards Berenger, who was still hovering above her, as if ready to pounce in the very next moment. She was immediately confused by what she had heard and was quick to seek an answer. "How do you know that name?" Seeing that Itami had not denied his question, a hopeful, yet fearful smile emerged on Berengar's handsome face as he grabbed hold of the woman's shoulders and shook her in disbelief. "Mizuno AI? That's who you were in your past life, weren't you?" Itami was still in shock that Berenger knew who she was, and it only occurred to her at the last moment that perhaps this was the man she had longed to reunite with for so many years. Yet she could not dare believe in the possibility, because if it turned out to be false, her heart would not be able to take it. Despite the fear and trepidation in her voice, the albino beauty succeeded, albeit barely, in asking her next question. "Julian? Julian Weber? Can't be." Upon hearing his name in full, Berenger hugged his newest bride and kissed her forehead, while struggling to hold back the tears in his eyes. "Yes, it's me. I can't believe it. How is this possible?" The sudden admission that Berenger was, in fact, the man she once loved in a world long forgotten, was overwhelming to Itami, who immediately cried streams of joy from her sanguine eyes. She embraced Berenger as tightly as she possibly could, perhaps in fear that this was just a wonderful dream that would vanish from reality in the next moment. "Oh Julian, is it really you?" A single tear dripped down Berengar's soul blue eye, as he kissed the woman on the lips with such passion and love that Itami was suddenly shocked. Though Berenger had kissed her in the past, it wasn't in an act of love, but rather, from his perspective, an act of coercion. Yet at this moment, All the doubts he had about Atami suddenly vanished, as he realized this woman was the closest thing he had to both a friend and a lover in his past life. A woman he secretly longed for during those troublesome years at the military academy. Though no further words were spoken, this kiss was all that either of the two soulmates needed to confirm that they were, in fact, who they claimed to be. For some time, Berenger hugged Atami and kissed her, fearing that if he were to let go, that she would once more leave him for eternity. Any bad blood that had previously existed between the couple was immediately washed away at this moment. After nearly 5 minutes passed of nothing but kissing and hugging, Berenger finally pulled himself away from Atami's embrace. Though she fought to wrap herself around him once more, Berenger pinned her down and positioned himself over her virgin hole. There was no longer a look of fear and intimidation on Atami's face, as she prepared herself for what was about to happen. Instead, her expression was one filled with love and excitement. Still, she felt somewhat fearful about the pain and was quick to ask her husband to hold himself back. Wait. However, before she could continue her request, Berenger thrust his hips forward and skewered the woman's moist cave with his substantial rod. With an excited expression on his face, he said the words that Atami never thought she would hear in her life. I'm sorry, AI, but I have wanted to do this for 2 whole lifetimes. I can't hold back any longer. With that said, Berenger embraced his woman and kissed her once more, all while moving his hips, in a motion that was not too forceful, but neither too gentle. Tears once more spilled down Atami's blood-red eyes, causing Berenger to halt his actions, believing that perhaps he had acted with haste. As a result, he was quick to ask if Atami was all right. Are you okay? Should I slow down? However, contrary to what he was expecting, Atami shook her head and wiped the tears from her eyes while wearing the broadest smile possible. I'm all right. I'm just so happy. I thought I had lost you for eternity. I'm so sorry, Julian. I should have told you how I felt all those years ago. Seeing that she was all right, Berenger increased the speed of his thrusts and pinned the woman onto the mattress, while suckling at her breasts as if he was dying of thirst, and only her non-existent milk could save him. Before long, Atami's cunt tightened around her husband's cock, and an intense pleasure that she had never felt before flooded both her mind and body. Knowing that he had succeeded in bringing the woman to climax, Berenger smiled and kissed her once more, as he attempted to make Atami come a second time. It did not take long before Atami was comfortable enough with shifting positions, and as such, Berenger spun her around and made his wife lie prone as he fucked her from behind. The loud claps of the woman's bouncy-ass cheeks as they smacked against her husband's groin resounded in the room, along with Atami's incessant moans of pleasure. Berenger forced Atami's head to the side and kissed her passionately as he made love to her tight hole. In between breaths, the girl would scream things that Berenger found unbearably attractive. Oh my God, I never knew sex could feel so good. Don't stop, please. Before long, Atami had climaxed once more, as Berenger filled her virgin womb with his seed, the act of which brought her over the edge, causing Atami's mind to go completely blank for more than a few seconds. Once Berenger pulled his shaft out of its sheath, he forced it into Atami's mouth, where she mindlessly cleaned her husband's messy cock with her tongue. After the woman had recovered from her trance-like state, Berenger lifted her up and positioned her on top of his lap, where the two of them continued to make love for the rest of the night. It was only after the sun rose with the dawn did the newly married couple cease their breeding session and lie silently in each other's arms. As the two drifted towards sleep while spooning in an intimate fashion, Atami said something which Berenger found unexpected. If this is nothing more than a sweet dream, then I hope I never wake up. Berenger grabbed hold of the woman's dainty hand and kissed her on the neck as she began to enter unconsciousness. The last words she heard before fading into unconsciousness brought a smile to her pretty face. I love you, AI. Chapter 1145. Reunited, and it feels so good. Berenger and Atami did not wake until mid-afternoon, and when they did, they were both happy to see that what they experienced the night before, in their act of intimacy, was not some fever dream, but was in fact reality. The two of them had been so enamored with one another after learning the truth behind their identities that they did not have time to ask any questions. Thus, while lunch was served to the newly married couple while they lied in bed, Atami began to ask the questions she had been meaning to ever since she learned that Berenger von Kufstein was in fact none other than Julian Weber, the man she knew and secretly loved during her past life. Julian, I don't mean to pry too much, but you really haven't told me much about your early days in this world. I mean, I have heard stories, but I want to hear it from you. Just how the hell did that dense boy I fell in love with manage to succeed in conquering the hearts of so many beautiful women? There was definitely a hint of envy in Atami's sanguine eyes as she asked this question, and while Berenger was swallowing some noodles, he nearly choked for a second before answering his newest wife. Honestly, you probably won't believe me, but it was honestly all because of Linda. When we first met, she was the fiancée of my little brother in this world. But the moment we laid eyes on each other, there was a mutual attraction. As a result, rather than follow her father's orders and poison me. She instead wanted to drug me and turn me into her sex slave. I figured she was up to something and reversed the drugged wine, and in doing so, turned the situation around. It was an enormous confidence boost. To know not only was I extremely good looking in this world, but enough so to convince a girl as beautiful as Linda to become my lover. After that, I gained more and more experience with both Linda and by flirting with Adela, who was named my fiancée by my parents, until it just became second nature to interact with women. I have had my ups and downs with my relationships, but over the years, I have built a solid foundation with each and every one of my wives. As for my concubines, aside from Henrietta, those relations began, and in many ways continue to exist as matters of either political convenience, or in the case of Tlexicli, a friend with a benefits situation. Itami accepted this explanation with a stoic expression on her face. Despite nodding her head in agreement, one thing in particular stuck out to her, which she was quick to condemn the man for doing. "I still can't believe you groomed your sister. Seriously, what is wrong with you?" Berengar's face immediately became aghast, as he defended his actions while denying the accusation Itami had just made. "I didn't groom Henrietta. While it is true that I became a paternal figure to the girl after my parents retired to the countryside, I did not raise Henrietta with the intention of taking her as my concubine, nor had I expressed any romantic interest in her. It was only after she kissed me, and quite literally took a bullet for me, did I begin to see my sister in a different light. Her feelings of affection for me were entirely her own until that moment. Besides, Henrietta is not my sister. I mean, not really. At least not according to my father. In reality, she is my half-aunt, which makes her as closely related to me as a first cousin like Adela, which is perfectly acceptable. Although, sometimes I have my doubts about my father's explanation of Henrietta's origins. After all, it is a family secret with only my father's word to give it any legitimacy. So sometimes I think the man lied to make it easier for Henrietta and me to be together, but after everything that has happened between the two of us, I refuse to investigate any further. I don't think I could handle the truth if the old man really did lie to me. If there was one thing Itami had noticed when living with Berenger for the past few months, it was that the man really cared about all of his wives and the families he had created with them. In all honesty, such a thing had made her incredibly jealous. Until now, that is, after all, Itami was no longer an outsider, but an actual legitimate wife of Berengar's, and their relationship had shockingly transcended both time and space. If anything, after learning that Berenger was Julian, Itami no longer found it within her heart to blame him for any of his questionable actions during this new lease on life. As for Berenger, he also had some questions for Itami specifically regarding what happened after he passed away in his old life, and was quick to inquire about them. "Okay, I have answered your questions. Now tell me, what happened to my parents after I died in Afghanistan? Surely you lived quite a bit longer after my death. You can at least tell me that much, right?" Itami bit her lip with an anxious expression on her pretty face while she struggled to come to terms with whether or not she should tell the man the truth. But since he had been honest with her, she could only do the same. Thus, after taking a few deep breaths, she sighed heavily before revealing what she knew. "I was at the funeral, in case you were wondering. It was an extremely depressing affair for all of us. But your parents were absolutely devastated. Their only son had perished in the final days of a war that turned out to be completely pointless. You may not know this, but the month after you died, the United States fully withdrew from Afghanistan, and it was a complete and total unmitigated disaster. I mean, I don't want to go into too much detail, but you weren't the only U.S. serviceman who lost his life in those final days. We pulled out of Afghanistan without even alerting our allies in the field, and as a result, all hell broke loose. Within less than 30 days, the Taliban had completely taken control of the country once more, and had taken every piece of military hardware that the U.S. military left behind. It was billions of dollars worth of equipment. For you to die, with only a month left before we were completely out of the region, I think that was a special kind of misery for your parents to endure. Sadly, your mother passed away shortly after from a broken heart, and the last I heard, your father had retired and moved to Thailand, where he took a local bride who was half his age and started a new family. I lived for little more than a year after you died, and during that time I had never felt quite the same. I regretted more than anything not telling you how I felt for all those years we were together and never even came close to getting over you. Like I said before, after over a year of suffering from depression, my friends and family basically nagged me until I started seeing someone else. He was my superior officer, and in all honesty, I didn't even really like the guy. I guess I can consider myself lucky that before we could even kiss, I was murdered by another man in my unit, who had become obsessed with me. It feels like a dream come true, that after so many years, we have been reunited in this world. I feel so stupid and selfish. If I had only made contact with you when I first learned of your existence and asked you about who you were in your past life, we would never have had to fight such a stupid and pointless war. I don't know if I will ever truly be able to forgive myself for being so foolish." Berenger simply hugged Itami and kissed her on the forehead while assuring her that everything would be all right. Though his heart bled after learning of what happened to his parents in his past life, there was truly nothing he could do about that now, and thus he simply sighed before forgiving his newest bride for all the trouble she had caused him over the last few years. Everything will be all right now. We can't change the past, but together we can move forward and build a better future for our two nations. At the very least, you and I are together at last, and nothing in this world will ever be able to separate us now that we have been reunited. I have said this before, but I'll say it again. You have the rest of your life to make up for your past mistakes. Now that we are married, I will be by your side every step of the way. Itami began to cry tears of joy once more, as she had done in the previous night, and immediately pushed Berenger down onto the sheets where she passionately embraced him, while whispering a single phrase between her pants. "Oh Julian, I love you so much." With that said, just like the night before, the two lovebirds had begun to make love as if their very lives depended on it. Chapter 1146. Supersonic Flight. Nearly 6 months had passed since the day Berenger first took Itami as his fifth and final wife, and during this time, he had spent nearly every waking hour helping his beloved AI manage the affairs of her realm. Japan was left in a state of complete and total devastation after its brief war with Germany. Its infrastructure had been bombed into oblivion, while its agriculture was in a state of despair. The most immediate concern that the two monarchs faced was the food shortage, which prevailed across the land. In order to combat starvation, the German Empire poured in a massive quantity of food aid for the nation of Japan. However, this was by no means a permanent solution to the problems which their society faced, and the sooner they could resolve this crisis, the better. Thus, a series of agricultural reforms, and most importantly the reseeding of the Japanese rice fields, was the immediate task that Berenger and Itami took care of. While Berenger and Itami were in the process of overhauling Japan's entire society from the ground up, the German Reich was temporarily being led by Chancellor Otto von Graz, who by now was well experienced in performing Berengar's tasks whenever he was away from home for long periods of time. However, Otto was getting old, and would soon be retiring from his position. Despite this, he decided to make this regency his last one and, in doing so, would conduct his duties with the same fervor he had always done. Thus, while Berenger was hard at work repairing the damage he had inflicted upon Japan, his father-in-law was managing the day-to-day affairs of the Reich. One of the many responsibilities that Otto was forced to endure was attending the first flights of new experimental aircraft, which, as Otto discovered upon entering the testing facility, was being conducted by none other than Major Hans von Kufstein. After the war with Japan ended, Hans had requested a transfer to become an experimental pilot. Not only was Hans considered Germany's greatest fighter pilot, but he was also an aerospace engineer in his own right. As a result, he was able to both pilot the new experimental aircraft and also give solid inputs on the designs. Over the past 6 months, since the war with Japan had come to an end, Hans had been working side by side with the aerospace engineers at the Kufstein Royal Armory to create a new supersonic jet fighter. Upon realizing that there was simply no opponent who would be able to challenge Germany in the air for the foreseeable future, Hans had suggested rather than go for a jet that was designed to counter other aircraft, to instead create one that could adequately perform the multiple roles of fighter aircraft. In addition to performing multiple combat roles, the jet was also required to be easily mass-produced, while being cost-effective to manufacture. The end result was a modular light fighter which could eventually be equipped with various weapons based upon the roles it was designed to undertake in combat. Currently, as it stood, this experimental jet fighter was more of a proof of concept than a functional war machine, but it had been equipped with the latest technology which included supersonic turbojet engines, afterburners, vastly improved avionics, and everything else that was required for a fighter jet to properly function. The only thing the aircraft was missing was its weapon systems, but this wasn't a problem for Hans, who would just be piloting the aircraft for a simple flight test. Hans was sitting in the cockpit of the experimental jet fighter while dressed in the new and improved flight suit, which had been based in a large part off of those from the height of the Cold War during Berengar's past life. Not only was he dressed in such an advanced garment, but he was also wearing a new and improved helmet, which had been painted red, with a black and white checker design. If someone from Berengar's eyes were to set their eyes on the teenage pilot, they would easily think he was a character from a popular aviation film which was released in 1986. Every bit of technological innovation that the Reich could come up with over the past few years of experimenting on aircraft had been put into this new jet fighter, and if everything went according to plan, Hans would be the first man in history to achieve supersonic flight. After checking his gauges to make sure everything was functioning properly, Hans ignited his engines and slowly began to steer the plane onto the runway. Watching from within in the air traffic control tower was not only the Chancellor of Germany but also the second Kaiserin, who clutched her pearls and prayed for her son's safety. Linda gazed with an anxious expression towards the advanced jet fighter as she watched it take off from the runway. Only a few moments passed before the aircraft broke through the sound barrier, causing a large crack to echo across the sky. The moment it did so, the gathered audience, especially the engineers who had participated in the project, broke out into cheers. Linda watched carefully as the experimental fighter jet zipped through the air at speeds that were previously unimaginable. The maneuverability of this aircraft was beyond anything that the Ta-183/3 was capable of achieving. After seeing her son in action for the first time since he left the nest, Linda could not help but cry tears of joy while shouting in a prideful tone, "That's my baby boy." Hans continued to fly in the air, testing the overall abilities of the aircraft for some time, though he did not push the vehicle to its limits, in fear of causing a crash. It was not long before he was given the order to land, which he did so effortlessly on the exceptionally large runway. When compared to the deck of a carrier, landing on such a massive strip of land was as easy as eating a pie. Once the plane was properly landed, and Hans had climbed out of its cockpit, his mother immediately ran up to him and stuffed his head into her substantial bosom, all while kissing the boy's forehead. "Mommy is so proud of you." Hans could only blush and remain silent. He was already 15 years old, and had even served in a war, yet his mother continued to treat him like a child. Ultimately, the embarrassing scene was interrupted by the lead engineer, who had come to congratulate his test pilot on his monumental achievement. "Prince Hans, your contributions to this project were by no means insignificant. If we had not followed your suggestions, we may not have been able to design such a wonderful new aircraft for service in the Luftwaffe. In the coming days, we look forward to working alongside you as we continue to test the limits of this state-of-the-art piece of equipment. As for when it will be ready for service, that's hard to say. With such an advanced aircraft, there are many more things to consider before we approve it for mass production. Not only do we need to wait for our weapons capabilities to catch up with the advanced technology of this jet, but we also need to ensure that it is perfectly safe to fly even at its maximum speeds. What I can say for certain is that this jet will be the inspiration for an entirely new generation of supersonic aircraft. From jet fighters to strategic bombers, and perhaps one day in the near future even passenger planes. You have given me a lot to think about, young man, and it has been the pleasure of a lifetime to watch you fly this thing." Hans smiled and accepted the project lead's praise, as he assured the man that he would continue to work beside them in order to ensure that the Reich continued to develop a superior aerospace industry. "The pleasure is all mine. If you ever need another mind to help contribute, you know where to find me." With that said, Germany had just advanced into the next stage of aerospace engineering. In the coming years, the Reich would have an entire fleet of supersonic military and civilian aircraft, in most part thanks to the efforts of the Crimson Prince. Chapter 1147. Reviving Japan Part 1. Nearly 8 months had passed since Berenger first married Itami, and during this time, he had spent the majority of it in Japan, returning to the Reich and Iceland only briefly before heading back to Kyoto. At the moment, Itami was nearing the end of her pregnancy. After breeding like rabbits at every opportunity given, it did not surprise Berenger that his newest bride had almost immediately become pregnant, and during the past 8 months, he had been the one most responsible for running Japan's affairs. After all, the last thing he needed was for Itami to become stressed while carrying his child. However, today was another day where Berenger would report to Itami the summary of what had been done since he had first seized power as the new emperor of Japan. Thus, the albino beauty was sitting quietly in her office, while listening to Berenger explain the massive improvements that had occurred in Japanese society over the past 8 months. "We are just about out of the food crisis. That is to say, foreign aid is rapidly being supplanted by local production. Thanks to my investment and training programs, nearly all the rice fields in this country have become mechanized with combine harvesters and rice transplanters, which has definitely improved the efficiency of the rice farms. With the introduction of artificial fertilizers, imported from the Reich, we can proudly boast that we have more than tripled the crop yields this year when compared to what Japan was achieving prior to the outbreak of the war. Other areas of agriculture, such as the raising of livestock, are also up by a wide margin, with the average Japanese family now being able to afford some form of meat with each meal. This is in part thanks to the introduction of the German mark as the only acceptable currency across Japan, which has helped to stabilize the economy." Itami had been listening patiently to Berengar's assessment of the situation, and ultimately smiled when she heard that the food crisis which had plagued Japan for nearly a year was about to be resolved. However, she also had many questions on her mind regarding other sectors of the government, and as a result was quick to ask about them. "Has the parliament been filled yet?" Berenger nodded his head. Before switching to another paper in the pile of documents he was reading from, one he found the correct report, he began to speak in full detail about the topic. "Elections were held 2 months ago, and parliament has been filled with responsible and educated personnel, many of which were once exiled to the Reich and have since returned to help rebuild Japan. As for the executive branch, I have taken the liberty of selecting prefectural governors based upon candidates most suited to the task. For the time being, they are in the process of setting up their local governments, but that will take some time to flesh out. Perhaps in another 2 years, the federal and local governments of Japan will be fully functional. The same can be said for the courts. We have a severe lack of Japanese citizens who are capable of performing the role of judges and lawyers. However, when the University of Kyoto is finally finished, we will have a school dedicated to Japanese law. So that will help with the problem. Which reminds me, the proposition to rename the city from Hyankyo to Kyoto was one of the first bills passed in Parliament. Itami nodded her head in agreement with Berengar's assessment once more. She had to admit the man was an extremely hard worker, and had accomplished more in the past 8 months than she would have been able to do in 2 to 3 years, if she had just been given a sum of money and left to her own devices. Thus, the albino beauty smiled and pressed her hand against her pregnant tummy, thinking about how happy she would be if the child turned out to be a baby boy. Berenger immediately noticed this expression and shifted the topic to something more important in order to avoid the awkward atmosphere. For the most part, we have been focused primarily on fixing the agriculture of this country, with an emphasis on stabilizing the economy and fleshing out the government. However, because of the mechanization of agriculture, we have a lot of farmers who are now out of employment. As a result, we have been hosting trade schools, so that these now unemployed farmers can catch up to your citizens who were previously employed in the factories. Aside from the establishment of trade schools, we are also in the process of opening up a handful of universities across your country, where those who seek a higher education can learn from your citizens who once lived in the Reich and attended German schools. It's not much for the time being, but give it 4 years, and you will have another generation of properly educated youth to begin expanding your empire's technological capabilities. Upon hearing this, Itami shifted her thoughts from the unborn child in her womb to the matters at hand. It was true that she and Berenger were essentially rebuilding Japan from scratch, and that it would take time before any significant progress could be made. Still, after hearing all of these updates, Itami felt confident that Japan was being set on a path towards a bright future. Thus, she wore a warm smile, before motioning towards her lap, as if silently telling her man to take a much-needed rest. There was no doubt that Berenger was exhausted, no matter how much he may refuse to admit it. The bags under his eyes could not be concealed even by the heaviest of makeup. When Berenger saw this, he simply chuckled and shook his head before denying his wife's offer. "I am afraid that I am much too busy to take a break. Maybe once I have concluded my paperwork, I will be able to." However, Itami did not allow Berenger to finish his sentence. Instead, she stood up from her seat and grabbed hold of Berengar's hand before dragging him to the floor, while resting his head in her lap. Just when he was about to argue with her actions, the albino beauty raised her dainty index finger to her lips and shushed her man, causing him to begrudgingly obey. Itami then began to sing a melody, which slowly caused Berenger to drift into unconsciousness. Having functioned on an average of 4 hours of sleep every day for the last month, Berenger did not realize how tired he was until he actually fell asleep in Itami's lap. Soon enough, the darkness of his dreams was pierced by the light of the setting sun, where Berenger then rubbed his eyes gently and rose from Itami's lap, who had been watching his sleeping face for several hours. Upon realizing what had just happened, Berenger felt dreadfully embarrassed and blushed ever so slightly, which caused his wife to giggle before assuring him that everything was all right. "Don't you feel better after having a nice nap?" Berenger could not stop himself from yawning, as he looked around and realized that it was already mid-evening. He could only sigh in defeat, realizing that he had not gotten half the work done that he had aspired to when he first woke up in the morning. However, he could not scold Itami, because before he could do so the woman interrupted him. "You have been working far too much lately. Rome wasn't built in a day, and Japan will need many years before it has fully recovered from the state I left it in. Even if you worked yourself to an early grave, it will not recover any quicker. You need to take care of yourself, especially since you have so many people who love and cherish you." Berenger was surprised to hear Itami speak these words to him. He was used to working many hours into the night in order to ensure the prosperous state of his empire, and had never once thought that he was working far too much for his own good. In this moment, he was deeply happy that Itami had been the one by his side, and not one of his other wives, who did not understand the burden he bore as a monarch. Thus, after a deep exhale to calm his heart, Berenger smiled and stood up before giving his pregnant wife a helping hand. Once the two of them were on their feet, she spoke the words she wanted to hear. "Thank you. I didn't realize just how tired I was until you pointed it out. How about I treat you to something nice as a token of my gratitude?" With that said, Berenger and Itami left the confines of the small office and ventured out into the city to enjoy the fresh night air and all that the city of Kyoto had to offer. Chapter 1148. Ongoing colonial conflicts. Herman sat in the back of a helicopter while smoking a cigarette. The air whipped past his face while he checked how many rounds were loaded in his magazine. Not because he had fired any shots recently, but simply because of how bored he was at the moment. In truth, the young officer would much rather be stationed in Japan, aiding with the reconstruction efforts. At least that way he could regularly visit the girl who had stolen his heart. After reinserting the magazine into his assault rifle, Herman placed the weapon to the side as he pulled off his helmet and stared at a colored photograph. The miracle of technology was rapidly advancing with each passing day, and no longer did he carry a black and white photo of his older sister in the lining of his stall helm. Instead, Herman had a picture of the Japanese Princess Itami Momo, which every time he looked at would force him to smile. Because he had proven himself among the most capable young officers in the German Marine Corps, Major Hermann von Habsburg had been dispatched to the region known as German South Africa, where he and his new unit were currently conducting anti-terrorist operations against the local tribes, who continued to make trouble on the frontiers of the German colonies which by now had sprawled up in the region. This was the reason why a Marine Corps officer was sitting in the back of a helicopter. As part of the Quick Reaction Force, Herman was in fact required to get to the zone of conflict as quick as humanly possible, and because of that, he and his battalion of Marines had specifically been trained in air assault. As for the anti-terrorist operations he was currently engaging in, that was a polite way of saying that he was in the act of ethnically cleansing the southernmost region of Africa. By now, the German colonies had begun to spread up to the Limpopo River and, as a result, a new wave of African tribes had begun entering German soil with hostile intent. As the spearhead of the operations in German South Africa, Herman and his men were equipped with the latest weapons and body armor. Their equipment was similar to the ones worn by the German Special Forces during the German-Japanese War, which was quickly becoming the new standard-issue uniform, body armor, helmet, and load-bearing equipment. As part of an ongoing modernization process for the German armed forces, both the STG-27 and the STG-32, which were modeled after the FG-42 and STG-44 rifles from the Second World War, were being replaced with a new assault rifle. The rifle was based upon the East German experimental STG-952 from Berengar's past life and was named as such. The rifle was essentially a modernized AK-74 that the East Germans had designed for export just prior to the reunification of Germany. This model in particular was chambered in 5.45 by 39 mm, specifically the 7N6 poison bullet, which it made use of to horrific effect. The magazines were made of a black polymer with steel reinforcements, which matched the synthetic black furniture of the rifle. Overall, it was a very modern-looking firearm, and was equipped with a PKA red dot sight, which was mounted to the left side of the receiver, creating a rigid and stable platform. While the war with Japan was being waged, this weapon system had been in development, but was never produced outside of prototype models. For the sake of the war effort, Berenger felt it would be counterproductive to introduce a new firearm with a proprietary cartridge. However, now that the peaceful era had begun, there was no time like the present to begin the modernization of the German armed forces, and as a result this new and improved assault rifle was quickly becoming the standard arm for the German infantry of every branch. The STG-952 was the first of many modern improvements to the existing small arms collection of the German military. However, these improvements were not just in small arms, but the entire military inventory. Within the next 10 years, every aspect of the German armed forces would be overhauled from a Second World War-era fighting force to a Cold War-era military. None of this, however, was of Herman's concern. Instead, he watched the river pass by, which appeared in the distance with a dull look on his face. This was the furthest that the Germans had settled so far, and upon witnessing the splendor of the Limpopo River, Herman could not help but poke his head out from over the side of the vehicle and gaze upon its glory. It was certainly not the largest river that Herman had ever witnessed, but it was by no means a small one either. This river had thus far been the boundary between German South Africa and the native tribes who had been pushed beyond this point. While Herman was admiring the scenery, the helicopter came to a sudden stop, and thus jogging him back to reality. He immediately noticed a rather substantial African force of native warriors who were crossing the river with canoes. As a result, Herman simply scoffed before racking the charging handle of his new STG-952. He aimed the red dot sight at the enemy targets before squeezing the trigger. A short burst of fire immediately made its way towards his first target and tore into the savage's chest with ease. The crackle of gunshots rippled in the air as the new assault rifles of the German Marines and the MG-27 mounted on the right side of the helicopter sprayed a river of lead towards the African warriors who were seeking to sneak into German lands, most likely for a raid on an unsuspecting German town. The bullets pierced through the torsos of the savage warriors, who howled in agony as they lost their lives. With such an overwhelming volume of fire against such concentrated targets, the massacre lasted for less than a minute, before the river ran red with the blood of the native Africans. Once the war band had been eliminated, Herman cursed while shouting towards the deceased enemy. "Filthy fucking savages, that is what you get for attempting to cross into German soil." Though Herman and his unit were quick to respond to the intelligence that they received regarding an African war band attempting to cross the Limpopo River, it would not have been a disaster if the savages had succeeded in their attempt. Over 100,000 German troops were stationed across German South Africa. Their jobs were to protect the colonists from the savages beyond their borders, whose attacks only became more frequent with each passing year. Because of this, Herman and his unit were always on high alert, ready to be dispatched at a moment's notice to respond to the savages' aggression. It took them roughly 10 minutes from the nearest base to reach the Limpopo River, which acted as a natural border between German South Africa and the African tribes up north. Normally protecting such a vast swath of territory would be a difficult task even for the amount of men stationed in the region, but because of the Luftwaffe, the Germans were able to engage in a deep reconnaissance from the air and detect the movements of African war bands before they were able to rape, murder, and pillage their way through the German towns at the border. After detecting the savages, it was a simple matter of deploying a quick reaction force, whether through means of helicopter or light vehicles to intercept the enemy. With the superiority of German weapons, it was practically a turkey shoot. In the 8 months that Hermann had been posted in German South Africa, not a single casualty had occurred on the German side. With this group of pests wiped out, Hermann smirked before giving an order to the helicopter pilot. I think it is about time that we engage in some proper retaliation. How about we fly north of the Limpopo and attack the nearest village? The helicopter operator looked over at Hermann with concern while mentally debating on whether he should follow these orders. After all, an attack north of the border was definitely an order that should be reserved for high command, and not a major in the field. However, upon seeing the eager looks on Hermann's face, and the men in his unit, the pilot could only sigh and act as commanded. The helicopter immediately took off north of the Limpopo and began searching for a new target, where they located no more than 300 kilometers from their initial position. Upon seeing this, the helicopter landed near the village and dispatched the German troops, who were eager to test their new weapons to the fullest extent. Once they had surrounded the village of roughly 3,000 people, Hermann gave the command which would seal the savages' fate. Light them up. The crackle of gun firing exploded in the air, while mortars were fired off into the unsuspecting village. Blood-curdling screams accompanied the echoes of the German weapons until it suddenly ceased. After the smoke cleared, the Germans witnessed thousands of corpses twitching in the ruined village. Just to ensure there were no survivors, Hermann gave an additional order. Fritz, get the Flammenwerfer. The man named Fritz immediately came forward with a flamethrower in hand and a sadistic smile on his face as he lit the village aflame. By the time he ran out of napalm, only ash remained in the once thriving African village. The German soldiers gazed upon the wake of their destruction for several minutes before heading back to the helicopter, where they immediately departed for the base. The destruction of this village was just one of many that was occurring all across southern Africa, and these attacks would not stop until the Germans had conquered the entire region and cleansed the natives from their newfound lands. Chapter 1149. Being Taught a Lesson. While Berenger continued to oversee the immediate transition of the Japanese Empire from a military dictatorship where feudalism thrived to a semi-constitutional monarchy with a middle class, Alexandros had traveled to the ancient capital of the Byzantine Empire. His father had been away from home for quite some time, and as a result, his half-sister Zara was starting to become quite a problem child. As a daddy's girl, the young princess of Iberia could not stand the fact that her father was currently on the other side of the planet and had been gone for quite literally months now. Zara had been too young to remember when Berenger would frequently march off to war for months at a time, and as a result, she had grown accustomed to her father being around nearly every day of the year. For Berenger to suddenly fuck off to Japan and spend the majority of the year there, it was a mental blow that Zara couldn't easily handle. In order to avoid the temper tantrums thrown by the girl, Alexandros had opted to make his bi-weekly visits to his mother's homeland a weekly thing. As a result, every weekend for the past 8 months was spent sitting in the office of the Byzantine palace. Currently, the young prince was looking over the expense report regarding the reformation of the Byzantine army. Cash had begun to flow into the borders of Byzantium as a result of Alexandros' initiative to secure foreign investors. And by foreign investors, this actually meant the wealthy elite of the Reich who had too much wealth to blow. While most of these funds were going towards the reconstruction of the empire, a small portion was diverted to the Byzantine military, which had been thoroughly obliterated during the past wars with the Golden Horde, the neighboring sultanates, and before that, the Catholic Church. As a result of these military reforms, Alexandros had revoked the right of each strategos to keep and supply their own army, instead of forming one national army, which had a united chain of command. Normally, this would spark a rebellion from the various strategos and the factions at play in Byzantine politics, but this was not the case. As a result of the ruthlessness that Alexandros had shown on that fateful night when Constantinople itself was burning in the flames of riots, there was nobody left to resist the new order. Thus, the Byzantine army and navy were slowly being reconstructed. In order to properly command this new unified army, Alexandros had selected to establish a military academy in the city of Constantinople, and over the past 8 months, this building had been under construction. While the formation of new career officers was underway, Alexandros had also ordered the conscription of the Byzantine Empire's massive unemployed population to compensate for the lack of volunteers. These men were paid a proper wage, and taught how to effectively use the weapons which were purchased from the Reich. By now, the stockpiles of obsolete German arms had begun to dry up, what with the continued armament of the Indian, Majapahit, and Josian armies over the past few years. Any and all bolt-action rifles and semi-automatic rifles had been refurbished and sold off to the aforementioned nations. The stocks of hand cannons and arquebus were far from modern enough to deal with Byzantium's enemies, and because of this, Alexandros had approved the acquisition of modern arms and munitions from the Reich's armories, specifically the ones who specialized in export. Semi-automatic rifles, magazine-fed light machine guns, water-cooled heavy machine guns, and 7.5 centimeters hydropneumatic field guns were the primary armament supplied to the Byzantine Empire. Unfortunately, even though Alexandros was Berengar's son, he was forced to pay full price for these weapons, specifically because he was acting in the interest of another state. Meanwhile, the uniforms that the newly improved Byzantine army wore had been fashioned in their own lands from cotton, with only the Stahlhelm and load-bearing equipment being supplied via the German surplus. After reviewing the expense report with critical detail, Alexandros confirmed that not a single solidus had been embezzled, and as a result he personally signed his signature on the document, in doing so approving of the sale. With such detailed work out of the way, Alexandros sat back and sighed heavily as he tried to relax his weary eyes. By tomorrow morning, he would be on the first flight back to Kufstein, and would undoubtedly have to endure another one of Zara's temper tantrums. Still, that was almost preferable when compared to the fresh hell which the young prince was forced to endure during his weekly visits to Constantinople. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. For the moment, Alexandros was thinking about this very topic. The door slowly crept open. It was just loud enough to catch the boy's interest, which caused him to dart his eyes back behind his seat, and towards the intruder. A young girl who was roughly his age, had once again forced her way into Alexandros' study while he was trying to work. Because of this, Alexandros pulled his feet off the ground and hugged his knees to his chest, while holding his breath in an attempt to conceal his presence from the predator which was now stalking him. Luckily for him, he preferred working in the dark, and because of this, he figured it would not be easy for Zenobia to see whether he was still inside the room. However, Zenobia's eyes were almost cat-like, and she could easily see in the dark. Noticing the fresh ink staining the documents on the desk, the little minx deliberately made a remark in the hopes of coercing her young fiancé to let his guard down. "Oh, I thought for sure Alex was in here. Looks like he has already fled further into the palace. I guess I will just have to search for him elsewhere." Having said this, the girl deliberately made some steps, which sounded like she was leaving the room before closing the door in front of her. She then silently stalked over to a corner and hid behind a rather large chest. After believing the girl had indeed left the room, Alexandros placed his feet on the floor and began searching around the room in order to confirm if Zenobia was truly gone. The panicked look on the boy's face was simply adorable from Zenobia's perspective, and when he had finally turned his back to her and sighed in relief, she pounced on him, tackling Alexandros to the floor and smooching his cheeks, which she knew only further aggravated the young prince. "Alexei, I got you." Alexandros struggled to get out from under the girl, and did his best to use the grappling knowledge that his father had taught him over the years. Thus he successfully managed to shrimp out from under his fiancée's mount, while tossing her aside, causing the girl to fall back on her small bottom. Once he had climbed to his feet, and wiped the spit of his cheek, Alexandros immediately began to chastise his young fiancée for her actions. "God damn it, Zenobia, I thought I told you not to call me the..." In the next moment the boy's eyes were instantly drawn to the girl's panties, which were visible as a result of her skirt being tossed up during the scuffle. At first Zenobia did not know what had caused Alexandros to suddenly become so stupid, but after noticing the direction of his gaze, she looked down and saw that her panties were on full display. As a result, she quickly concealed her undergarments with her skirt and ran out of the room while screaming at the top of her lungs. "You pervert." It was only after the little minx had scurried off did Alexandros finally snap back to reality, causing him to sigh in relief while he expressed his thoughts aloud. That ought to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Zenobia had not run far, and instead was on the other side of the door, blushing with embarrassment. She could not believe that such a thing had happened to her, and right when she had Alexandros exactly where she wanted him to be. She felt so bad that she began to cry in silence. However, like the clever little scamp that she was, a certain thought appeared in Zenobia's mind, which she expressed in a voice so low that nobody could possibly hear her, all while smiling something sinister. "Now he will have to marry me." Chapter 1150. Accidentally revealing the truth. While Berenger continued to work on his efforts to reconstruct the Japanese Empire from the ground up, he did not entirely forsake his responsibilities back in Kufstein. As a result, he had flown to the fatherland, in order to get caught up on what had been going on in his absence. Immediately after landing in the airport and traveling back to the palace via an armored car, Berenger was greeted by his family. However, before any of his wives could properly welcome their husband home, the scream of a young girl filled the air as Zara ran up and jumped into her father's arms. "Daddy's home." Berenger smiled and lifted his young daughter into the air, while kissing her forehead. The girl blushed and looked away in embarrassment as her father asked her a question she could not answer truthfully. "Has Zara been a good girl while Daddy was away?" The look on the young girl's face proved to Berenger that she had indeed been misbehaving herself, which was clarified the moment Yasmin stepped into the room and laid eyes upon her absent husband. She most certainly has not been a good girl. Every week, she throws a tantrum over some minor occurrence. I hate to say it, dear, but your children need you to be a father to them, and these long-term visits to Japan are starting to take a toll on our family. An expression of guilt appeared on Zara's face as her father shook his head in disappointment. Berenger was quick to lecture the girl and her mother on the importance of his current mission. Zara, you are old enough now that you should not be throwing tantrums simply because I am away on business for a few months. The work I am doing in Japan is critical to the continued success of our family's empire. I promise you I will only be gone for a few months longer, and then everything will be back to normal. You need to behave yourself, or I will begin restricting your access to the test site which I had commissioned for you. Chills went down Zara's spine after hearing her father's threat. Though she began to pout, she did not say a word in her defense, knowing that she had indeed been misbehaving and quite deliberately at that. After seeing the girl finally understand his meaning, Berenger smiled, and was quick to pet her hair. Give Daddy a few minutes to rest, and then you can show me the progress you have made on your rockets. Does that sound good? Zara had indeed made great progress over the past 8 months on her rocket designs, and had wanted to show her father just how much she had improved, since he initially gifted her a fully staffed testing facility to work on her projects. Thus, she smiled and hugged her father while holding him accountable to the promise he just made. Remember your promise to Zara. After saying this, the girl scurried off and allowed her father to reconnect with her mother. Yasmin shook her head and clicked her tongue in disappointment at Berengar's actions before scolding him for his leniency. You are spoiling the girl. If you keep this up, she will never learn how to properly behave herself. However, Berenger simply scoffed at this remark while pulling the Moorish beauty into his arms. He began to kiss her neck passionately while speaking about their eldest daughter. Oh please, Zara is more intelligent than either of us. She knows exactly what she is doing. Now that a proper threat has been established, it should deter the girl from acting out when I am away. Besides, I am quite serious about witnessing the progress that my little girl has made while I have been away. How about you fetch us both a glass of wine, so we can enjoy ourselves for a while in the gardens, before I fulfill my promise to the girl? Yasmin simply rolled her eyes at this comment before responding with a reminder to her husband about her faith. You know, I don't drink. I will fetch you a glass of wine, if that is what you desire, but I will not partake myself. A simple chuckle emerged from Berengar's lips as he brought his luggage further into the building before joining Yasmin for a drink in the gardens. Time had passed so quickly that Berenger had not had a proper opportunity to register that it was already a new year. Yet, standing in the alpine gardens of the Kufstein Palace, he could not help but take in the fresh air of spring while enjoying a glass of wine. Yasmin could not help but gaze upon the haggard appearance that her husband had taken since first returning from Japan and was quick to give him a back message while expressing her worry. I don't mean to sound rude, but you honestly look like shit. Just how hard are you working over there? Please tell me that, at the very least, you are resting properly? Despite Berengar's exhausted appearance, he was still as playful as ever. Thus he feigned offense while assuring his wife that he was indeed all right. You sound just like AI. Always complaining about how I don't get enough sleep. Believe me, I am far better off now than I was a month ago. Berenger had not even realized that he so casually used the name AI when referring to Itami, but just because he was oblivious to this fact, that did not mean Yasmin did not pick up on it. Her brow raised slightly as her hands suddenly halted their message. AI? Hold on a minute, I know I have heard that name before. Immediately, the cogs began turning in Yasmin's mind until her bright amber eyes suddenly shone with a new light of understanding. She slowly backed away from Berenger and covered her gaping mouth in an act of disbelief as she voiced her thoughts aloud. AI? As in Mizuno AI? The girl from your past life? Don't tell me that Itami is actually... Before Yasmin could finish voicing her thoughts, Berenger sighed in defeat while nodding his head, thus confirming that she was indeed correct in her assumption. I have been meaning to tell the lot of you for some time, but yes, Itami Ryo is also Mizuno AI. I found out the truth about her identity on our wedding night. Though Yasmin had a hard time believing that such an improbable thing was indeed reality, she could tell by the tone in her husband's voice that he was not lying. Thus, Yasmin looked away with a hint of sorrow in her eyes before speaking her mind. So that is why you rarely return home these days. You have been making up for lost time with AI. It all makes sense now. Berenger sensed that a misunderstanding was forming in Yasmin's mind, and was quick to counter it with a proper defense of his actions. No, that's not it. I have genuinely been busy helping to restore Japan. As a result of the war, the nation was in such dire straits that AI alone could not save it. Thus, I have been working 16-hour shifts trying to get Japan back on the right track. I promised AI that I would help her for a year, and by the time I returned to the Reich, she would be able to manage things on her own. While it has been nice reconnecting with AI, that has not been my primary focus. Everything I have done during these past 8 months has been for the sake of stabilizing the region and ensuring that nothing important is leaked to other countries. Once I can safely say that Japan is on the right track to total recovery, and that my personal assistance is no longer required, I will move back to the Reich full-time and visit Japan once a month like I do to Iceland. You have my word. Yasmin sighed heavily once she had heard Berengar's reasoning. Though it sounded like the man was making excuses for his actions, his word was ultimately worth more than gold, and thus, she would trust him to fulfill his promise. However, after accidentally learning the truth behind Berengar's relationship with Itami, Yasmin was now faced with further difficulties, which she was quick to voice her frustration over. All right, I will trust in your judgment. However, now that I know the truth about you and Itami, I feel as if I have an entirely new burden to worry about. Why you have kept something so important a secret from the rest of us. I do not know, but I am sure you have your reasons. However, the fact that I know now this secret leads me with two options. I can either maintain my silence on the subject or inform the others. Personally, I feel it is best if you make the decision on how to proceed. Whatever you tell me to do about this whole ordeal, I will obey. Berenger smiled when he heard that Yasmin would not turn him in. He could always trust on the woman's loyalty. Thus, he wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her gently on the lips before responding to her request. Let me tell the others when the time is right. For now, let us keep this little secret between the two of us. Yasmin remained silent as she silently nodded her head in agreement. Now that such a trivial matter had been temporarily resolved, Berenger decided to shift his mind to more pressing concerns. As if all the exhaustion he previously felt had miraculously been stripped from his body, the man smiled while dragging his wife towards the nearest door. There was a look of excitement on his face as he expressed his intentions aloud. Now where is our daughter? I am sure she has something spectacular to show me. With that said, Berenger led his wife, Yasmin, in search of their eldest daughter, who was waiting patiently in her room for her father's arrival. Chapter 1151. Another successful launch test. Berenger and Yasmin found Zara in her room, reading over a notepad which contained a variety of advanced equations that she had written for some reason or another. A look of pride appeared on the man's face as he saw his young daughter, who was barely 11 years old, easily comprehending such high-level math. The moment Zara gazed up from her notepad, she saw her father standing in the doorway smiling, which caused her to fling the object aside and rush towards him in another attempt to hug the man. Daddy. Berengar's smile grew even wider while he effortlessly picked the growing girl up and held her in his arms. Zara was so excited that her father was finally home that she did not even notice her own mother standing beside the man. Instead, she eagerly asked if Berenger was ready to see her newest rocket. Is Daddy ready to see Zara's rocket? Berenger smiled and nodded his head in agreement, before assuring the girl that both he and her mother would be watching the display. Of course, your mother and I would be honored to witness your latest developments. Do you have everything you need? Zara nodded her head with excitement, causing Berenger to chuckle as he carried the girl out of her room and down to the car, which was waiting to take the trio to the testing facility. After a short drive and some casual conversation with the girl, they arrived at the facility where a rocket, which was considerably larger than the one which Zara had launched in the Granada Palace Gardens, sat upright on a dedicated launch platform. Unlike the previous rocket, this design was 6 meters tall and 25 centimeters in diameter. It did not make use of a hybrid engine, but instead made use of a solid propellant, which was none other than ammonium perchlorate. Zara led her father and mother to a bunker-like complex, which provided safety to the team that worked on the rocket. Though this was nowhere near the size of a V-2 rocket or the new intermediate-range ballistic missiles, the facility was designed to accommodate such devices, and to an extent even more powerful rockets. The young girl had an eager expression on her cute face as she explained the capabilities of this relatively small rocket. If my math is correct, then this rocket will definitely surpass the boundary of space. Last time I was just shy of reaching my goal. But not this time. Berenger gazed at his daughter in shock. This rocket was not even half the size of a V-2, and yet, according to Zara, it was entirely capable of achieving a similar altitude. When the man looked at the team who had supported his daughter in creating this technological marvel, they silently nodded their heads in confirmation that this small rocket, indeed, possessed the ability to accomplish such a thing. Before Berenger could properly interrogate his daughter about how she had designed such a compact yet powerful rocket, she had already begun the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. With the hit of a button, the rocket ignited and quickly took off vertically into the air, flying higher and higher into the sky, while the observation team watched it carefully and recorded the altitude and speed that it managed to achieve. Eventually, the rocket reached a height of 117.6 kilometers. With a high speed of 5,800 kilometers per hour, thus successfully passing the boundary between Earth and space. While this rocket was still a bit below the 170 kilometers altitude that the V2 had successfully reached during its previous test, it was in actuality a significantly smaller rocket, and thus the fact that it was able to enter space at all was already a massive achievement. Berenger was honestly quite stunned by what he had just witnessed. As for Yasmin, she was not entirely aware of how significant Zara's achievement was, and thus could not fully appreciate the girl's efforts. Eventually, the rocket began to descend back down into the facility after its parachute had been deployed. Zara had a smile, the likes that Berenger had never witnessed before, as she turned around and gazed upon her father in an attempt to see his expression. Naturally, Berenger was bewildered by the fact that his daughter had already achieved such a mastery of rocketry despite her young age, and as a result, it took him several seconds to recollect his thoughts. Zara began to pout, upon seeing that her father was not yet praising her, however, that lasted for only a moment before Berenger scooped the girl up into his arms while repeatedly pecking her on the cheek. The words of encouragement he spoke was more than Zara was expecting. Zara is amazing. You have succeeded in creating the second man-made object to enter space, and at such a young age, too. I have no doubt that you will one day be a valuable asset of our dynasty. I should have expected no less from my baby girl. Yasmin could not fully comprehend the depths of what her young daughter had just achieved, and was quick to ask her husband if it was really all that impressive. I'm sorry. I don't entirely understand what just happened. Why is this such a significant feat? Berenger and Zara both looked at Yasmin as if they were gazing upon an idiot in their final form. Something which caused the woman to stare back at her husband and daughter with an infuriated expression on her otherwise pretty face. Seeing that his wife was about to throw a hissy fit, Berenger sighed before properly explaining their daughter's achievements while still holding the girl in his arms. What Zara just accomplished is extraordinary, to say the least. Though my scientists have already achieved a similar feat, it was after years of collective experimentation and with a rocket significantly bigger than the one Zara has designed entirely on her own. In just 1 year, Zara has built a rocket that is almost on par with the V2 which we have used as a weapon on the battlefield. At least when it comes to the ability to reach space. As it currently stands, the aerospace division of the Kufstein Royal Armory is dedicated solely to military applications of rocket technology. But Zara's rockets are designed for an entirely different purpose. If our daughter continues on this path, I have no doubt that within our lifetime, we will be able to land a man on the moon. Something which has simply been inconceivable for all of human history until this moment. Zara listened to her father continue to praise her with a wide smile on her cute face. She was so happy that her latest design had brought such inspiration to her father, and could not wait to build an even more powerful rocket in the near future. She had too many ideas, and not enough time to act upon them all, especially since she had just recently started to attend university as a full-time student. Still, the fact that her father was doing everything he could to support her creativity made Zara the happiest girl in the world, and thus she sat silently, while listening to the man explain to her mother just how impressive her achievements were. The idea of landing someone on the moon was an entirely foreign concept to Yasmin, who was not the most educated woman in the world, and after a thorough lecture she felt that her brain was hurting, and decided to put a stop to her husband's ramblings. In the end, the trio left the testing grounds and returned to the palace, where Berenger spent the rest of the night doting on his young daughter, much to the chagrin of his other children. By the end of the night Zara went to sleep with a wide smile on her face, one that had never ceased from the moment her rocket successfully passed the boundary of space. Chapter 1152. Adela's Anniversary. Adela sat in her personal office, where she was employed as the Reichsminister of Propaganda. Every day, a war was silently being waged in the background of society, a conflict to win the hearts and minds of the German people. Propaganda was more than just a shiny broadcast or a powerful poster. It was an art form, and like every other form of art that Adela engaged in, the woman excelled at it. Currently, the first Kaiserin of the Reich was listening to a recording which was a song from an up-and-coming artist, dedicated to the glory of the Reich, specifically on the field of battle. Whether this song was approved for public consumption, or was rejected, was up to Adela to decide. Thus, as she listened to the lyrics, which spoke of the brave spirit of Germany's young fighting men, she paid extra attention to the words that were being sung, in order to see if there was any hidden message contained within them. After listening to the song on repeat for a total of an hour, Adela finally stamped her approval for the track before sending the paperwork off to the department, which would begin the production of the vinyl. With this action completed, Adela had finished her work for the day, and thus took off her headphones, and placed them to the side, while gazing out the window of her office, and towards the palace where she knew her husband was most likely being intimate with one of his many other women. The relationship between Berenger and Adela was a rocky one, or should I say, had been in the past. At the moment Adela was lost in thought while reminiscing about all the petty squabbles she and Berenger had gotten into over the years. For most of their marriage, Adela's wants and needs had taken a back seat, whereas Berengar's demands were met with nothing less than unquestionable loyalty. Thus, Despite being a pious and monogamous young woman, Adela had been forced to conform to the standards of a hedonistic atheist. Throughout all of this, Berenger had broken multiple promises to the woman, but one in particular hurt Adela more than any other. Despite promising that she would always be the #1 woman in his heart, the prestigious position of being her man's most beloved had been usurped by Linda, and though Adela had come to terms with this reality, she still felt slightly bitter inside every time she thought about it. Even now, the pain of ranking among the last of Berengar's wives was one that Adela wore in secret. To cope with this, the woman would lose herself in her work, hobbies, and family. Thus, lately she had been spending more time at the office and less at home, especially while Berenger was away in Japan. However, the man was back in town, and yet, despite it already being 3 days since his arrival, the amount of times Adela had seen Berenger in person could be counted on one hand. Still, she could not hide in the office forever, and thus, Adela sighed heavily before grabbing her coat and heading out the door, where an armored car was waiting to take her back to the palace. Whatever Adela had been expecting upon returning home, it was not what greeted her the moment she opened the door. Standing there in the entrance of the palace, while dressed in his most luxurious civilian attire, was none other than Berenger himself. At first, Adela thought perhaps the man was waiting for one of his other women. Yet this notion was immediately dismissed when his mismatched eyes gazed upon her petite figure. With a warm smile on his face, Berenger posed a question to his wife, which she had not been anticipating. "My sweet little Adela, don't tell me you have already forgotten? Did we not promise to spend the night of our anniversary alone together? I have been waiting for your arrival for the past 2 hours, and was beginning to think you were not coming home." At first Adela was confused, but then it finally dawned on her what the day was, and when she realized that today was indeed their anniversary, and that her husband had not only remembered, but had been waiting for her arrival for so long, a tear of joy fell from her eyes. Noticing this and mistaking it for sadness, Berenger immediately became concerned and wrapped the woman in his arms. He kissed her on the forehead before whispering something in her ears, which she least expected. There. I know things have not been easy for you these past few years, but I want you to know that I have always appreciated your unwavering loyalty, despite everything I have done to dishonor you. If I'm being honest, I am undeserving of the love you have shown me all these years, and yet you have never left my side. Thus, to reward you for your loyalty, I have decided to grant you one wish. So long as it is in my power, I will move mountains to make your greatest desire come to pass. Tell me, dear, what is it that you want most from me?" Adela was slightly surprised by this gesture. At first she thought that perhaps she had fallen asleep at her desk, and was simply dreaming of this moment. But the pain in Berengar's mismatched eyes told her this was indeed reality. In truth, Berenger had been having some rather wild dreams lately that were the result of his irregular sleep schedule. In these dreams, memories of his mistreatment towards a young girl who wanted nothing more than to receive his love manifested themselves. Perhaps it was the fact that he had matured over the past 16 years, or maybe it was because he was able to see Adela's emotional state during these memories with his eye of Horus, but Berenger had suddenly realized after all this time just how much he had hurt Adela with his womanizing actions. Not to mention the suffering he had caused the poor girl when he had utterly spit upon her attempts to save his soul from what she perceived to be eternal damnation. Upon realizing that this was not in fact a dream and was instead a genuine attempt on Berengar's behalf to seek forgiveness for the harm he had done years ago, Adela thought carefully about what she wanted until she finally let her thoughts escape from her lips in a meek voice. "Just the two of us." It was clear that Adela's timid nature was resurfacing, causing her to not fully communicate, and thus Berenger forced a smile as he attempted to comfort the woman so that she could properly give voice to her thoughts. "Take your time, Adela. I'm not disappearing anytime soon." After hearing this, Adela took a deep breath to calm her nerves before blurting out her thoughts without any shame. "I want to go on a romantic getaway with just the two of us. No kids, and none of your other women interfering in our affairs. I don't care where you take me so long as the two of us are alone together." Immediately after saying this, Adela looked away, perhaps fearful that Berenger might reject her request. However, Berenger could only smile and nod his head in acceptance. He placed one hand on his heart and bowed before Adela as if she were his superior before voicing his agreement. "Your wish is my command." Adela could hardly believe her eyes and ears. Berenger had so easily accepted such a selfish request? Did he not need to return to Japan and help his newest wife rebuild her country? How long would such a trip last? Anyway, yet despite these concerns, Berenger showed no sign of changing his decision. Little did Adela know that Berenger was currently planning their trip in his mind. In the coming days, the two of them would depart from Trieste in the private ocean liner Berenger had ordered to be built to act as the personal yacht for his family. From there they would sail towards the Caribbean and go on a cruise of all the German colonies in the region, before stopping at their own private island, where a large beachside villa awaited the couple. During this time, Berenger would be attentive to all of Adela's needs, and not respond to any messages that were dispatched to him, unless, for example, a national emergency occurred. The trip Berenger was now planning in his mind would be one that far exceeded Adela's expectations, and would hopefully at the very least go some ways towards repairing the damage he had done to the woman's heart when he was a much younger and more selfish man. However, such a trip would take at least a few weeks to prepare for, and thus at the moment, Berenger would satisfy Adela by taking her out on the town, before returning home and spending a night alone with her. Chapter 1153. A Night to Remember. After spending the night alone with Adela, Berenger could tell that the woman was more happy than she had been in a long time. Though Adela loved her kids more than anything, she had always lamented the fact that their father had never taken as much as an interest in them as he had done for his other offspring. Not to mention the fact that Berenger had not been the most loving husband to Adela. In fact, the majority of the time she was even able to be intimate with the man was when she joined him and his sister for nighttime activities. It was abundantly clear during these sessions that she was not the object of Berengar's affections, instead that role almost always belonged to Henrietta. For the first time in a long time, Berenger and Adela had a night together, where they were not accompanied by children, or any of the man's other women, and to Adela this was like a dream come true. The first stop of the night was at the old sandwich shop where the couple had gone on their first date so many years ago. Then, after sharing a nice meal together, Berenger took Adela on a carriage ride through the old part of town, where much of the medieval infrastructure was still on display. During this brief journey, both Berenger and Adela would recount their memories from what seemed like a lifetime ago, when the man was only a minor baron, and his bride was still a young girl. Finally, after concluding this journey, Berenger and Adela decided to retire for the night. However, they did not return to the palace, instead they entered the old castle, where Berenger had lived when the two of them first met. These days the old Kufstein castle existed as a museum for the public to visit and learn the history of the von Kufstein dynasty. Because of this, a small detail of guards dressed in ceremonial garb maintained watch, while an army of maids continued to keep the place tidy. The Kufstein castle was one of the few buildings in all of Kufstein that had not been renovated to make use of modern luxuries. Instead, it was left, exactly as Berenger and Adela had known it 16 years ago. The old banners of House von Kufstein prior to their ascension as the emperors of Germany still hung proudly outside the gates when Berenger and Adela first entered the castle's courtyard. For quite some time, the married couple stood by silently as the memories of a distant past flooded into their minds. Though the museum was officially closed for the night, it was still Berengar's property, and thus he was able to escort Adela through the ancient structure, without being harassed by the guards. Once inside the castle, Berenger took Adela on a tour of the building, as the two of them spoke about the memories they shared in this place, before finally arriving in Berengar's old bedroom, where he chopped some firewood before lighting it aflame in the fireplace. The chilling temperature immediately vanished and was replaced with an intense heat. After warming up the room, Berenger sat down on the bed and took off his boots, while resting his weary feet on the side of his old mattress. Adela joined the man as she sat by his side, and just when she was about to say something, Berenger hugged her. There was a solemn look on the man's face as he revealed the thoughts he had kept hidden in the corners of his mind for so many years. To think it all began here in this room. Out of all the paths I could have taken after reincarnating into this world, I followed the one most difficult. If I could take it all back, do you think I could have made you happy, as nothing more than a lowly but wealthy baron? Should I have rejected Lindy's advances, and never marched to war against her father? Do you think we could have lived a long and peaceful life together in the stuffy old castle? Adela's eyes began to water at the thought of Berenger having neglected the role that destiny gave him, and instead using his brilliance to generate wealth, but never venture beyond his family lands. A life where the two of them married and enjoying a monogamous lifestyle with their many children. The life she always wanted, and could have had if Berenger had not been pulled into matters of conflict and intrigue. With a bitter smile on her face, Adela released herself from her husband's embrace before nodding her head ever so slightly. Yes, I do believe we could have been happy with such a mundane life, and perhaps I would have enjoyed it more than whatever it is that we have now. After all, I have no doubt that without focusing on a life of never-ending warfare, you would have been able to make your family's humble lands into a paradise on earth. We would not be as wealthy and powerful as we are today, but it would have been enough. But it is too late to reflect on the past and think about what could have been. You made your choices and I have stuck by them. And though our marriage has not been the most ideal for either of us, it has created an empire more powerful and prosperous than any other in history. After saying this, Adela looked towards the clean sheets of the bed and was quick to voice her next series of thoughts with a bitter smile and a slight scoff. I can't believe that we have never been able to sleep together in this old bed. You and Linda used to go at it like rabbits, without ever alerting the rest of the castle. Here in this very room, Berenger wore a mischievous smile as he leaned in close and whispered something suggestive to his wife. Well, it's not too late. We are here alone together, with nothing but the warmth of a fire to keep us company. After saying this, Berenger kissed Adela with a zeal that she had never felt before. All the while he slowly stripped the woman out of her dress. By the time the couple were fully undressed, Berenger remained still for several moments, while gazing upon the petite body of his first wife. Adela had never grown as large as Berengar's other women. Out of all his wives and concubines, the only one who was smaller than Adela in terms of chest size was the Majapahit princess. And though Adela was short, both Atami and Angrani had her beat in that regard. The petite blonde beauty was slightly flushed in embarrassment as she laid back on the bed, spreading her body for her man to gaze upon. She had given birth to 5 children since she first married Berenger, and yet her body did not look like a woman who would have achieved such a feat. After taking in the sight for himself, Berenger lowered his face, so that it was directly in front of his wife's moist hole. In this moment, it was just him and Adela, and he wanted nothing more than to end this anniversary with a special moment that his wife would remember for the rest of her life. Thus, Berenger began to lick and finger the woman's cavern with expert precision. Years of pleasing multiple women had made Berenger an expert at foreplay, and thus he was able to quickly identify the sweet spot and exploit it until his wife was panting in pleasure. Just when Adela was about to climax, Berenger withdrew his tongue and aligned his shaft towards the entrance of his wife's moist cunt. Before Adela could even react, Berenger had penetrated her pussy, and in one go he had kissed the entrance of her womb with the tip of his cock. Such a sudden and violent thrust caused Adela to moan out loud as she laid back and took the pounding that she was receiving like an experienced woman of the night. Though she had only ever been with her husband, Adela had years of experience under her belt and knew how to move in a manner which her man preferred. Thus, the two of them thrust themselves into one another with such passion that Adela's moans and Berenger grunts began to echo throughout the room. Yet despite the fervor in which the married couple copulated, their voices did not escape into the halls, as if some magic force field had been cast on the door, preventing all sound from leaking beyond the confines of the bedroom. Before long, Berenger had withdrawn his sword from its sheath and had sprayed his seed all over his wife's face and breasts. Despite the fact that the married couple had just reached the pinnacle of pleasure, Berenger was not fully satisfied, and thus, he turned his wife over and prodded her back door with the tip of his tongue, an act which caused Adela to instinctively squirm with excitement. It had been some time since she had entertained her husband with anal sex, and yet with nothing but his own saliva, Berenger lubed up the hole for immediate use. Before long he had skewered the tight hole, and in doing so, caused Adela's tongue to spill out of her mouth, as her moans once more echoed across the room. The married couple would continue to engage in such debauchery until the sun rose on the next day. Though they did not return home to the palace that night, Berenger and Adela did spend the morning spooning beneath the covers of his old bed. Eventually, they would get up from under the covers, dress themselves, and return to their actual abode for a nice breakfast with the family. Adela had been wholly satisfied with the way her anniversary went, and was indeed looking forward to spending more time with her husband, who, for the first time in years, appeared to be willing to properly attend to her needs. Chapter 1154. Prima Ballerina. After a long week, spent back in the fatherland, Berenger was ready to return to Japan, in order to help Atami finish what the two of them had started. He had made a promise to the albino beauty that he would give her a year's worth of his time before returning to his homeland, where he would spend the majority of his time. However, just when Berenger was about to leave the house to take his flight back to Japan, he received word that it had been delayed. The weather conditions were abysmal in Kufstein at the moment, and the air traffic controllers would not permit any planes to take off until the storm cleared up. Thus, at the moment, Berenger was walking around the house, looking into the lives of his children, who, after a long day at school, had returned home to take part in their extracurricular activities. While Christopher was in the act of playing music with his young fiancée Astrid, his twin sister Catherine was in the palace's ballroom, practicing for her upcoming ballet recital. The young girl was currently no older than 12, and was mindlessly danced about the room with the grace of a butterfly. Berenger stood in the doorway and watched in silence until Catherine had completed her set. Once she was finished, the girl gazed over at her father and broke out into a wide smile before performing a curtsy. "I didn't see you there, royal father. Please enlighten me if you will. How was my performance?" Berenger immediately went into his critique mode and carefully thought upon his memories of the dance that the girl had just finished performing. All the while, Catherine waited for a response, with her head bowed low in deference to her paternal figure. After several moments, Berenger finally answered his daughter's question with a gentle smile on his face. "Well, I'm not an expert on all things ballet, but I do say that you performed the set well enough to shine on the stage. I'm sure if you keep at this, one day when you are older, you will certainly be the prima ballerina of the Kufstein Ballet." The girl slightly blushed as she heard her father's compliments before rushing over to his side. Out of Berengar's many daughters, it was Zara and Helga who primarily captured their father's interest. Helga was a master painter of the highest caliber, while Zara was a young genius without equal, aside from perhaps her elder half-brother, Hans. Meanwhile, Catherine had always struggled to compete for her father's affection, and despite her efforts, she had always found herself falling short, much like her twin brother. And while Christopher had no longer sought to impress his father with his own talents, Catherine had never given up the pursuit of catching the man's attention. For Berenger to judge her performance so well, while assuring her that she was talented enough to one day become the prima ballerina of the world's most popular ballet, it was as if her dream had already come true. Once Catherine was by her father's side, she hesitated to speak her thoughts, which Berenger instantly noticed and was quick to encourage the girl to speak her mind. "Is there something you wish to tell me, Catherine?" After several of awkward silences, Catherine grabbed hold of her father's firm hand and pleaded with him. "Father, if it won't be too much of a bother, would you allow me to perform another dance for you?" Berenger responded to this question by looking at his watch. He did not know how much longer it would be before the weather cleared up, but when it did, he would need to immediately depart for Japan. The last thing he wanted was to keep the pilots waiting for him for hours on end. However, the moment Berenger looked up from his wristwatch, he noticed that his young daughter was sulking. The expression on Catherine's face told the man that she believed she was not even worth his time. Upon seeing such a depressing expression on his own daughter's face, Berengar's heart immediately crumbled, causing him to sigh heavily before acquiescing to the girl's request. "All right, I suppose I have enough time to watch one more dance." When Catherine heard this, her sapphire blue eyes immediately lit up with excitement, while a warm smile appeared on her cute face. She then rushed back to the dance floor within the ballroom and began to perform another dance for her father. In truth, Berenger was not particularly interested in ballet, but he had to admit his young daughter had the talent and determination to one day be a star on the national stage. Thus, he watched patiently until the girl was once more finished with her set, where she again curtsied before her royal father and asked for his opinion. "Well, what did you think?" Berenger did not need a moment to think this time around, and instead patted the girl's golden head before giving her his honest opinion. "I think you have what it takes to become a true star. Keep up the hard work, and I am sure that in the future, all of your dreams will come true, Catherine. No matter what happens, I will always support you." With this said, Catherine could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, and began to cry something fierce, the act of which instantly shocked her father, who began to slightly panic. "Catherine, what's wrong? Why are you crying so suddenly?" The young girl wiped the tears from her eyes on her father's jacket when she latched onto him and refused to let go. This only confused Berenger further until the girl began to voice her thoughts in between her sobbing. "Daddy, did I do good? Did I finally manage to impress you like Zara and Helga?" It was only now that Berenger was starting to realize that the coldness he had shown Adela in the past had in some way been passed on to the children he had with the woman. Had he never shown Catherine or Christopher the same love and affection he had shown the kids he had sired with his other wives? Upon seeing the young girl crying, simply because she had finally received some form of recognition from her own father, Berenger wrapped his arms around his daughter and kissed the girl on the forehead, while assuring her that she was every bit as impressive as her sisters. "Catherine, don't cry. You are a very talented young dancer. One day you will shine equally bright as Zara and Helga. Like your siblings, your name will be remembered throughout German history. You are my daughter. Because of that, you are destined for greatness. I feel ashamed as your father for never expressing my recognition of your talents prior to this moment. I promise you after I return from my visit to Japan, I will be spending a lot more time with all of my children, yourself included, so you don't need to cry anymore. I am here for you." Despite Berengar's kind words, Catherine continued to shed her tears as she latched onto her father, in fear that he perhaps would leave her in the very next moment. Berenger glanced out the window and saw that the storm had indeed stopped, yet he did not make a move to leave Catherine. Instead, he stood there and hugged his daughter until she felt comfortable letting go. Catherine remained in Berengar's arms for nearly 10 minutes before finally releasing her grip on the man. She then wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled before sticking out her pinky finger in an attempt to make her father swear to her that he would stay true to the words he had spoken. "You promise?" Berenger could only smile and nod his head as he latched his pinky onto the girl's and shook it gently before responding with a solemn vow. "Promise." Upon hearing confirmation, Catherine released her pinky finger and turned around with a wide smile and slight flutter as she once more got back to dancing. However, there was no music this time around, and only the flight of a young girl was happy beyond measure. Berenger continued to watch and smile until Catherine was too exhausted to continue. Once Catherine was panting for air, Berenger pat her on the head and said goodbye. "Catherine, I have to go back to Japan now, and you won't see me again for another few months. But once I return, I shall live up to my promise. I will begin delegating my responsibilities as Kaiser to trustworthy individuals and cut my workload in half, allowing me to spend more time with you and all your siblings. So until then, Continue to improve your skills, because when I get back from Japan I will want to see you perform for me again. This time Catherine was no longer crying or sulking, for that matter. Instead, a warm smile was on her face, as she nodded her head in agreement before responding to her father's words. Goodbye, father. I wish you luck with your endeavors while you are away in Japan. Until we meet again. After hearing this remark, Berenger then departed from the palace's ballroom, and left his daughter alone, as she stared at his back until it had vanished from sight. Once Berenger was gone from the room, Catherine let out a deep sigh as she gazed out towards the gardens, whose leaves were now drenched in rain. Whatever the young princess was thinking about in that moment was something only she herself knew. Chapter 1155. Avoiding Responsibility. After a long flight back to Japan, Berenger spent nearly every waking hour with his pregnant wife for weeks on end. Within a month, the albino beauty finally gave birth, and having rested for a few days, the royal couple were now standing in a small bedroom while gazing upon an infant child who lies silently in his crib. The young boy was the perfect example of a Eurasian child. Perhaps too perfect, as his father's Germanic genes had influenced more than just his facial structure. Most notably, the boy's eyes were as blue as the ocean's surface, which made both his parents proud. While gazing upon his newest son with fatherly affection, Berenger noticed that Itami spoke in a voice so low that he nearly missed what she had said. Still, the albino Bowtie's voice was filled with joy at the prospect of finally being a mother. I can't believe that after all these years, you and I have finally had a child together. It is almost too good to be true. I still struggle to determine whether this is reality, or just some wonderful dream that I never wish to wake from. If only I hadn't been so foolish, we could have been happily married a long time ago. Berenger could hear the remorse in his wife's voice as she spoke the last part of her statement, and sighed as he placed his hand on the woman's shoulder, while maintaining his focus on his young son. Little Ryu here will make a great emperor. I will make sure of it. As for the circumstances which brought us together, they weren't random. In fact, I suspect that the gods of your nation brought you into this world for a reason. The moment Itami heard these words, her gaze shifted from her son to her husband. She had never before spoken to anyone about her brief interaction with the goddess Inari. And yet Berenger spoke as if he was already aware of this chance encounter. This caused the woman to become quite concerned, as she immediately began to interrogate the man about his knowledge of the supernatural. You know of the gods? But how? You have not stepped foot in Japan until relatively recently, and I have never seen you wander off to one of their shrines other than on our wedding night. When Berenger heard this, he did not make a noise and instead silently stared at his wife while pondering a question in his head. After a while, he smiled and shook his head before speaking of what he knew. So you already knew of their existence? That's good. It means I won't have to convince you that I am not a madman. I won't hide anything from you, dear. I was brought into this world by the Germanic pantheon. Their reason for doing so was a petty dispute with another deity. I won't bore you with the details. After all, this did not have much of an impact on the life I have lived thus far. However, although I met the gods of my ancestors, they are not the only deities that I have encountered during my travels. In fact, since the moment I first found out you were a transmigrator like me, I figured that you were brought into this world by your own pantheon, but I have yet to determine what for. When Itami heard this, a sudden realization washed over her mind, causing her to immediately fell as if she were the world's greatest fool. The albino beauty instantly rested her forehead in the palm of her hand, as she let out a heavy sigh before speaking her mind. It all makes sense now. If I am being honest, Inari was rather stern with me when we met. She mentioned something about me being brought into this world for a reason, and I now suspect it was to preserve her power and influence over Japan by appealing to you who would go on to establish global hegemony. Not only was Inari and the other deities upset that I had killed the previous dynasty, but Inari claimed that I had fucked up in ways that I could not imagine. I suspect now that she was referring to the conflict I had started with you. Oh dear, I have so many regrets in this life, and if you were not by my side, I might just fall on my own sword to atone for them. Seeing the distraught expression on his wife's otherwise beautiful face, Berenger placed the palm of his hand on her cheek, in an attempt to comfort the woman, which she took full advantage of, for roughly 3 seconds before her young son awoke, and instantly started crying. Berenger could only wear a bitter smile as he saw Itami's blood-red eyes shift over to their son. However, the moment she looked back at her husband, he was already gone. Having silently departed from the room in the brief moment it took the woman to shift her gaze. A curse escaped from Itami's lips as she expressed her annoyance over her husband's tendencies to avoid taking care of their child. That fucking bastard. After saying this, Itami sighed once more, before approaching her son, and realizing that the boy needed a diaper change, which she took care of before departing from the room. After washing her hands, Itami found Berenger snacking on some takoyaki in the kitchen, where she immediately began to scold the man for his actions. Every Every time the boy needs a diaper change, you are nowhere to be found. Can't you at least help out with the raising of your own son? Berenger simply scoffed as he heard this, before shoving another octopus dumpling in his mouth. It was only after he finished eating it that he responded to his wife's fury with a calm and conceited smile on his face. Isn't that the job of the mother? I can proudly say that I have never once changed a diaper in this life, and I have sired over 20 children. So if none of my other women have been able to convince me to do such a thing, what makes you think you have a chance of doing so? Itami merely gawked in disbelief at her husband's shamelessness, before averting her gaze and once more cursing under her breath. You are such an asshole. Berenger chuckled in response to this, before rising from his seat, where he proceeded to stuff his last piece of takoyaki in the woman's mouth. She was startled at first, but as she swallowed the octopus dumpling, she heard further shameless words escape from her husband's mouth. Yes, but I am your asshole. Luckily, Itami had just swallowed the food, or else she would have choked on her own laughter. She could not help but giggle at the man's response as he successfully avoided taking responsibility for his own child yet again. No matter how much Itami wanted to stay mad at the man for his irresponsible behavior, she could not find it in her heart to do so, and thus she decided to kiss him. However, in the next moment, a heavy sigh escaped from Itami's delicate lips as she looked out the window with a glum expression on her face. It is hard to believe that we only have 2 more months that we can spend like this before you have to go back to the others. I wish Ryu and I could go with you. Unfortunately, I am needed here in Japan. I have learned a lot from watching you work this past year, and I believe I will be able to effectively continue what you have started. Still, I will miss you every day that you are away. Berengar's expression turned glum as he heard this. It was true that he found it difficult to be away from his other family for so long, but at the same time, he knew it would be just as painful to be away from Itami and their infant son for most of the year. In order to reassure himself and his wife, Berenger spoke the words that were currently present in his mind. I won't be away for long. I promise to visit you at least once a month. Still, I know how hard it is to be separated from the ones you love. So the most we can do is make each day that we have together count. So how about you and I go take a bath together? After all, it has been some time since I have sat in the hot springs. Upon hearing this, Itami wore a seductive smile as she grabbed onto her husband's hand and led him to the personal hot spring that existed within the palace. Once inside, the two of them relaxed together for some time while in each other's arms. Chapter 1156. Next Generation of German Small Arms. Before he knew it, an entire year had passed since the day the German-Japanese War came to an end, and Berenger had said his farewells to his newest bride, Itami Ryo, as well as their infant son, Itami Ryu. After a long flight that lasted nearly an entire day, Berenger found himself in Kufstein once more, where he spent the weekend recovering from his flight. Once Monday was around, Berenger was hard at work again. However, unlike in previous years, he no longer worked a minimum of 12 hours a day, and instead settled on a standard 40-hour work week, delegating much of the work he was previously responsible for to qualified individuals. After returning home, Berenger fulfilled his promise to Catherine and began spending more time with the girl and her siblings. Though Hans was still serving his in the armed forces, and while he was stationed close to home, he was dreadfully busy testing all kinds of new aircraft for the Department of Defense. The introduction of Generation 3 jet fighters was not the only military innovation that was going on at the moment. There were recent developments in small arms as well, which on this particular day, Berenger was bearing witness to. In the military testing grounds outside the city of Kufstein, Berenger stood in the audience, along with several of his generals and the engineers who had worked on the newest weapons projects. A group of German infantrymen, dressed in the latest military uniforms and body armor, were inspecting a new sniper rifle, light machine gun, general-purpose machine gun, handgun, and rocket launcher. These weapons had been partially designed by Berenger himself, with their final models completed by the engineers at the Royal Kufstein Armory. For the sniper rifle, which would be issued to German marksmen, Berenger went with a semi-automatic design that was infamous in his past life. The SVD was originally a semi-automatic sniper rifle chambered in 7.62 x 54 mmR. However, because the German army still had large stores of 7.92 by 57 mm Mauser ammunition lying around, Berenger had no intentions of adopting a new and less potent cartridge. Instead, he chose to have the SVD converted to the superior German round. As a result, the marksman, who was testing the rifle, carefully inserted the 10-round box magazine into the rifle before pulling back and releasing the charging handle. Once a round was properly chambered, he took aim with his 4x magnified optic, which was largely modeled after the PSO one, and gently squeezed the trigger, sending a round down range and into a steel target the size of a man's torso, which was placed roughly 800 meters out. An audible ping followed the gunshot, signaling to those present that the shot had indeed found its target. After making the shot, the marksman followed up with another, and then another until he had spent his whole 10-round magazine. Needless to say, the prototype weapon functioned flawlessly. When Berenger saw this development, he stood up and clapped for the shooter, who, after ejecting the spent magazine and racking the charging handle a few times to ensure that the weapon was clear, saluted his Kaiser. Once that soldier was done with his weapon demonstration, Berenger spoke to the lead of the project with an excited smile on his face. "Bravo, you and your team should be commended for your efforts. This new sniper rifle is a vast improvement over the currently issued G27. I look forward to the next performance." After saying this, Berenger looked onwards towards the demonstration of the new light machine gun. This weapon was essentially an elongated and reinforced version of the recently introduced replacement to the STG-27 and 32 rifles. In other words, it was an RPK-74. The only real difference between this machine gun and those from Berengar's past life was that the weapon's furniture was loosely modeled after that of the East German MPI KMS-74 and was similar in design to the LMG RPK-74 as seen in a popular military simulator video game. The soldier deployed the bipod and entered the prone position as he aimed down a fixed 2.8x magnified optic which had been modeled primarily after the 1P78 Kashtan from Berengar's past life. The weapon functioned flawlessly as its rounds impacted against the steel target set 300 meters out. It was, after all, essentially an AK-74 with a reinforced receiver and a longer barrel, thus making it a reliable and capable firearm. After watching the demonstration of both the SVD and RPK-74, Berenger was quite pleased with the prototype weapons that he had seen thus far, and gave a silent nod of approval towards the lead engineer, who kept looking back at the Kaiser to see what the man thought of the latest weapon designs. As for the next weapon that was on display, it was essentially a PKM chambered in 7.92 by 57mm Mauser. The firearm was designed to replace the MG27 within infantry roles. While technically a general-purpose machine gun, Berenger saw no reason to remove the MG27, which was modeled after the MG42 completely from service. After all, it was a superior machine gun when mounted on vehicles. However, the MG42 had a fatal flaw in infantry doctrine, and that was the fact that it required two people to operate effectively. Thus, Berenger decided to replace it with the lighter-weight PKM, which could be entirely operated by one user, and quite efficiently at that. Like the RPK-74, the furniture was swapped out for a more East German aesthetic, with a brown synthetic stock, pistol grip, and barrel change handle. The weapon was also given a slightly different muzzle device than what was seen on the standard issue PKM from Berengar's past life. The operator aimed down the same 2.8x magnified optic which was used on the RPK-74, like the PKA red dot, and PSO-1 magnified optic. The 1P78 would become standard issue to all German soldiers who used a machine gun as their primary weapon. After acquiring his target, the shooter squeezed the trigger, and in doing so sent a controlled burst down range and onto the steel target. The chug of the machine gun echoed across the test facility as the shooter effortlessly hit his targets, causing Berenger and his generals to approve of the weapon silently with a nod of their heads. Once the weapon had fired all of its ammunition, the operator ensured that the weapon was properly cleared before placing it down for further inspection. Berenger then leaned over and whispered something to the project lead as he commented about the 3 weapons tested thus far. "So far, so good. I must say, I am impressed with how these weapons have turned out. If the handgun and rocket launcher prove just as effective, you can consider yourself and your team worthy of earning a raise." The engineer smiled and nodded his head, before explaining what they were about to witness with an excited look in his eyes. "Though handguns are rarely used in frontline service, I think you will be pleased with the improvements we have made in your initial design. Here he is now, the man who will test our new service pistol, assuming it receives your stamp of approval, that is." Berenger nodded his head in silence as he shifted his gaze to the man who was standing in front of a few small targets which were placed no more than 25 meters out. The pistol in his hands looked exactly like the Stechkin automatic pistol from his past life, except for 2 primary differences. First off, the pistol was designed to be semi-automatic only. The reason for this was that machine pistols were generally wild and uncontrollable, and this was most definitely the case for the APS, assuming it did not have a stock. And second, the firearm was chambered in 9 by 19mm parabellum, thus making it a rather large service pistol, but capable of carrying 20 rounds of 9mm in a single magazine. The soldier held onto the weapon and inserted a fresh magazine before racking the slide back. He then aimed down the sights towards his first target and began to effortlessly fire 3 shots into each target, 2 to the chest and 1 to the head. Once he had spent the 20 rounds, he ejected the spent magazine, while leaving the slide locked to the rear. The weapon, while in semi-automatic, was extremely controllable due to the size and weight of the gun, and it was also very accurate because of the length of the barrel. For a service pistol, Berenger had no complaints about the weapon and immediately approved it for service. Finally, the last weapon to be demonstrated was the RPG-7, which was designed to replace the Panzerfaust 250. Like the previous weapons, aside from the APS, it too had an optic that was standard issue, which the soldier carefully made use of to acquire his target before firing the heat rocket-propelled grenade down range and onto an old Panther tank. The rocket immediately detonated against the tank's turret and caused critical damage to the entire vehicle, which thankfully was not being manned by a crew, proving once more that German troops had the ability to effectively counter any armor or fortification that their infantry may encounter. And though Germany would no longer be fighting opponents with armored vehicles, the RPG-7 could prove to be highly effective against native villages. Having witnessed all of these prototype weapons on display, Berenger immediately congratulated the project lead before posing an important question. Wonderful, simply wonderful. With these weapons, our armed forces will enter a new age of efficiency on the battlefield. It is almost a pity that we now have no enemy to thoroughly test them against. Still, I need to know how long will it be before they can enter mass production? The engineer accepted the praise he received from the Kaiser before raising 3 fingers in response to the man's question. At most 3 months, and we will be able to effectively deploy these weapons to units in the field. Give me a year and they will completely replace our old small arms. After hearing this, Berenger nodded his head in approval before departing from the facility. Now that he had witnessed the weapons test, he would return to his home and spend some proper time with his family. Chapter 1157. A Fresh Start. Berenger stood on the docks of Trieste with his wife in hand. 2 weeks had passed since he first returned to the Reich, after visiting Japan for an entire year. During this time, his days were filled with nothing but work and family, which he managed to find a perfect balance to, especially now that Germany was finally in a state of peace which would last for the foreseeable future. However, the man had several promises to fulfill, not only to his children, but his many wives as well, and because of that Berenger stood by Adela's side, as the royal couple gazed upon a large and magnificent ocean liner which was the personal yacht of the von Kufstein dynasty. If the Titanic was known in Berengar's past life as the largest ship of its era, then the Germania was a titan on the sea. Designed to carry the entirety of the von Kufstein dynasty for the next 50 years, Berenger had gone all out with his personal yacht, which was more akin to a floating palace than an actual ship. The expense paid to construct this vessel was no small amount, and despite this, it was nothing more than pfennigs on the thaler when compared to the vast fortune that Berenger had accumulated in this life. Adela was completely surprised by the massive ocean-going vessel which, for the purposes of this visit, would house only herself, her husband, and the staff necessary to look after them during the entire journey. It was not just Adela who was surprised by this behemoth of a vessel, but all manners of citizens within the major port city had gathered to witness the spectacle. Having already said his goodbyes to the rest of his family, Berenger simply smiled as he grabbed hold of Adela's hand and led her onto the massive ship. Adela could not help but exclaim her thoughts aloud as she entered the luxurious interior of the vessel, which was constructed with the finest materials in the world. From polished marble to gilded surfaces, Berenger had truly spared no expense, and this fact caused nothing but worry to flood Adela's mind. So beautiful. Berenger, just how much did you spend on this yacht? Rather than answer his wife directly and add to her worries, Berenger responded in a way which avoided the question at hand, but still made the woman happy. Don't worry about such a petty thing. There is no expense too great for the happiness of my family. Adela was still looking around at the luxurious interior with awe, and had barely heard a word that Berenger had said. Instead, her attention was attracted to a distinctive sound echoing across the ship, which she recognized to be the musical talents of an entire orchestra. When Adela realized this, her sapphire eyes fixed themselves upon the handsome face of her husband. Before she could question if what she was hearing was in fact reality, the man spoke with a haughty tone in his voice. You noticed the music, huh? Yes, I hired an orchestra to perform for us while we are sailing across the Atlantic. But that is not all. I spared no expense to ensure that we have plenty of things to entertain us throughout our journey. From the finest food and drinks money can buy, to an entire water park reserved for just the 2 of us. Trust me, this will be a trip that you will never forget. And you deserve it. Adela did not respond to these bold claims, and simply smiled while latching onto her husband's arm like a lamprey. Seeing that his wife was happy, Berenger led her through the massive vessel and towards the dining hall, where he planned to share a nice meal with his wife, as the ship cast off. After entering the dining hall, Adela was amazed to see that the origin of the music was on a large stage at the very front of the massive room. Hundreds of tables were set up to entertain an increasingly large family. But since they were the only 2 guests at the moment, they were able to sit anywhere, which Adela immediately chose to be nearest to the music. While Adela was gazing upon the magnificent performance with awe in her sapphire eyes, a beautiful young waitress approached the royal couple and was quick to inform them on a few important matters before taking their order. Your Majesties, the captain would like me to inform you that we are ready to cast off whenever you desire. As for the kitchen, it is fully staffed and prepared to make you any meal that you may crave at any hour of the day. The bar is also fully stocked, and you need only ask for a drink, and we will provide it to you as quickly as possible. Shall I prepare your Majesties a round of drinks as we set off for our destination? Berenger was naturally aware of all of his wife's tastes, and did not even need to ask Adela for what he wanted. Thus, he was quick to nod his head in approval before ordering a drink for himself and his lovely wife. "He'll have whatever it is that you have on tap, while my wife here will have a strawberry margarita. As for the captain, inform him that we are ready to cast off." The waitress wrote down Berengar's and Adela's drinks, before walking away. As she disappeared somewhere into the massive ship, she spoke into her radio, informing the captain of the Kaiser's orders. Within minutes, the ship had departed from the docks of Trieste and begun its grand voyage to the Caribbean. As for the drinks that Berenger and Adela had ordered, they were swiftly brought to the table by the waitress, where Berenger then ordered a nice meal for himself and his wife. Once the royal couple were all alone, Berenger finally broke the awkward silence that prevailed between himself and his wife, with a slight jest. "Well, I can say this for certain. If I had just remained a minor nobleman, we never would be able to go on this cruise together." It was clear that Berenger had taken Adela's previous words to heart, and had decided to show off just what they would have sacrificed if they had lived a boring, monogamous lifestyle in the mountains of Austria. This remark caused Adela to giggle slightly as she raised her margarita in a toast to world peace. Berenger joined his wife in laughter as he clinked his beer mug against Adela's glass before taking in the music that played. Evidently it was a song that Adela enjoyed, because she was completely captivated by the atmosphere. So much so that she did not even notice the fine Italian cuisine that arrived on her plate. Ultimately, Berenger took a spoonful of the baked ziti and shoved it into Adela's delicate mouth in order to catch her attention, which caused the woman to react in shock at first, before chewing and swallowing the zesty dish. While Adela enjoyed the serving, Berenger bit into a piece of garlic bread and savored the flavor. While it was true that he enjoyed German cooking more than anything, the man had definitely played a role in bringing the Italian cuisine he knew and loved into this world. Even if King Bruno Hazelrider would never admit to such a thing. After Adela had eaten several spoonfuls, she asked about the origins of the dish with genuine curiosity. "This is delicious. What is this? Some kind of new dish that you have made? It's not like anything else we have eaten so far." Berenger smiled and shook his head. Even though he had been largely responsible for the new cuisine which was taking the Kingdom of Italy by storm, he decided to give credit where credit was due, and thus said the Italians were in fact responsible for this dish. "No, actually the Italians invented this. Once we introduced tomatoes to the region, they began making an entirely new cuisine that is their own. Naturally, our chefs are well versed in this style of cooking, and so I decided to give it a try. It is really good, is it not?" Adela could not deny that the baked ziti was delightful, and thus she continued to dig into the meal, but with the grace of a woman of her position. Berenger did the same. It had been too long since he had a proper Italian dish, and thus was enjoying the meal to his greatest ability. Before long, Berenger had consumed 3 liters of beer, and 3 servings of food to match, while Adela was already tispy from her 3rd margarita. Seeing that the sky had already begun to darken, Berenger decided now was the time to take Adela onto the deck and gaze at the stars. Thus, he finished the last of his food, before grabbing hold of his wife's hand, and dragging her to the forwardmost position of the ship's deck. Once alone together beneath the stars, Berenger let his true thoughts escape from his lips. "It has been a very long time since I have been able to relax like this. I'm glad you asked me for this trip. I really needed it." Adela's sapphire eyes glistened under the starlight, as she shifted her gaze towards her husband, who was wearing an unusually warm expression on his face. The words she wanted to say were caught in her throat for some time, causing several moments of awkward silence to persist, until she finally gained the resolve to speak her mind. "I heard from our children that you have been spending more time with them since you have returned from Japan. I'm glad to see you are no longer working so hard that you neglect your very large family. Hopefully, after this trip is over, we can all have a fresh start. Especially now that the last of your wars have come to an end." In response to this suggestion, Berenger leaned in close, and kissed Adela on the lips before whispering something in her ears that made her smile. "I do like that." With that said, the royal couple enjoyed themselves under the light of the stars, before retiring to their room, where they spent the rest of the night in each other's arms. Chapter 1158. Wedding Bells. After nearly a month away at sea, Berenger and Adela returned to the fatherland, where they were greeted by their family. During the days that followed, Berenger would spend every waking hour either at work, or with his loved ones, trying his best to repair the bonds that were on the brink of collapse between him and several of his children. Though it would be a long journey to fully make up for his years of absence, whether that was the result of marching to war, or simply working too hard, Berenger knew that he had made a great start, something he strived to improve upon with each passing day. Before he knew it, 6 months had passed, and during this time Berenger had lived his best life, as Kaiser, husband, and father, balancing the 3 roles to perfection, especially now that he no longer had to worry about defending the Reich from enemies on all sides. Without warning, the eldest prince of Germany, Hans von Kufstein, had turned 16 and thus entered the age of adulthood, meaning that he was finally able to marry 3 of his young brides. After a rather lavish celebration of the boy's 16th birthday, Hans' first wedding, where he would marry Noemi, Veronica, and Anne, was set to take place within a fortnight. 2 weeks came and went, and at the moment Hans was in his room, adorning his Luftwaffe mess dress uniform, which he would be wearing to the wedding. As he was fastening his bow tie, a slight knock resounded on the door, followed by a familiar voice. "Hans, are you in there? Do you mind if I have a moment to speak with you?" The usually stoic expression on the young man's face lit up with excitement as he responded to his father, who still stood on the other side of the door. "You may enter. I'm just about done here anyway." The door opened to reveal the figure of the boy's father, who was dressed in his finest regalia. The man took one look at his son before grasping the boy on the shoulders and expressing his fatherly affection. "Hans, words cannot express how much pride I have to be your father. You are only 16, and yet you have accomplished so much in your life. Truly amazes me that you are already an adult. To think that just 16 years ago, you were born in a primitive and feudal world. Oh, speaking of, I don't know if I ever told you this, but did you know that when your mother and I first met, that she was actually my brother's fiancée?" Hans, who was still fussing with his bow tie, immediately looked up in shock towards his father, who was grinning ear to ear, as if he hadn't just said something completely earth-shattering. It took the prince several moments to think through in his head just what his father had said before being able to form a proper response. "Hold on, mother was engaged to Uncle Lambert? But she always told me that it was love at first sight when she first met you? What have the two of you been hiding from me for all these years?" Berenger responded exactly as Hans did when the boy first heard this news. Had he never actually told his son how he and the boy's mother first met? Or did he tell some watered-down version of the story that was more appropriate for a child? In all honesty, Berenger could not remember the answer to this question. However, there was no point in continuing to hide the truth, and thus the man chuckled before sitting his son down, where he proceeded to tell the boy the whole story. "Ha, love at first sight. Is that what she told you? Perhaps lust at first sight. But your mother did not love me until I properly drilled such a foreign emotion into her pretty little head. No, your mother was initially set to marry my brother Lambert. The engagement was a ploy by Lindy's father to secure the vast deposits of iron located within the mountains of Kufstein. That devious bastard wanted our resources to fuel his dream of becoming the Duke of Austria, and he came damn close to achieving this. However, when my brother first poisoned me, I miraculously survived, and was thus reborn as a far more competent man. It was because of this that your mother was first sent to Kufstein, where my brother had failed. She would succeed, or so her father believed. He failed to account for one thing, though, that I had climbed my way out of poor health, and had become quite the handsome young bastard. The moment your mother laid eyes upon me, she no longer desired to kill me. Instead, you could say at that moment she wanted nothing more than to turn me into her plaything. She even tried drugging me to accomplish this, but after giving her the old switcheroo, she ended up being drugged instead, and I spent the next week training her to be my pet." Hans immediately shuddered when he heard his father refer to his mother as his pet. The young man awkwardly averted his gaze and voiced his thoughts aloud, without even thinking about it. "Father, I did not need to know all of that." An awkward expression appeared on Berengar's face as he just now realized he had said something that perhaps he shouldn't have. Thus, he quickly changed the course of the discussion to his primary point. "Anyway, the point is that you were conceived not long after, and were technically my bastard child when you were born, which I immediately legitimized. After all, I was still engaged to Adela at the time, but Linda had quickly stolen my heart, and I could never allow the product of our love to be shunned as a mere bastard. So at the first given opportunity, one legalized polygamy, and took your mother as my second bride." This news startled Hans even more. He had never known that he had been born out of wedlock, as he was far too young at the time to remember such an important detail. He was quick to inquire about this fact, hoping that perhaps his ears were playing a trick on him. "Wait a second. Are you telling me that I'm a bastard?" Berenger quickly dismissed this concern without even really thinking about it, as he tried to readjust the course of the conversation once more. "Technically yes, but nobody really remembers such a minor detail, as your birth wasn't exactly the most public of knowledge, and I married your mother shortly thereafter. Anyway, the point of this is that in time you grew up, and immediately became a cut above the rest of your siblings. And while there is still some time for your brothers to compete with you for my throne, I am already certain that you will end up being my successor, whether you want it or not. I'm proud of you, Hans. You have accomplished far more in your limited lifespan than I had ever come close to achieving when I was your age. And I am so happy that you and your fiancés have built a solid foundation to your relationship over the years. In fact, I look forward to my future grandchildren, almost as much as your mother does." Any concerns that Hans had over being a bastard were immediately dismissed in the next second by his father's kind words. Hans could count the number of times that Berenger had expressed the pride he felt towards having him as a son on one hand. Berenger was not the most affectionate father in the world, at least not towards his sons. Towards his daughters, the Kaiser was a bastion of love and affection. But to his sons, Berenger was a man of rigid discipline, a living example of what it meant to be a man. Berenger would only compliment his sons when they had done something deserving of it, and that usually meant winning a national award of some kind. Hell, the man had been reluctant to give Hans the medals he deserved for his meritorious service to the state during the German-Japanese War, and was only convinced after the admiral in charge of the 6th Carrier Fleet went to bat for the young prince. To hear his father say the words, "I'm proud of you," always filled Hans with a sense of happiness. Thus to hear it on his wedding day, right before he married 3 of the women he loved, it truly meant something to the young man. As a result, Hans held out his hand in a friendly gesture to his father, who was quick to grab hold of it. However, contrary to what Hans was expecting, Berenger did not shake the boy's hand. Instead, he pulled his son into his chest and hugged him, just brief enough that Hans thought perhaps he had imagined the whole thing. After releasing the boy, Berenger threw up a salute towards his son, who was quick to respond in kind. "Come on, Hans, your mother and siblings are waiting downstairs. I'm sure she would be happy to see her precious baby boy on her wedding day." The term precious baby boy usually caused Hans to groan in dissatisfaction. No matter how old the boy became, his mother would always refer to him with such a tone of endearment. It was usually embarrassing for him, but today he felt like he could easily endure such a thing. Thus, he wore a happy smile as he followed his son down the stairs to meet with his mother and siblings. Linda was waiting for the boy, while dressed in a lovely sky blue gown that was fit for an empress. Standing next to her was Helga, who was dressed the same. She had even changed her hair from her signature twintails to something more mature for the occasion. Immediately after seeing Hans enter the room, Linda hugged him tightly and stuffed his head into her substantial bosom, all while smothering the poor boy. "Oh, there he is. My precious baby boy is about to get married. I am so happy." After forcefully breaking his way out of Lindy's grip, Helga also hugged Hans, but in a far less intimate fashion. She had a hard time looking the boy in the eyes as she congratulated her older brother on his wedding day. "Congratulations, Hans. I hope that your wives make you very happy." Hans simply petted Helga's strawberry blonde hair before moving on to each of his siblings, who likewise shared their praise for the boy. Once the prince had heard everything his family had to say, he was escorted into a large limousine, which would take him and his family to the Grand Kufstein Cathedral for the wedding ceremony. Chapter 1159. The Prince Gets Married. Immediately after getting in the limousine with his family, Hans broke out into a cold sweat. Though he had been engaged to these 3 women for several years, and had already been physically intimate with one of them, he was still extremely anxious about his big day. Marriage was no joke, and though he was marrying 3 of the most beautiful young women in the Reich, he had many concerns flashing through his head, particularly whether or not he was suited to being a proper husband and father. As the car continued to pass by, Hans had his attention taken away by his mother, who had the most excited smile on her gorgeous face that he had ever seen her wear. The moment she spoke her words of comfort, all the fear and anxiety which plagued the boy's heart vanished. "My precious baby boy is finally getting married. I'm so happy for you. I have known these girls for so many years and have watched them very carefully to ensure that they are loyal to my little man. You need not fear a thing. Mommy has properly vetted your brides, and if they do get out of hand, simply come to me and I will make everything right again." Though the words sounded comforting, there was a bit of venom laced within them, especially the last sentence spoken. Hans was no fool. He knew exactly who his mother was, and if not for the fact that he was her own beloved son, he would be quite fearful of her. Still, the boy doubted that the woman would make too much of a scene on his wedding day, and thus he was able to sigh in relief, knowing that his beloved mother was always watching out for him, even if he was about to finally move out and get his own place with his 3 loving brides. As for Natalia and Claudia, they were still not yet of age, and thus Hans would have to marry those 2 girls at a later date at separate weddings. After arriving at the venue for the wedding, Hans was surprised to see that so many guests had shown up for his big day. After all, there were 3 brides, and because of this, family and friends from each of their households had arrived to celebrate the monumental occasion. Yet, most surprising of all was the fact that the Japanese empress herself had shown up to the venue, and was seated at the front along with Berengar's other wives and concubines. An infant child sat in her lap. Recognizing this as his half-brother, Hans simply smiled as he saw the child and nodded in passing, where he approached the altar to find the head of the German Reformation standing in the center. Ludolf was roughly the same age as Berenger, but had aged at a much faster rate than the Kaiser. Though the church and state were separate, that did not mean that the Kaiser did not have some sway over the church itself. In fact, the bond which was once strong between Berenger and this man had been strained over recent years, as Berenger began to push a more atheistic curriculum among his nation's many schools. The introduction of the theory of evolution had caused quite the stir between Berenger and Ludolf. As a result, they had seldom spoken over the past 10 years. Berenger did not even make an attempt to appear in church these days, and thus the only thing that could get the two men in the same room at this time was a wedding like today. Hans was also not particularly fond of the church, as he was a man of science, and did not believe in the frivolities of religion. Yet he heeded his father's words about the church being necessary for a just and moral society. Thus, he tolerated the traditions of Christianity, even if he himself, like his father, was not a member of the faithful. At the moment, he was slightly anxious, as all eyes of the church gazed upon him, waiting for the ceremony to begin. This was a rather unusual day because, contrary to what was most common in the Reich for polygamous marriages, the crown prince would be marrying 3 of his brides at the same time. And as if perfectly planned in accordance, the moment Hans had this thought, the music began to play while 3 brides were led down the hall. Veronica was on the right, with Berenger acting as the paternal figure for the girl, as he held her hand and gave her off to Hans, who stood in awe at the beauty of his 3 soon-to-be wives. Noemi was in the center of the formation, being led down the aisle by her elder brother, who was the current king of Hungary. And finally, on the left side was Anne. All 3 of the women were dressed in lavish white wedding gowns, which showed off the assets of their voluptuous bodies. Hans could only smile as the 3 women reached the altar. He had so many things he wanted to say, but would have to wait until after the ceremony ended. Ludolf continued to speak the words that were traditionally spoken by the priest during the wedding ceremony until finally the part to say their vows was completed. The young prince had entirely zoned out while exchanging gazes with his wives, so much so that Ludolf had to cough to get his attention. "Prince Hans, do you, or do you not take these 3 women to be your lawfully wedded wives?" Upon realizing that the entire cathedral was waiting for his response, Hans blushed slightly before saying the words that all 3 of his fiancées wanted to hear. "I do." This response immediately caused everyone in the vicinity to smile, before Ludolf asked the same vows of the 3 brides, who answered in unison with the same response. "We do." After hearing this, Ludolf sighed and said his final words. "Then, with the power invested in me by the Kingdom of Austria and the German Empire, I now pronounce you all husband and wives. You may kiss the brides." With this said, Hans leaned in towards Veronica and was about to give her the first of the 3 kisses, when to his surprise and the rest of the audience, all 3 of the girls leaned forward and kissed their husband at the same time, the sight of which caused Linda to break out into tears of joy. As a result, both Berenger and Honoria instinctively grabbed one of her hands in an attempt to calm the red-headed beauty down. The entirety of the cathedral broke out into applause as they witnessed the man most likely to succeed the Kaiser take his first step into the world of matrimony. Chapter 1160. Utterly disgraceful. Immediately after the wedding ceremony concluded, the venue was changed to the Kufstein Royal Palace, where everyone gathered within the exceptionally large dining hall to celebrate. Naturally, Hans and his wives were not seated at the head of the table, but were given positions of respect, where Berenger provided a toast to them all. "To my eldest son, Hans, and his lovely 3 brides. I hope that your marriage is as happy and wholesome as the one I have with your mothers." Hans immediately drank to this toast, as did everyone in the audience, causing the snicker that escaped Henrietta's lips to be drowned out by the sound of clinking glasses. Naturally, the Princess of Germany was laughing over the choice of words Berenger had used in his toast. There were many words that could be used to describe Berengar's marriages, but wholesome was not one of them. Luckily, nobody had heard Henrietta's fit of giggles and was instead drawn to the immediate drama that followed the toast. Unexpectedly, Itami had opted to speak with Berenger personally and had chosen her words very poorly, as she congratulated the man on the successful raising of his eldest son. "Congratulations, Julian. I am so very happy for you. It must be a hell of a thing to see your son married off to such lovely young women. I can only imagine the pride you must feel at this moment." Berenger simply smiled and hugged the albino beauty close, as he kissed her forehead and responded with an equally careless remark. "Thank you, AI. It means a lot to hear such a thing come from you, of all people." Most of the guests did not hear the exchange of these foreign names. However, the moment Linda heard this, the cup of wine in her hand shattered from the fierce grip which she held it with, drawing the immediate attention of everyone in the room. Linda had always had a nagging suspicion that only Itami could rival her place in Berengar's heart. This was a deep fear of the woman, as in her eyes she was Berengar's one and only soulmate. All the other women were just playthings for the man to vent his unparalleled lust for, even if he did give some of them the title of wife. But after hearing the name AI come from Berengar's lips, the red-headed beauty felt for the first time that her position as her husband's #1 woman was under a direct threat. She knew everything about Berengar's life, both past and present. As a result, she was all too aware who Mizuno AI was, and what she meant to Berenger. In that moment, A deep sense of envy, fear, and anger had overtaken Lindy's sanity. So much so that she had completely forgotten where she was, and how many people were watching her every move. It was almost as if the light in her sky-blue eyes had been suddenly darkened by a deadly storm. Naturally, Berenger was concerned over the fact that his wife's glass just shattered, and was quick to check on her condition, going so far to grab a hold of her dainty hand to examine it for any potential injuries. However, just when he was about to question what was wrong, Linda used her free hand to viciously slap the Japanese empress across the face, all while cursing her with a venomous tongue. "You fucking bitch. I knew it. I have known since I first let you into this house. I could feel it deep down in my heart this entire time, like a cage of thorns slowly bleeding me dry. You're trying to steal him away from me." The entire audience gazed in shock at Lindy's vile words, which she had spoken towards a woman they all recognized to be the most recent of Berengar's wives. As far as everyone present was concerned, the relationship between Berenger and his 5 wives was a harmonious one, but this incident clearly proved otherwise. However, before anyone could calm the red-headed vixen's fury, she turned on her husband and immediately began to scold him as well. "And you, how dare you not tell me something so important? I thought we didn't keep secrets from one another. What else have you lied to me about?" Seeing the state of fury that Linda was in, both Berenger and Hans rushed forward to try to calm the woman, who looked like she was about to stab Itami in the heart with her dinner knife. "Linda dear, calm down. Mother, what's wrong?" The two men voiced their sentiments at the same time, while the entire audience hall watched in horror at the scene which had so suddenly appeared. Linda then grabbed a hold of Berengar's collar and looked him straight in the eyes with such a crazed expression that even a man such as himself, who had waged war on the front lines and faced down death 100 times, found to be terrifying. Just when Berenger felt that his life might very well be in danger, Linda did not in fact harm him, but instead kissed him passionately, as if marking her territory like a feral dog. However, in the next moment, she was quick to lace her words with venom once more. "You are mine. You have always been mine. Ever since we first laid eyes on one another. I don't want you seeing this little bitch anymore. No more flights to Japan, and no more half-breed children. Do you understand me?" Despite Lindy's sudden outburst, Berenger was not pleased. However, before he could say anything in his defense, Itami jumped into the ring. She quickly grabbed hold of the man's collar and tore him away from Lindy's grip, where she too marked her territory with a kiss on the lips. After doing so, she narrowed her blood-red eyes and stared down at Lindy's crazed gaze with one of equal determination. "How dare you speak to Jew Berenger in such a hostile manner? Who do you think you are? I am also his wife. We have been married in witness to both gods and men, and I will not allow you to insult me or my husband in such a way. Where do you get off thinking you have the authority to compel my husband to stay away from me?" Seeing that blood was about to be spilled in a fight for his father's love, Hans was desperate to salvage the situation and was quick to try to intervene. "Mother, Itami, please calm down." However, before he could finish his thought, Berenger grabbed hold of the boy's shoulder and shook his head silently before taking the boy aside and speaking to him some words of wisdom. "This has been a long time coming. Just let them have their little catfight. Your mother can handle herself and so can Itami. I highly doubt either of the two women will kill each other. More importantly, you have guests to entertain, and this drama is unbefitting of you and your brides." After saying this, Berenger forced a smile as he addressed the crowd, while 2 of his wives continued to bicker and slap each other in the background. "I'm terribly sorry about all of this. There has been a minor dispute between 2 of my wives. I'm sure all of you who are married to multiple women are aware that these things happen from time to time. So please, if you follow me, we will move this reception to the garden, where we can enjoy our meals in peace." Immediately, the kitchen staff began to change the venue of the wedding reception, while Itami and Linda pulled at each other's hair, as they continued to scream at one another. Hans noticed that his father sought to privately handle this matter, and thus he immediately fulfilled the role of the host while leading everyone outside in an attempt to give his parents some space. Immediately after everyone had departed from the room, Berenger used his overwhelming strength to force the 2 beauties apart. Despite what Linda was anticipating, her husband neither glared at nor scolded Itami. Instead, his fierce gaze fell upon herself, whose dress was all scuffed from all the fighting. In a surprising turn of events, Berenger backhanded the red-headed beauty across the face, something which he had never done before, leaving Linda in a state of complete and total shock. As Linda gazed upon her husband, whose face had turned cold, she felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation overcome her fragile heart. Whatever fury she contained within her soul had vanished in that moment, as Berenger no longer looked at her like the woman he loved, but instead, as if she were a disgusting piece of trash, unbefitting to be his wife. "Get a hold of yourself, woman. It is your son's wedding day, and you are making a fucking scene like a common tramp. Utterly disgraceful. You want to know why I didn't tell you about this matter sooner? It is because I knew you would act this way. Clean yourself up, and when you have calmed down, you can join the rest of us for the wedding feast outside. Until then, get your shit together. You have brought dishonor to yourself and your family with your petty actions. After berating Linda, Berenger walked past her without giving the woman a second look, where he immediately grabbed hold of Itami's hand and led the woman outside, while speaking some final words before departing with the deliberate intent of hurting Lindy's already wounded ego. Come AI, we have a feast to attend to, and with the way that woman has conducted herself tonight, she is unworthy of our attention. The moment Itami followed after Berenger, she looked over her shoulder and made a taunting face towards Linda before trying to keep up with her man, who was walking at a brisk pace. In doing so, both Berenger and Itami had left Linda alone with nothing but her thoughts to keep her company, causing the woman to break down and cry for the first time in a very long time. Unbeknownst to Berenger, there was another figure who had stayed behind and remained hidden during this heated exchange. Once Berenger and Itami were gone, Anuria climbed out of the shadows and hugged Linda tightly, while whispering words of comfort. She had known for some time how the red-headed beauty felt about her albino rival, and yet she never expected such a scene to occur on the night of Han's wedding. Chapter 1161. Establishing Dominance. Berenger did not check up on Linda for the next hour, as he hosted the meal for his son's wedding. Instead, Henrietta had taken the woman's place at his right-hand side. As for Hans, he was quite concerned about his mother's outburst, but had decided to leave this matter to his father, who was more experienced in dealing with the red-headed beauty. The meal continued for some time, as everyone present seemingly forgot about the incident between Linda and Itami, until finally Hans and his 3 brides went back to their room to retire for the night. As for Berenger, he did not immediately make his way to his room. Instead, he took a shortcut to the room where Linda and Anuria usually slept when they were absent from his bed. With a brief knock on the door, Berenger could hear the sobbing on the other end, and rather than request entry, he simply forced his way inside, where he witnessed Anuria comforting Linda, whose makeup had completely run down her face. Berenger did not put on a calm facade, or even a loving smile. Instead, he stood in front of his wife and looked down at her, as if the very sight of her appearance offended him. The words that escaped his mouth only further pierced the woman's already wounded heart. You fucked up. You let your jealousy get the better of you, and made a scene on the night of your son's wedding. How disgraceful. After all these years of being together, and you would still dare to believe that my heart would drift away from you. Your lack of faith in me is disgusting. Can I even call you my soulmate when you behave so atrociously? For the first time in a long time, Anuria got visibly upset with her husband. She immediately stood up from beside Linda and glared at Berenger while responding with an equally vicious tongue. This isn't entirely Lindy's fault. You knew exactly how she felt about Itami, and yet you kept something so critical to your relationship with that woman hidden for so long. Do you even care how any of us feel? Berenger simply clicked his tongue in disdain as he responded to the Byzantine beauty with the same furious gaze that he was giving to Linda. Of course you would side with her. After all, the two of you are so close. No, the fault does not lie with me. I was waiting for the right time to tell Linda. After all, I know the fears that torment her mind. I was waiting for a day where she would be happy enough that such news would not upset her. Yet, even on the day of her eldest son's wedding, she still responded so viciously when the truth was revealed. You want the truth? Fine, I'll give you the truth. I discovered Itami's real identity the night of our wedding. Yes, she is Mizuno AI, a woman I once cared for deeply in my past life. And yes, she and I share a bond that transcends lifetimes. But that does not mean that I have entirely forgiven her for the actions she has taken in this life, something she deeply regrets and tries to atone for each day. However, I didn't think I would need to remind you both that I only knew AI for 4 years in that miserable life, and we never developed a relationship that came close to what Linda and I have built in this one. In that entire time, we're nothing more than friends who secretly harbored feelings for one another. It is not like I was reunited with the mother of my children. 17 years. 17 years you and I have been together, Linda. And during that time you have learned everything there is to know about me. I held no secrets, and I expected you to do the same. Until today, have I ever shown you anything but love and affection? I spoil you in every way imaginable, and in hindsight I probably shouldn't have. But let's not forget what you have done. So imagine my surprise when you suddenly behaved so hostile towards AI, especially when you consider the fact that you were fine with all the others. It turns out your instincts are far beyond what is humanly possible. Because deep down you knew that there was something between myself and AI from the moment you first met her. Something neither of us realized. So, after we got married, you became increasingly bitter about the time we spent together, and would voice the sentiment every time I was around. It was not as if I was oblivious to this fact. No, rather I was intimately aware of how you felt. So naturally, I wanted to make things up to you before I told you the truth, which I know would cause you some heartache. I was even going to take you out on a trip, just the two of us like I had done with Adela, in order to ensure that you were in the best mood possible before you heard the truth come from me. However, I have become far too accustomed to calling Itami by her previous name that I slipped up today, and in doing so, you behaved exactly how I expected you to. I'm disappointed in you, Linda. I thought that what we had transcended the cardinal sin of envy. Yet, here we are. You do realize that you were behaving no better than Adela when she was envious about the relationship you and I shared. Something she has since moved on from and learned to accept. You know how much I hate a woman's jealousy. So, I will give you two options: relinquish your envy and return to my side as my most beloved. Or get the hell out of my fucking house. I will give you tonight to thoroughly consider your options, but I expect your answer first thing in the morning. The moment Berenger turned away and began heading towards the door, he felt a firm yet delicate hand latch onto his wrist. As he turned back to look upon which of the two women had stopped his departure, he saw Linda on her knees. The look in her eyes was no longer one of envy, jealousy, anger, or hatred. Instead, it was filled with desperation as she pleaded with her husband not to leave her. Please, don't leave me. They'll behave. I promise you that I will behave. If you abandon me, I swear to the gods that I will kill myself. I can no longer live without you. Please, I will do anything you ask, just don't leave me. A twisted smirk appeared on Berengar's handsome face as he kneeled down and hugged the woman tightly into his chest while she wept out the last remnants of her envy and hatred. If it was between quelling her possessive nature or being abandoned by the man she loved, Linda knew what she had to do and would stop at nothing to achieve it. The words Berenger used to coo the woman into submission slightly intimidated Anuria as she watched the scene from afar. Oh my sweet, lovely, stupid Linda. How could you allow your emotions to control you like this? You know that I love you more than anything in this world, right? No matter who I choose to sleep with, nothing will ever change that fact. If you had only used that logical part of your brain that I love so much, you would have realized that nothing AI could ever do in this life would ever steal the position you hold in my heart. Stop crying. You already look pathetic enough already. Come, I think a nice warm bath will help calm you down, don't you agree? Despite being told to stop crying, Linda could not prevent herself from letting her tears out. Throughout the past 17 years, Linda had never been able to anger Berenger into the state that he was in today. And as a result, the fear of losing the man she loved more than anything was enough to overwhelm both her heart and mind. However, even without the strength to rise to her feet, Berenger simply lifted Linda up into the air like a princess and carried her to the bath. The entire time, Anuria watched until the royal couple had disappeared from the room. What Anuria had just witnessed shocked her to the core of her entire being. As much as she loved Berenger and respected his will, Anuria had always believed that Linda was the most manipulative person in the world. So much so that Linda had managed to wrap the most powerful man on earth around her pretty little fingers. Even though Linda called Berenger master in private, Anuria truly believed until this moment that the red-headed vixen was actually the one pulling the strings. Yet, if anything, what Anuria just saw proved just how much Berenger had conditioned Linda into being his obedient pet. Berenger had witnessed his wife display an unpleasant side of herself, and in doing so, she had not only embarrassed herself, but her husband as well. As far as the man was concerned, this behavior clearly needed to be corrected. So what did Berenger do? He presented his wife with two options: bend to my will or kill yourself. After all, everyone who was in the room to witness the scene knew that Linda was serious when she claimed that she would take her own life if her husband had abandoned her. But the most terrifying thing about what Anuria had just witnessed was just how quickly Berenger was capable of shifting from the role of a domineering tyrant to a loving husband once his wife had chosen to conform to his standards, going so far as to reinforce the conditioning with the reward of his love and affection, thus revealing to the Byzantine princess that everything she had previously believed about the complicated relationship that existed between Berenger and Linda was false. Berenger was the true master, just as Linda so often professed him to be, and Linda was nothing more than a love-stricken slave, unwilling to live without the intimacy of her man. As for Linda, she did indeed conform to Berengar's desires and immediately squashed the jealousy and hatred she felt for Tommy while enjoying the rewards of her sudden shift in personality. Whether or not Berenger would actually abandon the woman that he loved more than anything for making such a disgraceful scene, only he knew the answer to that question. Chapter 1162, the morning after. The next morning was awkward for Tommy as Linda had completely done a 180 in personality. She was no longer cold or outright hostile, but instead had become friendly and cooperative. As much as Tommy wanted to compete with the woman for Berengar's affections during breakfast, Linda would not do so. This sudden shift in personality triggered something in Tommy that made her feel as if something just wasn't right. As for Berenger, he behaved as if nothing had happened the night before. Instead, he showered Linda and all his other wives with his love, including Atami. This simply did not make sense to Atami, and she was not alone in this thinking. Hans could count the number of times on one hand that he had seen such a furious look in his father's eyes. As much as the man tried to conceal the wrath he felt deep within his heart during dinner the previous night, Hans and the rest of his children could detect an oppressive aura. Yet, that was no longer present today. The Crown Prince was deeply confused by this and immensely concerned. However, his thoughts were distracted by his own wives and fiancées who were behaving just as lovey-dovey with him as his parents were. And then it suddenly hit him right when he was in the middle of being fed by Veronica. The words his father had spoken to him right before his wedding. "Ha, love at first sight? Is that what she told you? Perhaps lust at first sight, but your mother did not love me until I properly drilled such a foreign emotion into her pretty little head." The moment Hans thought of this, he choked on his food, which brought concern from the entire table. However, before he could face any harm, Hans coughed up whatever was lodged in his throat while panting for air. Not only did his wives immediately check to see if he was all right, but so did his mother, who appeared as worried as she normally did whenever the slightest bit of misfortune befell her child. "Hans, my precious baby boy, are you okay?" The worried look in his mother's eyes only further intensified the dread that Hans felt as he thought of what the woman must have endured to so quickly overcome the complicated emotions she visibly displayed the night before, and without thinking he quickly asked his mother something he shouldn't have. "Mother, what did father do to you last night after I went to bed? Are you okay?" This question immediately caught the interest of Itami, who also felt that something bad had happened after everyone returned to their rooms. After all, she too found it strange that Linda was behaving so differently towards her after the fight they had gotten into the night before. However, Linda had a strange look on her face, as if she did not understand what her son was asking at all, and after a few seconds of dreadful silence, she smiled as her expression shifted to one of sudden enlightenment. "What do you mean?" "Oh, I know. After you all went to bed, your father and I took a long bath together so that I could properly calm myself. There's nothing to worry about, my baby boy. I just had a bit too much excitement from the day's festivities and behaved rather poorly. It's so embarrassing when I think back on how I acted that night. Please forgive your mother for being so unsightly." Linda then turned around and set her sight on Itami. The way that the red-headed beauty looked at her albino counterpart was completely different from their past interactions. So much so that Itami believed perhaps Linda had been replaced with a doppelganger. Naturally, the apology that came from Lindy's lips was just as eerie to those who knew of Lindy's proud personality. "I'm terribly sorry, Empress Itami, please do forgive me for how I behaved towards you. It was entirely unbefitting of me." Itami felt awkward now that all eyes were on her and instead sighed in exhaustion before nodding her head. "It's fine. I think we all had a bit too much excitement after the ceremony. I myself behaved rather poorly. Allow me to apologize as well." While the two women seemed to have come to an understanding, Berenger carefully eyed his son, fearing that he may have said too much regarding how he disciplines the boy's mother. It was a passing comment on his part, but only now did he realize that Hans might be suspicious regarding the relationship between his two parents. If Hans did come to learn of the ultimatum that his father had given his mother the night before, then it was entirely likely that he would never forgive the man for being so cruel. After all, the boy would never quite understand the kind of woman his mother was, even if he had some inkling of the truth, nor the drastic measures that were needed to be taken in order to keep Linda in her place. Linda had a bad habit of trying to dominate and manipulate her man, and every so often would get out of control like the night before. In those rare cases, Berenger needed to react with a firm hand to remind his wife who was in charge. It was simply the nature of their relationship. Luckily, Hans seemed to have bought into his mother's words. After all, he had never witnessed his father be cruel to the woman, and the love the two of them shared was something he aspired to emulate in his relationships with his wives. Thus, the prince was more willing to believe that his father reacted to his mother's outburst with compassion rather than cruelty. However, Itami was not fully convinced. She was still trying to uncover what kind of man Julian had become after living another life in this unforgiving world. When she really thought about it, there were also some worrying rumors about Berengar's cruelty towards the native populations in the colonies. Though Itami had not personally witnessed exceptional cruelty by the man towards his loved ones, there was no doubt that Berenger was not the same person as Julian, at least not personality-wise. Something had indeed changed within the man she once loved. Perhaps he too could be a bit cruel towards his wives if they stepped out of turn. After all, Itami did, in fact, witness Berenger absolutely smack the shit out of Linda the night before, something she never thought would have been possible from Julian. Thinking about such a thing, Itami felt a deep sense of fear manifest in her heart. Was Berenger the domineering tyrant that she was led to believe so many years ago? After meeting the man in person, she believed these to be false rumors spread by his enemies to taint his image, but the sight of the man backhanding his wife in the previous night and the furious look on his face when he did it remained within her mind. However, after several moments of reflection, Itami sighed and shook her head. After the shit that she pulled last night, Linda deserved the punishment that she received, and so long as Berenger did not further inflict violence upon the woman later that night, then she could find his actions acceptable. After all, if she were ever to act in such a disgraceful manner, she too would expect to be slapped like that. Thus, any worries that Itami had towards Berenger being a man of cruelty passed in an instant, and instead, Itami decided to play along with the happy-go-lucky atmosphere that had overtaken the room. After all, everyone sitting at this table was now a member of her family, and she did not often get to interact with them due to the distance between their two homes. Chapter 1163, The Atomic Age. It had been 20 years since Berenger first reincarnated into this world. Despite all the trials and tribulations the man had faced, the last few years of his life had been utterly peaceful. Nearly 5 years had passed since the day the war with Japan ended, and during this time, Berenger had begun to lay down the foundation that would make his empire unchallenged for centuries to come. Since the victory in Japan, Berenger had been focused on the growth of the fatherland both abroad via its colonies and at home, especially in regards to the weapons introduced into service. From third-generation jet aircraft such as the F-5E Tiger II to the introduction of the main battle tank in the form of the Leopard 1A5. The military technology of the Reich had propelled itself several decades further into the future in a mere 5 years. Yet until now, one critical piece of technology was dreadfully missing. Today was the day that Berengar's scientists and engineers had finally completed the project that the Kaiser had tasked them to fulfill over 5 years ago. Standing in a top-secret facility located in a small town safely outside of the empire's capital, a 40-year-old Berenger stood with a stoic expression on his handsome face. The man had aged quite graciously and still contained his signature golden locks even now as he approached his middle years. Aside from the lines on his face, one other feature of the man's appearance had changed. Berengar's chiseled jawline was now obscured by a well-trimmed and oiled beard. The project lead looked over at his Kaiser with a confident expression on his face as he explained in a brief summary just what they had accomplished today. Your Majesty, you will be pleased to know that the directions you gave us on how to most efficiently and safely build a nuclear reactor have borne fruit. What you see in front of you is a small modular molten salt reactor. Not only is it less prone to meltdowns than our previous designs, but it also produces less radioactive waste, which our people are prepared to store in the colonies. I assure you that we have found a way to safely dispose of the waste in a safe and environmentally friendly manner. Berenger silently nodded his head in affirmation of the news he had just received while looking at the nuclear reactor which he and the project team were currently shielded from in a safe room. Though he was only a mechanical and civil engineer during his past life, he knew enough about nuclear physics and the proposed theories for improved reactors that he had been able to set greater minds than himself on the correct path to achieve what it was that he desired. Since the Kaiser had come all this way from his home, he did not want to wait any further and coldly gave the order to fire up the reactor. Very well. I trust your calculations. Go ahead and turn the reactor on when you are ready. I dare say if you have succeeded in your endeavors, then we now have a means to provide safe and clean energy for the entirety of the Reich. Soon enough we will no longer need to burn biodiesel to power our cars in the streets. Instead, we can spend the next decade or two transitioning to electric vehicles powered by nuclear energy. Though the logistics for such a futuristic society were not yet in place, Berenger knew it would not be long before his empire that he had built from scratch surpassed the society which he had lived during his previous life. It had only been 20 years since Berenger had reincarnated into this medieval world, and yet already the German Empire was in a technological state similar to the 1970s in many ways. With the introduction of nuclear power, Berenger would now be able to say that his state was fully on par with such an era. As for the project lead, he did not hesitate to give the order, and in just a few short moments, the world's first nuclear reactor had begun to power up. The computer systems within the facility confirmed that everything was functioning as it should, and within minutes, the small modular molten salt reactor was providing 300 megawatts of energy for the capital of the German Empire. The Reich had never adopted coal power plants and instead largely relied on hydroelectric and geothermal power until now. However, in the colonies where in many places such natural sources of energy were lacking, it had been difficult to establish reliable power without relying on some unclean source such as coal. If there was one thing Berenger was concerned with, it was mitigating the impact his civilization had on the environment. Because of this, there were strict environmental regulations across the board and many conservationist policies were in place. The introduction of safe and clean nuclear power was a right step forward for humanity, and with his resources dedicated to the further development of nuclear power, Berenger believed that within the next 100 years, nuclear fusion would be a reality. As the reactor stabilized and continued to produce a steady supply of power for the area, the team of scientists and engineers began to cheer. What they had just accomplished would provide a bright future for the German Reich, and as a result, even Berenger found himself smiling. The Kaiser placed his hand on the project lead's shoulder and congratulated the man on his and his team's success. Congratulations, it looks like you will be receiving the Imperial Order of Arts and Science for this outstanding feat. The scientist smiled and nodded his head in response to this statement. He had always hoped that he would one day work on a project that would lead to this award and was gracious to accept the Kaiser's benevolence. You honor me, my Kaiser, but we never would have been able to achieve this in such a short time frame if not for the direction you provided us. Even so, I thank you for your generosity. As for Berenger, he remained silent as he gazed upon the nuclear reactor. There were so many things that could be developed from this new technology. From nuclear-powered vessels to nuclear propulsion for manned missions to other planets. The atomic age was one of wonder and was sadly squandered in his past life due to the failures of the Soviet Union and their Chernobyl disaster. However, Berenger had ensured that only the strictest possible safety regulations were in place to prevent a nuclear meltdown on any scale. Thus, his people could freely develop nuclear technology without the fear of causing a worldwide disaster. Despite this new technology and the unlimited possibilities it granted to the German people, there was still one application of nuclear technology that Berenger would utterly refuse to develop. And that was nuclear weapons. With the power his empire held, especially in regard to the other major empires in the world, he could ensure that no state, even his own, ever developed such foolish and destructive weapons. Thus, Berenger returned to his family that night in an exceptionally good mood. Luckily for him, his wives had been behaving themselves since the night of his eldest son's wedding, and he no longer had to worry about petty catfights breaking out between them. Chapter 1164, Shocking New Technology. Itami stepped off of an aircraft with 3 small Eurasian children in tow. Her eldest son Ryu was nearly 4 years old, while her other 2 kids were even younger and required her constant attention. As the Japanese empress gazed upon the Kufstein airport, she could not help but shake her head while voicing her disbelief. To think that in only 5 years you would be able to standardize supersonic commercial aircraft across your empire. I can't help but stand in awe of all that you have accomplished, my love. The Kufstein airport had dozens of large supersonic aircraft contained within, many of which were headed to every corner of the earth. Whether it be the German colonies across the globe or the many different nations which were either aligned with or swore fealty to the Reich. As the wife of the Kaiser, Itami had received her own private transport so that she could journey from Tokyo to Kufstein whenever she so desired. That's right, as part of the reconstruction efforts of Japan, the city of Tokyo was practically built from scratch and had become the new capital of Imperial Japan. If not for the fact that Itami regularly saw supersonic F-5s fly over her homeland, she would not have believed the progress that her husband had made in a few short years. Still, she did not reflect on it for more than a few moments as she pushed her children's stroller towards the car that awaited them in the parking lot. With little help from her servants, Itami was able to buckle her kids into the limousine as it drove off through the federal highway and towards the palace which lie in the heart of the city of Kufstein. After arriving at the palace driveway, Itami and her children were greeted by Berenger and the rest of his family. By now, most of his kids were in their teenage years or quickly approaching them, with his eldest son nearly being 20. Though he and his wives were visibly absent from the family gathering, one thing that Itami quickly noticed was just how beautiful her husband's daughters had become, with Helga stealing the spotlight. Aside from her sapphire eyes, the young woman was the spitting image of her mother. Not that Itami knew what Linda looked like when she was 17 years of age. Berenger was quick to approach Itami as he hugged the woman and kissed her passionately. The bristles of the man's beard caused the albino beauty some discomfort as she criticized the man for his facial hair. Honestly, did you really have to grow a beard? It's so atrocious. Berenger simply chuckled as he shook his head and countered his wife's opinion with his own. Well, you don't like it. I think having a beard is perfectly suitable for a man my age. Seeing that she was not going to convince her man to shave, Itami simply sighed and shook her head before changing the topic. Kids, aren't you happy to see your father? In all honesty, the kids did not recognize their father with his facial hair. It was only after their mother told them who this man was did they suddenly rush over and hug him. Berenger fell to the ground as he was tackled by 3 of his youngest children, all while smiling and playing with them in the grass. By now Berenger had large families with each of his wives, with Itami being the only one without 5 children. Even Henrietta had given birth to 5 kids. Though Itami knew she was also the youngest among Berengar's wives and still had plenty of time before she had to worry about competing with those numbers. Linda was quick to greet Itami while their husband played with his kids. No longer was there any mutual hatred between the two, and in fact, they had grown to become friends over the past 5 years of interaction. Itami, it is good to see you again. How was your flight? Itami scoffed ever so slightly as she reflected on how long it took to fly from Japan to Germany in her past life compared to this one. She could only sigh and accept the fact that Berenger was a man who put efficiency above profit. I must say, it was shorter than I was anticipating. I still can't believe that you guys have already developed supersonic commercial aircraft. The fact that you even make luxury versions of these jets for private owners is insane. I have no idea just how well off the Reich is as of late, but you have truly left me speechless. The plane in question was the standard passenger aircraft of the Reich and was, in many ways, similar to the infamous Concorde of Berenger and Itami's past life. However, as Berenger rose to his feet, after crawling out of his youngest children's arms, he was quick to inform Itami of just how advanced the Reich had become. Would you believe me if I told you that we have recently invented nuclear power? As of right now, the fatherland is powered entirely by clean energy, whether that be hydroelectric, geothermal, or even nuclear fission. Itami stood in disbelief as she heard this. While many of the technological feats that Germany had accomplished so far were years ahead of basic nuclear energy, she knew that if Berenger had taken this long to invent a nuclear reactor, it was not a normal feat, and was quick to inquire just how advanced his reactors were. Funny, I don't remember seeing any cooling towers when I flew into the city. Please don't tell me you have already achieved small modular reactors? A guilty look appeared on the man's handsome face, which told Itami all she needed to know. Just when she thought she could not be any more shocked, Zara entered the scene. After eavesdropping on her father's conversation, she could not help but to butt in. By now Zara was already 16 years old and was the perfect blend of her father and mother. She was nearly fully grown and had the same voluptuous body that Yasmin was so renowned for. If Berenger was not the girl's father, even he would be tempted to take her as one of his lovers. Despite the girl's shocking beauty, she was intelligent beyond measure and was quick to inform Itami of what she had personally achieved these past few years. Daddy, don't just brag about your accomplishments, tell her about the satellites I have launched into space. Itami thought she had already heard the wildest news, but was shocked even further when Zara spoke about satellites. She was quick to inquire further about this particular piece of information. Satellites? What satellites? Berenger smiled, and just when he was about to explain the launching of several military satellites into orbit, Zara beat him to it. The rockets I have designed are now capable of sending military satellites into orbit. We have already sent 32 of them into space within the last year. In doing so, we are now developing a new technology called the Global Positioning System, or GPS for short, which will allow our military to be far more accurate with its intercontinental ballistic missiles. Within the year, we will be able to precisely hit any target on the planet with a ballistic missile. Although I disapprove of my rockets being used to ferry satellites into space for military applications, Daddy says it's necessary for the security of our family, so I have no choice but to comply. Immediately after saying this, Zara began to pout as she looked over at her father, who did not react in the slightest to her solid explanation. Meanwhile, Itami had a very difficult time processing all this information. The German Reich was developing so rapidly, while the nation of Japan, or what had been rebuilt, was still stuck in the 1930s when it came to most of their technology. If things continued at this rate, Germany would surpass the world Itami had come from in a matter of decades. It was truly unfathomable. It was at this time that Itami noticed that a few members of Berengar's family were absent and was quick to question the man about their whereabouts. I just now realized I don't see Honoria or her kids. Why are they not here? Berenger and Linda looked at each other for a moment before quickly giving Itami a satisfactory answer. They are in Constantinople at the moment. The emperor is very sick, even our best doctors say he doesn't have long to live. Thus, Honoria wants to spend some time with her father before he passes away. We will be flying out to Constantinople soon as well. When Vitranis finally dies, my son Alexandros will be named the next Byzantine emperor, and I will have to be there for his coronation. But let's not worry about such grim matters. You have made a long journey to my home, and I have a meal being prepared for you and our kids as we speak. Itami simply sighed and nodded her head as she followed Berenger and the rest of his family into the palace. The shocking new technology which she now knew that the Reich was developing had thoroughly fried her brain. As a result, she wanted nothing more than to snack on some fine German cuisine and spend some quality time with her husband, who she had been away from for too long. Chapter 1165, Crowning of an Emperor Part 1. Word spread across Europe almost overnight. Emperor Vitranis had done the unthinkable. After over 40 years of sitting on the Byzantine throne, the man had decided it was time to call it quits. Rumors immediately popped up about just what would compel the man to yield his throne to his grandson, and it did not take long for those who were curious to come to the conclusion that the Byzantine emperor was very ill. Berenger had taken the first flight to Constantinople with his entire family in tow. His reason for doing so was twofold. One was that he needed to say a few things to the dying emperor before he finally passed, and two, his son would soon be crowned emperor of Byzantium, and thus he would have to be there for the boy's coronation. With access to supersonic aircraft, it took less than an hour for the Kaiser to arrive in the ancient capital of the Byzantine Empire, where he, along with his family, were greeted at the airport by Prince Alexandros, who had a wide smile on his face when he saw his father step off his plane. Despite being surrounded by armed guards, Alexandros did not fear his father's embrace and quickly hugged the man as he commented on his arrival. "Father, it is good to see you. It has been some time since we last saw each other. How have you been?" Alexandros was now 18 years old, and Berenger could not help but notice how much the young man looked like himself when he was his son's age. Aside from the obvious differences in skin tone, hair color, and eye color, Alexandros had the same princely features of his old man. After taking a few moments to admire the man that his son had become, Berenger smiled and placed his hand firmly on the boy's shoulder before assuring him that everything had been fine in his life up until this point. "I have been good, son. These last few years of peace have been good for my health. Your mothers ensure that I neither eat nor drink too much and maintain optimal health. Perhaps it is due to their efforts that I have aged so gracefully despite entering the halfway point of my life." Alexandros simply chuckled at his father's words. The man was acting as if they hadn't seen each other in 5 years. While it was true that he had moved to Constantinople after graduating from high school, that was not even a year ago, and even then he had quite frequently visited the fatherland. Still, it was nice to see that the old man was doing well, and thus Alexandros smiled and nodded his head before leading his family into the vehicles that awaited for them. "Well, I believe that is enough of pleasantries. Grandfather is very ill and he does not have much time left. However, he wishes to see me crowned as emperor before he passes, and so I'm afraid time is of the essence. Come with me and my drivers will take you to the palace." Berenger did not say a word and instead nodded his head as he and his large family gathered into several armored cars which took them back to the palace. Though Byzantium had the technological capabilities of a pre-industrial state, they did in fact purchase vehicles and biodiesel from the Reich for the sake of safely transporting the royal family across the city. As Berenger drove through the streets, he noticed the changes in the city that had occurred over the last 5 years. Undoubtedly, these changes were the result of his son's hard work, who for the last 5 years or so had been secretly running the Byzantine Empire from behind the scenes. What was once a medieval state had entered into the early modern era. Animal and water power were extensively used throughout the city, while plumbing now existed in every household, both for disposal of waste and transportation of clean water. Hospitals existed throughout the city where doctors trained in the Reich were able to provide medication manufactured in the Reich for their patients. There were even a few surgeries being done in Constantinople. And while the capital of Byzantium was a thriving metropolis, the rest of the empire, especially those parts east of the Bosporus, was still playing catch-up. The only things that were missing in Berengar's eyes were the steam engine and electricity. If the Byzantine Empire had access to those two things, then it would likely have entered into a state equivalent to the late Victorian era by now. That did not, however, mean that Byzantium was lacking in means of transportation. As part of a grand effort on behalf of Prince Alexandros and via coordination with the Reich, not only did a large high-speed rail system exist between the two nations, but there was also an airport, built, maintained, and operated by the Reich. This was the facility that Berenger had landed in earlier. While the Reich rapidly advanced into the technological capabilities of the Cold War and beyond, those European states which swore fealty to Germany were just now approaching the Industrial Revolution. However, something was holding them back, and the reality was that German imperial intelligence was keeping critical technology out of the hands of the other European states. Even Alexandros could not receive approval to start up his own chemical production or industrial factories. His father would never allow the world to catch up to the Reich, and thus, the Prince of Byzantium could only sigh and ensure that his people relied on Germany for all the luxuries they now took advantage of. After a brief trip through the city, Berenger and his family arrived at that palace, where he stepped out of the car, only to be immediately greeted by his daughter Helena, who rushed up and hugged her father, along with her little sister Valeria, who was significantly younger than the teenage princess. By now, Helena looked almost exactly like her mother Honoria did when she first entered Kufstein all those years ago, which brought a tear to Berengar's eye as he remembered the past with fondness. However, Helena was no pirate queen, nor a free spirit like her mother. Instead, she spent most of her time in her room back in Kufstein. If anything, the girl was what one would consider a nerd. She enjoyed playing tabletop role-playing games with friends and writing fantasy novels where the main character was almost always inspired by her father in some way or another. When she saw her father finally visit Constantinople, she and her younger sister jumped into the man's arms and hugged him tightly as they welcomed the man to their mother's ancestral home. "Father, you're finally here. It's been so long since I last saw you. Did you miss me?" Berenger scoffed when he heard this. All of his daughters were like this and in a way greatly resembled their mothers in that regard. If he was away for just a few weeks, they would get all excited when he finally returned to them. Today was no different. It was only a fortnight ago that Honoria took her children to Constantinople to visit their grandfather one last time before the old man finally croaked. Yet here the girl was pretending it had been a year or longer. However, Berenger did not mind this treatment and instead pet both of his daughters' heads as he accepted their affection. "Indeed, I did. Tell me, what have the two of you been up to while your elder brother is preparing for his coronation?" Helena and Valeria looked at one another for a brief second before the two girls wore a coy smile while responding at the same time with the same words. "It's a secret." Berenger simply shook his head and noticed that Alexandros was rather impatiently waiting for him to conclude such a pointless conversation. With a heavy sigh, he broke away from his daughter's embrace before walking towards his son, but not before leaving one final statement. "Well, I'm sure you'll be surprised then when you finally reveal it to me. Now, if you girls don't mind, I have an important meeting with your brother and grandfather." After saying this, Berenger followed Alexandros throughout the Byzantine palace until they finally arrived at the main bedroom where Vitranis lay in his bed, narrowly avoiding death. Once outside the front door, the Byzantine prince stopped his father and gave him one warning before permitting entry. "Grandfather is very sick and is on the verge of death. Please, don't say anything startling to the man or he might very well die on the spot." Berenger nodded his head in silence before opening the door, where he saw the old Byzantine emperor lying on his bed. The man had clearly been withering away these past few months because he was as gaunt as a skeleton. When Berenger first learned of his father-in-law's diagnoses, he figured the man would be dead within a month. And yet, stubbornly, the old bastard held on for 3 whole months waiting for his grandson to take the throne so that he could die knowing that his empire was in good hands. Thus, Berenger was not surprised that the man was in such dire straits and simply knelt down by the side of his bed waiting for the Byzantine emperor to notice his arrival. Several moments passed before a bony hand reached for Berengar's own while a raspy voice called out to him. "So, you have come at last?" Chapter 1166, Crowning of an Emperor Part 2. Berenger stood by the bedside of the frail and aging Byzantine emperor. The man was on the brink of death and only his stubborn heart had kept the Reaper's embrace away from him for so long. Vetrani's voice was cold and raspy, as if his words were spoken by Death himself while he welcomed his son-in-law into his home. And here I thought you were going to wait until I entered the grave before finally visiting my home. Well, I suppose that you have some tact after all. The relationship between Berenger and Vetranis was a complicated one. During the past 20 years there were multiple instances where Berenger had manipulated the Byzantine emperor into doing his bidding, and as a result, there were definitely some old wounds that had never quite healed properly. Berenger, however, did not respond to the disrespect he had just received, at least not how one would expect a man in his position to do so. Instead, he understood that these were the dying words of an old man, and thus he simply smirked before retorting to Vetrani's words with a quip of his own. You called me all the way to the city just to say that? Come on, old man, I'm sure there's more you want to say to me than just complaining about my tardiness. Vetranis coughed violently after hearing this before looking over at his son-in-law with a stern expression on his gaunt face. Only the two emperors could tell what was silently being said between their eyes. Finally, after several moments of awkward silence, Vetranis spoke his mind for the first time in nearly 20 years. You may be the man that my daughter loves more than anything in this world and the father of my grandchildren, but I am sure it won't surprise you when I say that I never liked you. Sure, you may have built an empire that has eclipsed even the ancient glory of Rome, but you were never worthy of my daughter's hand in marriage, and judging by the way you have treated her all these years, despite her love for you, I would say that I was always right about you. This response was well within Berengar's expectations, but Alexandros was completely and utterly stunned by his grandfather's words. However, before the boy could defend his old man, Berenger spoke up himself. The way I treat your daughter? That's funny. I recall giving the woman everything she has ever wanted. Unlike you, who kept her locked up in this palace like a little bird, I gave the woman her freedom, and yet she chose to always come back to my side. If you ask your daughter how she feels about our relationship, I am certain that she would say that she is satisfied. So tell me, old man, why do you think I have treated your daughter poorly? Vetranis simply scoffed as he looked at his son-in-law with cold eyes before responding in an equally chilling tone. Because she is my daughter, the daughter of the Roman emperor, and yet in your eyes she has always been, and always will be, nothing more than a side piece. From the moment I first saw the two of you together, I knew that she was not, nor ever would be, your favorite woman. She deserves better than that. His grandfather's remarks immediately outraged Alexandros, who was quick to speak up before his father could. Grandfather, with all due respect, but you have no idea what you're talking about. My father loves my mother and even married her. The same cannot be said for all of his women. So what if she is not his favorite? He has never shown her any coldness or cruelty and has always supported my mother in everything she has ever endeavored. I suggest you let go of this resentment towards my father, especially now that you are so near death. Though Alexandros had defended his father, Berenger simply stared at the dying emperor in silence for some time. It was not like he did not understand the man's feelings. As a father himself, Berenger felt that no suitor who had ever asked for the hand of one of his daughters had ever been worthy. This was the primary reason that Helga and the others were still unmarried and unbetrothed, despite some of the girls being well past the age that was normal for such things. Thus, after several seconds of awkward silence, Berenger finally spoke. So you summoned me to your deathbed so you that could voice your disapproval towards me? It is not like I don't understand your feelings. You are right, Honoria has never been, nor shall ever be, my favorite bride. And if one of my daughters married a man who felt that way towards her, I would resent him until the day I died as well. There is also the fact that on more than one occasion I have manipulated you for the benefit of my own realm. I have also taken advantage of Byzantium time and time again, and am even now limiting its growth so that it shall never threaten my empire. If I were in your position, I would hate me too. If that were all there was to it, then I would say you are justified in telling me all of this. But you are forgetting one critical component of your complaints. On multiple occasions I have saved Byzantium from a gruesome fate, and without my interference in your affairs, especially regarding your succession, then by now the Roman Empire and what little remains of its culture would truly be dead. So as much as you may resent me for not favoring your daughter like I should and for taking advantage of the debts you have owed me in the past, you should be on your knees kissing my feet for my benevolence. But you are an old man who is not long for this world. So I will not require you to do something so strenuous. Instead, I will accept your resentment and anger towards me and will respond to it by roughly fucking your daughter in her childhood bed tonight. Alexandros looked up at his father and did not say a word. He just wanted to get the mental image of what the man had just described out of his head. As for Vetranis, he simply sighed before shifting the subject by asking his grandson a question. Is everything already prepared? Naturally, Alexandros knew that the man was referring to his coronation, and as such he nodded silently, which Vetranis responded to by giving out one last order to his grandson. Very well, then help me into my chair so that I can witness your coronation. I feel that the Reaper is very close, and if we don't act now, then I won't be able to watch as my crown is peacefully passed on to my chosen successor, thus preventing my own foolish sons from doing something stupid and destructive. After hearing this, Alexandros helped his grandfather into his wheelchair before wheeling the man out of the room and towards the great hall where the entire Byzantine and German royal families were present, along with several other important guests from among the Byzantine elite. Berenger followed his son into the great hall where he stood by and watched as the coronation ceremony began. The event was very long-winded and rather dull for a man like Berenger who was the supreme power of this world. However, he waited patiently until the very end without saying a word. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, Alexandros kneeled before his grandfather, who slowly and carefully placed the crown on the boy's head before declaring him the new emperor of Byzantium. With this act, I, Emperor Vitranes Palaiologos, hereby name my grandson Alexandros Palaiologos as the new Roman emperor, and in doing so, pass my office and power unto him. Kneel before your emperor. All the Byzantine subjects in the audience immediately kneeled before Alexandros, while the boy stood up from his kneeled position and faced his guests with a stoic expression on his face, where he then made a shocking decree. My first act as the newly crowned Roman emperor is to henceforth change the name of my dynasty. As of this moment, I am creating a cadet branch of both my mother's and father's dynasties, known from this day forth as Palaiologos Kufstein. In doing so, I hope to act as a symbol of the unity between Germany and Constantinople from now until the end of days. This news had completely caught the old emperor by surprise, who, upon hearing such a shocking revelation, immediately passed away while sitting in his wheelchair. Alexandros took notice of this and checked on the man, only to confirm that he had no pulse, where he proceeded to sigh, shake his head, and close his grandfather's eyelids. Emperor Vitranes, if dead. Long live the new emperor. Immediately, all the kneeling Byzantine subjects reacted to this news by chanting the words, "Long live the emperor." As for Anuria, she had broken out in tears upon seeing her father so suddenly pass away, where Berenger quickly grabbed hold of his grieving wife and comforted her. All the while, Alexandros stepped past his grandfather's corpse and took his seat upon his new throne. Chapter 1167, Long Live the Emperor. The funeral for Vitranes was held not long after his death. As for Alexandros, he immediately became entrenched in managing the nation's affairs and seldom escaped from his study. Even his young fiancée Zenobia was unable to get the man out of his office, who was stubbornly preparing for something rather serious. It was only after the funeral was over did Alexandros approach his father and mother, who were front and center for the entire ceremony. The moment Berenger laid eyes on his son and the stern expression he was making, he knew that the boy wanted something from him and thus waited patiently for the new Byzantine emperor to make his request. Alexandros sequestered his father away from his mother, who was in tears, for a private conversation before he spoke with the dignity of an emperor. By the tone in his voice and his choice of words, it became abundantly clear that Alexandros was speaking not as a son, but as the emperor of Byzantium. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, as the newly crowned emperor of Byzantium, there is a request I would like to make of you. Berenger silently nodded his head, giving the boy his approval to speak, which Alexandros quickly took advantage of. As you know, several hostile states surround the Byzantine Empire on its eastern borders. I intend to remedy this by invading the Near East and annexing the sultanates. While my army is prepared and willing to wage war against our neighbors, I would humbly request that you honor our alliance and provide air support for my forces. Berenger instinctively wore a cruel smile when he heard his son's request. It was no secret that over the past 5 years the Reich had been rapidly modernizing its forces, so much so that there were several new supercarriers designed that were based on the Nimitz class from his past life. An entire fleet of these new carriers had already been laid down and was only waiting upon the construction of a dedicated nuclear power supply in order to be completed. It would only be a matter of months before they were outfitted with twin molten salt reactors that generated considerably more power than the small modular nuclear reactors which were becoming standard across the Reich. From then on, the 10 Kaiser-class carriers which were currently in service would be replaced with the new and improved supercarriers, with another 10 of such vessels being produced within the next 10 years. By the end of the decade, the Kriegsmarine planned to have a total of 20 supercarriers operational across the globe. Naturally, Berenger wanted someone to test these new weapons on, especially his new F-5E Tiger II fighter jets, which were capable of carrying air-to-air missiles, air-to-surface missiles, and a 1,100 kilograms bomb. By now, the entirety of the Luftwaffe's fighters had been replaced with these new jets, which not only served the role of an air superiority fighter but also as a multi-role fighter, as well as a reconnaissance fighter depending on the variation produced. There had also been new supersonic strategic bombers based upon the B-1 Lancer that had replaced all previous bomber designs, as well the introduction of attack helicopters such as the AH-1 Cobra, and dedicated close air support jets like the A-10 Thunderbolt II. Naturally, with such new and overwhelming air power, Berenger wanted nothing more than to test it in the field, so after hearing his son's request air support in his war against the Arab sultanates of the Near East, he was more than happy to accept this offer. Of course, my son. All you need to do is ask, and the Luftwaffe will be there to support you. Although I would prefer if you waited a few months before you declare war. The Reich is currently close to completing new aircraft carriers that would allow us to project an even greater amount of force abroad. Once the first of these vessels enters service, I will be more than happy to provide all the air support that you need. Alexandros thought about this carefully and nodded his head in agreement with the terms his father had set forth. He then shifted his sight back over to his mother, who was being comforted by Linda as she grieved her father's recent passing. Concerned for the woman's well-being, Alexandros finally spoke up. "How's mother doing? I know she was not particularly close with her family, but it must be a heavy thing to watch your father being turned into the earth?" Berenger did not even need to glance over at Anuria to understand her conflicted emotions. He sighed heavily before responding to his son's question with a defeated expression on his handsome face. Your mother will be fine. She just needs some time to process her emotions. After all, she was not exactly the best daughter, and she will have to come to terms with that. Still, to think, the old man finally kicked the bucket. I thought for sure he was too stubborn to die. Personally, I always wanted to go out on the battlefield in a blaze of glory, but nowadays I think dying in my sleep would be more ideal. I never would have thought that Vitranis would die of shock after hearing you announce the formation of a new dynasty. Alexandros shot his father a dirty look when he heard his last few words. His grandfather was about to expire any minute from the moment he first entered the throne room. It was not his fault that death claimed the man only after he made such an announcement. Seeing the way that his son was looking at him, Berenger chuckled before patting Alexandros on the back while reassuring the boy that he wasn't being serious with what he had said. Lighten up, son, I was only joking. It's honestly a miracle that the stubborn old bastard was even able to place the crown on your head. Honestly, Vitranis was unfit to rule over an empire as mighty as Byzantium. The wisest thing he ever did in life was make you his successor. Speaking of, I trust you were keeping a watchful eye on your uncles. Alexandros could find no fault with what his father had said. After all, he had been working tirelessly these past few years making up for the horrific decisions his grandfather had made, which resulted in the near annihilation of the Byzantine Empire. After 5 hard years of work, the empire was finally on the right track, so much so that they could now afford a war with their neighbors. Now was the time for the Romans' vengeance, something that Alexandros planned to make an example of. While thinking about this, Alexandros looked back to his grandfather's tomb before speaking about the man. But he was still my grandfather and your father-in-law. You should show him more respect. But considering how he felt about you, I won't force you to do so. Berenger nodded his head in agreement with his son's words before switching the subject back to business. 6 months. In 6 months, I will have the first of my supercarriers operational, which I will deploy from Cyprus. Give me 6 months and then you can have your war. Although, do you mind if I give you some advice? You know, from one conqueror to another? Alexandros looked at his father with a stern expression on his face. The man had given him all the knowledge he needed to be an exceptional ruler in his own right and had created a powerful example for him to follow. Thus, whatever words he had on the subject of conquest were bound to be enlightening. With this in mind, the young Byzantine emperor slowly nodded his head in anticipation of his father's words, which were as follows. If you are going to be waging a war of vengeance against the Arabic sultanates, a group of people who have spent the last millennium engaging in acts of aggression against your people, then you cannot show them any mercy. The Vienna Accords be damned. You bring forth both fire and fury on such a scale that your newly conquered subjects never dare to rise up against you or your descendants. I need to remind you that the Luftwaffe can only provide you with air support against military targets, however it is up to you to determine what qualifies as such. Do you understand me, boy? Alexandros soaked in his father's wisdom for a few moments in silence before nodding his head with a determined look on his face. When he finally opened his mouth, he made a solemn vow to himself and his father, one that would seal the fate of the Near East. I will bring the wrath of God upon the Saracens. When my enemies are defeated and broken, they will kneel before me and declare that I am emperor. Berenger took note of the look in his son's eyes and nodded his head with a smile on his face as he said a single word. Good. Chapter 1168, Expansion of the Iberian Empire Part 1. While the German Reich had entered an era of peace, prosperity, and expansion as the newfound global hegemon, its allies were in the midst of fighting over who would become the number 2 power in the world. Japan was defeated. Their rebuilt industry served no purpose other than the civilian market, which only further increased the wealth of Germans, as it was the German nation who invested heavily in Japan's reconstruction. Since the Japanese armed forces had been limited to a small number of troops for self-defense only, it was only natural that the various other empires of the world were now clamoring for their former position. The Byzantine Empire had been preparing for the last 5 years for the eventual invasion and annexation of its neighbors, but they were not alone in this regard. Currently, Sultan Ghazi Al-Fadl stood at a podium on the steps of the Royal Granadan Palace. At 17 years of age, he had graduated from a German university with a degree in public administration and was now living in Iberia full-time while claiming his rightful position as Sultan. Today was an important day for the Iberian Empire. After 5 years of preparations, Ghazi was making an announcement that would change the course of North Africa's history forever. The teenage boy was the spitting image of his father, albeit with a different eye and skin color. This was something that aided in his natural charisma as he officially declared war against the Sultanate of Morocco. Many years ago, my uncle, the former Sultan, Hassan al-Fadl, invaded the Sultanate of Morocco in an attempt to expand the power and influence of his people. In that war, my uncle, along with the rest of his army, lost their lives. If the Sultan of Morocco had simply ended the war there, then perhaps we would not be obliged to take vengeance, as I know many of you have considered doing on more than one occasion these past few years. However, Morocco did not simply call an end to the war with our defeat, like they should have. Instead, they mustered their armies and crossed the Strait of Gibraltar to take advantage of our losses. In doing so, they were thoroughly repelled by our German allies. But we are no longer a weak state that is reliant on the power of others to defend our borders, nor are we a divided nation like we once were. Instead, today the Iberian Empire stands as one of the most prosperous and powerful states in the world, and because of that, I hereby declare that our day of vengeance has finally come. For the sake of my uncle and all those brave men who perished in Morocco all those years ago, I am officially declaring war against the Sultanate of Morocco. May they feel the wrath of our people, and our combined might as we annex their state as a part of the Iberian Empire. Glory to Iberia. Immediately after concluding his speech, Ghazi witnessed a spectacle occur. The 10,000 soldiers who had gathered outside the palace to hear this speech lifted their rifles into the air and chanted the war cry which their sultan had just said. Glory to Iberia. Glory to Iberia. Glory to Iberia. With this said, the war for Morocco had officially begun, and within 24 hours Ghazi would dispatch tens of thousands of young men across the Strait of Gibraltar to invade the Sultanate of Morocco, where he intended to take the lead personally. News reached the Kaiser's ears almost immediately after it had been announced. His son, Ghazi, had declared war against the Sultan of Morocco. The justification for the war was one of vengeance, but Berenger knew that this was just a means to rally the people for his conquest. In reality, Ghazi and Alexandros were now competing, much like they had done their entire lives. Both emperors wanted to lead their nations to the position that Japan once held. They wanted to be the second most powerful state in the world, and because of this, both young men had mustered their armies for war with their neighbors. The only difference was Alexandros requested air support from his father, while Ghazi intended to wage this war entirely on his own. It had not even been a month since Alexandros' coronation, and during this time Berenger continued to look after his own country and the ongoing modernization of its military. However, at the moment, Yasmin had entered her husband's office with a concerned look in her beautiful amber eyes as she voiced her distress over her eldest son's decision. I have not felt this way in a very long time. In fact, I had almost forgotten what it was like to have a loved one march off to war. I thought that in this era of peace you have established, I would never have to feel this way again, yet here we are. When I think about the possibility of my own son following my brother into the grave, I tremble with dread. Berenger did not immediately respond to this and simply stood up from his seat and walked over to his wife before hugging her tightly in his arms. At times like this, he needed to be there for Yasmin, especially since he had failed to do so when Hassan marched to his death in Morocco. His words were reassuring to the woman who was about to have an anxiety attack. This time, things will be different. Hassan had advanced into Morocco when I was unable to support him. However, with our satellites in orbit, I am able to closely monitor all events that go on in this world. If our son finds himself in trouble, I will send an airstrike to wipe out the enemy forces. Even now, the planes I have stationed in Iberia are on high alert. If the orders are given, they will immediately be sent to bomb the Moroccan capital. But that won't be necessary. Our boy is not some minor player. He rules over a powerful army, one whose capabilities are far beyond his enemies. Just watch, this war will not even last 72 hours. Rib will fall in a matter of days, and our son will have brought your brother justice. Have faith, my love, our son will live and conquer as he is meant to. A single tear dripped down Yasmin's amber eyes as she heard these words. She often criticized her husband for spoiling their daughters, but when it came to their sons, he had done his best to raise them right. Ghazi was more like his father than his uncle, and although the doting mother knew the boy would not make the same mistakes, she still dreaded the thought of his death. Yet Berengar's words made sense to her, and thus she wiped the tear from her eye while smiling as she nodded her head in agreement with the man's assessment. Indeed, my little boy will bring my brother justice. I can't wait to see how Ghazi treats the Sultan of Morocco and his family after what they did to Hassan. Though Berenger and Yasmin thought they were alone, they did not realize that their eldest daughter was just outside the door, which was slightly ajar, allowing her to overhear everything that was said. At the moment that Zara heard her brother was marching to war, she felt like she needed to do something to help him. Chapter 1169, Expansion of the Iberian Empire Part 2. Immediately after declaring war against the Sultanate of Morocco, Ghazi mobilized the Iberian army to march south. Due to the generosity of their allies, the Iberian Navy was able to field enough transports to effectively ship their soldiers across the Strait of Gibraltar, as well as a few old corvettes to protect them. While the German Navy had begun to field nuclear-powered supercarriers and submarines, as well as guided missile cruisers and destroyers, the rest of the world was severely lacking in terms of naval technology. Only those nations close to the Reich were able to purchase semi-modern brown water navies designed entirely to protect their maritime borders. These ships consisted almost entirely of old retrofitted Anuria-class corvettes, as well as river patrol boats, both of which had been replaced in the German Coast Guard by the new and improved littoral combat ships and the more modern patrol boats. As for the rest of the world, like Morocco, they still used wooden sailing ships armed with black powder muzzle-loading cannons. If they even dared to attack the corvettes which the Iberian Navy fielded, they would be sunk without so much as causing a dent. Thus, the Iberian ships were able to make their way safely across the Strait of Gibraltar without incident. While the Iberian Navy was fielding vessels that were mostly on par with the Second World War from Berengar's past life, the Iberian army made use of a mixture of weapons from the First World War and the interwar period. such as the G43 semi-automatic rifle, the ZB-30 light machine gun, the Luger pistol, and the Vickers water-cooled heavy machine gun. They also made use of interwar artillery such as the 7.5 cm FK-16 Na field gun and the 10 cm K-17 field gun. Naturally, these weapons were mostly from the old stockpile of obsolete weapons that the German army kept under lock and key and were retrofitted before being sold to Iberia for a hefty profit. Not only were the arms manufactured in Germany, but so were the munitions they used, thus making the Iberian military entirely reliant on Germany. In other words, the Iberian military had the same capabilities as most of Germany's allies and protectorates. And while their weapons were fairly modern, so were their uniforms, which were largely based on those used by the Ottoman army during the final days of the Great War of Berengar's past life. Ghazi sat on board one of the ships and gazed off into the distance as his army approached Gibraltar. It had not been long since he was able to claim his throne and end his father's regency. Yet he was already marching off to his first war. His guts felt like they were twisted into knots as anxiety took its hold over his heart. The teenage boy began to think about how his father felt when he marched off to war. Especially in those early days when his armies were only slightly more advanced than his rivals. Was the man as anxious as he was at this moment? No, probably not. In Ghazi's immature mind, his father was at the peak of what was considered being a man, and as a result, there was no way that he felt fear when marching to war. With this in mind, the boy sighed heavily before opening up the buttons of his uniform and gazing upon the concealable plate carrier which his father had given him for the purposes of daily protection. He had heard rumors that Germans were issued this body armor during the war with Japan, and it had saved many of their lives. He could only hope that these rumors were true. After buttoning up his tunic one more, Ghazi looked at his semi-automatic rifle and checked the chamber by slightly pulling back the bolt, where he noticed that a round of 7.92 by 57 mm Mauser was indeed loaded into the rifle's chamber. He then closed the bolt and switched the rifle back to safe, where he awaited for the transport ship to land on the beaches of Morocco, which it did within a few minutes afterwards. As the ship hit the shores, Ghazi was just about to disembark from the ship when the radio operator grabbed a hold of him and informed him that someone close to him was on the other end of the line. "Your Majesty, there is a woman on the other end of the line who claims to be your sister. She says she must talk with you. It is urgent." Ghazi had a befuddled expression on his face, but he did not dare reject Zara's message. If he did, he would never hear the end of it. Thus, he approached the radio and put on the headset as he heard a familiar voice enter his ears. "Hey big brother, I just wanted to let you know that your enemy is waiting for you in the mountains where our uncle died. They plan to ambush you, just like they did Hassan. I would suggest not walking into their trap and instead leveling the entire area with your artillery and then cleaning up any survivors with your rifles and machine guns. Just a thought. Hope it helps." This news surprised Ghazi, as even his scouts did not know where the Moroccan army was. In fact, he expected them to be defending the capital, but they were instead waiting in ambush for him and his men. He had no idea how his sister had come to this conclusion and was quick to ask her just how she knew this information. "Zara, how do you know all of this?" There was a slight sigh of exasperation followed by a mocking tone filled with irritation as Zara informed her brother of just how she had received this intelligence. "Duh. I'm using Daddy's satellites to search for the enemy. These things are really useful, more than I initially thought they would be. In fact, if I switch to satellite number 3, I can even see you standing on board that old transport with a dumb look on your face. Oh, by the way, don't tell Daddy that I broke into his war room to commandeer his satellites. He will spank me again if he learns I did so, and if that happens, I will never forgive you. Good luck and don't die out there." With that said, the line went silent, causing Ghazi simply to scoff before making a crass remark beneath his breath. "You would like it if your daddy spanked you, wouldn't you?" After checking to see if anybody had heard him say this, Ghazi sighed in relief before he hung up his headset and gave the order for his troops to disembark from their ships, where they spent the next hour securing the beachhead and establishing a logistical network. The last thing the Iberians needed was to get caught behind enemy lines without any support or supplies. It was only after the preparations had been made that Ghazi gave the order for his troops to march towards the area where the enemy army was lying in wait, which just so happened to be on the way to the capital of Morocco. If the enemy planned to ambush Ghazi with matchlock muskets and muzzle-loading cannons, just like they had done Hassan, then they had another thing coming. After all, the Iberian army was no longer the same Renaissance-style force it used to be. Instead, they now had access to long-range artillery, machine guns, and semi-automatic rifles. What was about to unfold was a slaughter, except unlike how the Moroccans expected, it would be them who met the Reaper. Chapter 1170, Expansion of the Iberian Empire Part 3. Immediately after giving her brother some valid advice on how to defeat his enemies who were lying in wait for him, Zara positioned the Reich's many satellites back to where they were supposed to be. She then covertly exited the war room of the palace, which aside from her was currently vacant as a result of the new peaceful era. Instead, all military matters of importance were coordinated through a structure similar in nature to the United States Pentagon from Berengar's past life, which was located in the city of Vienna. The only conflicts the Germans had to worry about were with the native populations of their colonies, and even then, those were heavily in the favor of the Reich. After making her getaway, Zara quickly progressed through the halls, whereupon turning the first corner she ran right into her father and as a result fell on her plump bottom. The girl grimaced in pain as she looked up to see Berenger looking down at her with a suspicious gaze. There were only 2 locations in this section of the palace, the Kaiser's office and his war room. For Zara to be in this very hallway, she had to have been up to no good, and the man was quick to ask his daughter about her misdeeds. "Zara, what are you doing in this area of the palace? Were you prying into my private business again?" A guilty look appeared on Zara's face as she stuck out her tongue in an attempt to act cute. She was no longer a little girl, and because of this, Berenger no longer entertained his daughter when she tried to escape punishment by acting this way. He responded by reaching out his arm to help the girl off the ground, which she happily accepted with a smile on her face as she thanked her father for his assistance. "Thanks, Daddy." Berenger, however, was not pleased and instead glared at the girl with intense pressure, in doing so causing her to feel uncomfortable. He continued to stare in silence for some time until finally Zara sighed and admitted what she had done. "Okay, fine, Zara may have gone into the war room and made use of the satellites to spy on Big Brother's enemies. But it's not like the satellites were already doing anything in particular. Zara had a bad habit of walking around the Reich like she owned the place, entering restricted zones and using her position as Berengar's daughter to get out of trouble. The man had been dealing with his daughter's misbehavior for many years now and had finally had enough of it. Despite her good intentions, Zara was not allowed access to the war room, which contained classified documents. And thus, he could only sigh and shake his head before assigning a punishment he thought was fitting for his daughter. "For the next 3 months, you are not allowed to watch any kickboxing fights." Zara's amber eyes widened in shock as she heard this. All the punishments her father had given her in the past had been rather mild and more of a slap on the wrist than anything. However, she was an enormous kickboxing fan and watched most fights that were televised. Whether they were in minor league promotions or world title fights, the girl had seen most, if not all, kickboxing fights that occurred within the Reich. To have her biggest hobby taken away from her and for 3 whole months, it was simply too cruel. As a result, the teenage girl began to pout as she forced herself to cry, hoping that her fake tears would sway her father's heart as they had always done in the past. When Zara realized that Berenger remained as stoic as a brick wall, she suddenly began to protest his decision. "That's not fair, Daddy. Zara only entered the war room to help Big Brother. Zara could have very well saved his life. Why am I being punished?" Berenger had endured enough of his daughter's misbehavior and spoke coldly to the girl as he explained quite thoroughly why she was being punished. "Did your brother ask you for your aid?" "No, I think not. Do you realize what you have done? You have interfered in a competition between 2 of your brothers. These wars that my 2 sons are fighting are a means to expand their empires and bring glory to their houses. And you just gave Ghazi an enormous advantage over Alexandros by breaking into a restricting area and hijacking government satellites to perform espionage on his enemies. I have no choice but to punish you. So be a good girl and obey your father, because if I found out that you have watched a kickboxing fight, either in person or on TV, or even listened to a radio broadcast about a fight, I will spank you as if you were still a little girl." Upon hearing such a threat, Zara instinctively clenched her buttocks, in fear of them being smacked until they turned red. It had been many years since Berenger had last spanked her. After all, Zara was now an adult under German law, and yet she would never forget the sensation of her buns stinging from her father's spanking. Thus, the teenage girl bowed her head and apologized to her father before walking off with a sullen expression on her otherwise pretty face. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I won't do it again." Once Zara was out of earshot, Berenger shook his head and sighed before voicing his thoughts aloud. "Honestly, what am I going to do with that girl?" While Zara was being punished for helping her brother overcome his enemies, the war in Morocco had only truly begun. Curly, the eldest prince of Morocco, stood in wait, with his musketeers in preparation for the ambush he had planned. Morocco had spent the last few years training as many musketeers as possible and now had a force of 50,000 men who had gathered in the mountains outside the capital of Morocco, where they intended to ambush the Iberian army. With a smug look on his face, the man proclaimed his victory before the first battle had even begun. "It amazes me that the Iberians can walk into the same ambush twice. Those damn fools won't know what hit them. When I return to Rib with that half-breed's head in hand, my father will reward me with a palace of my own. I can't wait to see the look on that infidel's face when he realizes that he has not only lost a brother to Morocco, but a son as well." The commander of the army smiled and nodded his head in agreement with his prince's words. After all, it had been many years since the Arabs interacted with the Reich, and their understanding of the German army was outdated, to say the least. They truly did not know what kind of power the Wehrmacht had at its disposal. Just when the commander was about to make a comment, he heard thunder erupt in the distance, which immediately spooked all the men who were standing atop the mountain waiting for the Iberians to march into the narrow ravine. In response to this thunderous echo, the Prince of Morocco wore a smug smile and tried to assure his troops that everything was all right. "What are you men cowering at?" At this range, the enemy could not even hit an elef. Before the Prince of Morocco could even finish his sentence, an artillery shell dropped right on top of him and burst above his head, killing him, his commander, and the entirety of his royal guard within an instant. However, he was not the only one hit. In fact, 100 different shells landed within the ranks of the Moroccan army, blasting men into meat paste. As the Moroccans began to panic, more echoes raged in the distance while an additional 100 shells fell on their heads. The cliffs where the Moroccans had planned to ambush the Iberian army turned into a hell on earth as explosions rocked their army on all sides. It did not take long before the army broke ranks and began to flee the scene. However, would the Iberians allow them such a luxury? The further the Moroccans began to flee, the further the shells chased them. Like a grim reaper, claiming the lives of all in his path, the Iberian army continued to rain shells upon the enemy without the slightest bit of remorse. This continued until the forward observers could no longer spot any fleeing Moroccan soldiers, allowing the Iberian army to sweep in and finish off any man unfortunate enough to survive with their bullets and bayonets. Ghazi sat back and observed his victory from afar. He did not know why, but there was a deep sense of dissatisfaction in his heart. This was his first war, and he had just annihilated the enemy army during first contact. He suddenly understood why his father stopped participating on the battlefield as the Wehrmacht advanced to greater heights. When you were so much more advanced than your enemies, there was no joy in combat. There were not even really any battles, just a slaughter of men who might as well be animals. After achieving his victory, Ghazi felt no pride like he thought he would. Instead, he sighed heavily before giving the order to his army to march onto the capital of the Moroccan Sultanate. With the Moroccan army defeated, there was truly nothing to stop the Iberians from conquering the region in its entirety. As for whether the Sultan of Morocco would surrender, that was something Ghazi was not worried about. The man would either kneel before him or he and his entire family would die. Chapter 1171, Expansion of the Iberian Empire Part 4. Ghazi stood at the gates of Rib with a stoic expression on his youthful face. In under 72 hours he had steamrolled through the Sultanate of Morocco and obliterated their pathetic army. Now all that was left was to claim their capital for himself and force the Sultan to surrender. It had been many years since Hassan died in these very lands, and despite avenging his uncle, Ghazi did not feel an ounce of pride. The conquest of his neighbors was a feat so easily accomplished that he was not even needed on the battlefield to begin with. The young man was not entirely sure what he was expecting his first war to be like, but certainly he expected something more than what had occurred thus far. Even though he was at a loss on how he should feel in this exact moment, Ghazi still conducted his duty, and that was to surround the enemy capital in a bid to force his enemies to surrender. After having his entire army obliterated in a single battle, the Sultan of Morocco did not dare engage with the enemy who now surrounded his home. Instead, he sought to negotiate, and thus the city gates opened while a man on the back of a camel rode out to meet with his Iberian counterpart. The two sultans could not be from more different worlds. Ghazi appeared dressed in a military uniform. Despite his lofty position, he had not awarded himself any medals or honors. Instead, he appeared like an average officer in the rank and file of the Iberian army. Whereas the Sultan of Morocco appeared dressed in medieval attire, the man was rather fat and had long curly hair with a mustache. He was, in many ways, a stereotypical Arab from a Western perspective. Or at least those from Berengar's past life. This man had a stern expression on his face as he approached Ghazi and spoke with a murderous tone in his voice. "I'm assuming then that my son is dead. At least tell me how he died?" There was not a single expression of emotion on Ghazi's face as he coldly informed the Sultan of Morocco just how his eldest son had perished. "Instantly. I dropped a shell on his head. He was dead before he could even feel pain." For just the briefest of moments, the Sultan of Morocco's face twitched. He did not exactly know what a shell was, but he supposed that an instant death was better than a long and painful one. Thus, he could only sigh in relief before getting down to business. "Is that so? You invade my lands and murder my son. For what? What exactly is it that you want from me?" It was only now that Ghazi showed the slightest bit of emotion on his face as his lips curled into a sneer. He then chuckled briefly before outlining his desires. "It is not a matter of what I want, but justice that is demanded of you and your people. You killed my uncle, so now I have come to claim your lands as my own. You will surrender and agree to the annexation of Morocco as a state of the Iberian Empire, or I will raze your capital to the ground. Every man, woman, and child who resides within the city will be dead by nightfall. The choice is yours." The Sultan of Morocco was livid. His son had just been killed by this man after his kingdom was invaded with little warning, and now his family was being held hostage. He was just about to curse out Ghazi when something frightening roared through the air. As the barrier of sound was broken, two F-5E Tiger II jet fighters flew over the city. They were going so fast that the Moroccans barely had enough time to witness what it was that had zipped on by. As part of the fleet of F-5s stationed in Granada, these jets were painted with a distinctive arid camo pattern. The loud noise that resulted from the sound barrier being broken had struck fear in the hearts of every Moroccan as they gazed upon the invading army with utter terror. The Sultan of Morocco even had a difficult time finding his words as he stuttered his way through his question. What was that?" Ghazi chuckled when he heard this before boldly pointing out just what those two aircraft were and who they belonged to. "That would be the Germans who, as per our treaty, are allowed to keep a certain number of their armed forces in my country. Though I do not currently see a reason to get my allies involved, with a simple request they will dispatch several hundred more of those fighter jets, each of which is more than capable of obliterating your palace with a single bomb. So, knowing this, will you still refuse my demands? While Europe and Asia were dreadfully familiar with just how advanced the Reich had become, the Arabic sultanates and emirates were not as well educated on the subject. They didn't even know that the Germans could fly, let alone break the sound barrier, not that they knew what that was. To suddenly see two aircraft zip through the sky and leave behind a thunderous roar that put artillery to shame, it was as if the gods had descended upon the earth themselves. Naturally, the Sultan of Morocco could no longer hold any hope of stalling long enough to get the other Arab states involved like he had initially planned, and thus after realizing this war was lost from the moment the Iberians declared it, he fell to his knees, sobbing as he accepted Ghazi's terms. As the Sultan of Morocco, I hereby accept your terms. With this said, the Iberian Empire had fully annexed the Sultanate of Morocco. Now that his enemies had surrendered to all of his terms, Ghazi felt like sitting upon the Moroccan throne and was quick to give his demands. Good, now as my newest subject, you will lead me to your palace. I want to make myself comfortable before returning to Granada. The former Sultan of Morocco had to bite back the insults he wanted to say as he obeyed the commands of his conqueror, and thus he clenched his teeth when he spoke. As you wish, your majesty. After saying this, Ghazi was led into the palace while protected by his soldiers. The former Sultan of Morocco's family came to greet the man, curious as to how the negations had gone. They only needed one look at the man's expression and the modern troops marching beside him to know that all was lost. Included amongst the former Sultan's family were his teenage daughters, where one of the three young women immediately caught Ghazi's interest. She was roughly the age of his sister and was a beauty in her own right. Though her body was not as voluptuous as Zara's, she was still very well endowed. However, what immediately caught Ghazi's attention was not her pretty face, which was hidden behind a veil, or her substantial assets, but instead were her emerald eyes, which shone beneath the light of the sun. Ghazi was so stunned that he stood in silence for some time as he followed the former Sultan of Morocco around his palace, his alluring daughter only steps behind. In the end, Ghazi was led to the great hall where he mindlessly sat upon the throne and stared at the beautiful young woman in front of him. Without even thinking about what to say, a single question escaped from his lips, one which would change his life forever. You there? What is your name? Chapter 1172, The Sultan of Iberia Claims His First Bride. Ghazi sat on the Moroccan throne while gazing upon a woman who had stolen both his breath and heart. It had only been minutes since the Sultan of Morocco surrendered to the Iberian Empire, and the entire palace was not yet made aware of the situation. However, judging by the way her father was acting, the girl was smart enough to surmise that the man had surrendered and that her homeland was now annexed by her northern neighbor. As a result, she immediately made a conscious decision to get on the good side of her new liege, who was clearly smitten with her. The beautiful Arab woman bowed so low that her face was touching the ground as she introduced herself to the man who now ruled over her father's kingdom. My name is Amara al-Haq. I am the third princess of the Moroccan Sultanate. However, if I am understanding things correctly, my royal position is now in question as you are the current ruler of Morocco. Amara's mother and sisters, who were a bit slower in the mind, gasped in shock as they looked towards the former sultan for clarification on this matter. They did not know what had happened or why Ghazi was now sitting on their family's throne and were completely in disbelief. Yet, Amara knew from the moment her father returned to the palace under the watchful eye of the Iberian soldiers that they had lost the war. Hell, she knew the moment that she saw the German Tiger IIs fly through the sky that they never had a chance at victory. Ghazi muttered the name Amara under his breath before nodding his head in approval. Without even asking the girl's father, he made a decree that would change the destiny of their two houses forever. Amara. Good, I believe it is most fitting. Well, Amara, you will be my first wife. The girl did not even flinch upon hearing such news. In fact, she suspected either she or one of her sisters would at the very least be taken as the concubine of their newest conqueror. Since the moment she first laid eyes on Ghazi at the entrance, she knew she had captured his heart and thus prepared herself for this exact moment. Without even conferring with her father, the woman nodded her head and rose from her kneeled position to sit at Ghazi's side while responding in an alluring voice. As you command, husband? And while Amara may have been quick to adapt to this sudden and monumental change in her life, her father was not as keen at the idea and was quick to voice his disapproval. Absolutely not. My daughter is already betrothed to the Prince of Tlemcen. You have no authority to break the agreement that I have already made with the Emir of Tlemcen. Ghazi did not pay attention to the man who would soon be his father-in-law and instead looked straight into Amara's glistening emerald eyes and asked her a question she never thought she would hear in her life. Give me your honest opinion, Amara. Do you wish to marry the Prince of Tlemcen? The Prince of Tlemcen was a rotund and gluttonous man. There was no way a beauty like Amara would ever desire of her own accord to be in the same room as him, let alone become his wife. Especially not when a young and handsome golden-haired man like Ghazi was offering her an alternative. Thus she was quick to shake her head as a solitary tear ran down her bronze cheek. The fact that the girl started crying at the thought of marrying the Prince of Tlemcen was all the answer that Ghazi needed. The boy quickly wiped the tear from the girl's eye and spoke to her father with an authoritative tone in his voice. Very well. You saw your daughter's response. The very idea of marrying the Prince of Tlemcen brings her to tears. This matter is decided. We will join our houses and marry within a fortnight. Amara had been sizing up Ghazi since the moment he stepped into her father's palace. Though she knew that the man was captivated by her beauty, he stood strong and rejected anything that got in his way. She found the confidence that Ghazi displayed to be quite an attractive trait and had decided that she would not reject his proposal. Her father, however, was quick to disagree. You cannot marry my daughter. Tlemcen has already paid the bride price for her hand in marriage, and I have spent it on my army, which you just destroyed. They will need to be compensated or there will be war. The notion of war startled Amara, who believed she was not the slightest bit worthy of such a gruesome price. She quickly looked over at Ghazi to see if the boy was moved in the slightest. However, there was no sign of distress on his handsome face, rather he wore a confident smirk while he slicked his golden mane backwards before scoffing at the very notion. Then let there be war. If Tlemcen has the nerve to declare war on me, then I will march my army into their lands and annex their emirate as well, and when I do, I will take a daughter of the emir as my second wife. Let us see if they can pose a greater challenge than your pathetic army. At this point, the former Sultan of Morocco felt compelled to vomit blood. He could not believe that this boy would treat war as if it were some trivial matter. But then again, the weapons that Ghazi's army wielded had proven to be powerful, and it was entirely possible that they would not suffer a single casualty if they fought against the entire Arab world alone. Thus, he decided to stop protesting and agreed to Ghazi's demands, albeit with clenched teeth. Very well, if that is what you wish, then I will prepare the wedding ceremony to occur within a fortnight as you have requested. Is there anything else I can get you for the duration of your stay? Ghazi thought for only a moment about what he would need before giving an order to the former sultan as if he were a mere servant. I require a room for myself to stay in and quarters for my men. We will be living in Morocco for at least a fortnight, and I expect no treachery on your part, or I will have the city bombed into oblivion. The very threat of having his capital razed to the ground is what caused the former sultan to surrender in the first place. He would not dare make a move against Ghazi, knowing now what kind of power the boy's allies possessed. For fuck's sake, the Germans were capable of flying through the sky at breakneck speeds. What level of technology their military possessed was simply beyond the Moroccan people's imaginations. Meanwhile, in Germany, a report was given to the Kaiser about his son's victory. Not even 72 hours had passed, and Ghazi had already annexed Morocco. This was not the least bit surprising to the Kaiser, as he had spent years selling weapons to the Iberian army and training them on how to wield the arms efficiently. The only thing preventing them from taking control of the entire nation in under 24 hours was a desperate lack of mechanization. What was surprising, however, was the fact that Ghazi had announced his wedding in the report and sent out invitations to his entire family. Apparently, the boy had become quite smitten with the Sultan of Morocco's daughter and had on the spot decided to marry her. Berenger simply chuckled when he saw this before voicing his thoughts aloud. To the victor goes the spoils. That is what I always say. Isn't that right, honey? As he said these words, Berenger handed the report to his wife Yasmin, who was by his side, desperately waiting for the news about her son and whether or not he had survived the war. When she saw that the boy had indeed emerged victorious and taken a bride through conquest, she immediately frowned before voicing her thoughts on the matter. At least you didn't take any of your women through conquest. You won all of our hearts yourself. Shame on that boy using force to acquire a bride. When we go to the wedding, I will be sure to give him an earful. That is not how I raised him. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before grabbing a handful of his wife's plump bottom. Yasmin was already 43 years old, and yet her body was as still as perfect as ever. Her face had aged ever so slightly. Upon first glance, one would suspect she was actually in her mid-30s. When the mature beauty felt her rear get grabbed by her husband, she passively let the man enjoy himself while waiting for his words, which came immediately after. No, but that's exactly how I raised him. Might is right, and if my son has the power to take a bunch of Arab and Berber princesses as his brides by force, then he might as well do so. I, for one, look forward to seeing just how beautiful this Princess Amara al-Haq is. Because no matter how pretty she might be, she's got nothing on my Yasmin. Yasmin simply could not stay mad at her husband when he sweet-talked her like that and responded to his honey-laced words with a passionate kiss on the lips, which eventually devolved into full-scale debauchery. Chapter 1173, A Surprise Visit from a Foreign Beauty. A 20-year-old girl sat on board a small fishing ship as it sailed across the North Sea and towards the German port city of Hamburg. She had long and wavy platinum hair with ice-blue eyes. Her skin was as white as snow and her body was exceptionally curvy, just like her mother's. Though the men on board the fishing ship ogled the beautiful young woman with their eyes, they did not dare lay a hand on her, nor did they even approach her for conversation. They had seen what she had done to the first man who had attempted to have his way with the foreign beauty, and they knew better than to do something so foolish. Siv did not acknowledge the fisherman either. Instead, she gazed off into the distance towards the city lights which lit up the night sky. Finally, after all these years, she would be able to visit the land of her father. Eventually, the ship made its way to the docks, where Siv disembarked and entered the large port city. Normally, visitors to the Reich would have to go through customs. But considering Siv had smuggled herself into the country via a fishing ship, this was not a problem for her. The city of Hamburg immediately caught Siv's interest as she walked through the streets. Having been born and raised in an isolated medieval world, Siv had only ever heard of stories about the Reich from her stepfather, who claimed to be its Kaiser. However, she never truly believed half of the tall tales that the man had said until this very moment. The city's lights, the vehicles in the streets, and the trains which carried freight and people across the Reich. She was now witnessing all of these things for the first time, and it was overwhelming, to say the least. Going from a medieval kingdom to a modern world was something that Siv was not prepared for when she first made this journey. And thus, she mindlessly walked through the streets, not knowing the slightest rules about traffic. As the half-Valkyrie beauty wandered aimlessly through the city, a large truck nearly ran her over, if not for a nearby Good Samaritan who grabbed hold of the girl's arm and dragged her onto the sidewalk, then she would have been as good as dead. While Siv was still recovering from her shock and disbelief, she heard a feminine voice call out to her. "Are you crazy or just suicidal? Why would you walk in the middle of the street like that? You were just asking to get run over." Siv had a hard time understanding the words which the woman spoke to her, as her only encounter with the German language came from the Austro-Bavarian dialect which Berenger had taught her how to speak. Thus, after processing the words for some time in her mind, she finally responded to the woman who had saved her life. "I'm sorry. I'm looking for the Kaiser's palace." The woman looked at Siv as if she were an idiot. The platinum-haired beauty might very well be the most pretty woman that her savior had ever laid eyes upon, but she clearly wasn't right in the brain if she was looking for the Kaiser's palace in Hamburg. Though what truly baffled this woman was how Siv did not know that the Kaiser lived in Austria when she had an accent from the region. Even though the Good Samaritan had these questions in her mind, she still decided to help Siv find her way. "The Kaiser lives in Austria. You won't find him here in Hamburg. And even if you were in Austria, he doesn't just let anyone enter his home. Honestly, you should know this." Siv had trouble processing everything that was going on, from the amazing technology of the city to the truck that nearly run her over to the knowledge that her stepfather lived in some place called Austria. Despite the sensory overload that she was feeling, the young Valkyrie was determined to reach her stepfather, especially after all the trouble she had gone through to smuggle herself out of Iceland. Thus, she looked at the woman with a charming smile on her face and asked for directions to Austria. "You don't have to worry about that. I am his family. If you would only point me in the direction of Austria, I can finally be reunited with my father." The woman looked at Siv in shock. She had heard rumors that the Kaiser had taken a few concubines in different parts of the world, but she never thought they were true. And yet this young woman was claiming to be his family. She must be at least 20 by now? Does that mean that she was the same age as Prince Hans? This was truly some delicious gossip. However, seeing that the platinum-haired beauty did not know her way to Austria, this only further added to the validity of the claim, and thus the woman had decided to help. After all, who wouldn't want to reunite such a beautiful young woman with her father? The easiest way to reach the Kaiser will be to take the train from here to Kufstein. That is the city where the man lives. After that, you will have to find the palace on your own. I have never been to the capital and thus I can't help you. But you will need money to board the train." Siv smiled and reached into her pockets. She then pulled out a wad of German marks, which was quite the decent sum. This was far more than what a foreign visitor should have on them upon first entering the country, and this only further increased the curiosity of the Good Samaritan. Naturally, Siv did not know the value of the currency in her hands and was quick to ask if it was enough to allow her to board the train to Kufstein. "Oh, I do? Is this enough to get me to Kufstein?" The Good Samaritan was surprised to see so much money in the foreigner's hands. She did not know where the girl had obtained so many marks, nor was she going to inquire about it. In reality, Siv had roughed up the fishermen on board the ship she had chosen to stow away on and had taken their hard-earned cash after one of their crew members tried to have his way with her. Siv may be a woman, but she was half Valkyrie, which means she was stronger than any mortal man, well aside from one that is. After confirming that this indeed was enough to buy her a ticket to Kufstein, Siv found her way to the train station after being given directions by the woman, where she bought herself a spot on board the high-speed train which carried the fatherland's citizens around its territory. Within a few hours, the young girl stepped foot into the Kufstein station, where she once more found herself lost. However, she was able to find a police officer where she inquired about the location of the Kaiser's palace. Mistaking her as a tourist who just wanted to take pictures, the man pointed Siv in the right direction, where she eventually made her way to Berengar's home. Inside the Kaiser's palace, Berenger was currently balls deep in Yasmin's ass. The couple were going at it like rabbits, that is, until a knock resounded on the door. Berenger was obviously quite perturbed at the interruption of his nightly fun and immediately barked commands at whoever it was who was disturbing him. "Go away." Despite this command, a timid voice responded to his barking with some news, which surprised not only the Kaiser but his Moorish wife as well. "Sir, it is urgent. There is a situation at the front gates. There is a young woman who claims to be your daughter. She won't leave and is currently resisting arrest." Yasmin looked up at her husband with a curious gaze as he was in the middle of thrusting inside her asshole. She smirked lightly before chastising the man for his lecherous nature. "Your daughter? Just how many bastards do you have, husband?" Berenger was just as confused as Yasmin and quickly barked another command at the servant. "My daughter? You say she's a young woman? That's impossible. I don't have any bastards at that age. Tell the men to arrest this pretender. A sigh escaped from the other side of the door as the voice responded once more, albeit in a dejected tone. Your Majesty, she says she is from Iceland and that her name is Siv. She is quite adamant about you being her father. Are you sure that name doesn't ring a bell? The moment Berenger heard the girl's name, he pulled out of Yasmin's plump ass and quickly began to dress himself in a panicked state, something which immediately caught his wife's attention. Wait, did you say that the woman's name is Siv? Tell the guards to stand down and let her in. She is my daughter. Yasmin was quite displeased that her husband had stopped pounding her ass, but she was more concerned about just who this daughter was and was quick to ask about the subject. You have a daughter named Siv? And she's a young woman? I don't understand. Who is she? Berenger scoffed as he corrected Yasmin while pulling on his pants. She is my stepdaughter. Her mother is the reason I go to Iceland once a month, but I have no idea how or why she is in Kufstein. I have to investigate this. Sorry, Yas, we will continue this some other time. After saying this, Berenger sprinted out the door to go greet his stepdaughter, who had come a long way to visit him. Meanwhile, Yasmin was left to finish on her own. Chapter 1174, Entertaining a Sudden Guest. Berenger showed up at the entrance of his palace dressed in nothing but a pair of shorts and a silk robe. It was late at night when Siv showed up at his doorstep and he was in the middle of being intimate with one of his wives. However, if Siv had come all this way from Iceland, it must be for something important, and thus the moment he laid eyes on the platinum-haired beauty, he hugged her tight and asked the questions which plagued his mind. What's wrong? Is your mother all right? What happened? Why are you here in Kufstein? Siv was relieved to see that her father was worried about her and her mother, and thus smiled as she pulled herself out of his embrace. I'm fine, mother is fine. I just wanted to see the Reich. You always said you would bring me away from that boring village, and yet you have yet to fulfill your promise. This answer baffled Berenger, who looked at his stepdaughter as if the young woman had truly gone mad before questioning her sanity on the spot. Does your mother know that you are here? No, I doubt she does. Don't tell me you ran away from home? Despite the gravity of the situation, Siv only smiled and confirmed that she did in fact run away from home. Of course. I can't be holed up in that place my entire life. Mother just doesn't understand. After what you told me about this place, I needed to see it for myself, and boy, did you not let me down. The things I have seen on my journey through the Reich are just astonishing, more than that old battleship you once housed me on. Berenger could hardly believe what he was hearing. When Brynhild finally found out that her daughter had run away from home for a second time, this time to be with her stepfather, he was not going to get off easy. Just when he was about to scold the girl for her reckless behavior, Yasmin came down the stairs dressed in a Tyrian purple silk robe. She looked at the platinum-haired beauty and then at her husband before interrogating the man. Is this the girl? Berenger forced a smile when he saw that Yasmin had followed him to the entryway of the palace and responded with haste, perhaps fearful that his wife would be upset with him. Yes, this is Siv. You could say that she is my stepdaughter. Though the marriage between myself and her mother isn't recognized by the Reich, it has been recognized among her people. You could say it is more of a spiritual marriage than a legal one. Rather than act angry or distant, Yasmin walked down the stairs and approached Siv with a warm smile on her face. She then grabbed hold of the few bags that Siv had brought with her and began escorting the girl through the palace. Well, we're glad to have you here. Siv, was it? Let me help you take those to your room. I'm sure you are exhausted after making such a long journey. Siv was not accustomed to receiving help from others, as the village she grew up in was all about self-sufficiency, so she was happy to let Yasmin take her bags up to whatever quarters she was being given. As for Berenger himself, he watched as the two curvy women climbed the stairs before realizing that he was not able to get a full release this night because of this interruption. Still, he had more important things to worry about now and was quick to approach his office, where he shut the door behind him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Berenger picked up the phone and dialed the general tasked with protecting Iceland. The phone rang for several seconds before the line connected, where a gruff and weary voice resounded on the other end. What is it? Do you have any idea what time it is? Why the hell are you calling me at this ungodly hour? Berengar's face went cold as he responded with an authoritative tone in his voice. That is funny, General, and here I thought that it was your esteemed honor to answer my calls at any time of the day? The moment the man on the other end heard the chilling voice come out of Berengar's mouth, he immediately changed his tone and apologized to his Kaiser. My Kaiser, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I am half asleep. What can I possibly do for you at this hour? The frightening expression Berenger was previously wearing immediately converted into a conceited smile as he gave his orders to the general. There should be a beautiful and voluptuous woman with platinum blonde hair, ice blue eyes, and jade-like skin searching for her missing daughter throughout Iceland. Have your men search for her, and when they come into contact with this woman, inform her that her daughter is safe and sound with her father and that she will be returned shortly. Do you understand? The general had no idea what any of this meant or why the Kaiser would be calling him about such a petty matter at such a dreaded time of the day, but he did not take his orders lightly and thus immediately climbed out of bed and wrote down the information he had received before responding to the man on the other end of the line. Yes, my Kaiser. I understand perfectly. I will have the men alerted and searching for this woman all night if I have to. You can rest assured she will be informed of your message. Is that all you have for me? Berenger smiled when he heard that his men would be searching for Brynhildr and nodded his head even though he knew that his general could not see him before responding in a calm tone. Of course. Have a good rest of your night, General. Oh, and one last thing, should any man attempt to lay hands on this woman, he will lose his head, understood? A cold shiver went down the general's spine as he immediately realized that this woman was most likely one of the Kaiser's concubines and that the child he was referring to was probably a prince or princess of the Reich. Thus, rather than climb back into bed, he immediately pulled on his coat and began to personally search for Brynhildr, but not before responding in affirmation to his orders. Yes, I understand and shall inform the men. Have a good rest of your night, my Kaiser. Upon hearing this, Berenger hung up the phone and sighed in relief. Hopefully, Brynhildr would not be too displeased when she learned that her daughter was safe and sound. Now all that was left was to convince the girl to go back to her home. However, after seeing the excitement in Siv's eyes, Berenger felt as if this would be a very difficult task to achieve. Regardless, it was too late to worry about such trivial matters and he would hopefully be able to resolve these issues in the morning. All that was left to do was to find Yasmin and continue to plow the woman's fine ass until they both were satisfied. Chapter 1175, A Battle of Wits at the Dining Room Table. The following morning was a bit awkward at breakfast. There was a new girl who was happily munching on the food at the table as if what she was eating were the tastiest things she had ever consumed in her entire life. Nobody knew who she was aside from Berenger and Yasmin, but judging by her level of beauty, it was entirely likely that she was another one of Berengar's flings. As a result, several of the Kaiser's wives gave him callous stares as they watched the man smile at the sight of his stepdaughter devouring her food. How is everything, Siv? Is it to your liking? Siv was either oblivious to the tense atmosphere or just simply didn't care as she munched on a sausage with a wide smile on her face. It's amazing, father, thank you very much. I have never tasted anything so good before. Berenger immediately played coy and responded to his stepdaughter's words with a warm tone in his voice. However, the fact that she called him father did not go unnoticed by everyone else at the table. Oh, come off it, Siv, your mother's cooking is very good. I quite enjoy the reindeer sausage she makes. In fact, I look forward to it every month I go to visit Iceland. The moment Berenger said the word Iceland, a sudden understanding washed over the room. However, it only created more questions. While Berenger had informed his wives that he did in fact have another lover in Iceland, he had never quite explained that she had a teenage daughter. Thus, they were quite confused about why a fully grown woman was calling their husband by the term father. However, not one of them dared to ask as Berenger had not bothered to explain the situation until now, and thus they felt it was not their place to pry into his personal matters while he was abroad. Still, this girl had come to their home and they felt like they were deserving of an answer. Luckily for Linda, Adela, and Anuria, Henrietta finally asked the question that was on all of their minds. Big brother, she calls you father, but as far as I know you did not visit Iceland until only a few years ago. How is it possible that this woman is your daughter? Isn't she too old? Berenger responded to his little sister's question with a wide smile on his face as he happily explained the situation that all of his wives were too fearful to ask. Oh, it is very simple. Siv is my stepdaughter, we are not related by blood. Her mother is one of my women, and because Siv never knew her biological father very well, she has taken quite a liking to me. And yes, boys, that means if you are able to win her heart, you can marry her. Siv nearly choked on her breakfast sausage when she heard her father say these words. However, immediately after recovering, she noticed that several of Berengar's sons were looking at her in ways she was not experienced to. After all, she was a foreign beauty and quite exotic at that. Few human beings possessed her features if any, and that was because the girl was half Valkyrie. In the eyes of several of Berengar's sons, including Lucas, she was the most beautiful thing they had ever laid eyes on, and that included both their mothers and sisters who were all top-tier beauties in their own rights. If there was anyone at the table who was not happy with Siv's appearance in the house, it was Berengar's many daughters. All of them competed regularly with one another for their father's affection, and now they had another contender to deal with. One who could very well win their father's loves in ways they could not by virtue of not being related by blood. Perhaps most displeased of all was Zara, who had always been known throughout the house as Berengar's favorite daughter. Not only was she still being punished for sneaking into the man's war room and commandeering his satellites, but now her beloved father was paying more attention to another girl who claimed to be one of his daughters. As a result, the Arabic beauty pouted at the dining table and glowered towards Siv, which was something that the Icelandic bombshell did not take notice of. Catherine, however, did in fact notice Zara's displeasure and further added salt into the girl's wound while snacking on her omelette with the grace of a princess. Oh, by the way, Zara, I heard that kickboxer you were so fond of is having a major fight this Friday night. If he wins, he will become the #1 contender in the middleweight division. What was his name again? Oh, that's right. Brant Zentner. Zara blushed when she heard the kickboxer's name. In a way, Brant was her celebrity crush. He was a rising star in the middleweight division of the world's largest kickboxing promotion. The man was undefeated throughout the entirety of his career and had won every fight via a knockout or technical knockout. Brant was particularly famous not only for his aggressive fighting style and exceptional power but also because he was both young and a relatively handsome man, more so than anyone else in the sport. Zara snuck a glance at her father to see if the man had seen her coquettish reaction, and only pouted further when she realized her father had not once looked in her direction. As a resort, she responded to Catherine's remark with a rather crass tone in her voice. It is a shame that Zara won't be able to watch it. Daddy is still punishing Zara for helping out her big brother. But Zara knows that Brant will emerge victorious, like he always does. So Zara can only support him in her heart. Catherine was slightly dismayed that her taunt did not cause her half-sister to have an outburst. Though Berenger had spent the last 5 years making up to Catherine and her siblings for his rather poor parenting, she knew that Zara was still his favorite daughter. This was something that Catherine had a hard time coming to terms with, and as a result, she kept pestering Zara whenever she got the chance. As for Berenger, he did not pay the slightest bit of attention to the dispute between his two daughters. Instead, he focused entirely on SIV while ensuring that the girl enjoyed her breakfast. This was, of course, until Zara realized that her father was so preoccupied with the newcomer that she might be able to coerce the man into ending her punishment early. Thus, a pleading look formed on Zara's face as she addressed her father, who was not really paying attention to her. "Daddy, Zara was wondering if you might make an exception in her punishment for Friday night. It has already been so long since Daddy first punished Zara, and Zara has been a good girl since. Won't you please let Zara watch the fight this Friday night?" Catherine simply scoffed and wore a conceited smile when she saw that her half-sister had already become so desperate at the slight mention of that pathetic meathead's name and was just about to mock the girl when Berenger responded. "Sure, Zara, go ahead. Anyway, SIV, how was your journey to the Reich? You did not encounter any trouble on the way here, did you?" While SIV was explaining the difficulties that she had endured when she decided to stow away on board a German fishing boat, Catherine was gawking like an idiot. She could not believe that Zara had seriously just managed to manipulate their father in such a crude manner. The girl was just about to speak up and protest when Zara stuck out her tongue and held up her left hand with a sign of victory. Such a thing infuriated Catherine to no end. She had accidentally ended up helping Zara get out of her punishment. Even if she did want to protest now, it would do no good. Her father was too busy paying attention to the newcomer. Thus, she could only eat in silence, while the rest of her siblings chatted among themselves in their own cliques. Chapter 1176. Preparing for the wedding. The Emir of Tlemcen sat on his throne, as his messenger reported the news. The Sultanate of Morocco had fallen to the Iberian Empire's conquest. In doing so, any and all previous treaties and agreements between their two realms were now null and void. This included the betrothal between the gorgeous Princess Amara al-Haq and his own son. While the Emir was a wise man, who could tell that times were changing out of his favor 2 decades ago, his son was a gluttonous and lustful man, who cared little about the balance of power. Worst yet, there were many players in the Emir's court who wanted to do away with him and place his son on the throne as a puppet. To tell his son that one of the women he had been eyeing for several years was no longer going to marry him would only cause a tantrum of epic proportions. Still, it's not like much could be done. The Sultanate of Morocco was conquered, and to the victor goes the spoils. With this in mind, the bride price had already been paid, and despite the betrothal being broken, there were no signs of Iberia repaying Tlemcen for this voiding of their contract. Just when the Emir was thinking about how best to approach this dilemma, his rotund and lecherous son entered the room with a furious expression on his face. "Father, I just heard from Nasir that the Iberians have conquered Morocco and have taken my fiancée hostage. What are you going to do about this outrage?" The Emir did not immediately respond to his son's outburst. He knew that as a result of Iberia's close ties to the Reich, that they would not be an enemy that could be easily defeated. The proof of this was in the fact that the Sultanate of Morocco, which was a much larger and more powerful state than the Emirate of Tlemcen, had fallen in under 3 days' time to the Iberian army. The man's silence only further enraged his son, who was quick to voice his outrage once more. "Father, what are you going to do about this insult? I won't let it stand." With a heavy sigh, the Emir gazed upon his fat son and shook his head before voicing his decision. "We have been invited to the wedding between Sultan Ghazi al-Fadl and his new bride, Princess Amara al-Haq. I suppose all that can be done now is visit the ceremony and convince the new sultan to pay back the dowry which the previous sultan of Morocco has taken from me." This was not the answer which the crown prince was looking for, and thus he was quick to respond with anger, as he approached his father, and grabbed hold of the man's robes with a furious expression on his chubby face. "Unacceptable. There is no woman in all of Africa who is as beautiful and fair as Amara. She will be my bride. Who does this filthy half-breed think he is? Stealing my woman from me. I shall have his head." Despite wanting more than anything to strike his son for his insolence, the Emir restrained himself, knowing that if he angered the young man enough, he would turn to those more sinister factions in the royal court. If such a thing were to occur, then it would not be long before the emir lost his own head, and at the hands of his eldest son, no less. Thus, after taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, the emir gave his eldest son a stern look, before doubling down on his decision. We will attend the wedding, and you will be on your best behavior. I do not want you causing trouble for the Iberian Sultan, or his new bride. The betrothal has been broken, and it is out of our hands now. All we can do is pay our respects and ask for the return of the dowry we have paid. That is my final decision. I will not hear another word about this. The fat young man was furious that his father was not willing to go to war for the sake of the woman who should be his bride, and immediately let go of the man's robes before storming off from the room. The emir could only sigh in silence, as he reflected on his failure as a father, while the Arabic world was preparing to visit Rabat for the wedding between Ghazi and his new bride. The man in question sat upon the Moroccan throne with a chalice in one hand, which was filled with distilled spirits imported from the Reich. The boy, like his siblings, was raised as both a Muslim and a Christian, and yet he believed in neither faith. At least not wholeheartedly. Still, for the sake of appeasing his people, he openly practiced Islam, even if he was a secular man. Even then, he did not allow the Islamic traditions to prevent him from drinking alcohol or eating pork. After all, bacon was delicious, and he would not allow a religion to prohibit him from eating such a delicacy. Naturally, the fact that he was openly drinking alcohol in front of the Moroccan nobility was something which he knew would displease many of his new devout subjects, and yet he did not care in the slightest. Instead, he was more interested in the upcoming wedding ceremony, which would take place within only a few days. He had invited his entire family to the occasion, as well as many of the rulers over those European kingdoms which aligned themselves with the Reich. He had also sent out invitations to every major Muslim ruler who were all already on their way to Morocco. While Ghazi was half-heartedly listening to one of his subjects announce the costs of the ceremony, a sudden disturbance occurred. The great hall of the Moroccan palace was immediately made more lively as a loud and masculine voice echoed across its halls. Hyat Neem 21 Sever MMMD Yet Man TNNMEDI. VUE Unita Vio 110011, Elululi 110 Luilil Lu Lil Ul 1110 Sol Ulul Willu Line Lil Ludlow Ul Lik Culaiuly. Gu Suum Lil Ul Luil Ulalu. 4110 Sil 11 Ulul Ul Lik Avalul Pululu Vas immediately made more lively as a loud and masculine voice echoed across its halls. Where is my son? Where is Ghazi? It was at this moment, Ghazi realized that his father had arrived, meaning the rest of his family were with him. He quickly got up from his seat and rushed out to meet his loved ones, much to the dismay of his subject, who was still listing off the expenses. Ghazi immediately saw his father, mother, and full-blooded siblings standing in the middle of the great hall with prideful expressions on their faces. Yasmin immediately hugged her eldest son, while Zara teased her big brother about his upcoming nuptials. Big brother is really amazing. He is finally getting married to a woman, and all he had to do was conquer her home and take her hostage to get her to agree. Truly, even Daddy's legendary skills with the ladies do not compare to yours, O great Sultan of Iberia. The sarcasm that was practically dripping out of Zara's delicate mouth did not go unnoticed by her elder brother. If not for the fact that they were siblings, then Ghazi would have demanded some respect from the young woman. But he could never stay mad at Zara. As for Berenger, he was quick to lecture his daughter for her blatant disrespect. Zara, watch your tongue. Need I remind you that you are still being punished for watching that kickboxing fight, even though I explicitly forbade you from doing so? Naturally, Zara pouted when she heard this, causing her to argue with her father about the cruelty of her punishment. But Daddy promised Zara she could watch the fight at breakfast. Daddy is being unfair. Berenger did not remember giving permission to his daughter to escape her punishment, and unfortunately for her, none of her siblings were willing to come to her defense. Zara's sisters were envious of the attention their father gave her, while her brothers knew better than to meddle in the affairs of their sisters. If they were to speak up on Zara's behalf, then they would be invoking the ire of their other sisters. Thus, it basically came down to Zara's word and Zara's word alone, something Berenger was not inclined to believe. After all, she had a history of being untrustworthy when it came to escaping punishments. So while Zara was able to watch the fight, in which her favorite fighter won decisively, and made himself the #1 contender in the world, it had come at the cost of being punished for an additional month on top of her 3-month sentence. Ghazi was entirely unaware of all of this, and was quick to ask why his beloved little sister was being punished. What did Zara do exactly? Berenger shifted his stern gaze from his errant daughter before looking back at his son with a curious expression on his face. Oh, I am sure you are already aware of what Zara has done to deserve her punishment. After all, she did it for your sake. This single statement was all that Ghazi needed to hear, to know that the girl was being punished for breaking into the war room and hijacking a number of military satellites. Zara's actions were something that Ghazi had never asked for, but they proved to be invaluable to the war effort. which allowed Ghazi and his men to identify and eliminate the enemy army without suffering a single loss. And thus, unlike the rest of the girl's siblings, he was more than willing to speak up on her behalf. If you are punishing Zara for that, then I am afraid you are indeed being unfair to her, father, for she is not the one at fault. I was the one who requested it. And like the good little sister she is, Zara was more than willing to follow my orders. If anyone should take the blame, it is me. Berenger eyed his son carefully after hearing his remark. The boy had never once stood up to him like this before, and to take the blame on Zara's behalf would immediately turn this little family dispute into an international incident. After all, Ghazi was now the Sultan of Iberia, and if he had coerced Zara into committing espionage and treason, it would immediately destroy the alliance that existed between the two nations, as well as condemn his sister to death. This was a fact that Ghazi knew, hence why he did not deliberately say what Zara had done. Thus, leaving the ball in Berengar's court. Either you can let my little sister off the hook, or you can execute her as a traitor. Which will it be, old man? This was essentially what Ghazi was telling Berenger, and because of this, Berenger had no choice but to end Zara's punishment prematurely, because he would never, ever intentionally bring harm to his family. Thus, with an exhausted tone in his voice, Berenger admitted defeat. Well, if that is the case, then I see no reason to continue to punish Zara. Zara looked at her brother and father with disbelief in her amber eyes. She knew exactly what had happened in this brief exchange of words and was surprised that her elder brother was willing to go so far, just to see her let off from her punishment. She quickly hugged the young man and thanked him for his support. Thank you, big brother. Berenger was naturally not pleased with this outcome. He had been defeated at his own game by none other than his son. It was perhaps the first time that he had suffered a defeat since entering this world. At the very least, it was a trivial matter that did not affect his life in the slightest. Thus, he could only resign himself. The next few days would be extremely lively, as Berenger and his family prepared for Ghazi's wedding. Chapter 1177. A bloody wedding. The Emir of Tlemcen and his family were riding in the back of a particularly large carriage as they wandered through the streets of Ribat as if they were foreign conquerors. No longer did the banners of the Al-Haq dynasty fly proudly over the city's walls. Instead, they were replaced by the flag of the Iberian Empire. It had only been a fortnight since the Sultanate of Morocco fell to the conquest of their new masters, and while the European world was quick to recognize Iberia's annexation of the region, the Arabic world had stubbornly refused to do so. Even so, the leaders of the Muslim world had all gathered in Ribat to celebrate the wedding of the Iberian Sultan and the Moroccan princess. Among these rulers was the Emir of Tlemcen, who sat in his carriage while looking over at his eldest son, who was wringing his hands in excitement. No doubt the boy was planning to cause some trouble, and as his father, the Emir felt an intense need to warn his son not to misbehave. Khalid, my son, I will give you one warning in advance. We are now entering potentially hostile territory. You must behave yourself at all times. If you do not, then I fear I may not be able to protect you from the wrath of the Sultan. Despite his wise father's warning, Khalid was a fool who only cared about two things: food and sex. Everything else was inconsequential. Thus, the young man did not take his father's warning seriously, and simply agreed to the man's words without even bothering to understand the severity behind them. Yes, of course, father. Naturally, the Emir of Tlemcen knew that his idiot of a son did not take his warning to heart and could only sigh and pray to Allah so that the almighty deity might protect his boy from harm. Before long, the caravan arrived at the palace steps, where a servant of Ghazi had stepped forth to meet them. While the Emir was discussing the important matters regarding their stay in Ribat, Khalid's attention had been caught by something else entirely. Everywhere he looked, there were world-class beauties, more so than any of the women he had ever slept with. Hell, these young women were even more perfect than Amara, and they came in many colors and sizes. Naturally, these young women were the daughters of Berenger, who were tasked with greeting important guests to the Moroccan palace. The fact that the Emir of Tlemcen met with a mere servant, and not a princess, was proof of how little Ghazi thought of the Muslim leaders. If there was one young woman who became the immediate object of Khalid's overflowing lust, it was Zara. The woman's naturally tan skin and blonde hair made an attractive combination. But what was so desirable about the girl was her heavenly figure, as if she was a living fertility goddess. Despite wearing a modest dress of German fashion, the natural curves of Zara's body could not be hidden, especially not to a trained eye like Khalid's. In that moment, the young man had completely forgotten about his goal of reclaiming the Moroccan princess, and instead wanted nothing more than to rip off Zara's dress and see just how divine her body truly was. Thus, the fat tub of lard instinctively approached the young woman, who was happily conversing with the king of Hungary and his young wife. Zara naturally knew all of her father's vassals, and thus she was far more eager to speak with a man like Victor than one of the many Arab princes who did not seem to understand their place in the world. However, because of her half-Arabic and half-German heritage, Zara seemed to be the favorite of men like Khalid who wanted nothing more than to get into her pants. Thus, she had, on more than one occasion so far today, been forced to politely decline their proposals. Something which the girl found utterly tiresome. Khalid was not privy to these incidents, and thus approached the girl with lust in his eyes, as he pushed the king of Hungary out of his way before forcefully grabbing hold of Zara's wrist. He spoke in Arabic as he tried to drag the exotic beauty back to his father. "You, come with me. You will be my fourth wife." While some of the other Arab princes had tried to get her to marry them, none of them had been so rude or so forceful. Thus, the usually playful Zara immediately became enraged and slapped Khalid across his fat face before cursing him out in front of the entire palace. "Get your filthy hands off of me, you fat, ugly pig. Who the hell do you think you are to sully my royal hands with your grubby hooves?" The fact that Zara had referred to herself in the first person, instead of her usual cutesy third-person speech, truly showed those who knew her just how outraged she was to have been touched by something so disgusting. The king of Hungary knew that what had just occurred was not like the last few occasions where Zara politely declined the requests for marriage that she had received from no more than 6 different Arab princes. She was truly enraged by this nobody, and if somebody did not come to break up this conflict soon, blood would be spilled. But Zara was not the only one who was enraged. Khalid had a temper, and never before had a woman ever laid their hands on him, let alone referred to him as a fat, ugly pig. He quickly raised his fist and struck Zara in the gut, before screaming at her in a voice gone mad. "I said you will be my fourth wife, and that is final. You will learn some respect even if I have to beat it into your pretty little head. I am the crown prince of Tlemcen." Zara had fallen to her knees and was having difficulty keeping the contents of her stomach contained within her gut. However, despite the walloping she had just received, Khalid thought he had witnessed a sadistic smile form on the woman's luscious lips. In the next moment, it was gone, and instead was replaced with frantic sobbing as Zara called out for her father. "Daddy, daddy. Zara needs her daddy." It was only now that the Emir of Tlemcen witnessed his son's display of violence. He did not know who Zara was, or what important house she came from, but he had an ominous feeling as several heavily armed guards approached Khalid and restrained him. Khalid tried to resist arrest, but this only resulted in a savage beating where he was not only clubbed but was also tased. Zara continued to cry and make a scene, but in the glimmer of her amber eyes, there was a look of bitter hatred and sadistic pleasure, as she witnessed the man who had struck her so thoroughly beaten. Eventually, news of the incident reached Berengar's ears, causing him to rush to the scene, to see Zara being looked after by several of his physicians. Despite the fact that she was in good hands, Berenger immediately approached his daughter to see if she was all right. "Zara, my baby girl, are you okay?" Zara winced in pain and bit her lip so that blood would spray out, in a deliberate act to milk this incident for all it was worth. She sniffled with crocodile tears in her amber eyes as she latched onto her father's chest and cried into his tunic. "Oh, Daddy. It was horrible. That fat, disgusting pig tried to abduct Zara and force her to be his wife. When Zara tried to break out of his grip, he punched Zara in the tummy. Daddy, please give Zara justice." Berenger did not know what part of this story outraged him the most. The fact that his daughter had been assaulted, or that this fat, disgusting sack of shit tried to abduct her. He did not even need to hear a second account before immediately walking over to Khalid and stomping on the man's fat face. The look of rage in Berengar's eyes was one that even those most familiar to him had never seen before. He continued to stomp on Khalid's face before placing his knee on the man's fat belly, where he proceeded to beat the man with punches, elbows and headbutts. Zara watched the beating that her father put on the man who had assaulted her with sadistic pleasure in her amber eyes. However, even she did not realize the lengths her father would go to avenge her as he continued to scream at the fat fuck whose face he pummeled. "You dare lay your hands on my daughter, you fat sack of shit. I will kill your entire fucking family." By now, Berengar's knuckles were bloodied to the bone, as he continued to beat Khalid's face in, even though it was completely unrecognizable. He continued to punch away and elbow at the man's skull with an increased intensity, as if no matter how many times he struck the man, it would never be enough. Though Khalid's father attempted to get past the lead guard and rescue his son, it was no use. He was forced to watch as Berenger mercilessly beat his son to death. That was until Berenger finally grabbed hold of the Khalid's fat head and dug his thumbs into the man's eyes, thus causing his brain to hemorrhage. As the crown prince of Tlemcen passed away on the spot, Berenger condemned his soul to eternal damnation. "You fucking bastard. For laying your hands on my daughter, I will have your soul burn for eternity." After brutally killing the man in front of an entire crowd, Berenger stood up and grabbed a handkerchief from one of his leibguard, who was standing by waiting to support, before wiping the blood off of his hands and face. Only after they were clean did he spit upon the corpse of the fat Arab prince. Zara gazed at her father with disbelief in her amber eyes. She did not expect Berenger to so brutally kill the fat prince in front of so many people. Yet, even though she was greatly surprised, Zara was not horrified. In fact, by watching her father kill a man in an act of rage, she found that she had discovered a new requirement for the man that she would one day marry. He had to be willing to kill for her. Chapter 1178. I am become death. Perhaps Berenger had mellowed out with old age. After all, maturity came with experience. But for whatever reason, over the last few years, the man had no longer felt the need to flatten cities to prove a point to the world. However, despite having a long fuse to anger, once fully provoked, Berengar's fury was one that was as destructive as a thermonuclear warhead. Despite maintaining the peace in the world for the last 5 years, or perhaps because of it, the world had seemed to have forgotten the warlord who 20 years ago rose from nothing and trampled entire cities beneath his boot as he claimed his place as the global hegemon. At least that was what Berenger was thinking as he washed the fresh blood of his victim from his hands and face. There was no force on this earth that was more terrifying than Berenger when one of his loved ones came under attack. Thus, after wiping the filth from his body that belonged to the Crown Prince of Tlemcen, Berenger gave an order which shocked the world's many rulers: find out which nation this fat sack of shit belonged to and execute his entire family. Upon realizing that her beloved father had not yet quelled his bloodlust, Zara thought to further endear herself to the man, as she milked her injury while informing the man of the information which he desired. After biting her lip once more, so that she could cough up blood, the young princess immediately informed her father of just who had dared to trespass on his dynasty's dignity. Daddy, Zara knows who did this. The fat pig said who he was after he struck Zara. He was the Crown Prince of Tlemcen. Berenger immediately checked on Zara's health when he saw the blood fall from her lips and gave an immediate order to get her to a proper facility for treatment. Get my daughter on the first plane back to civilization. I want her thoroughly examined by a proper doctor within the hour. The members of the Leibgard rushed to be the first one to escort the princess back to the Reich via a supersonic transport. After all, it was their responsibility to look after the royal family, and they had allowed the Kaiser's most beloved daughter to sustain such an injury. In an attempt to save their own necks, several men retrieved a wheelchair and immediately wheeled the young woman off to the transport. As for the rest of Berengar's elite bodyguard, they were given an order that shocked the rest of the world's leaders. Arrest the royal family of Tlemcen and have them shot in the public square. This was truly something unthinkable. Berenger was now acting as if he was the ruler of the world, and was not respecting the rights of other monarchs, especially when one considered that the Emir of Tlemcen was not a subordinate state to the Reich. To the many rulers who still considered themselves sovereign, this was outrageous, and thus a riot was about to take place as they screamed obscenities to the Kaiser. Who do you think you are to condemn the Emir of Tlemcen and his family to death? You think you have the right to kill a foreign monarch? Under what grounds? Shouting occurred, and many of the guests from the Arab world had begun throwing things at the Leibgard. That is, until the Leibgard racked the charging handles of their short-barreled STG-952s and aimed their red dot sights at those monarchs who dared to resist. The sudden threat of instant death immediately quelled those who were making trouble. As for Berenger, he stepped forward and introduced himself to the crowd. My name is Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, and as of this moment, the German Reich is officially at war with the Emirate of Tlemcen. For crimes against my family, I will seize the members of their royal family and have them rightfully executed. Any man who seeks to intervene shall share their fate. After such a bold and chilling threat, no man stepped forward to defend the Emir of Tlemcen and his family, who were quickly rounded up and brought away by the Leibgard. Though the Arab rulers looked at Berenger with complete disdain, they did not say a word in retaliation. Berenger did not hesitate to look after his daughter. He went so far as to join Zara on board a supersonic transport, which transported them both back to the Reich. Within the hour, Berenger and his daughter were back in Kufstein, where the girl was treated by medical professionals who confirmed that she sustained no real damage. Despite his relief at this much welcomed news, Berenger would not let things slide, simply because his beloved daughter was unharmed. The fact that a man had dared to touch her without his permission, let alone assault her, meant that there was only one fate which awaited his people. Thus, while Zara was enjoying the attention that her father was giving her, Berenger gave an order which would condemn the entire nation of Tlemcen to extinction. While the doctors performed a thorough examination of Zara's body to ensure that nothing was wrong with it, Berenger found the nearest phone and dialed the headquarters of the Wehrmacht. His voice was completely emotionless as he gave a chilling command. Verification code 12646AK3. I hereby authorize a full-scale launch of our nation's arsenal of intercontinental ballistic missiles. The target is the Emirate of Tlemcen. The verification code that Berenger used was just one step in unleashing the Reich's massive arsenal of conventional intercontinental ballistic missiles, each of which had the explosive yield of a small tactical nuclear weapon. Over the last 5 years, the Reich had rapidly developed its military capabilities and was now capable of producing thermobaric weapons of immense power. Thus, he decided to launch all 25,000 missiles to annihilate the Emirate of Tlemcen. After Zara had completed her checkup and confirmed that she was in perfect health, she snuck up behind her father and hugged him from behind. And yet he did not react like normal. Instead, his gaze was directed outside the window, staring into space. Her father's lack of reaction immensely confused Zara and, as a result, she was quick to inquire about why this was the case. "Why is Daddy staring out the window?" A cold response came out of her father's lips, along with a single sentence. "Wait for it." Naturally intrigued by what her father meant, Zara stared out the window, just as Berenger was doing, and was suddenly shocked by what she saw and heard. All over the fatherland and its colonies, as well as the world's oceans, intercontinental ballistic missiles were being launched from their silos and submarines, as they flew into the sky and darted off towards every single inhabited region of Tlemcen. Zara could not even count the number of missiles that streaked through the air. To the German people, it was as if the sky had suddenly fallen. As suddenly 25,000 missiles shot out of the ground and into the sky. Many people gathered to witness the spectacular sight and recorded the scene on their camcorders. As for Zara, she was an astronautical engineer who worked for the German space program. As someone infinitely familiar with rockets, and the many types which the Reich employed in all of its sectors, she was horrified by that which she saw. Naturally, she knew exactly what it was that her amber eyes gazed upon. Her arms, which hugged around her father, suddenly began to quiver as her voice trembled in fear, and perhaps guilt, knowing that she was, in fact, to blame for the untold destruction that was about to occur. Daddy, what have you done?" A sadistic smirk curved itself upon Berengar's lips as he continued to gaze upon his missiles which took to the sky, and in that moment he finally understood what Oppenheimer meant when he said the words, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," which Berenger said aloud, to the horror of his beloved daughter. Chapter 1179. The Smoke Clears. In less than an hour, the Emirate of Tlemcen was wiped off the map. The simultaneous detonation of 25,000 thermobaric missiles which were capable of producing an explosive blast that was equivalent to a tactical nuke was enough to wipe out all life in the small coastal country. Germany's massive arsenal of intercontinental ballistic missiles targeted every populated area within the nation. What was perhaps most shocking of all was that the Reich, which had deliberately gathered the world's leaders to sign the Vienna Accords, specifically to avoid the destruction of innocent life, had suddenly snuffed out millions of lives, as if it were an afterthought. Even in Morocco, the people who were gathered in the royal palace could feel the tremors, and see the mushroom clouds which appeared over the skies of what was once Tlemcen, as the explosions rocked the region. A permanent scar had been formed on the Earth's surface as a result of Berengar's fury, and everyone who stood witness knew who was responsible for such an apocalyptic scene. Ghazi was naturally aware of what had happened to his sister shortly after it had occurred, but even he did not expect his father to go so far to avenge the girl. A military invasion was one thing, but to annihilate the entire kingdom? Something like this had never been heard of before. It was at this moment that many of the kings of Europe remembered exactly who their master was. A warlord, a tyrant, and despot who cared more about the well-being of his family than the lives of the rest of the world combined. And now that same man had the ability to utterly destroy an entire kingdom with a simple phone call. Why had nobody in Germany decided to resist this madness? If one man, along the chain of command, had decided against launching these missiles, millions of innocent lives could have been spared? But what were the lives of backward savages, when compared to the will of the Kaiser? Berenger had led Germany to become the world's supreme power. Nobody in the world could resist their will. It was not just the power that the German people enjoyed, but wealth and luxury as well. All the results of one man and his efforts. A man who had brought them from a backward feudal kingdom to a mighty modern empire. Of course, not a single German would dare to even think about disobeying an order from their Kaiser, especially not the upper echelons of the military, who had personally watched the man unite their people and lead their nation to unrivaled glory. For the rest of the world, however, this was both a shocking reality and a painful reminder that the Kaiser and his family were explicitly off-limits. Any harm that came to a member of the von Kufstein dynasty and its cadet branches, even something as superficial as a punch to the gut, were met with untold destruction. Ghazi gazed upon the smoke in the air, which emanated from the neighboring country, and could only take a deep inhale of the cold and chilling air. Today was supposed to be his wedding day, a day that was supposed to be joyous for all. And yet, it was a day now mired with the blood of millions of innocent people. Naturally, the man could not marry his fiancée with such an oppressive atmosphere exuding throughout the region. And thus, he had no choice but to postpone the wedding until a later date. It did not take long for Berenger and Zara to return from the Reich, and when they did, they came with many more soldiers, to ensure that their family was truly protected from any and all threats. The way the Arab leaders looked at Berenger was no longer one filled with disdain. Instead of their eyes were filled with intense fear. Nobody knew how many of those missiles the Reich had, and to the more primitive monarchs, who had not witnessed the glory of the Reich in person until now, they did not even know how Berenger had achieved such destruction. Perhaps the man was a god, who called forth the fury of the heavens to obliterate his foes. What was certain was that Tlemcen, and every person who lived within its borders, except for maybe a few lucky souls, were now dead, its architecture destroyed, and its history burned. Nothing remained but ash and smoke. This was a feat that was entirely unheard of throughout the entirety of human history, and yet Germany had achieved it. While Zara was still struggling to overcome the complicated emotions she felt, after witnessing the lengths her father had gone to in order to avenge her, Berenger had a calm smile on his face as he approached his son Ghazi and hugged the man, who was looking at his own father as if he were a demon incarnate. I am so sorry about all that nasty business, but not that I have cleaned up that mess. I believe we now have a wedding to attend, do we not? Though Ghazi had initially intended to call off the wedding, at least temporarily, until a time where people could overcome their shock and disbelief. Yet now he did not dare disobey his father. The young sultan had always known that his father was a bit excessive in pretty much everything he chose to do. But this? How could anyone possibly remain calm in such a situation? It was simply unthinkable. And yet, there was no fluctuations in Berengar's expression, and the wrath he previously displayed as he personally beat the crown prince of Tlemcen to death had suddenly vanished, as if it were extinguished alongside the lives of the millions of innocents who died in the fiery blasts of his missiles. Ghazi found it incredibly difficult to speak in this moment, and switched his gaze to Zara, who had yet to recover from the guilty she felt after believing that she was responsible for such destruction. What was perhaps even more unnerving was that the girl appeared perfectly healthy, as if she was never even really harmed in the first place. Berenger only now noticed the look on his beloved daughter's face, and quickly grabbed a hold of her, and stuffed her into his chest, as tears began to fall from her amber eyes. If he did not comfort the girl now, then it was likely that she would not survive the guilt she was currently enduring. Thus, Berenger personally took the blame upon himself as he wiped the tears from the girl's eyes. Zara does not need to worry about a thing. You have done nothing wrong. The girl looked up at her father, and noticed he was no longer wearing a frightening expression. Instead, it was the same loving and affectionate gaze he had always given her, which made the girl's heart ease up just a slight bit. Even then, she still questioned what the man was saying. But it is all Zara's fault. If Zara had not, however, she was completely cut off by her father, who placed a finger to his daughter's lips, and quickly assured her that nothing was her fault. No, it is not. You were assaulted, and I reacted in the way that any father would if they were in my shoes. You are a victim of all of this, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. If you must blame anyone for the loss of life, then blame me. Of course, Zara could never find it in her heart to hold her beloved father responsible for all the death that his actions had caused, and instantly began to protest his words. No, it is not Daddy's fault. Knowing that he had his daughter right where he wanted her, Berenger smiled and hugged his daughter once more, before saying something that would change her outlook on life forever. Then, if you must blame somebody for what has occurred on this day, blame it on that fat, worthless pig who tried to have his way with you. If not for his actions on this day, then none of this would have happened. After all, it is only natural that a father will avenge his daughter when she is assaulted, is it not? One day, when you finally get married, I hope that the man you choose is willing to go to the same lengths that I am willing to go to in order to ensure that you are safe, happy, and most of all respected. Zara looked up into her father's loving gaze, as the tears that had once fallen from her eyes suddenly dried up. She no longer felt guilty for the deaths of those millions of people who had been incinerated by the missiles. After all, it was like her daddy had said she was a victim, and her father was simply responding the way any man would to a loved one who had been wronged. No, the ones who were truly to blame for this catastrophe were the royal family of Tlemcen, who failed to recognize their proper place in this world. Thus, on this day, Zara suddenly formed two new requirements for the man that she would one day marry. Not only did he have to be willing to kill for her, but he also had to be willing to take on the entire world for her, even if everyone else hated him for it. Chapter 1180. Let It Burn. After utterly annihilating the Emirate of Tlemcen, Berenger wanted to continue on with the wedding ceremony, but Yasmin had ultimately convinced him that was a terrible idea, and thus the world's many leaders decided to retire for the evening after such an exciting afternoon. The wedding between Sultan Ghazi al-Fadl and Princess Amara al-Haq would be postponed for another fortnight, until a time where the smoke which filled the air dispersed, giving the guests some much-needed time to rest and come to terms with the terror they had endured on this day. Back in the fatherland, the German media reported to the people that the Emirate of Tlemcen had attempted to kidnap Princess Zara al-Fadl, and had even assaulted the girl in the process. They then spun the tale as an act of necessary retaliation, and were vastly underestimating the casualties that Tlemcen suffered. Naturally, the German people supported their Kaiser's decision, and even declared that not enough of Tlemcen's people had died in their retaliation. After all, A foreign prince harmed a princess of the Reich, and there was no price too great to pay for accosting the royal family. Meanwhile, reconnaissance jets flew over the smoldering ruins of the Arab state, surveying the land for any possible survivors. As Berenger had expected, the entire landscape of every populated area within Tlemcen's borders was nothing but ashes floating in the wind. Every building, every life, every written record was snuffed out of existence, leaving nothing behind. It was as if nothing ever existed in the region to begin with. The reactions of Berengar's family and guests differed per person. Some were horrified to see such a mindless slaughter of the innocent, while others were happy to see the fire and brimstone still lived within the Kaiser's spirit. As an outsider to the entire matter, SIV had watched in amazement as the rockets took to the air and annihilated the neighboring country. Naturally, she had many questions on her mind, and thus after tossing and turning in her bed for several hours whilst unable to sleep, the girl decided to visit her father's quarters to ask the man about the things that kept her awake. When SIV showed up at the Kaiser's room, it came as a surprise to the Kaiser, who opened the door with a concerned expression on his handsome face. SIV, what are you doing here at this hour? Are you okay? Berenger was dressed in nothing but a silk robe, and was glistening with sweat, leading the girl to believe that he had been busy entertaining one or more of his wives. Thus she blushed in embarrassment as she asked the man the question that she found to be most pertinent. Father, do you mind if we go for a walk? I have many questions I wish to ask you about today's events. Berenger looked back at his room, to see two of his wives looking rather upset that they had been interrupted, before smiling and nodding his head in agreement with his stepdaughter's wishes. Sure, it is not a problem. After saying this, Berenger shut the doors behind him, and followed the girl out to the balcony of the palace, where they gazed up at the stars above while the cool wind of the desert night gently passed them by. Siv's platinum hair fluttered in the wind as she gazed upon the moon, not willing to look her father in the eye. She was truly stunned by what had happened earlier in the day, and it took her some time to think through just what she wanted to say. Eventually, she sighed heavily and decided on the blunt approach. Father, if I have your permission, may I ask exactly what it was that I saw today? Such destruction. I have never seen it before in my life, nor have I ever heard of such a thing. And I grew up with the legends of the gods. Berenger smiled when he heard this, before placing a hand on his stepdaughter's shoulder while assuring her that there was nothing to be worried about. Are you referring to my missiles? They are called Intercontinental Ballistic Missiles, or ICBMs for short. They utilize a thermobaric warhead which is capable of significant destruction, as you witnessed today, especially when deployed in the tens of thousands. If you think they are a threat to you or your mother, you do not need to worry. They are perfectly safe and are under lock and key. Only I can authorize their use, and there are plenty of safeguards in place to ensure that they don't fall into the wrong hands. You do not need to worry so much, SIV. I would never harm you, your mother, or any of your siblings for that matter. You are all my precious family. SIV shifted her gaze towards the smoldering ruins of Tlemcen and shivered as a slight breeze passed through her sheer nightgown while kissing her jade-like skin. She had finally learned what these weapons were called, yet she still had so many questions, and was quick to voice another one, while still refusing to look into her stepfather's eyes. Father, how many people did you kill today? Berenger looked at SIV with a befuddled expression on his handsome face. He did not even think about this question, even after the missiles had detonated. In fact, the death toll had not even factored into his decision. However, now that he had some time to think about it, he responded in a rather nonchalant manner. I'm honestly not sure. My fighters are currently surveying the ruins of Tlemcen to see if there are any survivors. At most, a few nomadic tribes may have survived if they were lucky. I don't know the population of Tlemcen off the top of my head, but it ranges anywhere from a few 100,000 to a few million. Why do you ask? After hearing such a staggering figure, Siv's heart began to bleed. Her ice-blue eyes shifted from the fires of retaliation to her stepfather's carefree expression as she posed the next question she had to the man. Why did so many people have to die? Was your vengeance really worth all of this? Berenger did not immediately respond to this question. Instead, he thought about it for a few minutes before speaking his answer in a way that would not anger the headstrong young woman. Indeed, a member of my family was attacked in an attempted kidnapping. And while I have the power to make the man responsible and his entire family pay the price, it was not sufficient. There is nothing in this world more precious to me than my family, even if it may not appear that way on the surface. Everything I have ever done in this life was to provide a better life to my family, and by extension my people. The last time a member of my family came under attack, I raised the banners of war. The only reason the people of the region were spared my wrath was because they shared the same blood and culture as myself, and therefore they were also my people. These foreigners did not respect me, but more importantly, they did not respect my daughter, and for that, a price needed to be paid and a lesson taught. Not only to the perpetrators, but to everyone else in this world who might dare think of harming my family. The world now knows what destructive power I possess, and every man who yet draws breath, whether they be royalty or a filthy commoner, will have to think twice before they decide to engage in an act of violence towards my family. Are the deaths of millions a worthy sacrifice to ensure that the world respects my family? I would say so. But then again, I know full well just how rotten the human race is. There is no such thing as an innocent person in this world, and thus I shed no tears for those who died in the fires of my vengeance. Siv nodded her head in understanding. Though she understood her father's reasoning for his cruelty, she could not agree with his words or his actions. Still, she did not hold today's massacre against him. Thus, she only had one more question in mind, which she was quick to ask. If today it was not Zara who was assaulted, but instead was myself, would you still go to such lengths to avenge me? Berenger looked at his stepdaughter with a confused expression on his face, an act which in Siv's mind confirmed the hidden thoughts she kept deep within her heart. It was always an intense fear of hers that this man did not really see her as family. However, the words Berenger spoke next utterly shattered this misconception. Of course, you are my beloved daughter. Even if we are not related by blood, that does not change the fact that we are family. As I have said before, my family must be respected by all, and if the world chooses to disobey this law, then let it burn. Chapter 1181. The Sultan's Wedding. 2 weeks came and went, and during this time Berenger had been closely monitoring the reports from his armed forces, who were sifting through the ashes of Tlemcen in order to rescue any survivors of the German attack. Those who were fortunate enough to have lived through the day of reckoning thought that perhaps the world had come to an end. After all, such overwhelming power was something that had never before been witnessed by humanity. The combined might of the German thermobaric missiles was so powerful that it could even be seen from space, something which was caught on film by the Reich's military satellites. Regardless as to what one thought about this incident, one thing was certain. A powerful message had been sent to the world. The von Kufstein dynasty and its cadet branches were strictly off-limits. Any harm done unto them would result in the total annihilation of not only your entire bloodline, but the kingdom where you reside in. Because of this, Berenger and his family were able to enjoy the next 2 weeks in relative peace. Even Zara, who was considered the belle of the ball, was left entirely alone by those Arab princes who wanted nothing more in the world than to marry the girl. This was ideal for Zara, as she would much rather spend her free time with her father, which is exactly what the girl did as she followed Berenger around the Moroccan palace like a loyal puppy. Eventually, the day came for Ghazi's wedding, and while the boy was getting dressed for the upcoming ceremony, his father visited him. A brief knock on the door, followed by Berengar's deep voice, was all that Ghazi needed to permit entry. Once he saw his father standing in the doorway of his temporary residence, the young sultan smiled and asked the question which was most important to him at this moment. "Father, how do I look?" Berenger smiled with fatherly affection, as he placed a hand on his son's shoulder before assuring him that he looked the proper part. "You look very handsome, my son. Almost exactly like I did when I married your mother, albeit with darker skin and golden eyes. I am sure that your young bride will be blushing the moment she lays eyes on you." Ghazi was dressed in a velvet tuxedo, and was indeed the spitting image of his father. The boy had even adopted his father's signature hairstyle. As for Berenger, he was dressed in a similar fashion to his son. The two men stared at each other in silence for some time, before Ghazi finally spoke, and in doing so, told his father the words that he had been meaning to say to the man for 2 weeks now. "Father, I know why you did what you did, and even though I was a bit shocked and admittedly terrified when it happened, I can now say with certainty that I would have done the same if I were in your shoes. Our family can never be disrespected or harmed. And though Zara can be a serious pain in my ass sometimes, she is still my beloved little sister. When I heard what had happened to her, I was preparing my military forces for an invasion of Tlemcen. I guess that was a bit foolish on my part. When one considers the fact that the girl's father is not only the world's most protective parent but also the most powerful man on earth." Berenger smiled and nodded his head in approval of his son's words. He was glad to see that his children did not think any less of him for his cruelty. Speaking of which, this reminded Berenger that he had a wedding gift for his son, which he was quick to announce. "Oh, speaking of Ghazi, I have a wedding gift for you. The lands that once belonged to the Emirate of Tlemcen are now yours to do with as you please. Though in retrospect, I probably should not have utterly annihilated their population if this was to be the region's fate." Ghazi immediately broke out into laughter at his father's words. It was a grim topic to be sure, but just like Berenger, Ghazi had a dark sense of humor, and could not help but find that the whole situation was a bit laughable. Thus, in between his chuckles, Ghazi made fun of his father for perhaps the first time in his life. Yes, indeed, perhaps annihilating every living soul within Tlemcen was not the best idea. After all, they could have been very useful in my workforce. Oh well, what is done, and the land itself is still valuable, even if it has been scorched to shit. It was not Berengar's turn to laugh as he did so briefly before leading Ghazi out of his temporary quarters and towards the venue where the wedding was about to take place. The mosque was just large enough to host the many guests who had arrived. However, when compared to the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein, which was the world's largest and most luxurious church, Berenger felt that it was severely lacking. Still, he would not complain about his son's choice of venue for his special day, and thus he entered the stands, where he found his wife, Yasmin, and their eldest daughter Zara waiting for him. After sitting down next to them, Berenger noticed that they were already in tears over the prospect of their beloved Ghazi finally getting married. Berenger simply shook his head in response to the overwhelming display of emotions and made a crass remark beneath his breath. Women. Not long after the ceremony began, Ghazi and Amara conducted the Muslim rites of marriage in front of all their witnesses. Berenger gazed upon the Arabic beauty and instantly thought to himself that the woman was not the equivalent of his wife Yasmin or his daughter Zara, but was still good enough looking for his son to marry. After the ceremony was over, the guests departed from the mosque, back to the palace, where they feasted on a variety of local delicacies. To entertain the guests, the former Sultan of Morocco had hired a bunch of belly dancers to perform. Zara watched the performance with an excited look in her amber eyes. The girl immediately clamped onto her father's arm as she expressed her interest in learning just how to dance like the performers. "Oh daddy, can Zara please learn how to belly dance?" Berenger looked at his daughter with a bit of an odd expression on his handsome face. While it was true that the girl's mother knew how to belly dance, and performed for him quite regularly, Berenger felt weird thinking about his girl engaging in what to him was a very suggestive dance. However, his daughter was now a woman, and would soon be marrying a man of her own choosing. Thus, after thinking about the subject in silence for several moments, Berenger made one condition for Zara, before agreeing to her request. "I will permit it, however, if you are going to learn how to belly dance. Then you must swear that you will only perform for your future husband." Zara instantly agreed to these conditions before hugging her father and pecking him on the cheek with her luscious lips. "Oh, thank you, Daddy. I promise." Yasmin looked over at her husband and rolled her eyes, knowing that she would be the one tasked with instructing their daughter on how to perform the traditional Arabic dance. However, she did not mind such a thing. After all, it allowed her to become closer with her daughter. Thus, she said nothing about it. As for Ghazi, he was not interested in the performers. Instead, he was happily chatting with his new wife, who was performing her responsibilities as a proper Muslim woman. He was having such a splendid time that hours passed in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, the time had come for the reception to end, causing the young sultan to send his guests back to their rooms, before returning to his own quarters with his new wife, where the two of them consummated their marriage. Chapter 1182. Zara Meets a Man Part 1. The day after Ghazi's wedding, Berenger and the majority of his family flew back to the Reich. The only members who had not done so would have been both Ghazi and Alexandros, who were preparing to return to their respective realms. With the annexation of Morocco and Tlemcen, the Iberian Empire had taken its first real step into becoming a true empire. They now had a solid hold over the western half of North Africa, and though there was much that needed to be done in terms of rebuilding Tlemcen into a proper Iberian province, Ghazi now held a sizable empire of his own. If there was one major concern that Ghazi now had to deal with as a result of his recent annexations, it was the fact that practically overnight, the Muslim minority in the Iberian Empire had now become the majority, and this majority would only increase with each further conquest of an Arab state. However, these were not any of Berengar's concerns, and thus, he returned to Germany in a relatively good mood. And while Berenger continued to maintain the development of the Reich as its Kaiser, as well as take an interest in his family, his sons and daughters, specifically those who were now entering adulthood, were beginning to journey out from the nest and become a contributing part of society. Zara had long since graduated from university with a PhD in astrophysics and astronautical engineering. Though she was lightly younger than a college freshman, she was, in fact, brilliant beyond her years. When the girl wasn't lounging about the palace, she was at the headquarters of the German space program, working on designing the rockets which carried satellites into space, as well as any other major projects that the government needed her expertise on. Once a week, Zara would go to the Grand Kufstein Arena and watch a fight in person. Whether that was boxing, kickboxing, submission grappling, or Kampf, she never failed to be entertained. Naturally, as the Kaiser's daughter, she made use of the VIP tickets, which were reserved for him and his family as the stadium owner. Today, however, was a night that Zara had been waiting for a very long time. One she would not have been able to attend, if not for her brother Ghazi taking responsibility for her mischievous actions. Tonight, the kickboxing middleweight world title was on the line, and it was a fight between two undefeated kickboxers. Currently, the announcer was speaking into the microphone as he introduced the first fighter for the audience, and those who would be watching the event on television, whether that was in the comfort of their homes or at a bar. In the red corner, standing at 187 centimeters and weighing in at 83 kilograms, is the reigning champion. Fighting out of Marienburg, Prussia, is Rainer the Predator Kuhn. Rainer was a relatively tall man, whose frame was stacked with muscle. He had a scar over his face that looked like he had lost a fight with a bear and was not particularly good looking. The crowd roared with excitement when the man was introduced. Until the next moment, when the announcer began to introduce the reigning champion's opponent. In the blue corner, standing at 193 centimeters, and weighing in at 83 kilograms, is the challenger. Fighting out Kufstein, Austria by way of New Wien Lindeheim is Brandt the Ripper Zentner. Unlike his opponent was a grizzled and rough man. Brandt was exceptionally more handsome. It was not common knowledge, but Zara knew that the man had received several offers to act as a model, but had refused to do so. Though Brandt was slightly taller than his opponent, he looked exceptionally bigger. As an avid fan of the man, Zara was all too aware of why this was the case. She suspected the man walked around at over 100 kilograms when he was not in fight camp. If that were true, then it meant that he would cut close to 18 kilograms for his fights, giving him an enormous size advantage over his opponents. Weight cutting was a part of the fight game, but few men went to the lengths Brandt did. If the crowd roared with thunderous applause for Rainer, then they went absolutely wild for the underdog of the event. While Brandt shadow boxed for the crowd, Zara went nuts, screaming out from the top of the VIP booth in a voice so loud she thought that perhaps the fighter had actually heard her. "I love you, Brandt." However, nobody seemed to have noticed her scream of excitement, and instead the two fighters met up in the center of the ring, where the referee summarized the rules. After the ref had finished with his standard procedures, the two fighters touched their knuckles together, which were only protected by a combination of gauze and tape, before walking back to their respective corners. The fight had begun, and Brandt, in his usual hyper-aggressive style, took no time to seize the center of the ring, where Rainer stood toe-to-toe with the man. Without even bothering to feel out his opponent, Brandt threw a jab and a cross, followed by a roundhouse kick to the body. Neither of the punches landed on the opponent, who quickly parried them. However, just when the leg kick was about to be checked by the defending champion, Brandt adeptly swung his foot up into the air and changed the roundhouse into a question mark kick, which smacked Rainer right in the face. Brandt did not allow the man to recover, as he immediately closed the distance with his hands and began to throw a jab, followed by an uppercut, before finally landing a knee straight in his opponent's gut. Rainer knew going into this fight that Brandt would not feel his opponent out, and would instead charge like a wild bull, throwing with everything he had from the get-go, and even after all the preparations he had made, the champ was still pushed up against the ropes where a heavy overhand left connected with his jaw, sending him down to the canvas within the first 30 seconds of the fight. The crowd roared in excitement at the aggressive onslaught of the man they called the Ripper, and with good reason. Every single one of Brandt's opponents had been left in a bloody mess by the end of their fights, and the crowd was beginning to believe that Rainer would be no exception. Rainer was given a standing 10 count as Brandt went back to his corner to wait for the man to rise from his stupor, which took no longer than 5 seconds. Once back in action, Rainer attempted to make a comeback with a heavy cross. Perhaps in an act of intimidation, Brandt voluntarily lowered his hands and took the strike to the chin, where he proceeded to punch his own jaw with his fists and shake his head as if it did not bother him in the slightest. Before Rainer even had a time to react, he was kicked in the gut with a powerful rear teep kick, which caused him to fall back against the ropes. Immediately, Brandt grabbed hold of his opponent's head and clinched while sending a series of jumping knees straight into the man's gut, followed by a downward elbow and a headbutt. The elbow split open the top of Rainer's left eye, spilling blood onto himself and the canvas, while the headbutt knocked the man to the ground for the second time in the first round. The crowd screamed out in joy as they witnessed the most dominant champion in kickboxing history get knocked down for a second time within the first 3 minutes of the first round. If there was one more knockdown, then the fight was over and Brandt would be awarded the title by a technical knockout. However, Rainer had the heart of a warrior and rose from the ground once more, this time after 8 seconds. The blood which dripped into his eye prevented him from seeing clearly, and yet he was still determined to fight until he was no longer conscious. Despite throwing everything he had into his strikes, Brandt did not even appear the least bit tired and simply smirked at his opponent with a sadistic grin while taunting him from his corner with an elbow strike into the palm of his hand. This further enraged Rainer, who once the ref had started the fight again, came charging out like a wild bull. The two men went at it, throwing punches, elbows, and knees while standing toe-to-toe and landing a number of their shots on one another. Both men refused to back up an inch as they went at it like savages. Just when Brandt landed a spinning elbow that staggered his opponent, the bell rang and the first round was over. Despite the war the two men had just endured in the center of the ring, only Rainer looked like he had seen combat. There was barely a mark on the Ripper other than the blood of his opponent. With a sadistic grin, Brandt walked back to his corner, who force-fed him beer while applying ice to his chiseled body. As for Zara, she watched from the VIP booth with her amber eyes glittering with excitement. She did not believe that Rainer would spend the last 30 seconds having an all-out brawl with Brandt in the center of the ring. After all, such a thing would be considered foolhardy by anyone who knew the Ripper's strengths. But then again, Reiner only had two options, and that was either to stand in the center and brawl it out like a man or be hounded across the ring like a little bitch until he was saved by the bell. Thus, her respect for the reigning champion grew marginally. Now all that was left was round 2. Chapter 1183, Zara Meets a Man Part 2. Zara sat in the VIP booth of the Grand Kufstein Stadium while munching on a pretzel. She had a wide smile on her face as she watched the 1-minute break between the rounds with eager eyes. In the blue corner, Brandt sat on a stool while drinking an ice-cold beer. Though his team rubbed his chiseled body with ice, there was not the slightest bit of exhaustion on the man's face. However, Reiner was a different story entirely. The reigning champ was covered in cuts and welts, and though the cut man did his best to temporarily stop the bleeding via the use of spreading Vaseline, the reality was that the man had already taken some massive damage. There was simply no way this fight was going the distance, and the Reiner knew it. Even then, he refused to throw in the towel. Thus, as the bell rang and the two fighters resumed the fight, the reigning champion did his all to win. With a double jab followed by an overhand right, Reiner threw his hands with intent to harm. And while Brandt did parry the first 3 strikes, the third one go through his defenses and clipped him on the side of the head. Despite the powerful attack, it did not have much of an effect on its target, whose chin was made of granite. And thus Brandt taunted his opponent with a jab and a cross, purposefully missing the target before kicking his front leg towards his opponent's head. Evidently, Reiner had not expected this attack, which seemingly came out of nowhere, and thus he leaned his head right into the strike as he avoided the 2 punches that set it up. The kick knocked Reiner down to the ground like a sack of potatoes, where his body twitched in its unconscious state. Knowing that the fight was over, Brandt ran around the ring and pounded his chest with his fists like a barbarian before making a gesture that appeared as if he was cutting his own throat. Reiner was down for the count, and after 10 seconds the fight was declared a victory by knockout for the new middleweight champion of the world. After a total of 30 seconds, Reiner awoke and found that he had lost his title. With an expression of overwhelming shame on his face, he hung his head while the doctors checked on his condition. Not long after, the 2 men were lined up in the center of the ring where the referee held onto both of their arms. Brandt used his free hand to make a number 1 gesture as he trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, the announcer officially concluded the fight. This contest has come to a sudden end via knockout by the new middleweight champion of the world, Brandt Zentner. The entire crowd screamed as the referee raised Brandt's hand as a sign of victory. As the man celebrated his astonishing victory, the head of the World Kickboxing Commission wrapped a luxurious golden and black belt around the new champion's waist, which he fondled with joy. Afterward, an interviewer stepped forward towards the Brandt and asked him the question which was on everyone's mind. Brandt, you imposed your skill set and dominated what many consider to be the greatest kickboxer in the world before finally knocking the man out in the first moments of the second round. You are now officially the youngest kickboxing world champion in the history of the sport. How do you feel right now? Brandt immediately grabbed hold of the microphone and spoke his thoughts aloud. They had nothing to do with the question which was asked of him and were entirely unrelated to the fight itself. But his words stirred a fire in the heart of everyone watching. I hear there is a very special young lady in attendance tonight. Princess Zara. You are the woman of my dreams. I have admired you from afar for several years now, and I would very much like to get to know you. You name the time and the place, and I will be there waiting for you. The crowd broke out into thunderous applause as cheers of excitement were shouted alongside it. Nobody expected the man to ask for a date with one of the Reich's many princesses. Zara was sitting in the VIP box with a dumbstruck expression on her pretty face. Brandt wanted to meet her? He had been admiring her from afar for several years now? She honestly couldn't believe it. More than anything, the girl wanted to rush down to the ring and publicly accept the man's confession. However, she knew that would not bode well for her reputation, and thus she decided to remain seated as she smiled like she had never done so before. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Berenger was watching the fight in his personal bar. He was so stunned by the fighter's sudden confession of love that he had dropped his glass, which shattered all over the floor. Out of every man who had attempted to win his daughter's heart, a low-class kickboxer from the colonies was, without a doubt, the least desirable match of them all. Zara deserved a prince of the highest caliber, not some young twerp who was still wet behind the ears. Berenger did not realize it, but he was fuming with anger. The frightening expression on his face had even startled the bartender, who served the man another drink before making a comment on Berengar's behavior. No offense, boss, but in case you haven't realized it yet, your precious daughter is already a woman. I don't mean to sound presumptuous, but I could write a book on the things that I have seen go on around here. But I doubt even you see your own daughter in such a way. Zara is already an adult, and yet you have utterly failed to provide a spouse for her. Most girls her age, especially those among the nobility, are already married. Yet all of your daughters are still single. I think you should stop treating your girls like they are still children and actually find suitable partners for them. At the very least, Zara would never forgive you if you prevented her from meeting this guy. She has quite the crush on him. I have heard more than a few lectures about the legendary Brandt Zentner come from the girl's mouth. So you should invite the man to the palace and have a personal meeting with him to judge his character before you let your daughter meet him. Berenger gazed coldly at the bartender who had served him and his family for many years now. He had never actually inquired about the woman's personal life throughout the years he had known her. Thus, he was quite surprised to hear such words come from her and was quick to ask a question which had just popped up in his mind. Are you married? The woman wore a proud smirk on her face as she flashed her ring off to Berenger. It was by no means exceptional, but she was indeed quite proud that it was hers. The woman then said something which surprised her boss. Indeed, for nearly 5 years now. Actually, my husband hates the fact that I continue to work in the palace as your family's personal bartender, but the pay is great, and unlike anywhere else in the city, I don't have to worry about being sexually harassed here. Well, unless you count Lindy's drunken advances. Berenger felt slightly ashamed of his wife when he heard that she had been flirting with their family's bartender. But he did not say a word. Instead, he looked at the woman with a smile on his face before making a decision that he felt he would probably regret. Very well, I will invite this new champion to the palace, but if he wants to marry my daughter, then he will have to prove himself worthy. The bartender could already tell that Berenger was going to make this poor sod's life a living hell. But she didn't blame him. For a commoner from the colonies to dream of marrying a princess of the Reich, he would need to be more than just a wealthy man and a prizefighter to accomplish this. In fact, the woman doubted he would actually succeed in his endeavors. Chapter 1184, Zara Meets a Man Part 3. Brant gazed upon his shiny new belt while he sat in the locker room with an excited look on his face. He was only 18 years of age, and yet today he was the middleweight champion of the world. Naturally, it was not just an exquisite belt that he received with the successful title fight, but also a substantial paycheck. The most popular sports in the Reich were combat sports, and they were broadcasted across the fatherland and all of its colonies. In fact, there was only one sport more popular than kickboxing, and that was Kampf, which was this world's version of mixed martial arts. With so many people spending their hard-earned cash on pay-per-views, tickets, and merchandise, there was a substantial amount of money to be made in the ring. The paycheck that Brant would be walking away with today was worth the roughly 5 million marks, which was the equivalent of $250 million from Berengar's past life. He was now a wealthy man, and yet, compared to the Reich's most elite citizens, his personal net worth was laughable. Still, he could easily provide a nice life for any woman he fancied. That is, except for a small handful of women who were well above his station in life. Still, from the moment Brant first laid eyes on Zara when he initially moved to the fatherland for work 4 years ago, he could not help but fall for the girl. Now she was more beautiful than ever, and he wanted more than anything to make her happy. It did not take long for Brant to receive word from the girl's father. In fact, no more than 15 minutes had passed from the end of his title fight before a representative of the Kaiser approached the young man in the locker room. This servant of the world's most powerful man gazed upon the kickboxing world champion as if he were some piece of refuse before speaking the message he had been ordered to convey. The Kaiser invites you to the royal palace this Friday afternoon for lunch. You are to be on your best behavior and do try to find something appropriate to wear. Why don't you? Brant's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The Kaiser had requested to meet with him? He must have been watching the fight and heard his public declaration of love for the man's daughter. The prizefighter was surprised that his words were taken so seriously. After all, he had spoken them in the heat of the moment and thought that nothing would come of them. Though he did not expect much from his upcoming lunch with the Kaiser, Brant decided that he would at least prepare for event, and thus, the newly crowned middleweight champion returned to his lodgings, and spent the next week making sure everything was perfect for the big day. A week passed and Brant arrived at the palace's gates nice and early, a full 30 minutes before the hour of the meeting with the Kaiser. He was made to wait at the entrance under the scorching sun until the appointed time. Naturally, Brant knew that this could only mean that the Kaiser was not pleased to meet him. Still, he stood at the gates until he was finally escorted into the palace, where he was led into the great hall. Berenger sat upon his gilded throne with a stoic look on his face. Over the last week, he had tasked Linda with finding out everything there was to know about his guest, and needless to say, Berenger was not the least bit impressed. Aside from Brant's rather exceptional kickboxing record, he had proven to be average or below average in nearly every other metric in life. Still, Zara had a crush on this man and would never forgive her father if he forbade her from meeting with him. Thus, for the sake of formality, Berenger was now forced to entertain this commoner in his own home. Brant kneeled before the Kaiser, as he well should, and did not say a word, waiting for the man to speak of his own volition. The fact that he had not been presumptuous enough to introduce himself marginally improved Berengar's perception of the man as he continued to sit in silence for 5 whole minutes before instructing his guest to rise. You may rise? Brant did as he was instructed and still did not say a word until Berenger got up from his seat and walked towards the dining hall. Come, lunch should be ready by now, and we have much to discuss. With that said, the two men exited the dining hall, which was entirely vacant aside from themselves. Berenger sat down at the table as he motioned to the servants to bring forth the meal, which they immediately did. Once properly seated and drinking from a liter of beer, Berenger began to speak, though his words had slightly startled his guest. Brant Zentner, 18 years old, born in New Wien, Lindenheim, and was among the first children born in the colonies. Your father was stonemason and your mother a seamstress. You have 7 siblings, all of which still reside across the pond. During your youth, you were educated in the colonial school system where your marks were below average. Until finally, after turning the age of 14, you dropped out of high school and moved to the fatherland in search of work. While working in construction, you were able to provide for yourself quite well. Where at some point during your time in Kufstein you began training part-time in kickboxing before having your first fight only 6 months after first stepping foot in the gym. Finally, after stringing together a few exceptional finishes on the regional circuit, you were called up to the big leagues where you have competed ever since. Due to the fact that mandatory conscription ended with the German-Japanese War, there is no record of military service nor any attempt at enlisting. Your hobbies include alcohol, hashish, and psychedelic mushrooms. That is when you are not spending your spare time at your local message parlor. Of which your favorite whores appear to be Arabian girls, specifically those who dye their hair blonde. Did I leave anything out? Contrary to what Berenger was expecting, Brandt did not appear the least bit shocked to hear his pathetic background so blatantly spouted out at him. Instead, he calmly took a sip of his beer while washing down the piece of Reladen he had just swallowed. Knowing that the Kaiser did not approve in the slightest of his background, Brandt did not even attempt to sugarcoat his past and nodded his head while responding to Berengar's evaluation of him with a stoic look on his face. That sounds about right. Berengar's brow raised when he heard the man so nonchalantly answer his question. He had basically pointed out that aside from his expertise in fighting, Brandt was essentially a bum, and yet the man did not appear the least bit perturbed. Previously, Berenger had no interest in this low-class kickboxer, but now he had to admit he was ever so slightly intrigued and thus posed his next question to the young man. So, knowing all of this about your past, I can't help but ask, why do you think that you, of all people, would be an appropriate match for my daughter? I mean, you did not even attempt to explain the reasoning for your errant behavior. Brandt sighed in response to Berengar's words. As he placed his beer stein back on the table, he then cast a gaze towards the world's most powerful man and began to speak in a somber tone. What exactly do you want me to say? I am everything you believe me to be. I won't sit here and make excuses for my actions or my hobbies, for that matter. If you don't approve, that is fine. You have every right to do so, and I never asked for your approval in the first place. Let me make something abundantly clear. I admire your daughter more than anything in this world. After all, she is a brilliant young woman who has already accomplished things in her short life that few men will ever be able to compare to. I am also attracted to her and have been since I first laid eyes on her when I first moved to the fatherland at the age of 14. And so in a moment where I felt like I was at the top of the world, I blurted out the only thoughts I had on my mind, not expecting anything to actually come from it. At most, I hope my comments would generate some public interest to increase my popularity so that I can negotiate a higher payday for my next fight. I know full well that I am undeserving of a princess, especially one as exceptional as Zara. So I thank you for your hospitality, but I regret to inform you that I never once expected you to treat me as a sincere suitor. The fact that we are even having this conversation goes to show how protective you are of your daughter, and I truly envy that. So I apologize if I caused you any heartache with my carelessness, but if you are just going to sit here and insult me, then I believe we are done here. It surprised Berenger when he heard Brandt's words. Few men in this world had the gall to speak to him in such a blunt manner. But everything the man said was true. Berenger had indeed invited Brandt to his palace solely so that he could point out how the young man was completely undeserving of his daughter and to make him feel ashamed for even asking. However, unlike every man who had ever sought to win Zara's hand in marriage, Brandt had not once broke down and apologized for not being good enough. He had not spun some sob story to explain his less than ideal actions in life. Nor had he sucked up to Berenger in an attempt to curry the man's favor. Instead, Brandt owned his actions and told Berenger to politely go fuck himself if he had a problem with the way he had chosen to live. To Berenger, this was quite refreshing. There were literal kings and emperors in this world who would balk in the presence of the Kaiser. And yet, this mere commoner, this simple kickboxer, had held no punches and instead spoke his mind without fear of retaliation, despite knowing fully well just what kind of trouble he could be in for speaking to his Kaiser in such a rude manner. Thus, after several moments of awkward silence, Berenger broke out into laughter. He looked over at Brandt, who still had an expression as cold as ice on his face before speaking the words that neither of the two men ever expected him to say. I think I'm starting to like you. So you want to marry my daughter, huh? Prove to me that you are worthy of her, and maybe, just maybe, your dreams will come true. Chapter 1185, Zara Meets a Man Part 4. Brandt was surprised to see that the Kaiser had taken a liking to him and was even willing to give him a chance. He could already tell that whatever it was that Berenger had in mind, it was going to be a grueling test. Despite this, the champion kickboxer was more than willing to climb over mountains if it meant he could gain Zara as his wife. Thus, he sat back in his chair and said one simple phrase in response to the Kaiser's challenge. Go on. Berenger eyed Brandt carefully as he took a sip from his beer stein. He continued to drink for a long while before silently placing the mug back on the table, where he then wiped his mouth with a napkin before listing his demands for the young man who wished to marry his most beloved daughter. You will put an immediate hiatus on your kickboxing career and enter one of the 3 military academies of your choice, where over the next 4 years you will obtain a bachelor's degree in one of the many STEM fields. You will then serve for a minimum of 4 years of active service within one of the ongoing colonial conflicts, where you will perform above and beyond the call of duty. If you manage to make captain within 4 years and are awarded with a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves, swords, and diamonds for your feats in battle along with at least a Commander's Cross of the Imperial Order of the Iron Crown, then I will consider you worthy enough to marry my daughter. On top of this, I want you to have a steady income outside of fighting, making a minimum of 5 million marks a year by the time you get married. How you manage to accomplish this, I will leave up to your discretion. If you can achieve all of this on your own and without relying on the support of others or the fame you have already achieved for yourself, then you will be deemed just barely passing of my minimum standards. Brant nearly spit out his beer when he heard the list of demands that Berenger had given him. Even if he managed to get accepted into one of the 3 military academies and obtain a degree in a STEM field, he would have to complete 4 years of active military service in a colonial conflict, where he would then have to prove his valor in combat to such a degree that he was not only awarded a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves, swords, and diamonds, which was the highest possible military award for valor outside of the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross, but Brant would also have to earn a Commander's Cross of the Imperial Order of the Iron Crown, an exclusive order of merit which only recruited the most valorous and chivalric soldiers from amongst the officer corps of the Wehrmacht, which essentially meant he would have to earn the noble title of Baron through means of exceptional military service. A feat that was almost unobtainable on the modern battlefields considering the low intensity of the colonial conflicts. And to top it all off, Brant would need to make 5 million marks a year in a job outside of fighting, which he only had 8 to 10 years to accomplish. This was an absurd amount of money, which was the equivalent of $250 million from Berengar's past life. The only way Brant figured he could accomplish something like this was by starting his own company and generate enough of a profit that it raked in well over 100 million marks each year. The requirements Berenger had set for the man were enough to convince 99.9% of potential suitors to give up on pursuing Zara. After all, if they failed to accomplish just one of these tasks, they could kiss years of hard work goodbye. However, Brant was a man who was not so easily deterred from his goals. Even if the odds were stacked against him, if there was still a chance that he might be able to marry Zara, then he was willing to take it. Thus, in an act which surprised Berenger, Brant reached his hand out across the table with a confident smirk on his face before accepting the Kaiser's demands. What is a decade of my life? Even if I somehow manage to fuck this up, at the very least, I will have some interesting stories to tell once it is all over. Alright, I will take on your wager, and when I accomplish your list of impossible feats, I expect you to honor our agreement. Shall we shake on it? Berenger was completely surprised that Brant had agreed to fulfill his list of what were indeed impossible feats, and thus smiled when he saw that this man was unwilling to give up, even in the face of impossible odds. Thus, he grabbed hold of the young man's hand and shook it, and in doing so, entered into a verbal contract with Brant. I look forward to seeing your progress. Brant no longer felt on edge and began to dig into his food with gusto. He then said something in between bites which only further shocked Berenger. He'll apply to the War College in Vienna once I get home. In the meantime, am I permitted to speak with Zara? Berenger mulled the thoughts over in his head for several seconds before nodding his head. He then hollered out in a loud voice to the other room where Zara was not so secretly listening to the conversation. Well, aren't you going to show yourself? Zara stumbled into the room with a flustered expression on her pretty face. She gazed upon the champion kickboxer who had just agreed to sign away a decade of his life on a gamble that he might be able to satisfy all of her father's demands. Needless to say, the man's tenacity had moved her heart, and thus she sat down next to her father while staring awkwardly at Brant, who continued to eat his fill of the palace's fine cuisine. Eventually he spoke up, but he too was flustered. It had been many years since he had seen the Arabic beauty in person and was stunned beyond words when he had finally witnessed just how beautiful she had become with his own eyes. Hello Zara. Allow me to introduce myself, I am. However, before the man could finish his sentence, Zara interrupted him and accidentally blurred her thoughts out loud. I know who you are. You're Brant Zentner, the kickboxing middleweight champion of the world. I'm a huge fan. Upon seeing that he was no longer needed, Berenger decided to get up from his seat and depart from the room, but not before leaving behind a warning to his guest. Well, I will let the two of you get acquainted. After all, it will be a very long time before either of you will speak again. However, I warn you, my Liebgard will keep an awful close eye on you, and if you even think of touching my daughter, they have orders to shoot you on the spot. So do behave yourself. Berenger did not even wait for a response and left the room, allowing the two young lovebirds to become familiar with one another. As for the Kaiser himself, he immediately went to the palace's bar to have a stiff drink. Chapter 1186, Rise of the Nordic Empire Part 1. Fall. Brant fulfilled his promise and applied to the War College of Vienna immediately after returning home, and though he was a high school dropout, he was given the opportunity to pass a series of tests in order to enter the university. After all, Germany was a nation built upon merit, and if one could prove they were intelligent enough to enter the War College, then they were free to do so. After acing the tests put in front of him, Brant began the life of a cadet. Any and all prestige he once had was gone, as he became just another cog in the German war machine. This would last for another 8 years of his life. During his time at the War College, he would not speak with Zara again, nor see her pretty face, thus beginning a decade-long quest to earn the girl's hand in marriage. As for Berenger, he was immediately interested in the subject the man had chosen to pursue as his primary field of study. Brandt was majoring in biochemistry and had almost immediately begun to use the vast wealth he had accumulated during his years as a professional kickboxer to invest in a brewing company. Whether or not it would achieve the desired results in the next 10 years was yet to be seen. And that was the end of Brandt's story for now. Instead, Berenger returned his sights to managing the realm and expanding his empire's power. Before he knew it, nearly 6 months had come and gone. And just like that, his son Christopher and his young fiancée were both now of marriageable age. As a result, Berenger and his family immediately set off north of the Reich's borders, where they found themselves within the city of Copenhagen to attend Christopher and Astrid's wedding. Not only was today the day that the beautiful young Nordic sweetheart married into Berengar's family, but it was also the day that his son assumed the position as the new king of the Kalmar Union, an agreement that was brokered between Berenger and Alvar years ago after the betrothal between Hans and the Nordic princess came to a bitter end. When Berenger stepped foot in the Kalmar king's palace, he was immediately reminded of memories from what now seemed like the distant past. Nearly 20 years ago, he first stepped foot in this building to ensure that the Kalmar Union did not interfere in his plans to unite Germany into a single nation. He had seldom stepped foot in these lands since then, except for but a few occasions, such as the time he visited Copenhagen after encountering the Norn sisters within Jutland. While Berenger had aged gracefully and maintained a large and overbearing presence, Alvar had perhaps unsurprisingly aged rather poorly. His health was in full decline, and Berenger could now say with certainty that the man was morbidly obese. So much so that he suffered from a particularly nasty bout of gout. The last time Berenger had spoken with his Nordic counterpart, they had departed on rather poor terms. After all, Hans had taken his daughter's virginity and then kicked her to the curb. By now, the poor girl was probably married off to some minor Nordic nobleman in order to secure her father's position, which was evident by the fact that she was not present for the wedding. However, today the two men would have to put the past behind them and move forward with their lives. Thus Berenger forced a smile on his handsome face as he reached out his hand to shake Alvar's before complimenting the man. King Alvar. It has been a while. I am glad to see that you are in good health. Berenger was about to say good health, but he could not very well make such a blatant lie in good conscience. As for Alvar, he immediately broke out into laughter as he heard Berenger abruptly silence himself before throwing shade on himself. Go ahead and say it. I'm a jolly old fat fuck, aren't I? I just couldn't help myself. The food that we import from your country is just too delicious. Hopefully your son will have more restraint than me, because it would be a pity if my granddaughter had to deal with a spouse like me. A slight smile emerged on Berengar's face as he realized that the man had moved past their former grievances and embraced his current lot in life. Berenger then began to go along with the subject that his northern counterpart had started. Indeed, we sure do make a bunch of tasty treats. However, I tend to avoid some of the less healthy options. If I did not maintain my current physique, I am afraid that my wives would begin to riot. Alvar chuckled in response to this statement while he walked alongside Berenger with his cane supporting his massive weight. The two monarchs could not be any more different from one another. And while the two men walked down the hallway of the Nordic king's palace, Alvar whispered to Berenger in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear. At first I was angry with you, demanding that your son replace me the day he marries my granddaughter. But I realize now that if the Kalmar Union wishes to stay united, then it will need a member of the von Kufstein dynasty to sit upon its throne. The other kings in the north are already scrambling for a chance to split apart, and if we do that, it is only a matter of time before Scandinavia falls into obscurity. Thus, I will do as you once commanded and will pass my crown onto your son just after he marries my granddaughter. Berenger nodded his head as he looked over at the other end of the hall where the other Scandinavian royal houses gathered to witness the occasion. He leaned in closer to Alvar to ensure that only the two of them heard his words before saying something rather shocking. For your information, my Liebguard are rather skilled at handling discreet matters. You only need to say the word and your political rivals will not make it back to their homes with their lives intact. I will not make the same suggestion to my son, for his heart is too pure to even entertain the thought of staining his hands with so much innocent blood, but if you truly wish to cement Christopher's reign, then I suggest you think about my offer. Alvar's eyes darted back and forth across the area in an attempt to see if anyone had overheard the Kaiser, and when he realized that he was in the clear, he sighed in relief before saying the words Berenger wanted to hear the most. Do it. Berenger did not say a word and simply smiled as he waved to the other royal families of Scandinavia, where he then nodded silently to the captain of his guard as he slowly walked past the man. In doing so, he signaled for the purge to begin, which would occur later that night. Naturally, in order to avoid suspicion, these deaths would look like a series of accidents, but in the end, only Christopher would remain as the unchallenged ruler over all the Nordic countries. As for the boy himself, he did not even realize that his father had given the order to spill blood on his wedding night and was instead walking behind the man with his lovely fiancée in hand. His mind was on far more trivial matters like how he would kiss Astrid after they said their vows. Thus, without anyone but Berenger and Alvar being aware, the Nordic Empire was about to rise from the ashes of the Kalmar Union. Chapter 1187, Rise of the Nordic Empire Part 2. The Copenhagen Cathedral was not nearly as grand or large as the one in Kufstein, and its architectural style was definitely older than the Baroque fashion which Berenger had designed his own church in. Yet it was still more luxurious than most chapels in Europe. After all, the wealth of Germany had long since made its way into the Nordic countries via their close trade. Christopher stood at the altar, a man in his own right. If there were any of Berengar's children that looked nearly identical to him, then it would either be Christopher of Lucas. And yet, the boy did not wear his father's signature hairstyle and instead had mid-length hair with curtain bangs. The young prince of Germany was about to marry his fiancée, a girl he had known and loved for many years. And despite how close the two of them were, they decided to save themselves for marriage. After all, that was what the Bible instructed, and Adela's piousness had spread to her own offspring. As the golden-haired lad stood silently next to the priest, the music began to play and the bride walked through the halls of the cathedral with a wide smile on her face, though it could not be seen due to the white veil which concealed her ethereal beauty. Eventually Astrid made her way to the altar as her father walked her down the aisle. She then took off the veil and revealed her gorgeous face to her soon-to-be husband. Christopher silently nodded in approval with a gentle look in his sapphire eyes, while the priest walked the couple through the typical wedding procedure. In the end, they both said the words "I do" before kissing one another in front of their families. The crowd which had gathered for this occasion broke out into applause, none more so than Adela, who had a wide smile on her pretty face. She wiped a tear from her pure blue eyes as she watched her son finally get married to the young woman he loved. However, before anyone could approach the bride and groom to offer their congratulations, Alvar stood up and made an announcement which shocked everyone in the room except for himself and Berenger. "Now that my granddaughter has married Prince Christopher von Kufstein, I feel it is appropriate for me to announce that I am stepping down as the King of Denmark and the Kalmar Union and am appointing Christopher as my successor. This has been a long time coming, and none of you will be able to change my mind." Christopher was also shocked at this news. He was unaware of the deal his father had made with his new grandfather-in-law, but it was a decision that immediately erupted protests from Alvar's many sons as well as the other Nordic royal families. Berenger stepped forward among the chaos, perhaps in an attempt to wrest control of the situation, and placed a hand on his son's shoulder before whispering something in the boy's ears. "Do you like my present? You are now the king of the Nordic countries. I suggest you use this newfound power to create a mighty empire of your own." Christopher looked at his father in shock. He knew exactly what this meant. Berenger had already chosen his successor from among his kids, and it was without a doubt his elder half-brother, Hans. Christopher immediately felt as if he had been robbed of his birthright without even having a chance to compete for it. Being the Kalmar king? That was a mere consolation prize when compared to being the Kaiser of the German Reich. Still, the young man did not feel too surprised. Hans was infinitely more popular among the German people than he was. The Crimson Prince was a war hero of the highest caliber, having served at a very young age during the German-Japanese War, and in doing so proved himself to be the world's greatest fighter ace. Hans was also a genius of supreme intellect and had earned the approval of the public before he had even finished puberty. In comparison, Christopher was mockingly referred to as the Golden Prince in contrast to Hans. He was the eldest son of the first Kaiserin, and his only achievements worthy of note were his musical performances, for which he was considered a creative genius, as well as his heavy involvement in both charity and the church. However, no matter how well respected these accomplishments should be, they failed to compare to Hans, at least not as far as the average German was concerned. Why was this? Because the Germans were a race of warriors and conquerors. The most well-respected achievements one could achieve in life were not through culture or academia, but on the field of battle. This was the martial society that Berenger had fostered during his reign, and even though the Germans no longer had any rivals on the world stage, they continued to fight and kill for honor and glory, even if their opponents were a bunch of mere savages armed with sticks and stones. Perhaps if Christopher was named his father's successor, then this would change during his reign, but as it stood, Germany would remain a nation who embodied the martial spirit of their ancestors. Christopher could only sigh in defeat and accept his father's generosity for even bothering to give him an empire of his own. After all, the Nordic people were of Germanic origin, and they were essentially the cousins of their continental counterparts who ruled over Europe with an iron fist. The crowd continued to whisper amongst themselves, with several of Alvar's sons stepping forward with menacing looks in their eyes. Upon realizing that he needed to stabilize the situation and quickly, Christopher pointed to the members of Alvar's royal guard, who now answered to him, and gave his first decree as the new Kalmar king. "Guards, arrest anyone here who even thinks about disrupting my wedding. As for the rest of you, you can either accept the new order or spend some quality time in the dungeons until you come to your senses. The choice is yours." Immediately, the members of the Danish royal guard moved forward and arrested Alvar's more unruly sons, while the rest of the guests sat back down in their seats and remained quiet. Berenger could only shake his head in disapproval at his son's refusal to outright execute his rivals even now, as they threatened to rebel against his rule. He would have to take care of these twats himself, or else his son Christopher would find himself eating a poisoned potato sooner rather than later. After the immediate troublemakers were arrested, Christopher led his guests back to the palace, where he threw a reception worthy of his new title. However, the atmosphere that existed throughout the dining hall was one of uncertainty. Few people could comprehend why Alvar had decided to step down and appoint Christopher as the new king, while those among the guests who were shrewd understood that Alvar was forced to step down under threat of the Kaiser's wrath, thus deciding in that moment to wholeheartedly support their new king, as having a von Kufstein on the throne was a good way to ensure future prosperity of the realm. After a not-so-joyous dinner, Christopher retired to his quarters with his new wife, where he spent the rest of the night consummating his marriage to Astrid. However, he would be forced to awaken early the next day and begin his new job as the Kalmar king. Chapter 1188, Exclusive Oil Rights. In the following weeks, Christopher's political rivals, such as the royal houses of Scandinavia and those nobles who refused to accept the new order, met with a series of misfortunes. Only those sons of Alvar who rebelled on the new king's wedding night managed to survive. For many, they believed that Christopher engaged in a series of complex political assassinations to cement his reign. Only a handful of people knew that these deaths were entirely Berengar's doing. After his political opponents were wiped off the face of the earth in what Christopher believed to be a bunch of freak accidents, he declared the formation of the Nordic Empire and named himself Kejer, which was the Danish word for emperor. As for Berenger, he returned to Kufstein with his family, where he continued to look after the developments of the fatherland and its many colonies. On a random Friday night, Berenger was engaged in an orgy with all of his wives and concubines, something which they more routinely took part in now that the man's body had been reforged by the Germanic gods. While Berenger was balls deep in Priya's puffy pussy, the phone in the harem room rang, and though he ignored the device until it went silent, it continued to ring again for an additional 3 times before the man finally stopped what he was doing and reached for the phone. "What is it?" There was a very clear and agitated tone in Berengar's voice as he answered the phone. However, he quickly found that it was his son, Alexandros, on the other line, whose voice snapped him out of his horny state. "Father, it is time to fulfill your promise." Berenger looked around the room to see that his other 10 women were in the middle of having sex with one another and sighed heavily, realizing that he could not have this conversation while engaging in an orgy. He quickly withdrew his cock from its tight sheath, much to the dismay of Priya, before responding to his son's statement. "Give me 5 minutes. We need to have this conversation in private." After saying this, Berenger hopped off the bed where he wrapped his naked body in a silk robe before walking towards the door. On his way out, he saw Linda have an excited expression on her pretty face as she fucked Yasmin's asshole with her strap-in. The Arabic beauty had her tongue out and hearts in her eyes, clearly enjoying the treatment she was receiving. Seeing how close his 2 women were to climaxing, Berenger slapped Yasmin's fat ass on the way out of the room, an act which caused both Linda and Yasmin to spray their love juices all over the floor. Once Berenger was out of the room, he walked down the stairs before entering his office. After closing the door behind him, the man sat down at his desk and reached into the drawer where he pulled out a blunt and a lighter, which he immediately smoked before dialing his son's phone number. While the phone was ringing, Berenger pulled out a glass and a bottle of whiskey, which he used to pour himself a drink. Eventually, the line connected and Berenger spoke in a rather agitated tone towards his son. "You just had to call on a Friday night, didn't you? Do you have any idea what you just interrupted?" Alexandros simply scoffed before responding to his father's irritated voice. "Let me guess, you were having an orgy with all of your women?" The only noise that Alexandros could hear was the sound of his father sipping whiskey. Luckily for him, his father quickly switched the subject. "You will have your air support. The first supercarriers are completed and I already have one patrolling the Mediterranean as we speak. They should currently be near the Kaiser's Pass. After this call is over, I will give them the order to enter the Persian Gulf and provide air support to your conquest of the Timurid Empire and the Jalayirid Sultanate. By the way, boy, in exchange for air support, I want exclusive drilling rights to the Arabian Peninsula for the next 250 years. Also, it would be best if you gave Mecca and Medina to your brother Ghazi. If you, an Orthodox Christian, take over the Muslim holy places, there will be hell to pay. And trust me, neither of us wants to deal with that shit." Alexandros was immediately stunned by his father's demands. Exclusive drilling rights to the Arabian Peninsula. As far as he was concerned, that region was a desert wasteland with nothing of value. He was quick to determine that there was something valuable hidden in the area and was thus quick to chastise his father for his selfishness. "Father, there is a critical resource hidden away in the Arabian Peninsula, isn't there? And your reason for these exclusive drilling rights is to hoard it for yourself? Can you honestly leave nothing for your sons?" Berenger took another smoke from his blunt and a sip from his whiskey before responding to his son's question with a stern tone in his voice. "Let me be frank with you, boy, half of the world's oil reserves are in the Arabian Peninsula. Now you can either give me exclusive drilling rights so that I can extract the overwhelming majority of that oil for myself, or I can take the region by force and occupy it with the Wehrmacht. The choice is yours." This news shocked Alexandros to the core of his being. Half of the world's oil supply was in the Arabian Peninsula? Naturally, as a man who grew up in the Reich, he knew the importance of oil. And though most machines ran on biodiesel within Germany, there were certain things which biodiesel could not replace, such as jet fuel. This was an enormous revelation, and he suddenly understood why his father made such an outrageous demand. If any other empire were to get their hands on that much oil and enter the industrial age, they would be an extremely wealthy and powerful state. one that could eventually become a threat to the Reich's global hegemony. As much as Alexandros wanted this resource for his own empire, he was still a von Kufstein at heart. Germany was his home, the land he was raised in. It did not matter if he currently lived in Constantinople. As the Byzantine emperor, he had a duty to the fatherland and ensuring that his family reigned supreme. Thus, he silently nodded his head before saying something which shocked even his father. I understand. Very well, I will grant the Reich exclusive drilling rights within the Arabian Peninsula in perpetuity. The oil belongs to Germany while the rest of the land will belong to Byzantium. As for the Muslim holy sites, Iberia can have them. You were right. I don't want to deal with the constant fighting that will come with controlling those areas. Berenger smiled and nodded his head in approval of his son's decision. The man had proven his loyalty to the fatherland even though he was only half German. As a father, he could not be more proud, and thus he complimented his son. It is good that your newfound responsibilities have not obscured your loyalties. You are my son, now and forever, and your descendants will be my descendants. As for my planes, they will be in the region by the time you wake up in the morning. Have a good rest of your night, son. Alexandros smiled as he received his father's compliments before leaving one last statement as he hung up the phone and returned to his bedroom. You too, father. While Alexandros quickly went to sleep, Berenger returned to his orgy and began having his way with Priya once more before turning to the rest of his girls. By the dawn of the next day, planes would be flying over the Arabian Peninsula, acting as the spearhead of the Byzantine invasion of the Middle East. Chapter 1189, A Cause for War. At the dawn of the next day, Alexandros awoke in his bedchambers. He quickly climbed out of his covers and got dressed in a silk robe where he proceeded to take a bath. Once finished, he had his breakfast while looking at the morning paper. The immediate headline alerted the man to something which was taking place in his own backyard. As his father had promised, a carrier strike group whose flagship was one of the new supercarriers now sat in the Persian Gulf waiting for the signal to launch an attack on the Arab sultanates which neighbored the Byzantine Empire. However, Alexandros would not simply start a war for the sake of conquest without a proper reason for doing so. After all, there was a certain degree of infamy which followed warmongers, which was a stigma that he wished to avoid. Alexandros had grown up in Kufstein watching his father masterfully manipulate his neighbors into giving him a valid casus belli time and again, and thus he had planned to follow in the man's footsteps. Thus, while Alexandros enjoyed his breakfast with some much-needed peace and quiet, his men were currently on the borders of the Jalayirid Sultanate with special orders to provoke a border conflict. This special task force of elite soldiers had disguised themselves as Arabs and were currently in the act of harassing Byzantine merchants who were attempting to bring their wares to Mecca. While pretending to be members of the Jalayirid Sultanate's army, these Byzantine operatives had set up a fake checkpoint and were now inspecting all the goods which passed through their area. In doing so, they extorted the Byzantine merchants out of coin and goods. While many of the Byzantine merchants decided to pay this toll which had set itself upon their path, others were rather furious and had begun to make a commotion. You cannot do this. Who do you think you are to demand that we pay 100 solidii just to pass through this canyon? You are no different from common. The Byzantine operatives who were disguised as Arabs simply smirked as they spoke in Arabic to the disgruntled Roman merchants. If you don't like it, then go around, but if you do so, I doubt you will make it to your destination alive. As the Byzantine operative said this, he placed his hand upon the hilt of his scimitar in a threatening gesture, the act of which did not frighten the outraged merchants, but instead emboldened them. One of the merchants, in particular, reached into his waistband and pulled out an old revolver, which he cocked back the hammer before pointing the muzzle at the Byzantine operative's forehead. With a stern tone in his gruff voice, the merchant began to threaten the men who he believed were members of the Jalayirid army. Move out of my way now and you can keep your life. This was exactly what the Byzantine operatives were waiting for, as the man pushed the revolver out of the way, while drawing his jambia dagger, which he used to cut the merchant's throat. With the spilling of fresh blood, the merchants who had gathered in the ravine began to panic. Most of them simply wanted to pass through the ravine and were even willing to pay the toll that was asked of them. However, now that blood had been spilled, an all-out brawl broke out, where the Byzantine operatives standing on the cliffs above aimed down their matchlock muskets and fired upon the crowd, thus ending several dozen more lives. As for the rest of the Byzantine merchants, they fled the way they had come with two goals in mind. The immediate objective was survival. Considering the soldiers of the Jalayirid army had suddenly gone mad, they had no choice but to run. However, the second aim of these fleeing merchants was to spread word of the massacre that unfolded at the border between the Byzantine and Jalayirid empires. After all, they needed to seek restitution from these Arabs, even if it meant dragging the entire empire into a war. Once the surviving merchants had fled, the man tasked with leading the Byzantine operatives scoffed with disdain, before kicking the corpse of the man whose throat he had cut. You can get up now. They are all gone. With that said, the merchant who had started the whole border conflict, and who was seemingly dead, climbed to his feet, where he dusted off his clothes and wiped the fake blood from his throat. He was not alone, as the 12 or so men who had been shot by muskets also did the same. revealing that they were all a part of the Byzantine task force designed to spark a conflict with the Jaliurid Sultanate, who would, in turn, drag their Timurid allies into the war. With a smile on his face, the lead merchant chuckled before posing a question. Do you think they bought it? The head of the task force nodded his head with a solemn expression on his face, before looking west towards Constantinople, where he knew that the young emperor was most likely preparing for the upcoming conflict. Without a doubt, there is no going back to this. War is now inevitable. I just hope that our emperor knows what he is doing. It took a few days for word to reach Constantinople about the supposed Jaliurid attack on a group of Byzantine merchants. And when it did, rumors were flooding through the streets of the Eastern Roman capital of an upcoming war between the Jaliurid Sultanate and the Byzantine Empire. Unsurprisingly, the Byzantine people were outraged at their Arab neighbors and demanded blood in return for that of their own which had been spilled in the sands of the Arabian Peninsula. Naturally, Alexandros took advantage of this incident and publicly sent an ultimatum to his Arab neighbors, specifically the Jaliurid Sultan. There were a list of demands regarding the immediate execution of the Jaliurid soldiers who were involved in the incident, reparations for an unprovoked attack, restitution for the families of the slain, and a public apology from the Sultan himself. If the ultimatum were just these few things, then it was entirely possible that the Jaliurid Sultan would agree to the terms, even if they were a tad bit excessive. However, the last demand that Alexandros made of his Arab neighbors was simply unacceptable, and thus resulted in an immediate refusal. That last demand was none other than for the Jaliurid Sultanate to submit to vassalization. This would effectively end their sovereignty as a state, and would make them a subject of the Byzantine Empire. No matter what happened, the Jaliurid Sultan would never accept such a stringent demand, and thus, after receiving the man's response, Alexandros smiled sadistically, before arranging a public announcement to the people of Byzantium. Gathered outside of the royal palace in Constantinople, Alexandros stood by his lonesome at a podium, which was wired with microphones provided by the German media, as his voice echoed across the capital of Byzantium. My fellow Romans, I stand here today to make a public declaration of war against those who would unjustly slay our merchants and steal their wares. The Jaliurid Sultan has in an act of provocation spat upon the terms I presented to cease hostilities between our two realms, and in doing so, he has spat upon the lives of the slain. These were innocent men who were killed by his soldiers for refusing to be extorted. It is clear that the corruption of our neighbors has become a problem that is bleeding into our own lives. This is something that I refuse to tolerate, and as such I am officially declaring war on the Jaliurid Sultanate and all of their allies. For your crimes against the Roman people we will invade and annex your lands, so that a situation like this may never again befall the good and honest people of Byzantium. Glory to Constantinople! The crowd of civilians who had gathered to hear the emperor's speech all broke out into cheers and began to chant the last words which Alexandros had spoken. Glory to Constantinople! Glory to Constantinople! Glory to Constantinople! With this, the drums of war had begun to beat, and the Byzantine army, which was already mobilized and waiting for an excuse to invade their neighbors, would immediately depart and march into the Arabian Peninsula in a bid to annex the Jaliurid Sultanate. As for the Kriegsmarine and its Luftwaffe attachment, they were watching the Byzantine emperor's broadcast with excited expressions on their faces. They would finally be able to test their latest weapons against an adversary. It was just a pity that the Arabs were so primitive that they did not even have trains. Regardless, the damage that a single carrier wing could commit was no small amount. Thus, Byzantium and the Arab world were now officially at war. Perhaps the only Muslim state which would stay out of this conflict would be the Iberian Empire, who would take advantage of the chaos to annex their neighbors in North Africa. Chapter 1190. An easy victory. Immediately after Alexandros declared war on the Jaliurid Sultanate, the fighter jets on board the supercarrier took to the skies above the Arabian Peninsula with a single mission: drop bombs on critical targets. While the Byzantine army crossed over the border and prepared themselves for a battle on the land, the Luftwaffe was flying at breakneck speeds, zoning in on the capital of the Jaliurid Sultanate, where the majority of their civil and military leadership was concentrated. German intelligence had long since infiltrated the Arab states, and was able to accurately provide information on the current whereabouts of the Jaliurid Sultan and his top advisors who were gathered in his palace, where they were discussing how they would deal with this invasion from the west. At the moment, the Jaliurid Sultan was in a heated debate with his top generals, who each had a different idea on how they would deal with their enemies. I want a messenger sent to Ceylon. I need the support of the Timurid Empire if I am going to have a chance of winning this war. For years, he has been investing into firearms and cannons. If anyone has the ability to contend with these Byzantine rats, then it is him. Invoke our alliance and call for the aid of the Timurid army. While the Jaliurid Sultan was convinced that the only path to victory lay with the support of their allies, several of his generals were quick to voice their disagreements. As long as the Germans do not get involved, then we still have a chance of defeating the enemy. We should muster our musketeers, and send them to the borders, to deal with these damned invaders. Sure, send forth for aid from our allies, but do not act as if all is lost without their support. Despite the general's words, the Jalayirid Sultan was not convinced. After all, his father had made the same mistake of underestimating his enemies many years ago during the last attempt the Arab states had made to secure the Holy Land. Back then, their entire army, along with the previous sultan, were burned to ash by the Germans. To this day, nobody knew how the Germans had achieved this. Perhaps they had used a more potent version of the Byzantine Empire's Greek fire. Thus, the man was just about to argue against his general's point, when a terrifying sound startled everyone within the building. The roar of the supersonic jets filled the skies above Basra, giving the Jalayirid Sultan an intense feeling of impending doom. He was just about to speak when several 1,100 kilograms bombs fell on top of his palace, thus reducing it and everyone inside to dust. With a single coordinated strike, the Luftwaffe had eliminated the entirety of the Jalayirid Sultanate's chain of command. And perhaps most terrifying of all was the fact that the victims had no chance of even preventing such an attack from occurring. Immediately, the pilots who conducted the airstrike reported that the target was eliminated back to the carrier's bridge, who in return relayed the communications back to the fatherland. Of which, Berenger then informed his son, the Byzantine emperor, that the Jalayirid dynasty and all of their generals were now deceased. Before the enemy could even muster their forces, they were now left completely leaderless, thus allowing the Byzantine army free rein as they crossed their eastern border and into the Arabian Peninsula, where they would use lethal force to eliminate anyone who dared to oppose their occupation. However, the war did not end there. After all, Alexandros had declared war on the Jalayirid Sultanate and all of their allies. Thus, while one quarter of the Byzantine army marched into the Arabian Peninsula, another quarter marched into the lands belonging to the Timurid Empire, with the intent to conquer and annex the region. Berenger sat back in his office without a care in the world for what was going on in the Middle East and North Africa. His sons were both men now, and they no longer needed him to hold their hands as they embarked on their first wars. By now, the Iberian, Byzantine, and Nordic empires were now in control of his sons. However, if there was one more region that was left entirely forgotten, it would be the British Isles. Berenger had long since been keeping a close eye on the region. Officially, England's current king was none other than his son Lucas. However, the boy had never once stepped foot on the British Isles despite already being 14 years old. Instead, he had been spending the last 14 years studying under his father to become the next king of England. Berenger had a soft spot for the children he had with Henrietta, and Lucas was the oldest of them. He looked almost exactly like his father did when he was the boy's age, except with one major difference. He was neither weak nor frail. Instead, he was a strong and healthy lad. The boy was currently sitting across from his father in the man's office, with an anxious expression on his face. Berenger was reading a report about his son's latest academic achievements. He was not the genius that Hans and Zara were, but he was intelligent enough to be an efficient leader. And Lucas had displayed many leadership abilities during his tenure in the German Cadet Corps. After carefully examining the reports, Berenger smiled before looking his young son in the eye and expressing his approval. "You have been doing quite well for yourself. Both your teachers and officers give you praise. I believe it is time for you and I to visit England. It has been a long time since the kingdom has submitted to the Reich, and I believe that your people should get to know their new king. What do you say? Would you like to take a family vacation to England? Your mother will be able to join us." Though publicly Lucas was Adela's son, everyone in the family knew that he was actually Henrietta's boy, including himself. He was quite proud of his parentage, despite the taboo nature behind his mother's and father's relationship. Yet he was also wise enough to know why his true mother could not be made public. Lucas' father and mother were siblings by blood, and the only evidence they had that countered this narrative was the unreliable word of a sympathetic father. Berenger had dug into the family records to prove that his father's story was correct, and yet he found nothing about Henrietta being his half-aunt. Berenger was convinced that his father had lied to him to make it easier for him to accept Henrietta's love, but he could not prove either theory correct. And since he could not prove Henrietta was more distantly related to him than the public knew, he would never reveal their relationship to anyone who was not an immediate family member. It was because of this complex relationship that Lucas thought his father was referring to Adela, and not his actual biological mother. Thus, he wore a bitter smile as he sighed and accepted his father's gesture. "Sure, I would enjoy a brief vacation in England with you and Adela." Berengar's brow raised slightly as he heard his son's words, before correcting the boy on his intentions. "When I said your mother, I was referring to my beloved sister. It has been a while since we have gone anywhere as a family. Naturally, there are good reasons for this, but in a backwater like England, nobody will realize that your mother isn't Adela. Or would you prefer that Adela make another public appearance as your mother?" With this misunderstanding cleared, Lucas' youthful face immediately broke out into a wide smile. This was the first time that his father had ever offered an actual family vacation. He was so ecstatic that he jumped out of his chair and boldly questioned whether the man was actually telling the truth. "Do you really mean it? It will be a real family vacation?" Berenger returned the boy's enthusiasm as he nodded his head thrice before responding verbally. "Indeed, it has been a while since I have taken Henrietta anywhere meaningful, and I suppose England is not the worst option in the world." Lucas was so excited that he had forgotten that his father was technically engaged in a war right now, and when he remembered this fact, he calmed his heart before bringing up this concern. "What about the war? Won't you be needed here in Kufstein?" Lucas was not the only one who had forgotten about the ongoing war with the Arab states. Berenger cared so little about the conflict because he knew the outcome already that he had not even bothered to factor it into his plans. Thus, he responded nonchalantly as he dismissed the idea entirely. "War? Oh, you mean what's going on in Arabia? Not to worry. I am not needed for such a petty dispute. If something serious happens, my generals have ways of contacting me. But I can't think for the life of me how your brother could possibly manage to bungle such an easy victory. We will depart in 2 weeks for England and spend 3 months going around the kingdom so that your subjects can become acquainted with their new king. Now run along, Lucas. I have much to prepare for." Lucas could not stop smiling as he followed his father's orders and scampered off to tell his mother and siblings the good news. As for Berenger, he quickly got back to work, not even thinking twice about the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Chapter 1191. The Young King of England. Time flew by, and while the Byzantine army marched across the Middle East, annihilating every opposing force they came across, Berenger had taken his sister, Henrietta, and the children they had together to England for a brief family vacation. The journey to England was a simple one. First, they would travel to Hamburg via the Reich's high-speed rails, and then, from there, the family would sail from the German port city to London, which was the capital of the Kingdom of England. Why could they not simply fly from Kufstein to London? Well, that was because Berenger had yet to actually invest in the construction of an airport for the medieval island nation. After all, that would require an enormous effort, and it was not as if Berenger himself visited England all that often. Thus, after a lengthy journey, Berenger and his family arrived in England, where they were amazed to see that the old feudal system was still alive and well within the region. After coming from a modern state whose technological capabilities were on par with 1970s America, Berengar's children were particularly bewildered at the sight of such a primitive and ancient society. Aside from the devastating loss in the last crusade, England had never been forced to modernize on any aspect of society. As a result of this, the English remained in their steadfast ways. The only difference between England today and the way it was 20 years ago is that the Catholic Church had officially been replaced with the Church of England. Something which would not normally happen for at least another few centuries. The Church of England was Catholic in everything but name. They followed the Catholic traditions and maintained much of the same clergy. Only now there was no pope to answer to, and instead, the King of England was the official head of the Church. This meant that Lucas now wielded both secular and religious authority over the English people, something he could use to his benefit as he slowly reformed this medieval nation into an early modern state. Despite how different England was from the Reich, Lucas and his siblings found the quaint and primitive city of London to be rather endearing. Berenger, however, looked around in disgust. Aside from the obvious lack of proper sanitation facilities, everything about this place screamed as if it were only a matter of time before it brew a major plague. It was not only England that was like this. Many of Germany's protectorates and tributaries were also little more than medieval European states. And while Germany had provided some investment into these kingdoms to help them recover from their disastrous crusade, he did not bother help to advance them to the early modern era, like he had done with the empires which his eldest sons would inherit. Thus, after a minor stroll to the Windsor Castle, Berenger and his family were unsurprisingly greeted by the various English noblemen, who had been running the kingdom in the absence of a proper monarch for many years now. Berenger allowed his son to sit upon his throne, as each English duke, count, and baron came forth to kneel before their new king. It had been some time since a man last sat upon this throne. Lawrence was presumed dead, and his son abdicated in favor of their German conquerors. Since then, England had been a tributary state of the Reich, waiting for the day when their young king came of age to claim his throne. Berenger could instantly tell that none of these feudal noblemen were particularly pleased that a German boy now sat upon their kingdom's throne, but under the threat of the overwhelming power which Germany had at its disposal, not a single one of these men would dare to utter a word of disagreement. As for Lucas, he was quite the astute leader himself, having been raised from birth to become a king. He had spent years building the skills necessary to fulfill the role, and because of this he could immediately understand that his new subjects looked at him with disdain behind their false smiles. Thus, when a particularly handsome duke came forward to spout his platitudes, Lucas could only look past the man's facade and see him for what he really was. "Oh, great King of England! For years I have been waiting for you to come and sit upon your throne. I can say now that I have seen your majesty in the flesh. I can die happy knowing that England will be well looked after in my absence. There is just one matter of importance that is keeping me from entering the grave, and that is my youngest daughter Olivia has yet to be wed. For years I have been waiting for the perfect suitor, and yet all who dared to attempt to claim her hand had proven utterly disappointing. Yet you, my king, are truly worthy. Would you do me the honor of taking my daughter as your lawful wife?" After saying this, the man reached into the crowd and pulled forth his daughter, who was a particularly beautiful young English woman. Olivia was roughly the age of Lucas and appeared to be rather meek and submissive. And though those were ideal qualities in a wife, Berenger suspected she was merely acting this way as part of her father's ruse. After all, her posture was not that of a submissive woman, no matter how hard the girl tried to pretend she was such. Evidently Lucas also felt the same way as his father, because after narrowing his gaze towards the girl, he responded to her father, the Duke, with an empty gesture. "Though it would be my honor to marry such a beautiful young woman, I am afraid that I cannot accept your proposal at this point in time. I have only now just entered England and have yet to understand the proper political ramifications that such a marriage would impose upon me and my house. As the King of England, I must choose my bride with much consideration, and thus, I will not make a decision until I have a proper understanding of this place and all of its noble houses. However, I will keep your young daughter in mind, and look forward to getting to know her." The Duke and his daughter were clearly not happy that their proposal had been rejected. After all, if Olivia could become the new Queen of England, then it meant she would be able to manipulate this young boy quite easily, effectively making her house the de facto rulers of England. However, it was clear that both she and her father had underestimated Lucas. What they thought would just be another spoiled prince had in turn proven to be quite intelligent, and thus the Duke and his daughter could only accept their defeat and move on to another scheme. Berenger nodded his head in approval at his son's decision. There was plenty of time to marry a woman, and many alliances to be forged. This Duke had clearly proven himself an opportunist and a sycophant, one who would say and do anything to gain an extra inch of power. After the Duke and his daughter retreated back into the crowd, the rest of the English noblemen greeted their new king. Lucas decided to host a small banquet, where the kitchen staff at the Windsor Castle prepared a meal. Naturally, they were thoroughly vetted before Berenger and his family had ever stepped foot in England. Thus, there were no concerns about them poisoning anyone. Though Berenger and his family did not necessarily enjoy the food, as it was quite bland, it was able to provide some nutrition to their bodies. During the meal, Lucas took note of everything that his new subjects had said, as well as the expressions on their faces. It was clear that though they were all obligated to greet their new king upon his arrival, that they were testing the waters to see how Lucas would rule over them. Lucas did not make any promises or accept any gestures on behalf of his guests. Instead, he maintained a perfectly neutral stance, at least until he could properly understand the political situation in England, and while he cautiously maneuvered through the minefield that was feudal politics, Berenger watched with silent approval. As for Henrietta, she was approached by several men during the evening, all of which wished to express their admiration of her. Though Berenger introduced his sister as his wife Adela, Henrietta was so beautiful, especially when compared to the medieval women of England, that these men could not help themselves. Because of this, Berenger found himself near his beloved sister's side throughout the entire night, shooing away those men who did not know how close they were to losing their heads. After a night filled with festivities, Berenger and his family bid their guests farewell before retiring to the quarters they had taken. While Berenger and his family slept peacefully in their beds, the members of the Leibguard stood watch throughout the dark corridors of the medieval castle, ensuring that no threat ever approached their master. Even in a primitive and feudal land filled with scheming noblemen, the von Kufstein dynasty was perfectly safe. No harm would ever come to a member of Berengar's family, so long as his elite bodyguard stood watch over them. Chapter 1192. A Man on the Moon. The 3-month vacation in England was done as soon as it had begun. Lucas had become more acquainted with the affairs of his new kingdom, and had vowed to begin making changes that would see England rise to a state similar to the other major empires that Berengar's sons currently ran. Thus, he began spending weekends in England, like his brothers had done for their realms before him. Before Berenger even realized it, another 5 years had passed, and during this time the German war machine focused entirely on producing the latest generation of weapons for the German army. Technological advancement had slowed down, at least as far as the military was concerned. Berengar's primary focus in this time span was to provide nuclear power to the entirety of the Reich, and begin transitioning to a mostly electric-powered state, the former of which he had accomplished. By now, a combination of nuclear, hydro, and geothermal energy was powering every major city in the fatherland and its many colonies, all three of which had a monumental effect on countering any possible anthropogenic climate change scenarios. Aside from environmental concerns and sustainable energy, there was one other major development that had been going on for the last 5 years or so, and that was the German space program. Zara had been instrumental in the rise of the German astronautical sector. And today was an important day for the Reich and mankind itself. Standing in the command center today were a whole host of important personnel. Chief among them were the Kaiser himself and the head of the German space program, both of which were fawning over the young German princess who had accomplished the unthinkable. For years now, Zara had one particular dream in mind, one which she had been carefully working towards since she was a little girl. Today, if all went well, she would finally be able to achieve that dream. Zara looked at the monitors, which displayed the massive rocket of her latest design. She had tested this monstrosity quite thoroughly, and truly believed that it would result in her dream coming true. On one of the monitors was a screen which displayed the crew compartment on the landing craft. There were 3 astronauts contained within, one of which was none other than Prince Hans von Kufstein, who, after hearing about a potential manned mission to the moon, volunteered on the spot. His father may have been the first man to ever fly a plane in this world, but he had been the first man to enter space, and would now be the first man to step foot on the moon. Currently, the young man was checking the gauges of the spacecraft, and making sure that everything was operating at optimal standards, because if they were not, he would be forced to abort the launch. After confirming that everything was in order, Hans spoke on his microphone, specifically back to Zara, who was watching the screen with fierce intensity. "You sure this thing won't blow us up? I don't mean to sound unfaithful in your abilities, little sister, but I remember more than a few of your little rockets blowing up in your face when we were kids." Zara simply scoffed before responding to her half-brother's taunt with an equally sharp remark. Obviously, by the words she said, she was quite confident in the success of this mission. "It'll be fine. I have thoroughly tested this rocket design. The failure rate is slightly below 1%. Besides, I remember more than a few times where your mother was worried sick after you were forced to eject from your experimental aircraft. If we want to compare statistics on failures, I believe you have me beat, big bro." It was now Hans' turn to scoff as he responded to his little sister's remark with a fat grin on his face. All right, let's get this show on the road already." Zara could not agree more with Hans' statement and quickly flashed her father an excited grin, who nodded his head in approval, thus giving the girl permission to begin the countdown. "Launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off." After saying this, Zara punched the launch button with her dainty fist, which sent the rocket propelling into the air. The screens continued to project the rocket and its crew. For blast off. After saying this, Zara punched the launch button with her dainty fist, which sent the rocket propelling into the air. The screens continued to project the rocket and its crew compartment as the 3 astronauts held on for dear life as they took to the skies before passing through orbit and into space. The 3-stage rocket eventually completed its launch as the control room broke out into cheers of excitement. Finally, Hans' voice could be overheard throughout the facility as he slowly got accustomed to space. This was not the first time the man had entered space over the past 5 years. In fact, very early on, Hans transitioned from an experimental pilot to an astronaut, being the first man to enter space and step foot on the German space station, which currently orbited the Earth. "Mission control, we are inbound for the moon. Ada 3 days. Berenger was perhaps the most proud parent in the world at this moment. 2 of his children had made history on this day. His daughter Zara had built the rocket which would reach the moon, while his son Hans would be the first man to step foot on the moon. Thus, the man approached his daughter and hugged her tightly before complimenting her on her efforts, which certainly had not gone to waste. "Zara, Daddy is very proud of you." The young woman smiled and accepted her father's embrace in silence as the 2 of them waited patiently for the rocket to arrive at its destination. Nearly 3 days passed, and by now the German nation was sitting on the edge of their seats, waiting for an update on the event which was being broadcast across the entirety of the Reich. They could hardly believe that mankind was about to step foot on the moon. It had been the dream of man for millennia to do so, and finally, it was about to happen. To think that just a quarter of a century ago, Germany was a feudal state, entrenched in the misconceptions of the Catholic Church. Now they were a modern empire that spanned across the globe, one which was capable of putting a man on the moon. To the average German citizen, this was a matter of immense pride. Not only for their nation, but the Kaiser who led them to this bright future, and also the prince who was so daring that he would even conquer space. As if like clockwork, the broadcast shifted to the cockpit of the landing craft, which began to detach from the rocket, as it slowly approached the surface of the moon. On live television, Hans stepped foot out of the vehicle and placed his boot on the ground, where he immediately pulled out a German flag and placed it on the moon's surface, before saluting it and saying the words that would be remembered throughout human history. "I, Prince Hans von Kufstein, first of my name, hereby claim the moon for the German Reich." All across the fatherland and its many colonies, cheers erupted from every household and every bar in existence. Even on the corners of the street in electronic appliance stores, people gathered and watched their prince claim the moon for their empire, with such pride in their hearts that they thought it might suffocate them. Having successfully landed on the moon, the German Reich was one step closer to becoming as advanced as the world Berenger had left behind in what seemed like a lifetime ago. As for the other world leaders, they were either made aware of this feat through messages sent by the Reich, or in the case of Japan, through the same broadcast which made its way across the German Empire. Itami gazed in disbelief at the feat, which she never would have considered being able to accomplish when she first reincarnated into this world. The fact that she had been able to reunite with Julian in this life, and that the man had been capable of accomplishing so much, in such a short period, reaffirmed her belief that he was truly the only man worthy of her love. As for Berenger and Zara, they were still at the command center, cracking open a case of champagne for themselves and everyone in mission control. They had successfully landed a man on the moon, a feat that nobody ever thought was possible until this moment. This was a sign that the Reich would have a very bright future, and thus, Berenger had begun considering what he would do with his eventual retirement. While drinking on a glass of champagne, Berenger reflected on the life he had lived up to this point, and the many hurdles he was forced to cross in pursuit of this grand achievement, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1193. A Better World. Alexandros gazed upon the most recent map that was drawn of the world. The Byzantine Empire stretched from the Balkans to Egypt and all the way to the borders of India. Much land had been gained in the past 5 years of conquest, and yet it still was not enough to satisfy his ambitions. No, there were 3 targets that needed to be conquered if he were indeed going to make the Byzantine Empire the second greatest civilization on the planet. Thus, the young man placed his fingers on the objects of his desire: Wallachia, Moldavia, and Georgia. Though the king of Georgia was a distant relative to Alexandros, the young emperor did not care about such matters. He was not a von Kufstein, who Alexandros saw as his only family. If that was the case, then Georgia would need to be annexed into the empire he inherited from his mother's side of the family. As for Wallachia and Moldavia, they refused to enter the sphere of German influence, and for that they needed to be annexed. Whether they would voluntarily agree to such a drastic decision or not did not matter, as Alexandros now possessed the second most powerful army in the world. Upon gaining the ability to land men on the moon, Berenger felt no harm in loosening the restrictions on his son's empire and thus permitted them to begin entering the era of steam. The Byzantine and Iberian empires were busy constructing buildings and structures that would allow them to connect their empires via national railways, something Germany had accomplished decades ago, and because of this, the German construction companies worked alongside these nations to ensure that the railways were capable of accepting their high-speed trains. Development of Byzantium was entering a new era, and though they were still a long way from having the chemical production capabilities to produce their own ammo, the Byzantine army was now second only to Germany. Or so Alexandros liked to claim. However, the Iberian army was just as advanced, just as large, and just as experienced as their Byzantine counterparts. So it was impossible to say who really was the number 2 power in this world. However, none of this mattered at the moment, as Alexandros gazed upon his young bride. In the last 10 years, he had married his wife Zenobia and had even sired 5 children with her. She had become his right hand and was always present for his negotiations with foreign powers. Zenobia had a concerned look on her pretty face, as she asked her husband if he really wanted to go through with the plan to annex the Kingdom of Georgia. Husband, the King of Georgia is in the other room, waiting for you. I must ask, are you sure this is the wisest course of action? After all, the man is your mother's uncle, and I don't believe he will accept the annexation of his kingdom so easily. Should we perhaps get your father to mediate in this discussion? Despite his wife's concern, Alexandros was not deterred from his goal, and simply scoffed before voicing his disagreement with her proposal. My father? The man is half retired at this point. Do you really want him here to mediate such a simple matter? If I can't do this on my own, then he will consider me a failure as an emperor. It is a simply matter of annexation. No, I want Luz to Hans, who my father has already named the Chancellor of Germany. To think that old goat Otto would suddenly retire after the moon landing, and my father would thrust the position onto Hans. He's clearly prepping the boy to take over his position in the coming years. If the man can't be bothered to run his own empire, why do you think he would want to mediate in a mere case of annexation between 2 foreign powers? I have learned from the best, and now it is time to prove myself. Zenobia could only sigh in acceptance as she led her husband into the room, where the old king of Georgia was waiting for him. A smile appeared on the man's face as he greeted his niece's son with a firm handshake. If it isn't little Alexandros, to think it has been so long that you are finally a man? Tell me, boy, what is it that is so important that you requested that I meet with you? Alexandros instructed the king of Georgia to sit down, as a servant entered the room with a tray full of tea and cookies. Something which immediately made the old man excited as he engorged himself on the treats while Alexandros made his proposal. The time has come. I will be officially annexing the Kingdom of Georgia into the Byzantine Empire. The old man nearly had a heart attack as he heard the words which Alexandros spoke. He was quick to voice his disagreement, as he choked on the bit of cookie that was still stuck in his throat. You can't possibly mean that. For generations, the Kingdom of Georgia has been a vassal of the Byzantine Empire. We have never failed in our duties, so what gives you the right to annex us? A cold look appeared in Alexandros' green eyes as he stared down the King of Georgia with a fearsome expression on his face. He did not move the slightest muscle for several moments of silence before finally responding to the man's question. Nobody gives me the right. I take it, if you wish to reject my offer of peaceful annexation, then I can always march my army into your lands and seize your kingdom by force. Though I would prefer to avoid such a scenario, as I already have wars planned in other regions. But if you force me to do this, just know that I will come with the fire and fury of a madman. So tell me, do you still wish to deny my proposal of annexation, knowing the dire consequences which face you, your family, and the citizens of your kingdom? It was at this moment that the old king of Georgia noticed several of Alexandros' bodyguards armed with submachine guns, standing nearby awaiting orders. Their menacing gazes frightened the feudal king, who knew that his army did not stand a chance against his southern neighbors. With a heavy sigh and a broken heart, the man agreed to Alexandros' request, albeit with a hint of rage in his aging eyes. Fine, you can have my kingdom. I suppose it would be better to retire in my old age to some beach in Anatolia than it is to continue ruling such a backward realm. But I want you to know that I am thoroughly disgusted by your behavior. You are your father's son. After saying this, the old man got up and left the room without saying another word. Once he was all alone, Alexandros wore a prideful smile on his face, as he repeated the words that the king of Georgia had last said to him. Though they were intended to be an insult, Alexandros could not be any more proud. I am my father's son. With this in mind, Alexandros stood up with an extra pep in his step, as he approached his wife, and kissed her passionately on the lips, something which shocked the young woman. However, before she could calm her husband down, he whispered something in her ears. And you wanted me to summon my father for mediation. Don't you feel foolish now? Zenobia had to admit, she expected the old king of Georgia to be quite stubborn. After all, few men would give up the kind of power that he wielded, even if it meant they had to die. Yet, he had so easily agreed to the annexation. It was truly surprising to her. However, this just posed further questions. The Byzantine Empire had spent the last 5 years trying to rapidly develop its newly conquered territory, and yet it seemed like no matter how much of the land they improved, there was always more work to be done. Now that they had annexed the Kingdom of Georgia and set their sights on Wallachia and Moldavia, she could not help but feel like her husband was giving himself an entire life's worth of work to do. Thus, Zenobia looked at her husband with an awkward expression before asking him the immediate question on her mind. If you build such a mighty empire within your lifetime, then what will you leave for our son, Honorius? A simple smile emerged on Alexandros' face as he kissed his wife's neck before responding to her question. A better world, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1194. Annexing Scotland. 5 years had gone by since Lucas had first begun taking action as the King of England, and though he was still yet to marry, he now lived full-time in England where he had begun developing the kingdom from a primitive feudal state to an early modern one. Not only that, he had even begun overhauling the political structure in a way that was largely based on the designs of the German Reich which his father had established. However, when compared to his brothers who had already gotten a head start on building their empires, Lucas was quite far behind. He had not even managed to unite the entirety of the British Isles, with the Isle of Man and Scotland both being independent of his kingdom. Out of a desire to prove to his father that he was every bit as worthy as his brothers, Lucas had begun negotiations with Scotland for a unification of their two realms. The old Scottish king had perished not long ago, and his son, the prince, who was once rejected by a lowly bartender in the Reich, had become the new king. However, unlike his father, who clung to ancient glory of a bygone era, the new king of Scotland was a much more progressive man, and by that I mean he understood that the Reich was now the center of the world, and that if Scotland wished to remain competitive in the world market, it would need to bend the knee in some way to the Germans. Luckily, there was a German prince sitting on England's throne, allowing the two men to communicate quite easily. At the moment Lucas was sitting in his office, with the Scottish king seated across from him. The two men snacked on tea and cookies, as they discussed trivial matters such as the weather and their families. Lucas had a friendly smile on the face as he brought up a question that would directly lead to their negotiations. King Robert, I must say, it is a pleasure to host you here in my palace, but now that we're on the subject of our families, I hear you have yet to procure a husband for your youngest sister. What was her name again? Ailes? Am I correct? Robert's gaze narrowed on Lucas. He could tell exactly where this discussion was headed, and was thus quick to nod his head in agreement, hoping that these negotiations would go well. Indeed, my youngest sister has just had her 16th birthday. And yet, I have still not managed to find a proper man for her. Why do you ask? Are you perhaps interested, King Lucas? Lucas smiled and nodded his head as he made a proposal, which he thought that Robert would find entertaining. Of course I'm interested. The last time we met at the ball you held in Edinburgh, I had a delightful discussion with the young woman. She is also quite beautiful. I think it is time we unite our houses, as well as our kingdoms. Britannia will never achieve the greatness of the three major European empires outside of the Reich if we do not unite, and while my brothers are fighting over who will control what few countries are still independent, I fear one of them will turn their gaze upon Scotland. Now my army is not as grand as the Nordic empires, but it should be enough to prevent them from thinking twice about invading your lands. Robert considered the proposal for some time, but he still felt like giving up the title of king would be a disgrace to his ancestors, and thus he was quick to negotiate with a request he thought immediately would be shut down. I understand your concerns, Lucas. After all, I have the same worries. However, my ancestors have ruled over Scotland for centuries, and I would bring dishonor to my house if I were to simply agree to annexation without a fight. One which I know I would sorely lose, but still, to my people, honor is of the utmost importance. If, however, you were suggesting something like a dual monarchy, then perhaps I would be able to entertain the idea of this union. Like how Robert expected, Lucas did not accept this proposal. However, the counterproposal that the English king made was more than generous enough to garner Robert's interest. A dual monarchy is a difficult proposal for me to accept, one that I cannot easily agree to, considering that I am looking to overhaul the feudal system which still plagues these lands. However, I do have a counteroffer if you are willing to hear it. Robert gazed up from his cup of tea, and wore a friendly smile as he silently nodded his head, allowing Lucas to continue his train of thought. Upon seeing that the man was being so amicable, Lucas returned his smile before speaking his ideas. What I am proposing is the formation of a British Empire. I will be emperor, and you can remain king of Scotland. I will also allow a king of Wales and a king of Ireland, similar to how my father has set up the German Reich. And while power would be centralized in my hands as the emperor, I will allow a certain degree of autonomy for Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. You and your descendants can remain king of Scotland, and yet we join together into a mighty empire. What do you think of this proposal? After visiting the Reich in the past, Robert had done his best to investigate just how the nation had risen to prominence so quickly, and all he could understand from the text that he read was that Berenger von Kufstein was a genius of the highest caliber. He was not only skilled in academic pursuits but also matters of military tactics and political intrigue. From this single conversation with the man's son, Robert could tell that Berenger had raised his children to be capable monarchs in their own right. At the very least, Lucas would be far more capable than himself. With Scotland subjected to England, and following the whims and wishes of the new emperor, it was only a matter of time before they rose to prominence on the world stage, rather than stagnate as a backward feudal state. But most importantly, with this proposal, he would remain a king, even if it basically was in name only. Thus, Robert saw no reason to reject Lucas' offer. If these are your terms, then I must confess I find them most agreeable. Very well, I will agree to joining this British Empire of yours, and I will also consent to wed my sister to you. I look forward to what we are able to accomplish together in the future. After all, it has been my greatest fear for Scotland to fall behind the rest of the world, something which was sure to happen without some form of union of our two houses. Lucas nodded his head in agreement with Robert's words. However, he was quick to add another point to their agreement, which Robert may have overlooked. Of course, the nobles beneath both of our rule will not be too fond of this new joint venture of ours. I suspect we will have to put down a rebellion or two. What do you say? Will you join me on the battlefield against our enemies? Robert responded exactly as Lucas thought he would. A sadistic sneer curved upon his lips as he nodded his head before responding with a cruel tone in his voice. Oh, I look forward to it. Thus, with this agreement made, Scotland would unify with the Kingdom of England to form the British Empire. Once they had put down their enemies in their own lands, and further brought their new empire up to speed, Lucas would then set his sights on West Africa, a land which he knew his father had no ambitions to expand into. However, his brothers were another story. Ghazi had already claimed most of North Africa as his domain, while Alexandros had begun to expand to East Africa. If Lucas did not get his shit together soon and join the fight, then the scramble for Africa would be lost before it could even truly begin. Thus, in the coming days, Lucas would form an army worthy of contending with his brother's armed forces. Something which he hoped would prove more than capable of controlling his own piece of the pie, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1195. Debating Political Philosophy with a Long-Forgotten Deity. Berenger stood in the sands of Egypt, perhaps for the first time since he underwent the trials of Horus. For centuries, Islam had been the dominant religion in the land, and yet as of late there had been a newcomer which challenged this solid faith and its adherents. Perhaps new was not the right word. After all, this religion had been previously practiced by the Egyptian people for a millennium before the fall of their most ancient civilization. It was not just the ancient gods that were being worshipped, but a new take on the ancient style of fashion had been revived by many of the adherents. In the city of Cairo, a large statue of Anubis had been erected, unlike those in the ancient era which were made of limestone. This statue was made of bronze and was intricately crafted by the finest of modern craftsmen. Berenger stood before the statue in the dead of night, when no other soul dared to walk its streets. He gazed into the inanimate object's eyes while shrouded in a disguise and whispered some words in a long-forgotten tongue. Just as he suspected, the statue began to speak to him, with the voice of the god he had once bested in a battle of wits. I never expected a mortal like yourself would be able to fulfill the promise you once so foolishly made to me, and yet at the current rate, it looks like I will not be casting your soul into the abyss. Not that I even have the power to do so anymore. Truly, I never expected to be bested by you twice. Just what deity did you come across that was powerful enough to break my control over your blackened soul? Berenger scoffed as he heard this remark, before responding to Anubis with a rather conceited tone in his voice. The same one who brought me into this world. It is not just your pantheon which is starting to become revived, but also those of my ancestors who are making a comeback in Iceland as we speak. However, I did not travel all this way to simply make some small talk with you. As promised, your religion is flourishing, and might soon take over all of Egypt and Nubia. And even though you no longer have the power to condemn me to an eternity of darkness, I have still fulfilled my end of the bargain. After all, I am a man of my word. And though it will still be a long while before you and your pantheon fully recover, I will make sure that my son Alexandros maintains the safety of your followers. The Muslims will not be able to inflict harm upon your adherents so long as Byzantium remains in control of Egypt and Nubia. The jackal-headed god simply scoffed when he heard this. Clearly the fact that he was forced to rely on a mortal from an entirely different faith and culture of the world had wounded his pride as a god. But, in the end, he sighed heavily before admitting that he had underestimated Berenger. I never expected you would be able to pull this off. The other gods have begun to recover some strength. Those who were at death's mercy are no longer on the brink of non-existence. I truly have you to thank for all of this. However, I must ask, what are your plans for Africa? I am all too aware of the deal you have made with that sub-Saharan child. But recent movements by your sons have made me uneasy. Berenger shook his head, and responded with an honesty, as he confirmed the jackal-headed god's worst fears. I can secure the future of the Zulu only so long as I still draw breath. However, my successor is unlikely to honor the agreement I have made with that woman. Africa will be split between the European powers, and whether my sons will be more forgiving of the aggressive actions which the natives continue to engage in, this has yet to be seen. I know not what the future holds, for I am not a god, but a mere mortal man. A slight sigh emerged from the bronze statue of the jackal-headed god. In that moment, Berenger expected that if the inanimate object was capable of moving, then it would have nodded its head in defeat, because the voice that followed was filled with exasperation. So be it, such a thing was inevitable. Even without your influence in this world, Africa would always be colonized by foreign powers. It was the same in the world you came from, and all other timelines which I can see. Berenger nodded his head in agreement to these words. Even if he had never interfered in this world, the Europeans would arrive in the coming centuries with guns, cannons, horses, and the wheel, something which sub-Saharan Africa was completely lacking in. And if the Europeans did not come to conquer the region, then the Arabs or the Asians would. Knowing this, Berenger had no sympathy for those south of the Sahara. Civilizations clash, and those that are more advanced almost always win. That is the nature of humanity, something which Berenger was all too familiar with after living through 2 lives. However, the voice of the jackal-headed god interrupted his thoughts, as it condemned him for actions he had taken during his colonization. Still, what you have done in this world has made the situation so much worse. Countless different tribes and ethnicities have been pushed north because of your campaigns. Those that survive the journey beyond your borders now clash with the other tribes native to the regions they now find themselves in. There is more blood on your hands than you realize. I wonder if the world you came from knew about all that you have done in this life. Would they condemn you as the worst man in history? Berenger scoffed at this notion at what was perhaps the most disdain he had ever expressed since first being reincarnated into this world. Most likely, but the real question that matters is why should I care? The world I came from was weak, depraved, and decrepit. I was born into a civilization that was on the brink of total collapse and deservingly so. The peace that came after the Second World War had weakened the West and turned all of its nations into a bunch of spineless apologists. I am not sorry for what I have done in this life, nor for what my ancestors had done in my past life. Everything I have done in this life was for the benefit of my people. It is not my responsibility to care for the entire world. I am the Emperor of Germany, and thus the lives and happiness of the German people come first, even if it comes at the cost of everyone else. That is what it means to be a proper ruler. The world can be damned for all I care. Their opinions are meaningless, for they are not my people, and thus they deserve no sympathy from me. Perhaps if there were more rulers like me in my past life, men who actually cared about the well-being of their people, then maybe Western civilization would have become something more than just a dying society. But I have changed the outcome of this world I now live in, and Germany shall reign supreme for the next 1,000 years. Without the Enlightenment, which will never come to pass in this world as a result of my actions, there will be no liberal school of thought, and without a liberal school of thought, none of the ills that plagued my past life society will come to pass. All of which result from the selfishness of individualism. The world has now begun to emulate the society which I have created. A strong society, a martial society, a society built upon the benefit of the nation, and not the individual. Condemn me if you will, Anubis, but I have saved Germany from total extinction, and now it reigns supreme above all else in this world. Perhaps even the gods themselves cannot compare to what I have created. Could you withstand the power of 25,000 thermobaric missiles? I think not. Anubis went silent for nearly an entire minute before responding to Berengar's argument with a grim tone in his voice. It is true that you have created a world where Germany is its master, and perhaps in a few millennia it will be only your people who remain on this earth. One which undoubtedly benefits from the environmentally friendly and conservationist policies that you have introduced so early on into the timeline. But I wonder if perhaps your ego has gotten the better of you. Undoubtedly, the power you wield is magnificent, but to challenge the authority of the gods. Even in our weakened states, we have the ability to smite you from this world in the blink of an eye. For all that you have done for my pantheon, I will take your words, as a slip of the tongue. Never forget who brought you into this world, Berenger von Kufstein, or should I say Julian Weber. For without our powers, you would have never been able to achieve all which you have in this life. After saying this, the Anubis statue went silent, as if it had never spoken in the first place. Berenger had simply been venting a frustration which existed inside him longer than he cared to remember, and had gotten carried away. Luckily Anubis was a good sport, or he would likely have entered the afterlife a few decades earlier than he planned to. Chapter 1196. The Passing of Friend. With his promise to the Egyptian gods now fulfilled, and his empire at the peak of its power, Berenger now had little to worry about in his daily life. In fact, his workload had vastly increased as he appointed his eldest son as the Chancellor of the Reich, and forced much of his paperwork onto the young man. And while Berenger enjoyed each day of his peaceful life to the fullest of his ability, the rest of the world had scrambled to become the second most powerful empire on Earth. However, none of this was Berengar's concern, and currently he sat in his room, while watching the television. As he was enjoying an ice-cold beer while watching a kickboxing fight, the door to his room suddenly burst open, to reveal the heavenly figure of his concubine Priya Tamara, whose makeup had run down her face due to the tears which were flowing from her emerald eyes. This had caught Berenger off guard, and he immediately rose from his seat as he approached the woman to comfort her, before asking her just what had caused her to enter such a dreadful state. Priya? What's wrong? Are the kids all right? The bronze-skinned beauty shook her head as she struggled to come up with the words to describe her woes. However, after several moments of crying her tears into Berengar's chest, she finally spoke about what was haunting her. Daria is dead. Berenger could not believe his ears. Daria was perfectly healthy the last time he saw the man. In fact, he had just flown out to India no more than 3 weeks prior to have tea with the Indian emperor, and yet he was suddenly dead? How could that have happened? Berenger had so many questions that he was immediately forced to ask Priya, even though she was not in a state to answer them properly. Are you certain? How is this possible? Daria was just fine the last time I saw him. He was in perfect health. Priya continued to bawl her eyes out as she silently nodded her head, once more struggling to find the strength to voice her lament. Eventually she did so, but her words were far from helpful. I don't know. His doctors say he just dropped over dead. Oh Berenger, we have to go to India, and find out what happened. If somebody did this to my brother, I will never forgive them. I mean, he didn't even leave any children behind. Who will rule over his empire now? Berenger knew exactly why Daria had never been able to have any children, despite his many attempts. Even though the man was technically his foster son, someone he had raised during his formative years. Berenger did not let this sentiment get in the way of what needed to be done, and thus, without anyone being the wiser, he had tasked Imperial intelligence with the unspeakable act of sterilizing the Indian emperor. Of course, Berenger would never admit this to Priya, who he loved more than most of his concubines, and thus, he held her softly in his arms, while assuring her everything would be fine. Don't worry, my love, if someone did this to Daria, I will have their heads. Your brother was one of my closest friends, and I will not forgive anyone who may have had a part in his death. As for who will rule India now, there is only one clear contender for the throne, our eldest son. Priya looked up into her lover's mismatched eyes, with confusion on her pretty face. She quickly shook her head in disagreement with the man's words, and attempted to argue against his decision. No, Arun is much too young to be an emperor, and if someone really did kill my brother, then they will only be after our son as well. I won't put my baby boy in harm's way. Berenger could only sigh. What was done was done. Though he did not know how Daria had just suddenly dropped dead. He would know the answer soon enough. As for India, it needed an emperor, and Arun was most definitely too young to fulfill this role. But Berenger could always do the same to India as he did to both Iberia and England, and thus he was quick to assure his lover that everything would be fine. Relax, Priya. Our son won't be in any harm's way. He will continue to live here in Kufstein as he has done his entire life, until a time when he comes of age to take his rightful place as the emperor of all Indians. Until then, I will rule as the steward in our son's place, and ensure that India does not fall apart because of this horrible tragedy. In the meantime, we need to get to India as fast as possible and find out the cause of your brother's death before anyone else has a chance to seize power during this time of crisis. Pack your things, my love. We're going back to your homeland. Priya was still troubled by the sudden news that her elder brother was dead, but as long as Berenger was by her side, she would be able to get through this tragedy. As for Berenger, he was quite curious about the cause of Daria's death and had brought with him a host of physicians who could perform a proper autopsy of the late Indian emperor and determine what had actually killed him. The flight to India was not as long as it would normally be without supersonic flight. However, because of how advanced the Reich was and its access to supersonic transports, Berenger, Priya, and a host of personnel which included members of the Leibgarde, and several German physicians had arrived in the capital of the mighty empire within a single day. Before flying out to India, Berenger had contacted those in the region who were loyal to Daria and advised them to put the capital under martial law. Thus, when Berenger and his entourage arrived in India, they were greeted by a mix of Indian and German soldiers, all of which saluted the Kaiser with the utmost respect. Berenger returned their salute before entering an armored convoy which led him and his people to the palace. When Priya laid eyes upon her brother's corpse, she once more burst into tears, and Berenger had no choice but to hug her tightly in an attempt to comfort the grieving woman. Thus, he took his lover out of the room so that his physicians could perform an autopsy while his Leibgarde questioned the palace's staff. In the end, the Daria's death was determined to have been caused by an aneurysm in the brain. If Berenger still had one fear in this life, it was that such a fatal and random condition would one day affect him as well. To see Daria die by such a thing, it really brought a new perspective to the aging Kaiser, who until now felt as if he was completely invincible. Priya was naturally devastated, and Berenger spent much of the day comforting her while his staff began to set up the means of his stewardship, declaring that Arun would be the new emperor and that a temporary government would be set up to help the empire function properly until a time when the boy came of age to take his rightful throne. Obviously, funeral arrangements were immediately made for Daria's burial, but before his body was whisked away to the undertaker, Berenger decided to say one last goodbye to his foster son and friend. While staring at the cold corpse, Berenger had a stoic expression on his face as he spoke the words that he felt were necessary to say. Daria, it pains me to see that you have stepped foot into the grave before me. I honestly expected you to outlive me. To have you enter the afterlife in such a sudden and jarring way. It truly breaks my heart. I just wanted you to know that I will take good care of your sister, your wives, and your homeland in your absence. And that I am sorry for making it so that you were unable to have children of your own. Though I do not regret my decision, as it was a necessary evil to see the peaceful transition of power in India to my bloodline, I am sorry that I was forced to take such a drastic measure. With this said, Berenger said goodbye to a man he considered being among his closest friends. One of the few he had left in this world. If there was one good thing that could come of this, it was the fact that Arun would be the next emperor of India, a man born and raised in the Reich and trained to be a ruler better than any other potential candidate. Chapter 1197, Daria's Funeral. It did not take long for a funeral to be arranged for Emperor Daria Tom-era, for which Berenger had required his entire family to be present. It was an affair for the entire Indian subcontinent, one that was broadcasted on television across the Reich. Berenger stood by Priya's side as she wept while watching her brother's coffin be interred into the ground. She was not the only one who was crying. In fact, all of Daria's wives were also in a similar state. Several of Berengar's children had grown up with Daria and Priya as foster siblings, and they too showed their grief on their faces. Whether it was his daughters who cried for the loss of a man they considered being a brother, or the men who stared silently into the distance, remembering all the times they had shared with the man. For the von Kufstein dynasty, the loss of its friend and ally at such a young age was a tragedy. Berenger in particular was rather solemn as he reflected on how few friends he had left in the world. Ludwig had passed away a few years ago after living a rather luxurious retirement, and Eckhard already had one foot in the grave. This was to be expected, as these men were as old, if not older, than his father, who was nearing the end of his life as well. Still, Berenger had never thought that out of every one of his friends and relatives, Daria would be the second to go. It was truly a sobering realization, one which he dwelled upon as he comforted Priya, who cried profusely into his suit jacket. Berenger had attended a lot of funerals in his life, probably more than most people. As the Kaiser of the Reich, it was his duty to be present at the funerals of state heroes. But a few of them stung as much as Ludwig's and Daria's. Berenger was entirely unfamiliar with the Hindus' cultural traditions when it came to burying someone the earth, and thus he sat by silently and watched as Daria's coffin was lowered into the ground, never to be seen again. Once the actual funeral was over, Berenger invited all its attendees back to the Indian palace on behalf of Priya, who was too shaken up to say a word, where he served food and drinks to everyone while they reminisced about the man who had suddenly been taken from them all. For the first time in a very long time, Berenger spoke with Daria's cousin Ishvar, who had been the Indian emperor's right-hand man since his ascension to the throne. The man barely appeared to be holding things together as he downed an unhealthy amount of hard liquor to deal with the grief he currently felt in his heart. Berenger approached the man and began to speak of the first time he had met the deceased. You know, when Daria first came to Kufstein, he told me you had helped him escape the cruelty of your father, that you had given him hope about the society I created, one which he might be able to flee to with Priya and live in exile. I'm sure if your father knew about this, he would have been furious with you. Ishvar wore a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head before saying something that even Berenger found shocking. Good riddance to that black-heart bastard. He was not half the man Daria was. Berenger could not help but nod his head in agreement with the sentiment. In truth, Berenger had kept Chandra alive in case he ever needed to replace Daria, who had been a bit rebellious during his initial days as the Indian emperor, but now that Daria was dead, he felt no reason to keep the bastard alive. For the sake of Daria's memory, he would have the old bastard executed in the most brutal way he could think of once he returned to the Reich, where the man lived in exile. But that was something to be done at a later date. Instead, what he needed to do now was mourn the passing of a friend, and thus Berenger grabbed the bottle of whiskey that Ishvar was drinking from and poured himself an entire cup of the stuff, where he took a swig from the alcohol as if he could not feel the intense burning sensation. Berenger had to have taken 2 to 3 shots worth of the liquid, and yet he still did not feel drunk enough. Thus, he took another gulp before patting Ishvar on the back and saying some final words before going back to Priya's side, who was being comforted by Daria's widows. Your cousin was a good man. The world is worse off with his death. Berenger meant every word he had said and slowly walked back to Priya, concealing the pain he felt in his heart with a stoic facade. As a man, he knew there were certain things you were not allowed to do in life. One of them was crying in public. And though all the women and children at this wake were weeping for the loss of their beloved emperor, the men had remained as cold as stone, choosing to drink away their grief rather than vent it through tears. After sitting down next to Priya, the woman grabbed onto his shoulder and began crying into his coat once more, causing Berenger to simply stroke her jet black hair as if he were petting a wounded kitten. He had no more words of comfort to say and could only help the woman process her grief with physical intimacy. As for Berengar's wives and other concubines, they mostly stayed to themselves, allowing Priya to receive the attention she needed from the man she loved most in her hour of need. This would continue for the rest of the evening, where all the guests would then pack up and head back to their homes. Only Berenger and his family, as well as Daria's widows, remained in the palace. That night, Berenger slept alone with Priya. It was relatively uncommon for the man to sleep with only one of his women. But this was a special occasion, and he knew that Priya needed him now more than ever. Thus, they cuddled together for the entire night while talking about their thoughts. However, Priya asked a question which Berenger was not expecting, in a voice that sounded as if she were angry at him. I just don't understand how you can remain so cold even at my brother's funeral. Did he mean nothing to you? I thought we were your family. Berenger instantly shifted his head, which was stared at the ceiling of the room as he was lost in thought before looking Priya directly in her emerald eyes. He felt particularly wounded at her remark, which he knew was simply the result of her heightened emotions, but he did not lash out at her and instead sighed heavily before telling her the truth. After you went to sleep last night, I wept for an entire hour alone in the dark. You think I don't care about the two of you? Daria was my friend. No, he was more than that. Like you just said, he was my family. And though I have wronged him in ways that I deeply regret, I still cared for the man as if he were actually my blood. I may not be as heartbroken as you are right now, considering the many years that he was the only family that you had, but I am still grieving in my own way. I just don't have the luxury to show it in public. I know you are hurting right now, and you didn't mean what you just said, but I think you should realize that you are not the only one who is in pain right now. Priya felt ashamed of accusing Berenger of not caring enough for her brother after hearing his words, but there was one thing he said in particular that stuck out to her, which she was quick to ask about. You said you had wronged Daria in ways that you deeply regret. What did you mean by that? Berenger immediately realized that he had said too much, but there was no stopping this can of worms now that it was opened. However, he would not dare to admit the truth to the woman, especially now when she was so aggrieved. Thus, he only admitted the half-truth in a way that was more acceptable. The reason that your brother couldn't have children. You have to understand, our knowledge of the effects which radiation has on the human body is a relatively recent discovery. Something I did not know many years ago when Daria first discovered a new mineral which we now know was uranium in the borders of his empire. I asked him to collect some samples for my scientists to study. I know now that was the reason why he had become sterile, and I deeply regret being so ignorant of the world. This was only the half-truth. In reality, Berenger of course knew that exposure to radiation could quickly make one become sterile, and he had purposely subjected Daria to its effects so that he would indeed be incapable of siring offspring. But if he said that part out loud, he would immediately become hated by Priya, and the woman might literally kill herself as a result. Or she might even attempt to kill him. Thus, he had spoken a half-truth which Priya was able to accept, albeit after much difficulty. The woman remained silent for nearly half an hour before she finally spoke her thoughts aloud. That is indeed heartbreaking, but I don't blame you. You didn't know that such a thing could happen. It is not like it was intentional. So, I forgive you. After saying this, Berenger kissed Priya before spooning with her while they both fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 1198, The Scramble for Africa Part I. It had been 5 years since the German Empire landed a man on the moon, and currently the Iberian army stood in the Horn of Africa facing across their Byzantine rivals. Both armies wanted access to the territory for the sake of economic development, and neither was willing to concede. Thus, after establishing trenches and aiming their rifles at one another, the Iberian Sultan and the Byzantine Emperor, who were leading their armies, met in no man's land to discuss their differences and negotiate a compromise that would have both sides satisfied. Ghazi stood in the center of no man's land with a white flag in one hand and a conceited smile on his face. Meanwhile, Alexandros opposed him with a stern expression and a rifle slung around his back. The Byzantine Emperor was in a sour mood. The scramble for Africa had already begun between three major powers, all of which were competing for the most territory. While Ghazi had seized most of North Africa west of Libya, Alexandros had been busy expanding into Sudan and the surrounding region. Yet, just as he entered into Ethiopia, he found that Ghazi had already beaten him to it and was currently negotiating with the Ethiopian emperor for his daughter's hand in marriage, which was a ploy to seize the region for himself. Realizing that they both wanted access to the same land, for obvious reasons, the two men had positioned their armies across from one another where war had become an imminent threat to the region. With a scowl on his handsome face, Alexandros spoke the words which plagued his mind. For the sake of our father, I will give you this one last chance, Ghazi. Stand down and allow me to annex the Horn of Africa or face the wrath of the Romans. I will not ask you a second time. Ghazi, however, did not seem the least bit intimidated by his brother's words as he countered them with a bit of snark in his tone. Brother, why must we fight over this land? If I do not gain access to Eastern Africa, I will not have the means to conduct trade with our brother in India. Do you really want to fight me over such a petty matter? If you give me the Horn of Africa, I will give you the Ivory Coast, meaning that you will gain access to the Atlantic and thus have the ability to trade with the colonies in the New World. Is that not a fair compromise? Despite the logic behind Ghazi's words, Alexandros merely scoffed before explaining why he thought that such a trade was a rotten deal for him. I already have access to the New World. I simply need to send my ships out of the Mediterranean. What a rotten deal for Byzantium. No, I will not concede defeat. I will have the Horn of Africa even if it means that our armies must come to blows. Even though Alexandros was threatening outright war, Ghazi did not seem the least bit concerned and instead clicked his tongue thrice, as if he was lecturing his half-brother on why his words were so foolish. Oh really? Do you really believe that if you do not allow me to access this region, that I will permit your ships to sail across the Strait of Gibraltar? Every ship which flies the colors of Byzantium will be at the mercy of my navy. So tell me, brother, do you really wish to test this theory? Or do you want a port of your own with access to the Atlantic? Upon hearing this threat, Alexandros' face turned ashen. He knew that his brother was not bluffing in the slightest, and he would rather not have to fight his way out of the Mediterranean every time he attempted to trade with the German colonies in the New World. Despite knowing that his brother Ghazi was right, Alexandros did not immediately back down and instead remained silent as he thought about the proposal. Seeing that he was close to convincing his brother to accept his compromise, Ghazi threw in a bit of urgency to break Alexandros' will. Come now, brother, we don't have all day. As we speak, that little shit Lucas is sailing his armies across the North Sea. If he reaches the Ivory Coast first, then I will have no choice but to let him have the land. And if that happens, war between our two empires will be unavoidable. So what will it be, the Horn of Africa for the Ivory Coast, or bloodshed? A slight scoff emerged from Alexandros' lips once more as he begrudgingly accepted his brother's offer. However, not without letting his tongue spit some venom first. Father has taught you well, Ghazi. I'm surprised you are able to be so coercive, despite the fact that your mother would be beside herself if you knew you were so willing to spill the blood of your family in pursuit of some Ethiopian pussy. Very well, I accept your terms. The Horn of Africa is yours so long as you let me use your railway in North Africa to transport my troops to the Ivory Coast. A slight smile emerged on Ghazi's face. Though he wanted to make a remark about Alexandros' mother abandoning him in his youth, he knew that was a topic that was most likely to provoke an armed response, and thus he simply nodded his head and accepted his brother's conditions. Very well. You can use my railway to transport your troops. I suggest you hurry. If the Anglo-Saxons arrive in the Ivory Coast before your forces do, there will be war. Something I know that a father would be most disappointed in. Alexandros did not say a word and instead headed back to his army where he informed them to pack up their shit and get on the nearest train. As for Ghazi, he sighed as he revealed the trembling hands he kept behind his back during the negotiations with his half-brother. No matter how calm and collected he may have appeared to have been during their discussion, Ghazi was silently freaking out in his mind over the potential prospect of war with his brother. The Byzantine and Iberian militaries were equally matched, and if they were to fight here in Africa, it would be a bloody conflict that would last for who knows how long. Stomping over medieval armies and primitive savages was an easy feat, fighting an industrial power armed with semi-automatic rifles, heavy machine guns, and modern artillery? That was a serious problem. However, with the agreement made, the Byzantine army withdrew from the region and made their way to the Ivory Coast to conquer the region before the English could do so. As for Ghazi, he returned to the palace of the Ethiopian king where he continued his negotiations for the prince's hand in marriage. The Ethiopian king was a man who knew very little about the monumental changes that had occurred throughout the world over the past 3 decades. Though he had seen German ships sail through the Red Sea, he did not know who they belonged to or what power they actually were capable of displaying. However, all of a sudden, a foreign man had come to his kingdom and declared himself an emperor in his own right. One who intended to take his youngest daughter's hand in marriage. This foreign man dressed in strange clothes and his army used exotic weapons. At first, the Ethiopian king had entirely refused Ghazi's demands, but then the Iberian sultan displayed the might of his army. A single battle was waged between Ethiopia and Iberia, one which resulted in a total Iberian victory. Astonished by the display of the foreign weapons, the Ethiopian king had been forced to the negotiating table, and just when he was about to give up his daughter to this foreign monarch, another group of foreigners arrived on the scene with weapons of equal formidability. At first he thought the 2 foreign monarchs would kill each other in pursuit of his daughter and that he would be free to marry her to a man of his choosing. Yet, just when things were about to get interesting, the Byzantine army packed up their stuff and disappeared, leaving the Ethiopian king with only one option. Thus, with a heavy sigh, the Ethiopian king agreed to Ghazi's demands and communicated with him via a translator. Very well, Sultan Ghazi al-Fadl, I will marry my youngest daughter to you. However, in exchange for her marriage, I want certain protections from you that will ensure that my lands do not end up in the hands of another foreign power. With that said, the 2 monarchs began to negotiate. Something which Ghazi would make use of to extract the most benefits possible. One thing was certain: by the outcome of this exchange, the scramble for Africa had begun, and at any moment the 3 imperial powers of Britain, Iberia, and Byzantium could ignite a powder keg which would result in the deaths of millions. Chapter 1199, Planning for Retirement. It had been 15 years since Berenger defeated the Japanese in a war against Itami's empire, and by now the nation had recovered to the point where it was second only to the Reich. However, due to its treaty, it was not permitted to have a military of any considerable size. However, this was not the matter that was most important to the world. Instead, the union of the Japanese empress and her the German Kaiser had brought peace and stability. And currently Itami was visiting Kufstein where her mother and sister had both found husbands. While Momo had married Lindy's little brother, Mibusaya had perhaps done the most shocking thing of all and married Berengar's father Sieghard. The day Sieghard took Mibu as his second wife came as a shock to both Berenger and Itami, who were convinced that Gisela would never permit her husband to take another wife. Nobody knew what had convinced the woman to accept such a thing, especially not Berenger, who knew that his mother had always disapproved of his polygamous lifestyle, but he was just happy that his father was doing well despite his old age. Currently, the Itami and von Kufstein families were gathered together in the imperial palace while a 45-year-old Berenger sat next to his 15-year-old son, Itami Ryu, who closer resembled his mother than his father. Itami Ryu was set to become the next emperor of Japan after he came of age to relieve his mother and had lived a life traveling between Germany and Japan. His father was a man of great renown across the globe, and because of that he was prideful of his parentage. Though at many times he felt envious of his half-siblings who were able to live with the man full-time. It was not every day that he got to visit his grandparents, and thus the teenage boy was actually quite happy to see Sieghard and Mibu, who appeared quite happy together as they shared a few drinks with their children. Mibu, in particular, was exceptionally friendly with Berenger, going so far as to hug him frequently and tell him how much she always wanted a son. Something she had done repeatedly over the last 10 years since she first married his father. Today was no exception. "Oh, Berenger, it has been my greatest honor to have a son like you. You have no idea how much I have always wanted a son of my own, and now I have the most exceptional son in the world." While Berenger was used to such praise from the woman, he was also accustomed to the angry glances his mother would shoot him, as if he was a traitor for being so friendly with this woman who had clearly stolen his father's heart. Thus, when Gisela glared at him yet again, he could only smile before cracking a joke which he knew would upset everyone at the table. "Well, if I am your son, then that means Ryo is my little sister. Is that not correct?" This was technically true. Not only was Berenger now married to Itami, but he was also her stepbrother, something which he constantly felt awkward about whenever her mother would bring it up. Perhaps because of all the weird porn that existed around such a fetish in her past life. But no matter how much Itami hated the idea of being step-siblings with her husband, she could only sigh and accept it as defeat. After all, their parents married after they had gotten married themselves, so it was not like there was anything remotely gross about the whole thing. Of course, Ryo also hated how Berenger would bring it up when they were being intimate together, constantly calling her his precious Amudo as he came deep inside her. Even though Itami was aware that her husband had a romantic relationship with his actual sister, she still did not feel comfortable being called his sister while they were together in bed or in public. Thus, she punched him in the shoulder ever so slightly, which caused the man to feign offense with a conceited smile on his face. Ow! What was that for? Itami did not say a word and simply snubbed her man, something which Mibu found comical as she added gasoline to the flame. Of course, you are 100% correct in your assumption. You are my Ryo and Momo's big brother now, and you would do well to look after them. While Itami was uncomfortable with being referred to as Berengar's little sister, Momo reveled in it. Not only had she been calling them a big brother since before he had even married her elder sister, but now that their parents were married, she called him big brother every chance she got, displaying how much she always wanted an older brother of her own. Big brother is so shameless in marrying one of his little sisters, at least he did not marry them both. Herman could only conceal his mild irritation with his wife's jest as he silently his brother-in-law chat with his family. However, the look Itami gave his wife did not go unnoticed. As for Tommy Ryu, he finally spoke up after watching the awkward atmosphere that existed between his family at the mention of their complex family tree. Wait a second. If I remember correctly, mother and father got married before grandmother and grandfather, isn't that correct? Mibu smiled at her grandson and nodded her head with a warm smile on her face as she told the tale of how she and Sieghard had gotten married. Of course, it was actually at your parents' wedding that Sieghard and I met, and I just knew after that night that he was the man of my dreams. I was married once when I was much younger, much like Sieghard was already married to Gisela here. However, your other grandfather died long before you were born. Anyway, after the wedding, Sieghard and I kept in touch, and for several years he kept promising me that we would get married. But he had to convince Gisela first, and that was no easy task. Gisela scoffed at the mere mention of the whole ordeal. She had many an argument with her husband over his infatuation with the Japanese MILF and had on several occasions told him she would divorce him if he dared to take another bride. However, divorce was damn near impossible in Germany and could only be instigated under several scenarios. The most common reason a woman could divorce her husband was if she could prove in a court of law that he abused her, while the most common reason for a man to divorce his wife was if he could prove in a court of law that she cheated on him. There was no such thing as irreconcilable differences in the Reich. Thus, ultimately, the say in whether or not Sieghard wanted another wife was entirely his decision. And Mibu had wrapped him around her fingers quite easily. To Berenger, this was not a problem. His mother's feelings were antiquated, and it was only after he told her off that she had verbally consented to Sieghard taking Mibu as another bride. Still, this did not mean that she did not hold any resentment towards either of them. And thus she had begrudgingly been allowing Sieghard and Mibu to live the married life back at their estate. Upon seeing that the tension was so high, Berenger decided to make an announcement which shocked the entire family. Anyway, I thought I should make my intentions clear to you all. When Ryu here is old enough to succeed his mother, Itami will be moving in with me. In fact, I will also be handing over the reins of the Reich to Hans within the next 5 to 10 years, where I will retire to the countryside, not far away from your home, with all of my wives and lovers. I have already accomplished all that I have set out to do in this life, and to sit upon the throne any longer would be nothing but unnecessary stress. If Hans ever needs me for anything, perhaps to mediate between his brothers, I will be more than happy to do so. But the time is near for me to hang up my gloves and retire in peace. The room fell silent after hearing Berengar's words. Everyone in the room was shocked that Berenger would be retiring at such a young age from his position, everyone except for Itami. As one of his wives, the two of them had been discussing when he would retire for some time now. In fact, Berenger had been vocal about this subject with all of his wives and lovers. The time for his sons to prove their worth and lead the world which he had created was nigh. All that was left for Berenger was to tie up a few loose ends and complete his political career. And then he could live the rest of his life in peace with the women he loved. Chapter 1200, Discussing the Gods with the Height to the Throne. Berenger sat in his office while signing his name away on a document. By now, the man had endured enough paperwork to last 10 lifetimes, and yet the work of a monarch never ceased. However, today he was not alone in his office. Instead, his eldest son, Hans von Kufstein, was sitting in the office filling out just as many forms as his father. Upon seeing that it was just about noon, Berenger placed his pen down and sighed heavily, causing his son to look up at him with a rather irritated expression on his face. Father, there is still plenty of more work to be done. And I will not have you pile your workload onto me again. If you wish to escape this paperwork, then just give me the damn throne already and I will assume all of your burdens. A peculiar look appeared in Berengar's mismatched eyes, as if he was genuinely contemplating the idea. No doubt he had already planned his retirement, which was only a handful of years away, and yet there were still things he needed to do before stepping down as the Kaiser of the Reich. Thus, after several moments of awkward silence, Berenger began to speak. He did not know why now he had chosen to tell his son of a secret he kept from the world. Perhaps it was a way to give him some respite from his cramping hand, or perhaps he felt now his son, who was already a man, was old enough to know the truth. Whatever the reason, he began to speak about things he had not uttered a word of in a long time. You were pretty young when you found out the truth about me. But I don't remember you ever asking me how I came to this world. Haven't you been curious for all of these years? Hans immediately halted, writing his signature upon hearing his father's words, and looked up at the man with a stern expression on his face before posing a single question. After all this time, why now are you willing to reveal your secrets to me, father? Berenger sighed heavily once more while he reached into his nearby cupboard and pulled out a pair of glasses and a bottle of whiskey, which he poured for himself and his son before handing one of the cups to the young man. After they had both had a sip of the whiskey, Berenger chuckled before revealing his story. Who knows, perhaps I have grown tired of hiding it, or maybe I just want an excuse not to do today's work. Whatever the reason, I am choosing to tell you now. Or are you too busy to hear an old man's tale? Hans simply scoffed when he heard his father's statement before sitting back in his seat and taking another sip from his whiskey. His response was short but to the point. Go on. Having received permission from his son to tell the tale, Berenger began to recount some of the secrets that Hans had never learned about his father. Oh, it must have been 25 years ago, something like that. Somewhere around the time that I unified Germany into a single empire. I was traveling to the border to check on the construction of our defenses, which were made in preparation for the Catholic Church, when I stumbled upon a forest surrounded by fog. During the night, I slept walk into the woods, and there I met something which had changed my perspective on life entirely. A little red-headed girl called out to me, but she was no mere child. Instead, she had been on this earth longer than even the Christian faith. The goddess Badahenna spoke to me, telling me that I had been brought to this world for a reason, and she gifted me with the boon of courage so that I may overcome any fear I might feel in life. Hans looked at his father as if he had gone senile before posing the first of many questions which he had after hearing the man's tale. A goddess? A pagan goddess in the flesh spoke to you and gifted you with a boon of courage? Really? Father, I don't even believe the crock of shit which the Christians preach. Why would I believe something so absurd? To this, Berenger simply chuckled before taking another drink from his glass before asking his son a question which perplexed him. Haven't you ever wondered how my right eye suddenly had its sight restored and became a perfect gold rather than its natural blue state? Believe me, son, the gods are real, at least the pagan gods. You were right about Christianity, though, and all Abrahamic religions. A total crock of shit. Unfortunately, the gods have lost a lot of power now that few men worship them, and as a result, they are fairly secluded from the world and rarely interfere in mortal affairs. Despite the nonsense which his father was speaking, Hans decided to entertain him, if not for a thought experiment, and was quick to ask the next question on his mind. Okay, old man, tell me then, why would the gods choose you to enter this world? What were their plans for you? Berenger once more took a sip from his whiskey before pouring another glass. It was only after he had done this that he began to speak up once more. You see, to make a long story short, the gods wanted me to effectively end the stranglehold that Christianity had over Europe, which I did by fracturing the Catholic Church. The way their powers work is rather confusing and in all honesty not well thought out. At least from my perspective, but essentially the more followers they have and the more united those followers are in their belief, the more powerful they become. By fracturing the Catholic Church and created a bunch of different branches, I have effectively weakened the power of the deity which bamboozled the world with the Abrahamic religions. Needless to say, I have lived up to their expectations. Paganism is spreading in Iceland, giving the Germanic pantheon power once more, and as we speak, Egypt and Sudan are returning to the ways of their ancestors. It was Anubis who gave me the Eye of Horus, by the way. This golden eye didn't just restore my sight, but it also gives me the power to see people's true nature and feelings towards me. When I retire, I will pass the eye on you, but you will need to sacrifice one of your own to gain its power. Hans was definitely flabbergasted by his father's remarks. He could not believe that a bunch of pagan deities were hiding away from the world and had manipulated his father into doing their bidding. But he still entertained the man no less and was quick to ask Berenger if he had been rewarded for his efforts. Okay, say you haven't lost your mind and you are speaking the God's honest truth to me right now. What exactly did you get from helping them other than a new lease on life? Berenger sipped on his whiskey with a conceited smile on his face before responding with one word. Paradise? Hans looked at his father with confusion before questioning just what he had heard. Paradise? What the fuck does that even mean? You're going to have to be more specific. Berenger poured himself and his son another drink before responding once more. It's exactly what it sounds like. When I die, I get my own little heaven carved out for me in the afterlife. One where all my wives and lovers shall follow me as well as all my children. You, Ghazi, Christopher, Lucas, Alexandros, and all 30+ of your siblings will join me in this afterlife, as will all of our future descendants. So you little shits damn well better behave yourself in this world, or things are going to be awfully awkward when you come to the heaven I have built for you and have to answer to me about your crimes. As crazy as his father's words sounded, Hans knew his father was not a prankster and could tell from the look in his eyes that he was quite serious. Thus, after some serious thought, he sighed heavily, believing himself a fool for believing such madness. All right, I believe you. But are you going to tell the rest of your kids about this little secret of yours? Or am I supposed to play the role of peacemaker between all of my siblings for the extent of my reign? Berenger simply smiled as he finished his drink and placed the glass on his desk. His response only added to further infuriate his son. I will tell them when the time is right. But you will one day be the leader of the world. It is only natural that you maintain the peace between your brothers, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.